Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 3655 to Chapter 3738. The nine-clawed dragon's talent was unquestionable. It was a peak monster of the dragon race. It was much stronger than the eight-clawed divine dragon. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, soon, 10 minutes had passed. Ao Guan was still persevering. This made the expressions of the various races' geniuses turn ugly. Their talent was far from the nine-clawed dragons. This was the talent of the top 10 races' geniuses. If the top 10 races' geniuses were so terrifying, then what about the legendary Heavenly Palace's geniuses? What about the Heavenly Palace's heavenly sons and daughters? Just how monstrous were they? Time quickly passed as everyone's thoughts ran wild. 20 minutes, 21 minutes, half an hour had passed. Yes, Ao Guan had persevered for half an hour. But this was his limit. His body began to tremble, and layers of red light appeared on his body. There were even traces of blood seeping out. Roar, Ao Guan roared, extremely unwilling. He still hadn't given up. He clenched his teeth and persevered. But more and more blood seeped out of his body, and cracks even appeared on his body. Ao Guan, don't force yourself. Ao Yan transmitted her voice to Ao Guan. If this continued, Ao Guan would die. Roar, Ao Guan roared in the end and gave up. He retreated, and the taboo energy also flew out. Ao Guan returned to Lu Ming's side, took out a divine medicine, and swallowed it. It's too difficult. I feel like there's no hope of success. Ao Guan shook his head, extremely unwilling. Ao Qing, you go. Ao Yan looked at Ao Qing. However, Ao Qing shook his head. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Princess, you should go." His talent was about the same as Ao Guan's. If Ao Guan couldn't succeed, then he most likely wouldn't have a chance either. Moreover, Ao Guan was injured. He couldn't be injured again, or it would be very dangerous. It was better to give this chance to Ao Yan. Ao Yan was the most talented among them. If even Ao Yan couldn't succeed, then they wouldn't have any hope either. Okay. Ao Yan nodded and flew toward the taboo energy. Soon, the taboo energy entered her body. Time quickly passed. Ao Yan's talent was indeed above Ao Guan's. Half an hour quickly passed, and Ao Yan was still enduring. Moreover, she didn't seem to be feeling. The expressions of the various geniuses changed. Should we make a move now? There's a nine-clawed dragon among the dragon race that's injured. Their fighting strength has been greatly reduced. Someone secretly said. No, now is not the time. That silver nine-clawed dragon is too strong. She's not injured yet. If we attack now, she'll definitely give up on fusing with that strand of chi and attack us. Let's continue waiting. It won't be too late to make a move when she's injured. Someone said. Good idea. Everyone continued to wait. Soon, an hour had passed. Ao Yan had actually endured for an hour. This was an astonishing achievement. One had to know that the longest time for the other prodigies was only 50 seconds. The difference was simply too great. However, at this moment, Ao Yan's silver body also started to tremble. It was as if she was enduring an enormous pressure. Another minute passed. Ao Yan shouted as she quickly retreated outside. The taboo energy flew out from her body. Princess, why don't you continue to persevere? Ao Qing said. Ao Yan clearly hadn't reached her limit yet. No need. I can already feel that I won't succeed. There's no point in persisting. Ao Yan shook her head. At this moment, Ao Yan wasn't seriously injured. If she continued, she would also be seriously injured, which would be very disadvantageous for them. Most importantly, he could feel that even if she continued to persevere, she wouldn't succeed. There was no hope. Even the princess can't succeed? Ao Qing sighed. If even the princess can't succeed, then who else can? Princess Ao Yan was one of the top prodigies even during the dragon race's heyday. She was even ranked at the top. If even she couldn't succeed, who else could? She's not injured. The hearts of the prodigies sank when they saw that Ao Yan wasn't injured. Ao Yan's strength was too strong. Since she wasn't injured, they didn't dare to make a move. Some people secretly discussed and finally decided to wait for the top prodigies to recover from their injuries before making a move. Brother Lu, do you want to try? At this moment, Ao Yan looked at Lu Ming. Since I'm here, I naturally have to give it a try. Lu Ming nodded, then stepped forward and walked towards the taboo energy. When he arrived above the lotus, he looked at the taboo energy above the lotus. It would sometimes turn into a transparent gas, and sometimes into a small dragon. Come. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. It was so difficult to fuse with it that even Ao Yan had failed. He wanted to see it for himself. Lu Ming reached out and grasped the taboo power in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the taboo energy burst out with a terrifying heat that covered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He circulated his divine power and his muscles bulged, blocking this energy. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be turned to ashes by this energy. Of course, this was just the beginning. When Lu Ming blocked this energy, the taboo energy twisted and entered Lu Ming's palm. Once it entered Lu Ming's palm, the taboo energy immediately scattered. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. In an instant, it turned into countless tiny streams of energy that scattered throughout Lu Ming's body, entering every cell. Then, an incomparable pain erupted from Lu Ming's body. This pain was similar to when he fused with the taboo energy in the pond, but it was dozens of times stronger. Those with insufficient willpower would not be able to endure it. Divine power. Lu Ming barely managed to stay awake. He wanted to circulate his divine power to counteract this pain, but he discovered that he had already lost control of his divine power. His 11 divine powers seemed to be suppressed by a majestic power. They were firmly suppressed within the star core, unable to circulate. Even his origin secret techniques were unable to circulate. It could be said that nothing could circulate. The only thing Lu Ming could do now was persevere. Persevere, Lu Ming returned to his original state and persevered. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, very quickly, half an hour passed. Lu Ming was still persevering. He can actually persevere for half an hour. Ao Yan, Ao Qing, and the others were shocked. Lu Ming was only a human, but he could persevere for half an hour. It had to be known that Ao Guan was a 9-clawed dragon, but he had only lasted half an hour. That kid, the various geniuses of the desolate universe were also tongue-tied. If it was said that the dragon race could persevere for so long, it would be reasonable. After all, the 9-clawed dragon's body was famous throughout the universe. Furthermore, this stream of energy also belonged to the dragon race. It was normal for a dragon to be able to persevere for so long. But Lu Ming was only a human. However, this was only the beginning of Lu Ming's shock. Half an hour was just the beginning. Then, time passed minute by minute. Soon, it was an hour. This was already equal to Ao Yan's record. This, Ao Yan, Ao Qing, and the other prodigies were all dumbfounded. It was already a miracle that a human could last so long. However, the miracle continued. 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2 hours, soon, Lu Ming had lasted for 3 hours. Damn it, this kid won't succeed, right? Impossible, he can't succeed. The prodigies of the various races were discussing, but most of them were envious and jealous. One had to know that once Lu Ming succeeded and joined the Heavenly Palace, he would be directly conferred the title of Emperor. It would be strange if these people were not envious and jealous. They all prayed that Lu Ming would not succeed. Can he succeed? Ao Yan and the others also widened their eyes. Contrary to the prodigies of the various races, they hoped that Lu Ming would succeed. Lu Ming had previously sworn that once he succeeded, he would become an enemy of the Heavenly Palace. Although Lu Ming was not a member of the dragon race, it was still better than someone of the other races fusing. This was because Ao Yan had already failed. Almost no one from the dragon race could succeed. If this continued, the Heavenly Palace would take it away sooner or later. Because if this continued, in a few years, even stronger prodigies would come in from the outside. If this continued, who knew if anyone would be able to fuse, therefore, they hoped that Lu Ming would fuse with them. However, after 3 hours, Lu Ming had also reached his limit. His body began to tremble, and blood seeped out of his skin. The continuous pain made his mind on the verge of collapse. Kid, hold on. If you have potential, you will burst out in a desperate situation. If not, I will help you retreat. Guillermo transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded silently and continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Wave after wave of pain was about to drown his mind. His will was like a taut string that was about to snap. Just as Lu Ming was about to give up, a powerful force suddenly burst out from the depths of his soul, from the depths of his mind. As soon as this power appeared, his spirit was shaken, and he immediately recovered. At the same time, every cell in his body seemed to be bursting with energy, causing his injured body to quickly recover. Haha, as expected, it's effective. I knew your potential wasn't limited to this. Bone laughed loudly. Senior Bone Devil, what happened just now? What kind of power was that? Lu Ming asked. He was very curious. Right now, all of his divine energy had been suppressed by the taboo energy. How could there be a burst of energy that allowed him to recover at such a crucial moment? That's your untapped potential. Guillermo said. Potential. Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, it's potential. This means that you still have potential to be unearthed. Your talent isn't limited to this, but don't be happy too early. With your current level, you still can't fuse with the taboo energy. Let's see if you still have potential to be unearthed. Guillermo said. Lu Ming nodded silently in his heart, and then continued to persevere. This time, Lu Ming persevered for a longer time. He persevered for another 6 hours. Adding the previous 3 hours, he had persevered for a total of 9 hours. The scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this really the rhythm of success? At this time, Lu Ming had reached his limit again. Roar, Lu Ming roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately persevered. The pain this time was stronger than the previous time. Just as Lu Ming was about to collapse, another burst of energy burst out. In an instant, Lu Ming recovered. As expected, there's still potential. But it's still not enough. Guillermo sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. What else could Lu Ming say? He gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. This time, after more than 10 hours, Lu Ming reached his limit again. Then, another burst of energy burst out. 3 times. Guillermo whispered. At this moment, the soul fire in his eye sockets was flickering. He seemed to be very surprised. To burst out potential 3 times in a row, this was absolutely shocking. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a thing before. This meant that even if Lu Ming cultivated step by step and slowly developed his potential, he could reach a very terrifying realm in the future. However, this wasn't Lu Ming's limit. After a while, Lu Ming burst out potential for the 4th time. But after the 4th time, it was the 5th time. Later on, each time he persevered, it would be longer than the previous time. By the 5th time, Lu Ming had already persevered for 7 days. 5 times. It's already been 5 times. There should be a possibility of success. Gumo's bones were trembling slightly. At first, he thought that Lu Ming wouldn't succeed, but now, it was hard to say. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly entered a strange state. Originally, he was surrounded by endless pain, but that pain suddenly disappeared. Am I going to succeed? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly sat cross-legged on the lotus. He carefully sensed it, and his spiritual sense penetrated into every cell. He had a feeling that the taboo energy was filling every cell, as if it was about to fuse with his cells. I'm really going to succeed. Haha, it seems that my talent is comparable to a peerless genius. Lu Ming thought narcissistically. He felt that he was really going to succeed. After a while, the taboo energy would completely fuse with his cells. But at this time, more figures appeared in the crowd. These figures were the top monsters who had failed to fuse with the taboo energy. They were seriously injured and retreated to recuperate. During this period, their injuries were almost recovered. Damn it, is this kid going to succeed? Jean Yan's eyes burst out with shocking killing intent. We can't let this kid continue. Let's attack and kill them. We'll deal with those dragons while we're at it. Alright, let's attack. These top monsters transmitted their voices to each other, reaching a consensus. Shwa shwa. They suddenly charged out. In an instant, there were at least a dozen peak monsters who weren't weaker than Jin Yan, charging at Lu Ming. They're attacking. Ao Yan and the others were constantly paying attention to their surroundings. The moment Jin Yan and the others attacked, they noticed it. Block them. Ao Guan let out a long howl and rushed out. After 5 days of recuperation, Ao Guan's injuries were more or less healed. At the same time, Ao Qing and the others also charged out. Ao Yan, in particular, roared, and the lava lake boiled. Giant fish appeared one after another, opening their mouths and shooting arrows at Jin Yan and the others. Ever since Jin Yan and the others had recovered from their injuries and returned, Ao Yan knew that a huge battle was unavoidable. Hence, she had secretly summoned those giant fishes to hide under the lava lake. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. At least 100 giant fishes shot out thousands of arrows towards Jin Yan and the others, enveloping them. At the same time, Ao Yan and the others launched their attacks, blocking the attacks of Jin Yan and the others. We must stop them and wait for Lu Ming to succeed. Ao Yan roared, and her silver-white dragon body emitted a dazzling divine light. Every ray of divine light turned into an incomparably sharp blade, slashing in all directions. Ao Qing, Ao Guan, and the others also did their best to stall the dozen or so top monsters. All of you, attack together. What are you waiting for? Do you really want to wait for that kid to succeed? Jin Yan roared, his voice spreading in all directions. Attack. Kill that kid and you will be heavily rewarded. Kill. The surrounding paragons of various clans could not hold themselves back. One after another, they charged toward Lu Ming. Roar. Ao Yan roared, summoning the giant fish to block them. Hundreds of giant fish rolled in the magma lake, and the magma lake turned into magma waves that rushed towards the geniuses in all directions. At the same time, numerous glittering and translucent arrows with astonishing power shot out in all directions. Immediately, many people were blocked. Kill these giant fish first. Without these giant fish, there will only be a few divine dragons left. They won't be able to do anything. Someone roared. Then, the geniuses of the various races changed their target and attacked the giant fish. There were too many geniuses of the various races, and there were so many top monsters. These giant fish could not stop them at all. Instantly, the giant fish were killed one after another. The number of giant fish rapidly decreased. Not good, we can't stop them. What should we do? Ao Yan and the others were a little anxious. If they retreated now, Lu Ming would definitely die. Block them for as long as possible. Try to buy time for Lu Ming. Ao Yan gritted her teeth. Her body rapidly expanded to over 1,000,000 meters long, and her dragon claws stepped on the air, enveloping a large group of geniuses. You want to stop us? Dream on. Today, we will kill you, 9-clawed dragon. A 2-headed giant wolf snorted coldly and pouncing towards Ao Yan. This 2-headed giant wolf had 7th-level Divine Lord Cultivation. Its combat power was not weaker than Ao Yan's at all. The two of them fought fiercely. With the help of the other Skyprides, Ao Yan was at a disadvantage. Ao Guan and the others were also at a disadvantage and were in imminent danger. Lu Ming took note of all these situations. His spiritual senses scanned all of them. It should be about time. Lu Ming murmured. He felt that the fusion should have been successful. Even if it ended now, the taboo energy was already his. Then, let's do it. Lu Ming muttered. He suddenly stood up, wanting to erupt with divine power. However, when he tried to circulate his divine power, he realized that it was difficult to circulate it. The speed at which it circulated was dozens of times slower than before. It was being suppressed by the taboo power. It can't be, right? I've fused with the taboo energy, and my divine power is suppressed. Wouldn't that be a loss? Lu Ming wailed in his heart. This was extremely bad news. He hurriedly asked Bone. This, I'm not sure either. Guemo muttered. Hi 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 hi. Lu Ming really wanted to curse. You're not sure either? Don't you know everything? Lu Ming almost vomited blood. Bone seemed to be a little embarrassed and continued to mutter, I'm guessing that the taboo energy is too strong, too high level. That's why it suppressed the other divine powers. Moreover, you've just fused with the taboo energy, so you can't use it freely. When you try more in the future, you should be able to achieve a balance and it won't affect the other divine powers. Of course, these are all my guesses. As for the specifics, it's up to you to figure it out yourself. At the end, Bone Demon added another sentence, rendering Lu Ming speechless. It seems that I can only use the taboo energy to fight. Lu Ming pondered. Since he couldn't circulate his divine power, he could only rely on the taboo energy. Immediately, ignoring the divine power, Lu Ming shook his bones and muscles, mobilizing all the power in his muscles and bones, and rushed out. Boom! Lu Ming's body shot out like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing. Brat, die. The one in front of Lu Ming was a top monster, Jin Yan. He exuded a golden glow from head to toe and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming shouted, but he could only throw a punch. Now, he couldn't circulate his divine power, and couldn't use his secret techniques. He could only fight with his physical body. Since the taboo energy had fused with every cell in his body, it should be able to strengthen his physical body. Lu Ming could only look forward to it. You want to compete with me in terms of physical body? You're courting death. Jin Yan was ecstatic when he saw Lu Ming use his fist to fight against his fist. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. He was from the Vajra race, and his body was as tough as diamond. In the primitive universe, there were very few people who could compare with the Vajra race in terms of physical body. Boom! In the next moment, their fists collided like two planets colliding. Then, the sinister light in Jin Yan's eyes disappeared, and was replaced by shock, disbelief, and then pain. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Of course, it came from Jin Yan's arm. Cracks began to appear on his golden fist. More and more cracks began to appear, covering his entire arm. It was as if he was a broken piece of porcelain. Then, with a loud bang, his entire arm exploded. Ah! Jin Yan screamed and retreated. So powerful. Even Lu Ming was shocked. He had fought Jin Yan several times before, and he knew how strong Jin Yan's fists were. But now, his entire arm had been shattered by a single punch. The taboo energy has fused with every cell. My physical body has become so strong. Lu Ming thought about it and was delighted. Die. Those thoughts passed in a flash, and Lu Ming charged at Jin Yan. Lu Ming's muscles and bones trembled, pushing his body forward. His speed was astonishing, and he caught up to Jin Yan in an instant. Then he threw a punch. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the air as a terrifying power surged towards Jin Yan like an avalanche. AHH! Jin Yan screamed. Lu Ming's punch made him feel like he was about to die. His body began to shine, and he curled into a ball and began to spin. This was his strongest move. This move could be used both offensively and defensively. If he wasn't a match for his opponent, he could even borrow his opponent's strength to escape. His body was like a vertical spinning top. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed. An even louder explosion rang out. Following that, the spinning top that Golden Inferno had transformed into flew out and stopped spinning. Jin Yan's body was now covered in cracks. How is this possible? Jin Yan said in disbelief. Then, with a bang, he exploded. This time, it wasn't just Jin Yan's arm that exploded. His entire body and soul were destroyed. He was killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. The others were all shocked. A peak monster was killed just like that. Wasn't this too fast? Kill. Lu Ming did not stop. With a turn of his body, he threw another punch at the group of elites of the various clans. The air exploded as the terrifying fist pressure pressed forward. Immediately, a large number of geniuses were killed before they could even scream. There were at least a few dozen of them. Retreat. The remaining people in that area screamed and frantically retreated. Lu Ming didn't chase after them. These people weren't a threat. His target was the peak experts that had entered the dragon race's mother planet over 30 years ago. With a turn of his body, Lu Ming charged toward another top-notch expert, the prodigy of the multi-hand race. This person had also attacked him before. The multi-hand race's genius's expression changed when he saw Lu Ming charge over. He had seen Jin Yan's fate. So he didn't dare let Lu Ming get close. His 8 arms lit up and formed seals. In an instant, 8 attacks condensed. There were divine pagodas, divine mountains, sabers, and swords. 8 different attacks fell on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's attack was very simple. He threw a punch and the 8 types of attacks exploded. Lu Ming's figure rapidly approached the 8-armed young man. Not good. The 8-armed youth's expression changed. He charged to the side, wanting to borrow the strength of the other experts to fight Lu Ming. But even though he was fast, Lu Ming was even faster. His muscles moved the air, pushing him forward. He was even faster than when he was using the wind-extinguishing boots. In an instant, he approached the 8-armed youth and punched. The 8-armed youth was unable to block Lu Ming's attack. He followed in Jin Yan's footsteps and was directly killed. A 6th-level Divine Lord top-notch monster was not Lu Ming's match at all. Upon seeing this, the surrounding top geniuses were astounded. They immediately backed off and distanced themselves from Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming would not let them go. He charged out explosively, charging towards one of them. In the end, that person failed to escape and was killed by Lu Ming. Then, he continued to chase after the next one. "Brat, don't be so arrogant." With a furious roar, a huge crocodile charged towards Lu Ming. This was a crocodile as long as 100 meters. It was also a top monster. Moreover, its cultivation was astonishing, reaching the 7th-level Divine Lord realm, the same level as the 2-headed wolf race youth. Swish! The crocodile's tail lashed out like a steel whip, creating a loud sound as it whipped the air. A strong wind blew as it swept towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming punched out again and collided with the crocodile's tail. With a loud bang, the crocodile's tail was blasted back, but it did not explode. They were both peak geniuses, but with a higher cultivation level, they were much stronger. They could even be instantly killed. This was also the reason the crocodile had dared to fight Lu Ming after seeing Lu Ming's combat power. "Kill!" The crocodile roared, killing intent flickering in its eyes. Its huge body pounced at Lu Ming. He opened his mouth, and the teeth in his mouth transformed into sharp sabers that flew towards Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming punched out, clashing with the sabers. The sabers were sent flying, but they didn't explode. Interesting. Again. Lu Ming clenched his fists and constantly punched. His attacks were like a storm. He wanted to see how strong he was at the peak of his combat strength. Boom! Boom! Explosions constantly rang out. In an instant, Lu Ming had sent out hundreds of punches. The crocodile finally couldn't resist anymore. First, the sabers formed from his teeth shattered. Then, the dense fist energy landed on the crocodile's body and directly blew it apart. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and scales flew everywhere. The expressions of the various races' geniuses all changed greatly. The crocodile couldn't be compared to Jin Yan, the 8-armed youth, and the others. The crocodile was a peak 7th-level Divine Lord. It could be said that he was one of the strongest geniuses who had entered the dragon race's mother planet more than 30 years ago. There was no one stronger than them. Even such people were killed by Lu Ming. It could be said that in the current dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming was already invincible. Go! The various races' geniuses were truly afraid. They didn't dare to stay and frantically retreated, flying towards the sky. They wanted to leave this place and return to the surface of the dragon race's mother planet. Some of the peak geniuses also began to flee. Don't even think about leaving. Ao Yan roared, doing her best to hold back the 2-headed wolf race youth. Very good. Lu Ming's gaze also turned towards the 2-headed wolf race youth. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he took a step forward and charged towards the 2-headed wolf race youth. Damn it! The 2-headed wolf race youth roared in his heart. He was incomparably anxious as he constantly charged forward, wanting to escape. However, Ao Yan risked her own injuries to hold him back. It was very difficult for him to escape in a short period of time. With this delay, Lu Ming had already arrived. Boom, Lu Ming didn't need any techniques now. He just raised his fists and punched wildly. The two-headed wolf race's prodigy's combat strength was about the same as the crocodile's. And now, Lu Ming and Ao Yan were jointly attacking. He couldn't resist at all. After a few dozen punches from Lu Ming, the two-headed wolf race's prodigy let out a miserable cry and exploded. At this time, the other race's geniuses had already completely retreated. They frantically flew towards the sky, wanting to use that passage to return to the surface. Huff, Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others let out a long breath. Then, their gazes fell on Lu Ming. There was envy, surprise, and disbelief. "Brother Lu, did you really succeed?" Ao Guan asked. His eyes were full of worship for Lu Ming. He had personally tried to fuse with that wisp of qi, so he knew how difficult it was. He had tried his best, but only lasted for half an hour. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had lasted for more than 5 days. He simply couldn't. Imagine how Lu Ming had persevered for so long. It should be considered a success. Lu Ming said. He wasn't very sure. After all, he couldn't even circulate his divine power smoothly now. It must have succeeded. If it hadn't, that wisp of qi wouldn't have stayed in your body for long. It would have flown out. Ao Yan said with a complicated expression. No one knew what she was thinking. I still can't control it very well. I need to explore it more. Lu Ming said. Next, they chatted for a while. At this time, there was an uproar in the illusory divine jade. Someone had already used the illusory divine jade to record the previous scene and sent it to the illusory space. The news that Lu Ming had succeeded in fusing with the qi was also sent, causing a huge commotion. Lu Ming had actually succeeded in fusing with the power that even the heavenly palace cared about. This caused a huge uproar in the primitive universe. Countless people were discussing and paying attention. Even the top races were the same. As for the races whose geniuses Lu Ming had killed, they were furious and said that they wanted to tear Lu Ming to pieces. Outside, it was chaotic. As for Lu Ming and the others, they were peacefully cultivating by the lava lake. Now, Lu Ming had just gained control of the taboo energy. According to Bone Devil, he needed to familiarize himself with it. Only then would he be able to lessen the suppression of his other divine powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use his other divine powers. Just like that, several days passed. Lu Ming's control of the taboo energy did improve, but it wasn't by much. The main reason was that he hadn't had much time. Lu Ming. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. This loud roar came from the sky. It passed through the 10,000 dragons seal and the passageway, reaching the magma lake and exploding in the ears of Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the rest. It was like thunder, like heavenly might. It made people unable to resist. It was as if it could make people submit. Who is it? Ao Guan's expression was ugly. He looked up at the passage with a grave expression. It was just a voice, but it made people unable to even think of resisting. A lord of heaven from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming slowly spoke. His expression was unprecedentedly grave. At this moment, the dreamland was in an uproar. Because a lord of heaven from the heavenly palace had personally come to the dragon race's mother planet. The one who had spoken was the heavenly palace's lord of heaven. Lu Ming saw the various races' discussions through the dreamland jade. A lord of heaven from the heavenly palace. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others' expressions changed. There was disbelief in their eyes. The Lord of Heaven was a giant in the heavenly palace, a top expert in the primitive universe. He was a terrifying existence. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would be able to attract someone like the Lord of Heaven from the heavenly palace to personally descend upon him just by fusing with that strand of power? What exactly was that strand of power? While Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others were shocked, they couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. The Lord of Heaven? Lu Ming whispered, his expression extremely solemn. The inheritance of the divine Lord of Heaven that Chiu Autumn Moon had obtained was from one of the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven. He didn't expect that he would have to deal with the real Lord of Heaven now. Now, what should we do? Ao Guan said. Let's go out and take a look. I wonder if the 10,000 dragon seals can stop the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming said. In fact, whether the 10,000 dragon seals could stop the Lord of Heaven or not, they still had to go out and take a look. If they couldn't stop him, it would be useless for them to hide here. Ao Yen and the others nodded. Then, all of them flew up and followed the passageway that they had come down from. After a while, they flew out of the passage and returned to the bottom of the sea. There was no one around. It was obvious that the prodigies of the various races had all retreated. They flew up and soon arrived above the sea. Above. As soon as they returned to the sea, they were attracted by the scene in the sky. An incomparably huge figure stood in the starry sky. His body was so huge that it seemed to be the same size as the golden-winged race or the Wu people from before. However, this person's body emitted a bright divine light that enveloped his body. They couldn't see his appearance clearly, but they felt that he was incomparably sacred. His two eyes were like two beams of light that seemed to break through all the fog and landed on Lu Ming and the others. After all, the dragon race's mother planet was protected by the 10,000 dragon seals. From the outside, it was a fog. If one wanted to see through the fog, they would need to be very strong. The Lord of Heaven. Needless to say, Lu Ming and the others also knew that this person was the Lord of Heaven from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming. The Lord of Heaven opened his mouth again. His voice boomed like the might of heaven. Lord of Heaven, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. His voice wasn't loud, but he knew that the Lord of Heaven could definitely hear him. You fused with that power. The Lord of Heaven spoke, but he didn't say that the power was forbidden. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Very good. Now I'll give you a chance. Join the Heavenly Palace and I'll give you the position of Heavenly Emperor. The Lord of Heaven spoke. The Lord of Heaven's voice spread in all directions. He didn't hide it. Regardless of whether it was the young geniuses or the older generation, when they heard it, they were all envious. That was the position of the Son of Heaven. Once one ascended to it, they would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. From then on, they would be high and mighty, and could do whatever they wanted in the Your Wild universe. Especially the races that had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Winged Men and the Wu people. They were extremely unwilling. Once Lu Ming became the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Palace, they wouldn't be able to take revenge on Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming in the future, they would have to treat him with respect and curry favor with Lu Ming. When they thought of this, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Especially the golden-winged men. His son was killed by Lu Ming. He couldn't wait to chop Lu Ming into pieces. At this moment, he was the most furious. But since the Lord of Heaven spoke, he didn't dare to refute. Although the Lord of Heaven wasn't the strongest person in the Heavenly Palace, he represented the face of the Heavenly Palace. Countless people were watching. Although most of them couldn't hear Lu Ming's words, they couldn't see Lu Ming either. But there were a few other mighty beings around the dragon race's mother planet, such as the golden-winged men and the Wu people. They could see Lu Ming on the dragon race's mother planet and hear Lu Ming's words. Are you trying to bribe me? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, don't agree. The taboo force is a heaven-defying force. It's a natural enemy of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace will never let go of someone who is fused with the taboo force. Once you go to the Heavenly Palace, they will take you down and destroy your spiritual will. They will control you and turn you into a puppet of the Heavenly Palace. The Bone Demon's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. But the Bone Demon was very careful now. He restrained his soul power as if he was afraid of being discovered by the Lord of Heaven. Destroy one's spiritual will and become a puppet of the Heavenly Palace. Has the Heavenly Palace done something like this before? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. As far as I know, yes. The Bone Demon answered affirmatively. Lu Ming was shocked. How deep was the Heavenly Palace's water, if such a taboo force was controlled by the Heavenly Palace and turned into a puppet? Wouldn't they have an invincible fighter when he grew up? So, the Lord of Heaven wants to trick you into leaving the dragon race's mother planet. The Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded silently. He believed the Bone Demon. Lord of Heaven, please give me some time to think about it. How about that? Lu Ming said loudly. He didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he said that he would think about it for a while. He wanted to stall for time. The golden-winged men and the Wu people were paying attention to Lu Ming's situation. When they saw that Lu Ming didn't agree, they were a little stunned. This kid is really stupid. He didn't agree to such a good offer. Good, good. I hope the Lord of Heaven will be angry. The mighty figures of the Winged Man tribe and the Sorcerer tribe were elated and excited. They quickly sent Lu Ming's reply to the dreamy divine Jade. The Winged Man and Wu people's experts sent Lu Ming's words to the dreamy divine Jade, which caused another uproar. What? That brat actually didn't agree? He didn't agree immediately, and he still wants to think about it? What's there to think about? If I were him, I'd agree immediately. Arrogant and ignorant. Who does he think he is? The Lord Heaven personally invited him, and he still wants to think about it? He's really courting death. I hope the Lord Heaven is furious. The dreamy divine Jade was in an uproar. Many people were heartbroken. They wished they were Lu Ming and could replace Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually wanted to consider such an opportunity. Some people were gloating, hoping that the Lord Heaven would be furious. That way, Lu Ming would definitely die. Outside the dragon race's home planet, the Lord Heaven's divine light flickered. He clearly wasn't calm. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to refuse. There's no room for consideration. Lu Ming, I'll give you a chance. If you agree immediately, you'll still be the son of heaven of the heavenly palace. You can enjoy the endless resources of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace continued to speak. This time, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. The Lord Heaven was a peak expert of the primitive universe. His words carried enormous weight. No one dared to go against his will. No one dared to. He didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare. Unless Lu Ming didn't want to live anymore. The Winged Man and Wu people's experts were also paying attention. If it were in the past, Lu Ming would really consider it. But now that he knew the inside story, how could Lu Ming possibly agree? He would be a fool to agree. So Lu Ming added, Lord Heaven, I still have things to do. Please allow me to wait for a while. Impudent. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the Lord Heaven roared. Boom! The starry sky trembled as a terrifying aura spread out. Outside the dragon race's mother planet, the entire starry sky was filled with cracks that extended to an unknown location. It's scary. When the Lord of Heaven is angry, the earth shatters and the stars are destroyed. Fortunately, the people of the various races had already retreated far away and were not affected. As for the mother planet of the dragon clan, it was not affected much by the 10,000 dragon seals. The Lord Heaven is angry. Could it be that Lu Ming refused? Well said. Stupid, he's dead for sure. Everyone discussed and then continued to wait. Outside the dragon race's home planet, the Lord of Heaven's eyes were brighter than two suns as he stared at Lu Ming. Even though there were 10,000 dragon seals between them, Lu Ming still felt a powerful pressure. Are you rejecting this monarch? The Lord of Heaven spoke again. His voice was even colder than before. I said to wait for a while. Since the Lord of Heaven wants to think so, that's fine. Lu Ming said indifferently. He didn't want to agree in the first place. Since waiting for a while wasn't enough, he might as well refuse. Haha. Lu Ming's words made the golden-winged race's experts, the Wu people's experts, and the others laugh in their hearts. Of course, they only laughed in their hearts and didn't dare to show it. If they did, wouldn't it be a slap to the Lord of Heaven's face? Then, they immediately sent this news to the illusory godly Jade. Lu Ming rejected it. He really rejected it. There's actually such a stupid person in the world. He doesn't even want the throne. Idiot, a real idiot. If you don't want it, give it to me. Damn it, damn it. Countless people wailed, roared, and were unwilling to accept it. Of course, there were also many who gloated. Boom! Outside the dragon race's mother planet, the Lord of Heaven's aura became even more terrifying. The divine light on his body shrouded the sun. Countless dragon humans were panicking all over the dragon race's mother planet. They looked at the outer region in horror, feeling that a disaster was imminent. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the dragon race's mother planet and protected by 10,000 dragon seals? the Lord of Heaven spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent. Originally, he wanted to use the throne to trick Lu Ming into going to the heavenly palace. After that, he would directly suppress Lu Ming, obliterate Lu Ming's spiritual will, and turn Lu Ming into a puppet of the heavenly palace. He would become a sharp blade of the heavenly palace. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would reject it. Could it be that Lu Ming knew the secret of the forbidden power? No matter what, the heavenly palace would never allow someone who had fused with the forbidden power to still be alive and kicking. Because in history, the heavenly palace had suffered a great loss because of this. All races, listen up, especially the top 100 races. Go and call all the geniuses below the Divine Emperor realm. I will send them into the dragon race's mother planet to kill Lu Ming. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Whoever can bring him to me will be conferred the title of Heavenly Daughter. The Lord of Heaven's voice spread across the starry sky. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Suddenly, voices rang out in the starry sky. Then, the experts of the various races quickly sent the news back to their headquarters. You want to send in stronger geniuses to kill me? As long as they're below the Divine Emperor realm, they can be sent in? Lu Ming's face was a little solemn. The Lord of Heaven's means are unfathomable. Now that the power of the 10,000 dragon seals has decreased, we don't know if he can really do it. We have to be careful. Ao Yen said. Then what should we do? Ao Guan was a little anxious. Their cultivation was still too weak. If anyone below the Divine Emperor realm could come in, they wouldn't be able to fight against them. Especially the top 100 races of the ancient desolate 10,000 races. There were definitely some peerless geniuses among them, and their cultivation was at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. They could kill them with a flip of their hand. You all stay here and observe the situation. I'll go and make some arrangements. I'll come to you later. Ao Yen said to Lu Ming and the others. After saying that, her figure flashed and she left the place. Lu Ming and the others stood on the surface of the sea and waited quietly. They wanted to know if the Lord of Heaven could really send in so many powerful geniuses. Time passed by day. Lu Ming found out through the illusory divine jade that some terrifying geniuses among the various races were rushing to the dragon race's mother planet. Originally, with the strength of the 10,000 dragon seals, it was impossible for these people to enter the dragon race's mother planet in a short period of time. Even if the 10,000 dragon seals weakened again after a few decades, it would still be impossible for these 7th-level divine emperors and above to enter. But now, the Lord of Heaven had spoken, and these geniuses were extremely excited. Entering the dragon race's mother planet, not only could they kill Lu Ming, but they also had a chance to obtain the position of Heavenly Daughter. In addition, the opportunities in the dragon race's mother planet were also very tempting. Of course, the distance between the various races and the dragon race's mother planet varied. Some races were quite far away from the dragon race's mother planet. Even with the wormhole, it would still take a long time. It wasn't until half a month later that a large number of geniuses from various races gathered outside the dragon race's mother planet. Wait a moment. I'll open a gap in the 10,000 dragon seals. Hurry up and rush in through the gap. Do you understand? Remember, those above the Divine Emperor realm, don't move. The backlash from the 10,000 dragon seals will be very strong. It will kill you. The Lord of Heaven said. Understood. The geniuses of various races shouted. Next, the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace made his move. His body emitted boundless divine light, and the starry sky began to tremble. Then, the boundless divine light gathered into a battle sword and slashed down at the dragon race's mother planet. Dazzling, incomparably dazzling, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Rumble, before the battle sword slashed down, the entire dragon race's mother planet shook violently, as if it was about to explode. Of course, this was an illusion. The dragon race's mother planet was born from the primordial chaos when heaven and earth were first created. How could it be destroyed so easily? If it could, it would have been destroyed in the battle back then. Roar! In the next moment, a dragon's roar shook the sky, and the entire dragon race's mother planet lit up. Then, an incomparably huge dragon claw reached out, grabbing at the dazzling sword light. 10,000 dragon seals, activated. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded, and it was as if dozens of stars had exploded in the starry sky. The dragon race's mother planet shook violently once again, and the seawater tumbled, causing a tsunami and huge waves hundreds of meters high. Lu Ming, Ao Guan, and the others opened their eyes wide, gathering their divine power in their eyes as they stared at the sky. Open! The Lord of Heaven shouted, and his voice shook the universe. Pure white divine power burst out crazily, gathering into an even bigger battle sword and slashing down. The Lord of Heaven was really too strong. Who knew how high his cultivation had reached, above the divine emperor realm, or above, no one knew. It was too far away from Lu Ming. Roar, the dragon's roar shook the sky, and the 10,000 dragon seals were activated. It was as if 10,000 divine dragons were roaring at the same time. Lu Ming vaguely saw a huge divine dragon curling its body, forming a circle around the entire dragon race's mother planet. Roar, this divine dragon let out a shocking roar, and stretched out a dragon claw, grabbing at the Lord of Heaven's battle sword. Another violent explosion sounded out. Strength overflowed in all directions. The dragon claw and the battle sword shattered at the same time. However, the Lord of Heaven made a grabbing motion, and a gigantic hand appeared, grabbing towards the 10,000 dragon seal. Then, the Lord of Heaven tried to tear the 10,000 dragon seal apart. However, the 10,000 dragon seal was not that easy to break. Dragon roars rang out as more dragon claws reached out and clawed at the claw formed by the Lord of Heaven. At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside the Lord of Heaven. This figure was also extremely huge, and its entire body emitted a pure white holy light. Shockingly, there were 6 pairs of pure white wings on his back. There were a total of 12 wings. A 12-winged angel of the angel race, a thought appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lord of Heaven, let me help you. The 12-winged angel's voice rang out. Boundless divine light enveloped it, and it transformed into an angel sword that slashed at the dragon claw. This 12-winged angel's cultivation was terrifying. Its combat power was actually not any weaker than the Lord of Heaven's. The pure white sword condensed from holy light slashed down, directly blocking the dragon claw's attack. Lu Ming discovered that the angel race's divine energy and attack method were very similar to the Lord of Heaven's. No wonder it was rumored that the angel race's backer was the Heavenly Palace. With the 12-winged angel blocking the dragon claw, the Lord of Heaven's hands were freed. With a shout, he waved his hands, and 2 huge palms appeared. He grabbed at the 10,000 dragon seal, and then tore it apart. Rumble, crack, terrifying explosions rang out, and the stars shook. Then, everyone saw that the 10,000 dragon seal had actually been torn apart by a crack. Although it was very small, it was really torn open. Lu Ming, Ao Guan, and the others' expressions changed. At this time, a figure appeared beside Lu Ming and the others. It was Ao Yan. Ao Yan looked at the sky, her expression very grave. It seems that the 10,000 dragon seal has really weakened a lot. Ao Yan muttered. Back then, when the 10,000 dragon seal had just been formed, not to mention 1 or 2 existences on the level of the Lord of Heaven, even 8 or 10 of them wouldn't be able to break it. In these past years, the 10,000 dragon seal had indeed become weaker. Nothing could stop the erosion of time. All of you, go in. Quickly. The Lord of Heaven shouted, allowing the various races' geniuses to take the opportunity to charge into the dragon race's mother planet. Charge. Immediately, the various races' geniuses charged toward the crack. The ones at the front were the demon-level geniuses from the top 10 races on the desolate 10,000 races board. However, when they reached the crack, they were blocked by a terrifying force. They were unable to move forward at all. There was even a monstrous genius with the highest cultivation, a quasi-emperor realm genius. With a miserable scream, his body directly exploded. This was a terrifying genius of the angel race, and he died just like that. Not good. The top 10 races' geniuses frantically retreated in fright. However, there were some monstrous geniuses from races ranked below the top 10. They charged through without being affected. Damn it. The Lord of Heaven roared, the top 10 races' geniuses, back off. Your bloodlines are too strong, and you're being targeted by the 10,000 dragon seal. Don't go in. The other race's geniuses, quickly go in. They can't go in. The eyes of the geniuses below the top 10 lit up. The fact that the top 10 race's geniuses couldn't go in was great news for them. There would be less competition. As for the top 10 race's geniuses, their expressions were ugly. Such a huge opportunity had slipped away just like that. They were unwilling. Quick, I can't hold on for much longer, shouted the Lord of Heaven. Whoosh, a large number of geniuses charged into the crack. In just a few breaths' time, several hundred people had charged in. All right, everyone else, back off. The Heavenly Lord yelled, and a surge of energy shot out from his body, pushing the rest of the elites back. The number of geniuses that had come was shocking. There were naturally more than a few hundred of them. However, the Lord of Heaven couldn't hold on for much longer. The backlash from the 10,000 dragon seal was too strong. He could only open the crack for a few breaths' time. Following that, the Lord of Heaven's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. The two hands he had condensed collapsed, and the crack also disappeared. Damn it. It's too bad we didn't make it in time. Those people really got lucky. The remaining geniuses were bitter and hateful. They cursed themselves for being a step too slow and missing such a good thing. They were envious, jealous, and resentful. In their view, among the several hundred people who had just entered, there would definitely be someone who would become a heavenly son or heavenly daughter. All right, all we have to do is wait, said the Lord of Heaven. He retreated with the 12-winged angel, and the light around him dimmed. Now that the geniuses had been sent in, all they had to do was wait. On the dragon race's mother planet, above the sea. After the Lord of Heaven tore open a crack in the 10,000 dragon seal, Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others left the sea. We can't fight these people. We can only avoid them for now. Follow me, Ao Yan said, and charged into the sea. Lu Ming, Ao Guan, and the others also charged into the sea. They swam into the distance. Lu Ming wasn't an impulsive person. The monstrous geniuses that came in this time weren't people they could deal with. The top 100 existences on the great desolate 10,000 races board were definitely terrifyingly talented. Furthermore, the cultivation limit was below the Divine Emperor realm. That meant that the people that came in were all 7th level Divine Lords or above. That was because they had already seen Lu Ming's strength. If their cultivation bases were too low, they wouldn't be Lu Ming's match at all. So the people that came in this time were definitely monstrous geniuses with extremely high cultivation bases. What could Lu Ming and the others use to fight against such geniuses? Being impulsive would only lead to death. Lu Ming and the others followed Ao Yan through the seabed. After a while, they arrived at a small island. The island was filled with restrictive spells. This island is called Punlai Island. It's very hidden and covered with restrictions. If we go in, those people outside won't be able to find us. Ao Yan formed a hand seal and opened the restrictions. They entered the island. What a spacious island. What dense divine qi. Lu Ming's eyes lit up the moment they entered the island. This island was incomparably huge, like a continent. Clearly, someone had used spatial folding techniques on Punlai Island. It looked small from the outside, but it was incomparably huge once they entered. Furthermore, the divine qi was extremely dense. It was even denser than Black Dragon Valley and Golden Dragon Ridge. The island was lush and full of vitality. They could smell the medicinal fragrance from afar. There were definitely many shocking divine herbs growing here. It's not bad to enter seclusion here, Lu Ming muttered. All right, we'll enter seclusion here. Brother Lu, you have the illusory divine jade. Can you use it to observe the outside world? Said Ao Yan. Of course. Lu Ming smiled and immediately took out the illusory divine jade to check. There was a commotion in the illusory divine jade. At one glance, Lu Ming knew that the number of monstrous geniuses who had entered this time was in the hundreds. They definitely won't be able to find this place. Let's cultivate here first. There are many divine herbs here. Once our cultivation bases increase, we'll go out and kill them all. Ao Yan said. Alright, it's cold. When the time comes, we'll make sure these people don't return. Ao Guan shouted coldly, his eyes ferocious. Everyone spread out to find a place to cultivate. Not long after Lu Ming and the others entered the bottom of the sea, the hundreds of geniuses who had entered from the outside had already arrived at the sea area where Lu Ming and the others had landed. They have left. They must be in the sea. Chase them. Spread out and chase after them, whoever catches up to them will be considered lucky. Hundreds of geniuses rushed into the sea and spread out, chasing in all directions. However, they were destined to not be able to find Lu Ming. After chasing for some distance, they simply could not find any trace of Lu Ming and the others. The dragon race's mother planet is only so big. Let's see where you can run to. Even if I have to search the entire dragon race's mother planet, I will find you. The hundreds of geniuses spread out. Some continued to search for Lu Ming and the others in the sea, while others went to the 3 continents to search for Lu Ming and the others. Previously, there were still many geniuses from the various races who had not left. The people who had entered later gathered those people and searched everywhere for Lu Ming and the others. However, in the end, they were all in vain. Time passed day by day, but they still could not find any trace of Lu Ming and the others. Pulai Island on a small mountain peak, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. It had already been half a year. Ever since the Lord of Heaven had torn the 10,000 dragon seal and allowed the geniuses from the outside world to enter, half a year had passed. During this half a year, Lu Ming had been cultivating on Pulai Island. His main cultivation direction was to control the taboo energy. That was because he realized that if he couldn't completely control the taboo energy, he wouldn't be able to use any other energy, let alone cultivate. Half a year was really too short. Although Lu Ming felt that his control of the taboo energy had increased, he was still a distance away from completely controlling it. Even so, Lu Ming felt that his strength had increased by a lot. As long as he controlled his muscles and bones, he could feel power erupting from every cell. When this power erupted, it was very shocking. Although he didn't use any secret techniques, when this power erupted, it was much stronger than when he used his secret techniques in the past. Roar. Meanwhile, a dragon's roar could be heard coming from another direction, followed by a powerful aura. Ao Yan also broke through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Ao Yan had broken through. She had broken through from the 4th level of the Divine Lord Realm to the 5th level of the Divine Lord Realm. Ao Yan's strength was already extremely strong. Now that she had broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Lord Realm, her battle strength had undoubtedly increased. Actually, in this half a year, Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the other 4 8-clawed divine dragons' cultivation had also broken through one level one after another. Pulai Island's cultivation environment was too good. Furthermore, it was filled with divine medicines. Ao Guan and the rest used these divine medicines to cultivate every day. The cultivation conditions were even better than when the dragon clan was at their peak. Their cultivation naturally increased very quickly. After all, when the dragon clan was at their peak, there were too many dragon clan members. The resources allocated to each dragon clan member was naturally limited. How was it like now, eating divine medicines like rice? In this half a year, Ao Guan and Ao Cheng's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Divine Lord Realm. With their battle strength, their cultivation reaching the 4th level of the Divine Lord Realm was enough to compare with the 7th level Divine Lord Realm two-headed werewolf prodigy back then. Their overall strength had soared by a large margin. Lu Ming stopped and headed in the direction where Ao Yan was. When he arrived, he saw that Ao Guang, Ao Qing, and the rest had all come. A silver 9-clawed dragon with a slender dragon body was coiled on a mountain peak. Between heaven and earth, endless divine chi rushed toward the silver 9-clawed dragon and was absorbed by her. A few hours later, Ao Yan's aura stabilized. She twisted her dragon body and transformed into human form. "Princess, you've broken through." "That's great." Ao Qing smiled. "Alright, princess. Let's kill our way out now. Those despicable fellows keep killing the dragon human clan members to threaten us. They deserve to die." Ao Guan gritted his teeth, his killing intent cold. "Let's take a look first." Ao Yan nodded. Then, she formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, images appeared in the sky. There were hundreds of images, projecting different mountains and rivers. These images were all images of various places on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Back then, when the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven attacked the 10,000 dragon seals, Ao Yen had left for a period of time. During this period of time, she had contacted the dragon-human clan members all over the place and set up many surveillance arrays. These grand monitoring formations were able to project images of the area they were in. During this period of time, they had watched the situation outside through the surveillance arrays. Some images were empty. There was no one in them. But in some images, there were people. Some were only the dragon-human clan, but in some images, there were also prodigies from the outside world. For example, one of the scenes. Tell me, where are those 9-clawed dragon and that Lu Ming? One of the geniuses from the outside world held a jade talisman in his hand. The jade talisman glowed and a portrait appeared. It was really a portrait of Lu Ming and the others. The geniuses from the outside world were interrogating a group of dragon humans. We don't know, we haven't seen them at all. A dragon human cried out. In that case, what's the point of keeping you alive? The geniuses from the outside world shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. One by one, the dragon humans exploded and were killed. There was not only one such situation, but several other places. In the past half a year, such a situation had happened frequently. In fact, Lu Ming had seen many such videos in the illusory space. The geniuses from the outside world had deliberately recorded these videos and placed them in the illusory space to provoke Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to come out. How dare you? Kill our way out and kill these bastards. Ao Guan roared angrily. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others also had killing intent in their eyes. These people's methods were too despicable. We have to kill our way out, but we can't rashly do so. These people from the outside world might have given us a chance, but we can't figure out their strength. If we want to kill a 9th-level Divine Lord or even a Quasi-Emperor, then not only will we not be able to kill them, but we will also lose our lives, Ao Yen said. She was much calmer than Ao Guan. Princess Ao Yen is right. We can kill them one by one, but we have to figure out their cultivation first. It won't be too late to take action then. Lu Ming nodded. Some dragon humans and I have set up surveillance arrays everywhere. This is very beneficial for our operation. We can slowly observe their cultivation in the dark. Ao Yen said. After discussing the plan, they began to take action. Ao Yen let the 4 8-clawed divine dragons continue to cultivate on Punlai Island while she, Lu Ming, Ao Qing, and Ao Guan set off. It was easier to move with fewer people, but more people would be more disadvantageous. They left Punlai Island and headed for the Dragon Spirit Continent. They silently entered the Dragon Spirit Continent and arrived at a mountain range. Outside the 10,000 dragon seals on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the Lord of Heaven, an almighty angel, naturally couldn't spy on the Dragon Clan's mother planet all the time. After all, with the cover of the 10,000 dragon seals, it was impossible to see the situation inside the Dragon Clan's mother planet from the outside. Only a cloud of smoke could be seen. Of course, an expert like the Lord of Heaven could still see through the 10,000 dragon seal if he wanted to. However, maintaining this state consumed a lot of energy. Even the Lord of Heaven couldn't maintain it for a long time. That was why Lu Ming and the others dared to come out. They weren't afraid of being spied on. Ao Yen waved her hand, and a picture appeared in the air. This is the Ziming Mountain, it's not far from us. There are 2 incredible geniuses from the outside world here. Let's observe their cultivation levels first before attacking. Ao Yen said. After the plan was made, they headed towards the Ziming Mountain and laid an ambush there. There were 2 powerful geniuses on the Ziming Mountain. They were monstrous figures of the Ziying clan. After secretly observing, they finally came to the conclusion that these 2 monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan were at the 7th level Divine Lord realm. They could attack. Now, the strength of the 4 of them had improved greatly compared to half a year ago. The other party was only at the 7th level Divine Lord realm, so they could definitely attack. Attack! Ao Yen shouted softly, and the 4 of them rushed towards the Ziming Mountain. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming and the others rushed out, their power caused a fluctuation, and they were immediately discovered by the two monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan. Their figures rushed into the sky, and purple lightning burst out of their eyes as they scanned Lu Ming and the others. It's them. It's Lu Ming and the nine-clawed dragon. How dare they take the initiative to attack us? Not only were the two monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan fearless, but they also looked excited. They turned into two purple lights and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their bodies were completely covered by purple divine light, and their strongest attacks, such as their origin source secret technique, were all unleashed. One of the monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan directly attacked Lu Ming. His palm was like a knife, and it slashed towards Lu Ming. There was a wisp of purple chi in his palm. This was his origin source secret technique, and it was extremely terrifying. Boom, Lu Ming still couldn't use his divine power, so his attack was still very direct. He directly punched out. Boom, Lu Ming's fist collided with the palm of the monstrous genius of the Ziying clan, and there was a violent explosion. At the same time, there were sounds of bones breaking, and then a figure retreated. It was the Ziying clan's genius, and Lu Ming's figure only swayed a little. The Ziying clan, ranked 99th on the list of 10,000 primitive races, is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now, his control of the forbidden power was stronger, and the power that he could unleash was also stronger. His battle strength was also stronger than half a year ago. Half a year ago, he could already kill a 7th-level divine lord from the two-headed wolf clan with his bare hands. Although the monstrous genius of the Ziying clan in front of him was also a 7th-level divine lord, his battle strength was stronger than the two-headed wolf clans. Indeed, the higher the rank of a race on the list of 10,000 primitive races, the stronger their bloodline power, and the stronger their battle strength in a battle of the same level. Of course, this was the average level, and there was no lack of exceptions. The Ziying clan's genius was even more shocked when his hand was broken by Lu Ming's punch, and there was disbelief in his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a 3rd-level divine lord. Kill! Lu Ming yelled and dashed out, charging toward the prodigy of the Ziying clan. At the same time, there was a dragon roar as Ao Guan rushed over to assist Lu Ming. After Ao Guan broke through to the 4th-level divine lord, his battle strength increased greatly. Although he might not be a match for the Ziying clan's genius in a one-on-one fight, he could still pose a great threat to his opponent. The 9 dragon claws kept clawing at the Ziying clan's genius. The genius waved his palm continuously, and purple light burst out, blocking Ao Guan's attack. But in this way, he put himself in a dead end. Lu Ming punched continuously, and in an instant, dozens of punches were thrown out. Dozens of terrifying fist forces crushed toward the genius of the Ziying clan like a storm. Ah, the Ziying clan's genius roared, and his purple hair danced wildly. Divine light burst out as he resisted with all his strength. However, he was still no match. He could only block a portion of the fist forces, and the rest of the fist forces bombarded his body, almost causing him to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked. In the end, Lu Ming punched through his glabella, obliterating his soul and killing him completely. On the other side, Ao Yan and Ao Qing joined forces to finish the battle. The other genius of the Ziying clan was also very strong, not weaker than the one who fought with Lu Ming. But now that Ao Yan's cultivation was at the 5th-level divine lord realm, she could completely crush her opponent. With Ao Qing, they quickly killed this person. This trip was very easy. Haha, awesome. Ao Guan laughed loudly. Previously, through the surveillance array, he had seen the 2 monsters from the Ziying race killing the dragon humans. Ao Guan had long wanted to kill them. Now that he had successfully killed them, Ao Guan felt extremely carefree. Lu Ming, did you record the scene just now with the illusory divine jade? Then, Ao Guan looked at Lu Ming again. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Ha ha ha, great. Ao Guan laughed loudly. Then, Lu Ming sent the scene of the battle to the illusory divine space. This was their powerful counterattack to the various races. If anyone wanted to deal with them and kill the dragon humans, they would have to face their revenge. It's Lu Ming, that kid. Damn it, is he threatening us? Where is he? It seems to be in the dragon spirit continent. Let's go and kill them. The monsters from various races were furious and rushed to Purple Bright Mountain from various places. Of course, Lu Ming and the others would not be so stupid to stay at Purple Bright Mountain and wait for others to kill them. After Lu Ming sent the video to the illusory divine space, they left Purple Bright Mountain and came to a secret place. The dragon race's mother planet was the home of Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others. They knew many secret places and it was too easy to find a place to hide. After hiding, they would use the surveillance array to monitor the various places. Sure enough, not long after, a large number of monsters gathered at Purple Bright Mountain. However, they naturally did not find anything. They searched the area around Purple Bright Mountain but could not find Lu Ming and the others. They could only leave dejectedly. Lu Ming and the others continued to look for targets that they could attack. 7 days later, they found their targets again. The other party also had 2 7th-level Divine Lord monsters Heavens Chosen, plus some Heavens Chosen below 5th-level Divine Lord. Those 5th-level Divine Lords and below were naturally left behind by those who had entered before. In the end, more than 10 of them were wiped out by Lu Ming and the others. The video was sent to the illusory divine space and caused a commotion. However, when these people reached their destination, Lu Ming and the others had already left. Damn it, you can only be a coward and sneak attack in the dark. Despicable and shameless. Don't let me find you, or I'll grind your bones to dust. Many people roared in the dream realm and even took videos to provoke Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others couldn't be bothered. They had already secretly returned to Punlai Island. This time, he had killed a few of the other party's prodigies in a row. It was a powerful counterattack. However, with their current strength, it was not appropriate for them to clash head-on with the other party. Encountering a 7th or 8th level Divine Lord was still fine. But if he encountered a 9th level Divine Lord or a Quasi-Emperor, then it would be dangerous. Furthermore, if Xiaochen ran into someone ranked very high, such as someone ranked in the top 10 of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races, he would be in danger. Of course, Lu Ming and the others already knew that the top 10 races of the Desolate 10,000 races board would not be able to enter. To them, this was a blessing in disguise. Now, they could only continue to cultivate and increase their strength. Only then would they be able to contend against these people. After returning to Punlai Island, they continued to cultivate while paying attention to the situation outside. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. At this time, Lu Ming felt that he had complete control of the taboo power. Any casual attack could erupt with terrifying power. At the same time, Lu Ming could already use all kinds of divine power. However, Lu Ming discovered a major problem. That was, his divine power could not be increased. When he could control his divine power, he was prepared to refine the divine medicine to increase his cultivation. However, when he refined the divine medicine, the energy of the divine medicine spread to every part of his body, scattering into every cell. To be more precise, there was a strong attractive force in each of his cells that absorbed the medicinal power. None of it was distributed to his divine power. Lu Ming tried more than 10 times and refined more than 10 divine medicines, but the result was the same. Lu Ming finally gave up. No way, could it be that my cultivation can't be increased in the future? Will I forever stay at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm? Lu Ming wailed. This was a major blow to him. Could it be that I have to cultivate the taboo power in the future? The problem is, how do I cultivate the taboo power? Lu Ming sighed. Although he felt that he had complete control of the taboo power now, allowing his combat strength to increase again, he did not know how to increase the taboo power at all. He asked Guillemot this question, but Guillemot also did not know. Lu Ming was speechless. Roar, 2 dragon roars came from afar. Ao Guan, Ao Qing, broke through again. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ao Guan and Ao Qing broke through consecutively. Their cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. Ao Yen had not broken through yet and was still at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. However, she had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. He believed that it would not be long before she could break through too. This speed could be said to be shocking. Lu Ming flew over and discovered 2 9-clawed dragons flying in the sky. Not long after, they transformed into human form. Haha, Lu Ming, how is your cultivation? Ao Guan laughed. It's SOSO. Lu Ming sighed. Seeing Ao Guan and the rest break through, he was extremely envious. Come, let's go find Princess and see the situation outside. Ao Guan smiled and headed towards the center of Punlai Island with Lu Ming and Ao Qing. That was where Ao Yan was in seclusion. When they found Ao Yan, they saw that Ao Yan's expression was somewhat ugly. It was even filled with killing intent. Ao Guan and the rest's hearts sank. Princess, what's wrong? Ao Guan asked. Look. After Ao Yan finished speaking, she waved her hands and an image appeared in the air. On a mountain peak, a large group of dragon men were tied up and kneeling on the ground. The number was shocking. There were at least tens of thousands of them. There was even a huge 8-clawed divine dragon lying on the ground powerlessly. On the side, there were some monstrous geniuses from various races who were staring coldly at these dragon men. I'll repeat myself. I know that you have set up surveillance arrays everywhere and can see the situation here. Even if you can't, it doesn't matter. We'll send it to the illusory space. Now, Lu Ming and your 9-clawed dragon, get over here obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill a dragon man every minute. A young man in a golden robe said coldly. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and grabbed a dragon man girl. No, don't. The dragon man girl was horrified. She kept struggling as tears flowed down her face. However, the young man in the golden robe's eyes were cold. Now, 1 minute is up. Kill. The young man in the golden robe shouted coldly. With a squeeze of his dragon power, the dragon man girl was killed. Damn bastards. Ao Guan roared furiously. Killing a person every minute. How many dragon men had these people killed? It was obvious that the other party wanted to use this method to force them out. Winged men? Lu Ming muttered with a cold look in his eyes. The golden-robed youth had a pair of golden wings on his back. He was clearly a monstrous genius of the winged men. A golden winged man. He had also entered when the Lord of Heaven tore the 10,000 dragon seal. He was definitely powerful. He wanted to use this method to force Lu Ming and the others to show themselves. Lu Ming, look at the illusory heavenly jade. Ao Guan faced Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone and the illusory heavenly jade appeared. Then, Lu Ming saw some videos that were posted by those people just now. With a thought, the videos appeared in the air for everyone to see. It was similar to before. These people were clamoring to kill the dragon men at the same time. You can continue to hide. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't show up in 3 days, I'll kill this 8-clawed divine dragon, drink its blood, and roast its meat. An 8-clawed divine dragon. Its meat must be delicious. Its blood is also very nutritious. Ha ha ha, remember, my name is Xianxia. In the last video, the monster from the Winged Men clan laughed heartily. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill this bastard. Ao Guan was furious. His eyes were red. Don't be rash. They're obviously trying to force us out. There must be a trap there. They want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Ao Yan stopped Ao Guan. Although she was also very angry, she did not lose her mind. Then what should we do? Do we just watch these bastards kill the dragon men and eat the flesh of our dragon race? I can't stand it. At most, I'll die. It's better than this. Ao Guan roared in anger. We need to think about this at length. Ao Yan said with a frown. It's not completely impossible to kill our way out. At this time, Lu Ming spoke. Brother Lu, do you have a good plan? Ao Yan's eyes lit up. They must have set up traps in the vicinity of that mountain peak. For example, slaughtering formations and the like. Thus, even if we are to fight, we cannot fight on that mountain peak. Furthermore, before we act, we must ascertain our opponent's cultivation. If there's an opponent we can't fight against, then we'll only be sending ourselves to our deaths. We won't be of any use. Lu Ming said. Then how do we lure them away? How do we know their cultivation bases? Lu Ming, don't hide it anymore. Just tell me. You're making me uncomfortable. Ao Guan said somewhat anxiously. Simple, we will set up an ambush near that mountain peak, then I will lure them out. Lu Ming said. It's too dangerous for you to lure them. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others' expressions changed. Don't worry. Now that I have complete control over that strand of energy, I can use the secret techniques of the origin source. Coupled with that energy, my speed is extremely fast. Even if they have quasi-emperors, I'm confident that I can escape. Right now, the Heavenly Palace's target is me. As long as they can take me down, they can become the Heavenly Prince or Heavenly Daughter. This is an extremely huge temptation. Thus, as long as I appear, they will definitely chase after me. This way, we can lure them out of that mountain peak, and at the same time, see their cultivation bases. Lu Ming said. Ao Yan and the others pondered. They wouldn't be in danger if they did that, but it would be a huge crisis for Lu Ming. If the other party had someone who specialized in speed, then it would be troublesome. How can we not fight? If this continues, we'll be too passive. We must kill them until they're terrified. Only then will they restrain themselves. Lu Ming said with a cold glint in his eyes. All right, let's do it. Ao Guan shouted. In the end, Ao Yan and Ao Qing also nodded in agreement. Just like last time, the 4 8-clawed divine dragons stayed on Punlai Island. Although they also wanted to participate in the battle, Ao Yan's attitude was firm. The 4 8-clawed divine dragon's strength was still a bit weak. The 8-clawed divine dragons seemed very close to the 9-clawed dragon, but their talent and bloodlines were very different. In a battle of the same level, the difference between an 8-clawed divine dragon and a 9-clawed dragon was very large. After discussing, they set off. Xianxia and the others had already sent out the location. They were afraid that Lu Ming and the others wouldn't go. Their destination was the Wind God Mountain Range. Thus, they used their fastest speed to head towards the Wind God Mountain Range. In just 2.5 days, they arrived near the Wind God Mountain Range. Then, Ao Yan, Ao Qing, and Ao Guan found a secret place to hide. As for Lu Ming, he was responsible for luring Xianxia and the others. Brother Lu, be careful. Ao Yan and the others were a bit worried. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and then headed towards the Wind God Mountain Range. On the highest peak of the Wind God Mountain Range. Xianxia and the others were on this peak. It seems Lu Ming and those cowards don't dare to come. Let's see how long they can hide. If they don't appear for a day, I'll kill them for a day. If they don't appear for a year, I'll kill them for a year. Xianxia sneered. His eyes were filled with brutal killing intent, as well as burning greed. Yes, greed. As long as he killed Lu Ming and handed over Lu Ming's corpse to the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven, he would become the Son of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. In addition, the Golden Winged Race's supreme expert had promised him a huge reward. As long as he could take down Lu Ming, he would soar. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become one of the overlords of the desolate universe. When he thought of that, his heart burned with passion. Bang! Xianxia casually killed a dragon man and roared, Lu Ming, hurry up and come out. I can't wait any longer. At this moment, an excited shout was heard. Lu Ming is here. Someone shouted. Xianxia's gaze quickly turned to the front. In the distant sky, a young figure was walking over. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. He's here, he's really here. That's great. Xianxia was trembling with excitement. Then, he glanced at the others on the peak. This time, he wasn't the only one who had set this trap. There were also other monstrous geniuses of the other races. Now that Lu Ming was here, these people would become his competitors. He was thinking rapidly about how he could take credit for Lu Ming's contribution later. But at this moment, Lu Ming stopped in the distance. He didn't continue to approach the peak. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Haha, looks like you care a lot about these dragon men. Xianxia laughed. I'm here. Let them go. Lu Ming said. I can let them go, but you can come over and exchange people for them. Also, get those 9-clawed dragon to come over and we'll let them go. Xianxia sneered. Let them go first. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you don't have the right to negotiate with us. Come over first and we'll let them go. Otherwise, I'll kill all these dragon men. Xianxia shouted. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. It was obvious that there was a trap there. Asking Lu Ming to go over? Was he that stupid? Bang, Lu Ming stepped on the void, but instead of moving forward, he moved backward. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters with each step. In an instant, he had retreated 100 miles. Xia's expression changed as he roared, Lu Ming, you still dare to retreat? Do you want these people to die? Let them go first. Otherwise, goodbye. Lu Ming said indifferently and continued to retreat. He was very decisive. Clearly, if Xianxia and the others didn't let them go, Lu Ming would retreat. Damn it. Damn bastard. Xianxia and the other monstrous geniuses roared in their hearts. Lu Ming's actions had exceeded their expectations. They had originally thought that since Lu Ming had appeared, he definitely cared about the dragon humans. They could use the dragon humans to threaten Lu Ming and make Lu Ming fall into their trap. That way, it would be easy to take down Lu Ming. But they hadn't expected that Lu Ming wouldn't care about the lives of the dragon humans and would immediately retreat. They had waited so long for Lu Ming to appear. How could they just watch as Lu Ming retreated? Even if they couldn't use the trap, they still had to take down Lu Ming. Chase. We can't let him go. Furious roars rang out as the monstrous geniuses present rapidly chased after Lu Ming. So they've really chased after me? Lu Ming sneered. This scene was within his expectations. The Heavenly Palace had offered such a high reward. These people definitely wouldn't give up on him. As long as he appeared, these people would chase after him no matter what. Therefore, Lu Ming wouldn't be threatened by them. Instead, they would be led by him. Xianxia was also a golden-winged person. His entire body emitted a golden light as his wings flapped rapidly. His speed was shocking as he chased after Lu Ming like a phantom. 8th level Divine Monarch Xianxia chased after him with all his strength. Naturally, his aura spread out. This was an 8th level Divine Monarch. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. An 8th level Divine Lord was much stronger than a 7th level Divine Lord. At the same time, Lu Ming also sensed the auras of other monstrous geniuses. There were a total of 9 people chasing after him. Among them, there was one whose aura was the same as Xianxia, also being an 8th level Divine Lord. The other 7 were all 7th level Divine Lords. The 9 monstrous skyprides unleashed their maximum speed and chased after Lu Ming. Especially Xianxia and the other 8th level Divine Lord youth, their speed was the fastest, closing the distance with Lu Ming at lightning speed. Brat, you can't run. Winged Evil roared savagely. Really? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Beneath his feet, the Wind Destroyer boots appeared. With the Wind Destroyer boots on his feet, his speed skyrocketed. At the same time, Lu Ming vibrated his muscles and bones. A surge of energy gushed out from every cell of his body, propelling him forward. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's speed skyrocketed, surpassing Xianxia and the other 8th level Divine Lord youth. The distance between them was widening. Damn it! Xianxia roared angrily, killing intent surging to the sky as he chased after Lu Ming with all his might. His cultivation is only 3rd level Divine Lord. Even if his speed is fast, he can't last for long either. The other youth said. They did not give up and kept following behind Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming brought Xianxia and the rest and was about to arrive at the place where Ao Yan and the rest were lying in ambush. Only 2 8th level Divine Lords. The rest are 7th level Divine Lords. I can fight. Lu Ming's mind whirled rapidly. Presently, Ao Qing and Ao Guan had both successfully broken through to 5th level Divine Lord. Their combat strength skyrocketed, enough to kill a prodigy like the 2-headed wolf race back then. And Ao Yan's cultivation was also about to break through to 6th level Divine Lord. Her strength was even more astonishing, enough to battle 8th level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses. And Lu Ming already completely grasped the taboo power. His combat strength also skyrocketed. He was confident that he could defeat that Xianxia. Therefore, facing these people, they could fight. If they ambushed, they might be able to take down the other party. Hence, Lu Ming immediately transmitted to Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and Ao Qing 3 people, telling them that they could take action. After Lu Ming lured the people to their ambush place, they could take action and ambush. Ao Yan 3 people responded very quickly. After planning it out, Lu Ming flew toward the place where Ao Yan 3 people were lying in ambush. Lu Ming flew past the mountain peak where Ao Yan 3 people were lying in ambush. Immediately after, Xianxia, as well as that 8th level Divine Lord youth also flew over. Ao Yan 3 people did not take action. They were waiting for those 7th level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses. Several breaths, the 7th level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses flew above the heads of Ao Yan and the rest. Do it. At this time Ao Yan 3 people made their move. They transformed into dragon forms, 9 claws stepping on the air, pouncing out like lightning, their speed swift to the extreme. One person dealing with one. Ao Yan 3 people, each one's combat strength was above the other party's. Plus, it was a sneak attack. A moment of carelessness and the other party was directly hit. Ah! Ah! 3 consecutive miserable screams. 3 of the youths had their bodies torn apart by Ao Yan 3 people. Dragon roars shook the sky. Their souls were annihilated. 3 7th level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses directly perished. Not good, there's an ambush. How many of them are there? Suddenly suffering an ambush, the other party's heart was somewhat flustered. He roared repeatedly and even hurriedly stopped, sweeping the surroundings with some alarm and fear. I'll leave the remaining few to you guys to deal with. Ao Yan warned Ao Guan and Ao Qing. Her body twisted, pouncing toward the 2 8th level Divine Lord existences in front. At the same time, Lu Ming's rapidly flying body suddenly stopped. He retreated, charging toward Xianxia. Boom, a punch punched out. The void trembled. Fist force surged wildly, crushing toward Xianxia. Courting death. Xianxia was not alarmed but delighted instead. What he was afraid of was not Lu Ming taking action. What he was afraid of was that Lu Ming would not take action. Taking action was exactly what he wanted. Golden light flourished from his body. His fingers curled like an eagle's claw, grabbing at Lu Ming. Break for me. Xia's eyes were sinister, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's fist with his claw. He could already hear Lu Ming's miserable shriek. A moment later. Boom, their attacks fiercely collided. It was like heavenly thunder rumbling, shaking the void. Then, Xia's expression changed drastically. He clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. Then, waves of intense pain came from his claw. Shua, Xia's body retreated explosively. His claws were already completely deformed. 5 of his fingers were already broken. How is this possible? Xia found it hard to believe. He was very clear just how hard his claw was. Even if it was a peak monarch-grade divine weapon, he could crush it with a single claw. But when he grabbed Lu Ming's fist, not only did he fail to crush Lu Ming's fist, but Lu Ming's berserk strength had broken his fingers instead. His arm was trembling slightly. Even his arm had nearly broken. How can a 3rd level Divine Lord be so powerful? That's right, it must be the function of that mysterious energy. Xia's thoughts rapidly turned, and he thought of that taboo energy. Of course, he didn't know that that energy was called taboo energy. That was because the Heavenly Palace hadn't made it public. Winged Evil was envious to death. I'm going to slaughter this brat and strip away that wisp of power within his body. Winged Evil roared, his killing intent even colder. But he had yet to make a move when Lu Ming already rushed over toward him. Lu Ming took a step out, his figure rushing toward. Winged Evil explosively, both fists blasting out continuously. In an instant, there were over 100 fist seals crushing toward Winged Evil. At the same time, Ao Yan already charged over, clashing with another 8th level Divine Lord youth. While Ao Guan and Ao Qing 2 people were in a fierce battle with the remaining 4 7th level Divine Lord existences. Kill! Winged Evil roared, erupting with full power, casting his source secret art, fusing with his wings. His pair of wings were like 2 divine blades, cutting through the void, slashing toward Lu Ming. Dang! 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 In an instant, Lu Ming's fists collided with Winged Evil's wings several dozen times in succession. In the end, Lu Ming was a notch stronger. Every one of his cells was fused with taboo power, indestructible, with boundless strength, beating Winged Evil until he repeatedly retreated. How is this possible? Some people roared angrily, seriously incomparably shocked. Lu Ming looked like he was just a third-level divine lord. His combat strength was actually powerful to such an extent. It must be that wisp of power, it must be. Some people's hearts burned even more fervently, wishing that they could take Lu Ming's power for themselves. However, Lu Ming naturally would not give him such a chance. His attacks were like a storm, continuously charging toward Winged Evil. The Winged Men race was ranked 130 on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races list. Their bloodline talent was even inferior to the top 100 races. Although he had 8th-level Divine Lord Cultivation, it was not that kind of especially heaven-defying. They were not like Lu Ming, who was a freak who could ignore the talents of different races. Hence, he was suppressed by Lu Ming for a moment. After the two people exchanged over 100 moves, some people felt intense pain in their palms and wings, the bones on them being cracked. In a head-on confrontation, he was not Lu Ming's match. Damn it! Winged Evil roared loudly in his heart, giving rise to thoughts of retreating. But how could Lu Ming allow him to retreat? Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl. The Hegemon spear appeared in his right hand, while his left hand grabbed the Sovereign's Gate. He swung it wildly at Wraith. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the Tyrant God Spear and the Gate of Gods did not pose much of a threat to Winged Evil. However, it was different when Lu Ming held it in his hands. Every strike contained the power of a taboo. Boundless power was applied to the Overlord God Spear and the Gate of Domination. It was even stronger than Lu Ming's bare hands. Xianxia was even less of a match. After a few moves, Xianxia's arm broke and exploded with a bang. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. His pair of golden wings were also cracked, and golden feathers were flying everywhere. Winged Evil frantically retreated, wanting to avoid the attack. However, due to his injuries, especially his golden wings, his speed was greatly reduced. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and pierced his body with his spear. The Tyrant God Spear vibrated, forming a terrifying shockwave that attacked Xianxia's body. Bang bang bang. Xianxia's body constantly emitted explosive sounds. This time Xianxia was heavily injured. Save me, quickly save me! Xianxia roared at the others. The other 8th-level Divine Lord youth was incomparably powerful. He was from one of the top 100 races of the Primordial Wasteland's 10,000 races. He was also an 8th-level Divine Lord, but his strength was above Xianxia's. Ao Yan was actually not his match. However, how could Ao Yan allow him to save Xianxia? Ao Yan used her full strength, not caring about whether or not she would be injured. She crazily charged at him, firmly entangling him. That made it difficult for him to help for a moment. As for Lu Ming's attacks, they were even more berserk. Xianxia retreated, but Lu Ming raised the Gate of Gods and smashed it down, smashing it into Xianxia. Xianxia let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. Half his body exploded. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived beside Xianxia. The Tyrant God Spear was as large as a mountain. No, my winged race's big shot is outside. You can't kill me. Xianxia roared in terror. I don't even care about the Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. Why would I care about a birdman? Die for me. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his attacks not stopping. This time Xianxia was no longer able to resist. When the Tyrant God Spear smashed down, Xianxia's body exploded, his body and soul annihilated. He completely perished. The winged race had another monstrous heavenly genius die at Lu Ming's hands. After killing Xianxia, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the battlefield. Ao Guan and Ao Qing were both 5th-level Divine Lords. Their combat power was powerful. Facing 4 7th-level Divine Lords, they already occupied the upper hand. However, Ao Yan was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming directly charged at Ao Yan, planning on helping Ao Yan kill that 8th-level Divine Lord youth first. When that 8th-level Divine Lord youth saw Lu Ming charge over, his expression changed. Lu Ming killing Xianxia just now, he had seen it with his own eyes. His strength was shockingly powerful. Although his own combat power was above Xia's, he still could not kill Xia. For Lu Ming to be able to kill Xia, his combat power was above his. Adding in the Ao Yen whose strength was not weak, the two of them joining hands to attack him. Everything pointed to disaster. Also, the other four heavenly geniuses were also at a disadvantage. If this continued, they would be completely annihilated. Retreat. The 8th level Divine Lord Youth made his decision. Then, he fiercely attacked with a move, attacking Ao Yen. Ao Yen was originally at a disadvantage, being continuously pushed back by the other party's full power attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, that 8th level Divine Lord Youth's figure rapidly retreated. Don't think of leaving. Lu Ming rushed over and threw the Tyrant God Spear out. Swoosh, the Tyrant God Spear was like a bolt of lightning, attacking the other party. But it was blocked by the other party. Furthermore, the other party even borrowed the Tyrant God Spear's power to retreat at an even faster speed. Lu Ming rapidly followed, not wanting to let the other party off. The two people, one chasing and one fleeing, traveled 100 miles in an instant. An exalted 8th level Divine Lord being chased around by a 3rd level Divine Lord person, truly embarrassing enough. Right at this time, a mocking voice came from not far away. This voice was very clearly aimed at that 8th level Divine Lord Youth. Lu Ming's gaze swept over and discovered that a youth appeared not far away. This youth was dressed in alternating black and white robes. His face was like jade, and he was very handsome, looking virtually the same as a human. It's you. When the 8th level Divine Lord Youth saw the black-robed youth, his expression changed, seemingly very wary. But instinctively, he heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, he flew toward the black-robed youth, landing beside the other party. Lu Ming also stopped in his tracks and squinted his eyes. This was because he instinctively sensed danger from this young man. After Lu Ming stopped, Ao Yen also rushed over, stopping beside Lu Ming. Xianxia, why are you here? The 8th level Divine Lord Youth asked, his tone very solemn, even reverent. I just happened to be nearby and saw you all provoking Lu Ming here, so I came to take a look. Looks like I didn't come too late. Xianxia said, not looking at the other party from start to finish. His gaze had always landed on Lu Ming. Xianxia's gaze landed on Lu Ming, his eyes burning with deep greed. To him, Lu Ming represented the position of Son of Heaven, represented a limitless future. Since I'm here, leave them to me. Xianxia opened his mouth and then took a step out. Boom, a powerful aura surged to the sky. 7th level Divine Lord. The moment Xianxia's aura erupted, Lu Ming and Ao Yen sensed that the other party's cultivation was a 7th level Divine Lord. However, Lu Ming and Ao Yen did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. That 8th level Divine Lord Youth was clearly very respectful of Xianxia. Clearly, the other party's strength could not be judged by cultivation. This time, many monstrous geniuses entered. It was possible to encounter any kind of person. Even if they encountered someone who could fight with them at the same level, it was also not impossible. Swish, suddenly, Xianxia moved. His figure flashed, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and Ao Yen. A snow-white longsword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming and Ao Yen. After slashing out, the sword light split into two, slashing at Lu Ming and Ao Yen respectively. Divine Dragon Slash. Ao Yen shouted coldly. The dragon horn on her head was shining, bursting forth with a resplendent divine light, slashing at the other party. As for Lu Ming, he brandished the Tyrant God Spear, blasting it at the other party. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive booms came over. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force surge toward him. His body trembled slightly, and he involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Ao Yen was the same, her 9 dragon claws retreating a few steps. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. Just one move, and Lu Ming knew that he had encountered a terrifying monster. This Xianxia's combat strength was shockingly strong. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th level Divine Lord realm, his combat strength was much stronger than that 8th level Divine Lord Youth. The Tyrant God Spear in Lu Ming's hand was constantly vibrating. A crack even appeared on it. To be able to block one of my moves, you have some strength. Looks like if I don't use my true strength, I won't be able to take you down in a short time. Xianxia was slightly surprised. He was surprised that Lu Ming and his companion were able to block his attack. In the next instant, a sword also appeared in his left hand. It was a pitch-black longsword, the complete opposite of the snow-white longsword in his right hand. Boom, his aura became even more violent. Two types of divine power circulated around him. One was black, the other was white. They intertwined with each other. Two types of god force, an ancient cultivation technique. No, that's yin and yang energy. He's a genius from the yin-yang race. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He immediately. The yin-yang race was one of the top races in the primitive universe. It ranked 16th on the primitive 10,000 races list. Any race that could be listed on the primitive 10,000 races list was definitely a big race. They were the overlords of the primitive universe, let alone the 16th place. It was said that the yin-yang race was born with the ability to control both yin and yang divine powers. They were much stronger than others. Moreover, the yin-yang divine powers could give birth to special origin secret arts with astonishing offensive power. Any member of the yin-yang race could easily crush those weaker races at the same level. Moreover, Xianxia was a genius of the yin-yang race. His strength was even more terrifying. Yin-yang kill. Xianxia's cold voice came from his mouth. Then, he slashed out with his black and white swords. Sword light burst out like a storm, sweeping toward Lu Ming and Aoyan. Block! Lu Ming roared. He put away the Gate of Gods and the Tyrant God Spear and focused on controlling his forbidden power. Every cell in his body emitted a burst of power. This power gathered on Lu Ming's fists. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out with both fists. In an instant, he had sent out hundreds of punches. Hundreds of punches shot toward the black and white swords. At the same time, Aoyan also unleashed her full power. Her dragon claws stepped on the air, unleashing a terrifying attack. A huge explosion occurred in the air. Divine light soared into the sky. In just a few breaths' time, two figures were crazily retreating. They were Lu Ming and Aoyan. The two of them retreated over 10,000 miles before stopping. Both of them had new sword wounds on their bodies. Aoyan's scales had been cut open, and there were at least a dozen sword wounds on her body. Blood was flowing. Her injuries were very serious. As for Lu Ming, he wasn't much better off. He also had over a dozen sword wounds that had almost cut him to pieces. But what surprised Lu Ming was that his injuries were rapidly healing. Even his opponent's yin-yang divine powers couldn't stop his wounds from healing. The forbidden power didn't just have powerful offensive power, it also had powerful recovery abilities. What power? Lu Ming's expression was incomparably grave. This yin-yang soaring universe was too strong. Even if Lu Ming and Aoyan joined forces, they were still not the other party's match. If they were fighting on the same level, Lu Ming had full confidence that he could easily suppress the other party. But when the other party's cultivation was several levels higher, their strength completely crushed him. This is troublesome. Looks like I really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Lu Ming sighed softly in his heart. Some time ago, Lu Ming and them had taken action several times. Those 7th-level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses were all easily killed by them. This made Lu Ming and them somewhat overconfident, somewhat underestimating the various races' heavenly geniuses. Previously, it was just that they hadn't encountered overly terrifying monstrous geniuses. But that didn't mean that there weren't any. Swish, yin-yang soaring universe's figure flashed, continuing to charge toward Lu Ming and Aoyan. Surging sword light swept toward the two of them. Its speed was extremely shocking, covering tens of thousands of miles. Lu Ming and Aoyan joined forces. But after exchanging blows, their injuries became even more severe. Lu Ming was still fine. His recovery ability was astonishing, but Aoyan's aura was weak. If this continued, she wouldn't be far from death. Ha ha ha, this Lu Ming and the 9-clawed dragon are dead for sure. Unfortunately, I didn't kill them. That 8th-level Divine Lord youth laughed inside. But unfortunately, he wasn't the one who killed them, so the reward wouldn't go to him. He glanced enviously at Xianxia's soaring universe. Then his gaze turned to Ao Guan and Ao Qing, revealing a greedy gaze. Ao Guan and Ao Qing were also nine-claw dragons. Although he couldn't kill Lu Ming and become the son of heaven, killing the nine-clawed dragon would also give him a great reward. He immediately charged toward Ao Guan and Ao Qing. With this person joining in, Ao Guan and Ao Qing also fell into a disadvantage. This situation was very passive for Lu Ming and the others. They had fallen into a dangerous situation. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Today's outcome is already decided. Lu Ming, I will trample over you to reach the peak and become the son of heaven. Xianxia's soaring universe was in high spirits. Xianxia's divine energy revolved around him, and his sword intense sword. He seemed to have transformed into two black sword lights that tore through the air. His speed was astonishing, and he instantly arrived in front of the two of them. Xianxia's soaring universe instantly arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best to block, but he was forced back. An even more terrifying sword light swept towards Ao Yan. Xianxia's soaring universe naturally saw that Lu Ming was harder to deal with, while Ao Yan was easier to deal with. He wanted to kill Ao Yan first before dealing with Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. Ao Yan was already heavily injured and couldn't block her opponent's attack. She would be killed. But it was already too late for him to save her. Fight. Ao Yan's eyes were ruthless. She planned to fight with her life on the line. Even if she died, she wanted to injure Xianxia's soaring universe so that Lu Ming, Ao Guan, and Ao Qing could escape. She was just about to burn her divine power. Suddenly, a strange energy enveloped her, making it hard for her to move. What's going on? This is space-time energy. Ao Yan was shocked. Then, she realized that the space around her started to ripple like water. In the next moment, Ao Yan's figure disappeared from where she was standing. The Xianxia's soaring universe's attack hit empty air. Space-time energy. Space-time spirit mouse. Xianxia's soaring universe let out a startled cry. He looked around and saw Ao Yan's figure appear 100 miles away. Ripples arose in space by Ao Yan's side, and then the figure of a young woman floated up into appearance. She looked to be 12 or 13 years old. She was incomparably cute, and her large eyes were blinking. Seeing this young girl, Lu Ming's body shook. His eyes were filled with joy. That was because Lu Ming was too familiar with this young girl. Although she had grown up a lot, Lu Ming still recognized her at a glance. Bubble. Lu Ming called out. That's right, this young girl was Bubble, who had been taken away by Senior Spacetime Spirit Mouse. After so many years, Bubble had grown up a lot. She was slender and elegant. Big brother Lu Ming, long time no see. Bubble smiled faintly. Her big eyes were also filled with pleasant surprise. You know the Spacetime Spirit Mouse? This Lu Ming is someone the Lord Heaven wants. You have to help him. Xianxia said. He could already tell that Lu Ming and Bubbles knew each other. His expression was solemn. That was because the Spacetime Spirit Rats were too terrifying. The atavistic Spacetime Spirit Rats could open wormholes. Therefore, the Spacetime Spirit Rats were on good terms with all the major races in the universe. Most importantly, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse ranked even higher than the Xianxiang race on the primordial 10,000 races roll. That's right, I naturally have to help my big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles blinked her big eyes. She took a step forward and appeared next to Lu Ming. She hugged Lu Ming's arm and rubbed her head against it. Long time no see. You've grown up. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles as he rubbed Bubbles' head. The Spacetime Spirit Mouse was indeed powerful. Back in the Lesser Kiliacosm, it could control spacetime. Now that it was in the primitive universe, it could still control spacetime. That's a gift. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression completely darkened. He knew that with the Spacetime Spirit Mouse around, it was almost impossible for him to kill Lu Ming. Friend of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse, you have to know that Lu Ming is someone the Heavenly Palace wants. If you help him, you'll offend the Heavenly Palace. Offending the Heavenly Palace is something that even your race can't bear. Xianxia said coldly. As long as you can't tell anyone, who will know that I helped Big Brother Lu Ming? Bubbles blinked her big eyes and said with an innocent look on her face. You want to kill me? Xianxia's expression changed. Then he revealed cold killing intent. The space-time spirit mouse is powerful, but the Yin-Yang race isn't weak either. You and I are at the same level. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Is that so? Bubble smiled. In the next moment, she directly charged out and pressed her hands against the void. Space shook like water, then folded and squeezed, trapping Xianxia in the middle. 7th level Divine Monarch. This was Bubble's cultivation base. It was much higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming sighed. A peak race was truly a peak race. They probably had a shocking amount of resources. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was already very fast, but compared to Bubble, the difference was clear. Bubble's powerful space-time energy caused Xianxia's expression to become extremely grave. Yin-Yang whirlwind slash. Xianxia roared and continued to spin. Sword Chi crazily spun, turning into a whirlwind that crazily cut through space-time energy. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless against Bubble. He erupted with his full strength, and his attack was even stronger than when he was fighting Lu Ming and Ao Yen. Zzz, an ear-piercing sound echoed throughout the sky. Xianxia's attack collided with Bubble's attack several hundred times. It had to be said that Xianxia was truly powerful. He actually managed to block Bubble's space-time energy. Yin-Yang fusion. Xianxia bellowed and the Yin and Yang energies merged into one. The black and white swords merged into one and an even more astonishing beam of sword light charged in a certain direction. It forcibly broke through the space-time power and escaped the area enveloped by the space-time power. Space-time spirit mouse race, just wait for the heavenly palace's fury. Xianxia roared, but he didn't dare stop. He crazily flew into the distance. Chase him! Shouted Lu Ming. If he escaped, he would most likely implicate the space-time spirit mouse race. Lu Ming didn't want to implicate Bubble and the space-time spirit mouse race just because of him. Big Brother Lu Ming, there's no need to rush. This fellow won't be able to escape. Bubble smiled. He had no intention of attacking, but he was very confident. At this moment, densely packed runes suddenly appeared in the void around the Yin-Yang soaring universe. Endless runes spread out and intertwined with each other, forming a huge array. Huge chains condensed and wrapped around Xianxia. With me here, you still think you can run? An arrogant voice rang out. Then, a young man appeared outside the array. The youth looked to be in his 20s. He was very handsome, but his face was filled with a ruffian aura. Nestle, Dandan also came. Lu Ming couldn't help but blurt out. That's right, this youth was the world's divine turtle, Dandan. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're no good. Not to mention your cultivation base being weak, you can't even deal with this fellow. If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have died. Dandan laughed. What are you talking about? Hurry up and deal with this person. Lu Ming's expression immediately darkened. As expected, he was looked down upon by Dandan the moment they met. But there was no other way. Lu Ming could sense that Dandan's cultivation base was also at the 7th level Divine Lord realm, the same as Bubble. As expected, a big race is good. Lu Ming could only sigh. The world's divine turtle race was an extremely terrifying race on the desolate 10,000 races ranking. They were ranked 15th on the desolate 10,000 races ranking, second only to the Spacetime Spirit Mouse race and higher than the Yin-Yang race. The 14th ranked Spacetime Spirit Mouse controlled spacetime. The 15th ranked World Divine Turtle controlled array runes. They were both peak races in the primitive universe. Some people said that if it wasn't for the fact that the Spacetime Spirit Mouse and World Divine Turtle races were too few in number, they could even be ranked in the top 10. It could be said that any one of these two races was a genius, an elite. World Divine Turtle, you dare to go against the Heavenly Palace's decree and help this person? You're treacherous. Xianxia roared. His sword light was like a rainbow, trying to break the chains formed by the array formation. But at this moment, Bubble reached out and pressed down. The space distorted and a powerful space-time force crushed towards Xianxia. Xiangyu's body stiffened. This opening was enough to decide his life and death. Kill! Dandan shouted coldly. Endless runes flashed and formed a battle sword. It flew out and pierced Xiangyu's forehead. Xiangyu roared. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pooh! The sword light accurately pierced through Xiangyu's forehead. Xiangyu let out an unwilling roar. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. Then, his body fell to the ground with a plop. There was no longer any trace of life in him. The 16th-ranked Yinyang race's top monster had fallen. This scene scared the 8th-level Divine Lord and the remaining 4 7th-level Divine Lords out of their wits. They didn't dare to stay and wanted to escape. But how could they escape? The space around them distorted and a powerful spacetime force enveloped them. Then, the space shattered like a mirror. The bodies of the 5 geniuses were shattered into pieces. They did not even have the chance to cry out before they died. With this, all the people who chased after them had died. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although Dandan and Bubble's Cultivation were both 7th-level Divine Lords, geniuses of the same level couldn't withstand a single blow from them. Even Xianyu wasn't a match for Dandan or Bubble in a one-on-one fight. It could be seen from the fact that he ran away. Origin ancient character. I can feel the origin ancient character. In his sea of consciousness, the quantifying character formula shouted. Who has the origin ancient character? Lu Ming's heart trembled. It's on both of them. The quantifying formula said. Both of them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Of course, he knew who the quantifying character formula was referring to. Dandan and Bubbles. He didn't expect that both Dandan and Bubble would have origin ancient characters on them. It seemed that after he separated from Dandan and Bubble, he wasn't the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. Dandan and Bubble also had a fortuitous encounter. Of course, Lu Ming didn't have any thoughts about Dandan and Bubble's origin characters. He was just happy for them. Ha ha ha, as expected of the people who follow me, Lu Ming. Each and every one of you is a peerless genius, a peerless hero. Lu Ming's soul power laughed heartily. Measurement formula, battle formula, bone demon, ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I've saved you again. You're not strong enough. Follow me in the future, I'll protect you. Dandan strode over, laughing heartily and looking pleased with herself. Okay, since I've offended the Heavenly Palace, I'll leave the Heavenly Palace to you in the future. Protect me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Dandan's face immediately fell, causing Bubble to laugh. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and Ao Qing flew over with surprised faces. They didn't expect Lu Ming to know the World Turtle and Spacetime Spirit Mouse. They were the top monsters of the dragon race back then, so they naturally knew about the Spacetime Spirit Mouse and the World Turtle. They knew how terrifying those two races were. If it weren't for their small numbers, they probably wouldn't be weaker than the dragon race. Moreover, one of the two races was good at the Spacetime Dao and could open wormholes, while the other was good at the Array Dao and was proficient in refining pills and arrays. So, they had a good relationship with the major races in the universe. Come, let me introduce you. Lu Ming introduced Ao Yan and the others to Dandan and Bubble. By the way, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. We saw you in the illusionary Divine Jade, so we came in to help you. Dandan curled his lips. Lu Ming's heart warmed. Obviously, Dandan and Bubble came in to help him. However, you can't let others know about your whereabouts. Once the Heavenly Palace knows about it, it'll be bad for your two races. Lu Ming said. Dandan and Bubble were silent. Over the years, they had cultivated in the two races and naturally knew a lot of things. They also knew how terrifying the Heavenly Palace was. No matter how strong their two races were, they couldn't compete with the Heavenly Palace. In the great desolate universe, the Heavenly Palace was supreme. This was not just a saying. Wait here for a while. We'll go and release those dragon humans. Lu Ming said. Then, he went to the mountain in front with Ao Yan and the others and released all the dragon humans. There was also the 8-clawed divine dragon. The 8-clawed divine dragon was overjoyed when it saw Ao Yan and decided to follow her. In the near future, the people from beyond the heavens will be harmful to us. You'd better find a secret place to hide. Don't come out. Ao Yan warned the dragon humans and told them to find a secret place to hide. Then, with the 8-clawed divine dragon, Dandan, and Bubble, they secretly returned to Punlai Island. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, a few prodigies came to the place where Xianxia and the others were killed. When they arrived, their faces were very ugly. This is Xianxia. When they saw Xianxia's corpse, their faces were very serious. Lu Ming deliberately left Xianxia's corpse behind to give the other prodigies a strong counterattack. Even Xianxia of the Yang race is dead. Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon race are probably very strong. We'd better spread the news and let the others be careful. It's best if we work together. If we act alone, we might be defeated one by one. Okay. In the end, a few prodigies sent the news to the illusory space. It immediately caused a huge commotion. This time, Xianxia and the others used an 8-clawed divine dragon and a large number of dragon humans to force Lu Ming to show himself. In the end, Lu Ming showed himself, but Xianxia and the others lost their lives. Even the Yang race's monstrous prodigy, Xianxia, was killed. It was really shocking. The result was that the winged men race's powerhouses were furious. The Yang race's powerhouses also spread the news that they must kill Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw this, he smiled faintly. Now, his state of mind was very calm. Even the Heavenly Palace wanted to deal with him. Why would he care about the winged men race and the Yang race? After returning to Punlai Island, Lu Ming and the others began to discuss and prepare to continue fighting back against the other prodigies. With the addition of Bubble and Faint, he was much more confident. However, the premise was that Dandan and Bubble could not be exposed. Ao Yan formed a hand seal, and images appeared one after another. She was using the surveillance array to monitor the prodigies of the various races, looking for targets to attack. However, most of the scenes were empty. There was no one in sight. Only a few images showed the figures of the various races' prodigies, but these prodigies were all in groups. It seems that these people have become very cautious after knowing that Xianxia and the others have been killed. It will be difficult to attack if they all gather together. Ao Yan frowned. There are so many prodigies from the various races. There must be someone who is alone. Watch me. Dandan walked over and waved his hands. Immediately, countless runes appeared in the void. Then, images appeared one after another. These are runes. Ao Yan's pupil shrank, and she was amazed. Dandan's understanding of runes and formations had reached the acme of perfection. Cultivators would usually dabble in runes and formations, but it was usually used to assist in cultivation. For example, Ao Yan thought that she was talented in runes and formations, but compared to Dandan, she was far inferior. The origin ancient runes that this guy obtained can't be that guy's formation, right? In his sea of consciousness, the quantifying character formula muttered. Lu Ming's expression was normal. At least a few thousand images appeared in the sky, and the scene in each image was different. This is the surveillance array. Lu Ming said. Yes, during this period of time, Bubble and I have traveled all over the dragon race's mother planet and set up many formations everywhere. How is it? It's much stronger than your surveillance array, right? Dandan looked at Ao Yan proudly. This guy still cared about his face. Amazing. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others exclaimed in admiration, causing Dandan to grin from ear to ear. Then, they carefully looked at the images. There were a total of 5,000 to 6,000 images, and the surveillance range was much larger. Many of the images had figures appearing. Soon, they discovered that some of the prodigies who were alone or in small numbers had gathered together. These few are alone and can't attack. They are shockingly strong. If we attack together, we will all die. Dandan pointed at a few prodigies who were alone. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. If even Dandan said so, these people were definitely terrifying existences. Do you know anything about these people? Lu Ming asked. I know a bit. Bubble and I have deliberately approached those people, so we know their approximate cultivation bases. Dandan said. Lu Ming was quite touched. It was obvious that Dandan and Bubbles had done this because of him. They had purposely approached these people and investigated their backgrounds. If you want to make a move, you can do it here, here, or here. These people aren't very strong, and I've marked every single one of the surveillance formations. It'll be easy to find them. Dandan said. Alright, then let's go. This time, we'll kill them until they're afraid. We'll kill them until they don't dare to stay here and scram out of the dragon race's mother planet. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After the discussion, Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles, Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and Ao Qing left Punglai Island. I'll open the way. Bubbles said. She waved her hands and the void fluctuated. A passage appeared. This is a wormhole. Lu Ming was shocked. Yes, but with my current cultivation base, I can only open a short-distance wormhole. If it's too far, I won't be able to. Bubbles said. On the side, Ao Yen and the others were amazed. She was only a 7th-level Divine Lord, but she could already open a wormhole. This was really shocking. Even if it was only a short distance. Lu Ming thought of Wanshin. When Wanshin was a 2nd-level Divine Lord, he could already open a short-distance wormhole. Bubbles was an expert in spacetime. Her cultivation base had already reached the 7th-level Divine Lord, and she also controlled an ancient origin word. It wasn't surprising that she could open a short-distance wormhole. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others stepped into the wormhole and disappeared. In the middle of a lake, there was a small island. This was originally the territory of a dragon-human force, but now it was occupied by a few outsider prodigies. These prodigies were from the Fire God race. The Fire God race was ranked 85th on the primeval 10,000 races list. It was also an extremely powerful race. This race was known as the innate Fire God. They were the incarnation of flames, and their control of flames had reached a superb level. This time, a total of 5 prodigies from the Fire God race entered the dragon race's mother planet and gathered together. They began to look for Lu Ming. After not finding him for so long, they began to occupy some ruins and sacred grounds, plundering the resources inside. At this time, the 5 prodigies from the Fire God race were discussing how to occupy more ruins and sacred grounds and plunder more resources. The resources of the dragon race's mother planet made them extremely excited. Even if they didn't kill Lu Ming, as long as they cultivated here for a period of time and plunder a large amount of resources, their cultivation base would also improve by leaps and bounds. What's going on? Why do I feel that the world has suddenly quietened down? A youth from the Fire God race asked curiously. I feel the same. It seems like there's no sound at all. Another youth from the Fire God race also frowned. Not good, there's a problem. Be on guard. One of the youth's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, in all directions, whether it was in the void, on the ground, or on any object, runes began to appear. These runes interweaved together to form a large formation. The large array formed chains that wrapped around them. There's an array. Charge out. A youth from the Fire God race shouted. The 5 prodigies from the Fire God race turned into flames. The flames soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying heat. They tried their best to charge out, wanting to burn the array. However, the void trembled and squeezed toward them like water waves. Their bodies stiffened, and then the chains formed by the large array firmly wrapped around them. Who is it? A youth from the Fire God race shouted. Swish, the next moment, a youth's figure appeared. Lu Ming, it's you. Why are you here? The 5 prodigies from the Fire God race shouted in shock. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed all his strength and punched out continuously. Boom. Boom, a terrifying explosion erupted. The bodies of the 5 prodigies from the Fire God race exploded, turning into balls of flames. However, the flames quickly gathered, and their bodies appeared again, but their auras were much weaker. Kill! Lu Ming hollered. His fingers were like swords as he pointed at their glabella. A terrifying force penetrated them and destroyed their souls directly. The 5 prodigies from the Fire God race fell. Their bodies collapsed on the ground, and their eyes revealed their unwillingness. Lu Ming summoned the illusory divine jade and recorded this scene. He then sent it to the illusory divine jade. Following that, they killed their way to the next location. In just one day, Lu Ming's group had killed 5 groups of heavenly geniuses from the outside world. This scene was transmitted to the dream space, causing a huge commotion. Everyone knew that this was Lu Ming's retaliation. This was Lu Ming's warning. How arrogant. Damn it, how can they appear and disappear so mysteriously? There was one time when I was rushing over, but I lost track of them. How can they end their battles so quickly? Those people aren't weak. Within the dream space, the various heavenly geniuses were discussing. That was because Lu Ming's group was too mysterious. Furthermore, the speed at which they ended their battles was too shocking. Some terrifying existences nearby had sensed the fluctuations of the battle and rushed over, but they had already lost track of Lu Ming's group. That infuriated the various heavenly geniuses, but there was nothing they could do. Many people were terrified, especially those who weren't particularly strong. There was even a group of heavenly geniuses who had entered with Lu Ming. Because they were too weak, they didn't dare to stay and left the dragon race's home planet. Entering the dragon race's home planet was very difficult, but leaving was actually very simple. As long as they kept flying high, they would automatically leave the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. At this time, Lu Ming's group had already returned to Punlai Island. The warning had already been issued. Now it was up to the various heavenly geniuses to react. Suddenly, over 10 figures appeared in a valley. Lu Ming's group can come and go without a trace. Furthermore, for them to be able to kill the various heavenly geniuses so easily, they definitely aren't simple. They either have some sort of treasure or someone helping them. We have to investigate this thoroughly. One of them arrived. He was wearing black and white robes. He was also a heavenly genius from the Yin-Yang race. Yin-Yang Xianxia was his younger cousin. That was why his killing intent was extremely dense. Indeed, this matter is too strange. Lu Ming's group shouldn't be that strong. We have to investigate this thoroughly. Another young woman said. I've already made an appointment with the Heaven's Legacy race's Xianxia. I trust that he'll be able to find the truth. Another youth said. All right. The Heaven's Legacy race's divination arts are unparalleled. With him here, he'll definitely be able to divine just what sort of tricks Lu Ming has. I didn't expect Xianxia to also come. He's here. Suddenly, many people looked in a certain direction. From that direction, a young man was flying over. This young man was very handsome. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and he looked like a human. The only difference was that there was a star mark between his eyebrows. He was wearing a long robe, which was also embroidered with various star patterns. Xianxia. Many people's eyes lit up. Brothers. Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted everyone with a confident smile on his face. Xianxia, I'm counting on you this time. I hope you can deduce Lu Ming's background, what treasure he's using, or who is helping him. The prodigy from the Yin-Yang race said. No problem. Xianxia smiled. The Heaven's Legacy race specialized in divination and was known to know everything in the world. Of course, this was an exaggeration. However, the Heaven's Legacy race was ranked 13th on the Great Desolate 10,000 races ranking, one rank higher than the Spacetime Spirit Mass race. However, it will take some time. Xianxia continued. Then, he began to act. With a wave of his hand, jade talismans flew out one after another. A total of 360 jade talismans flew out, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of miles. This area of tens of thousands of miles was where Lu Ming and the others had killed a group of prodigies. Then, the jade talismans shone. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the air, divine light spreading out, resonating with the 360 jade talismans. Then, his hands rapidly formed seals. In an instant, the sky changed. The sky here was covered by a starry sky. Xianxia was using a great divine ability to deduce. The other prodigies watched in the surroundings, not daring to make a sound. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, Xianxia's movements suddenly stopped, and the stars in the sky disappeared. It's done. Tianji Haoyue said. How was it? Did you deduce it? The prodigy from the Yin Yang race asked. Look. Tianji Haoyue pointed his finger at the void, and an image appeared in the void. In the image, Dandan and Bubbles' figures clearly appeared. The two of them were using a grand formation and the space-time Dao to trap several prodigies. Then, Lu Ming and the others appeared and killed those prodigies. It's the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse. The Yin Yang race's prodigies recognized them at a glance. Damn it. The World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse are actually helping that Lu Ming. How dare they openly disobey the orders of the Heavenly Palace? Do they want to be exterminated? Send it to the dream space. Let the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven decide. Immediately, they sent the information Tianji Haoyue had deduced to the dream space, causing an 18th grade tremor. The World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse were actually working together to help Lu Ming. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, they finally understood why Lu Ming was able to kill so many prodigies without anyone noticing. Not good. They know. On Pulai Island, Lu Ming's expression changed when he saw the contents of the dream space jade. Dandan and Bubble also saw it, and their expressions turned ugly. They could secretly help Lu Ming, but if they were exposed, the Heavenly Palace would definitely punish them. Dandan and Bubble had been with the two races for so long, and they already had a sense of belonging. They also didn't want the Heavenly Palace to punish them. But now, they couldn't hide it anymore. As expected, the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven was furious and questioned the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse in the dream space. The two races' experts were shocked and claimed that they didn't know about this matter, and that there were already experts rushing over to the dragon race's homeworld. At the same time, the two races' experts transmitted messages to Dandan and Bubble, telling them to leave Lu Ming and leave the dragon race's homeworld. I'm not leaving. Bubble pouted and stayed by Lu Ming's side. This matter is going to be troublesome. Dandan muttered and frowned, but he also didn't leave. A few days passed just like that. Lu Ming. In the sky above the dragon race's homeworld, an incomparably loud voice rang out. When Lu Ming heard it, he knew that it was the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven. Although you're hiding, I know you can hear it. You're very good, even the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse are helping you. Now, I'll say that the two little fellows of the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse, if you leave the dragon race's homeworld, I'll let bygones be bygones. If you don't repent, the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse races will be destroyed because of you. The Lord of Heaven's voice rumbled through the dragon race's homeworld and the starry sky outside. His voice was filled with killing intent, causing many races to tremble in fear. The Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven is a man of his word. Many races were trembling in fear. Although many races were on good terms with the World Turtle and Space-Time Spirit Mouse, they didn't dare to speak now. In history, there were powerful races that disobeyed the orders of the Heavenly Palace and disappeared in the long river of history. The dragon race was so powerful back then, but they were still destroyed. Now that the Lord of Heaven is furious, who would dare to speak up for the Space-Time Spirit Mouse and World Turtle? Dandan and Bubble's faces were extremely ugly. If this continues, it will really implicate the World Turtle and Space-Time Spirit Mouse races. Dandan, Bubbles, you two can leave. Lu Ming said. Now, he can only let Dandan and Bubbles leave. Since they have been exposed, Lu Ming can't implicate them. Brother Lu Ming, I won't leave. Bubbles gritted her teeth. I'll stay too. Dandan said. What are you two staying for? Leave? Do you want the World Turtle and Space-Time Spirit Mouse races to be destroyed? Lu Ming deliberately said with a cold face. There is another reason, Dandan and Bubbles must leave. Now that they have been exposed, Dandan and Bubbles will be in danger if they follow him. Who knows what the Heavenly Palace has up their sleeves? Therefore, Dandan and Bubbles must leave and draw a line with him. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly shook violently. Then, a voice sounded. Bubbles, get out here. This is a woman's voice, there is some urgency and anger in her voice. Master. Bubbles' body trembled, her eyes showed a struggling look. Her master is here, the middle-aged woman who took her away back then. Dandan, you bastard, you turtle bastard, get out here, do you want to die? Then, another boorish voice sounded. This old man is here too. Dandan whispered, his face was also full of struggle. The space-time spirit mouse and the world turtle had both arrived, and they were people who were very close to Bubble Dandan. Dandan, Bubble, you two can leave. Lu Ming said. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was still hesitating. Let's go. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Don't you understand me? I've seen all sorts of storms. Even the Heavenly Palace can't do anything to me. In the future, we will still have a chance to meet again. But if you continue to stay here, I can only go out and surrender. Lu Ming stared at Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, the Lord of Heaven, the World Turtle, and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse continued to speak. His meaning was simple. He wanted Dandan and Bubbles to leave now. If they left now, they could let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the two races would face a calamity. Go. In the end, Lu Ming ordered them to leave with a cold face. Big brother Lu Ming, you must survive. Bubbles was reluctant to leave. Tears were in her eyes. Lu Ming, I know you will definitely be fine. I will wait for you to rise. In the future, if you want to kill your way to the Heavenly Palace, I will accompany you. Dandan spoke and transmitted to Lu Ming. Okay, haha, let's go. Lu Ming said. In the end, Dandan and Bubbles left. There were still two races behind them that they had to take into consideration. Roar, not long after Dandan and Bubbles left, a dragon's roar came from the sky. It was very mournful and seemed to be in great pain. Lu Ming took out the illusory heavenly jade and looked. His face turned gloomy. What's going on? Why is there a dragon's roar outside? Lu Ming, what happened outside? Ao Yen looked at Lu Ming. Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others did the same. Take a look. Lu Ming took out the illusory heavenly jade and an image appeared. The background of the image was the universe outside the dragon race's mother planet. There were some figures in the starry sky. They could see the huge figure of the Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace standing in the starry sky. In addition, they could see a huge divine turtle floating in the starry sky. Lu Ming guessed that it should be the world divine turtle. Closer to the dragon race's mother planet, there were several huge figures. One of them was golden and had a pair of wings. It was the winged race's powerhouse. The other was the Wu people's powerhouse. At this time, the winged race's powerhouse was holding a divine dragon in his hand. The divine dragon had 6 claws on its abdomen. It was a 6-clawed divine dragon that was 10,000 meters long. Kill! The winged race's powerhouse shouted. A golden light flashed and the 6-clawed divine dragon's head was cut off. Dragon blood spurted out. This divine dragon is your reward. The winged race's powerhouse waved his hand and the divine dragon's corpse flew out. A group of middle-aged and young winged race members caught it. Haha, divine dragon blood is a great tonic. There's also divine dragon meat. The winged race members laughed. They actually drank the divine dragon's blood and roasted the divine dragon's meat in the starry sky. Damn it! This bunch of mixed hairs. Seeing their fellow clansmen being eaten alive, Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others were furious. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. At this time, the winged race's powerhouse took out a bag and reached his hand into it. When he reached out, he grabbed another divine dragon. Just like before, he killed it and gave it to the other winged race members to drink. Lu Ming and the rest of the divine dragons, I know you can see it. You better hurry up and show yourselves. Otherwise, the divine dragon race will really go extinct. The winged race's powerhouse spoke in a cold voice. Damn it, I'll fight it out with him. Fight it out. At most, we'll die. Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others were so angry that they wanted to rush out. The divine dragon race was spread across the universe. Back then, the divine dragon race on the dragon race's mother planet was almost wiped out. However, there were still many divine dragons in the universe. Obviously, the winged race's powerhouse had searched the universe and captured many divine dragons to force Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others to show themselves. In the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven watched coldly, condoning such actions. Don't be rash. Ao Yen reprimanded. Although she was trembling with anger and wanted to rush out and fight to the death, her spiritual wisdom stopped her. Now, there were very few divine dragons left, and the nine-clawed dragon was even fewer. They were the last hope of the divine dragon race, and they could not be sacrificed in vain. If they wanted revenge, they had to survive. Ao Yen stopped Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others. They're going too far. Ao Guan roared, his eyes red. This grudge must be avenged, but not now. Ao Yen said. Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the other divine dragons listened to Ao Yen. Although they were angry, they could only listen to Ao Yen. Princess Ao Yen is right. This grudge must be avenged, but we need to plan it carefully. Lu Ming also persuaded. How can we plan it carefully? Should we wait for them to kill all the divine dragons in the universe? Ao Guan said. Maybe we can find a special place to counterattack. Is there a divine dragon burial ground on the dragon race's mother planet? Lu Ming asked. Divine dragon burial ground? Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others were very curious. Lu Ming nodded, and the primordial divine dragon horn appeared. The primordial divine dragon horn floated above Lu Ming's head. This is, when Ao Yen, Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others saw the primordial divine dragon horn above Lu Ming's head, their eyes widened in shock, confusion, and disbelief. Could this be the primordial divine dragon horn? Ao Yen said with a trembling voice. She seemed to be in disbelief. That's right. It's the primordial divine dragon horn. I don't think the primordial divine dragon horn is among the origin secret techniques you've awakened. Lu Ming said. Indeed, he had some doubts in his heart. During this period of time, he had seen many people from the dragon-human clan, but none of them had awakened the ancient divine dragon horn. Even nine-clawed dragons like Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and Ao Qing, as well as other eight-clawed divine dragons, had not awakened the primordial divine dragon horn. Instead, they had awakened other origin secret techniques. It really is the immemorial divine dragon horn. A legendary secret technique. Ao Guan and Ao Qing widened their eyes and stared at the horn with all their strength. Ao Yen took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It's normal that we haven't awakened the primordial divine dragon horn. In fact, in the history of the dragon race, those who have awakened the primordial divine dragon horn are as rare as phoenix feathers. Why? Lu Ming was very surprised. He originally thought that the dragon clan could easily awaken the primordial divine dragon horn. That's because it's the war horn of the dragon race. Once the primordial divine dragon horn appears, it can summon the soul of a dragon to command 10,000 dragons. Anyone who awakens the primordial divine dragon horn is a peerless genius of the dragon race. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to awaken the immemorial divine dragon horn. In the history of the dragon race, there weren't many people who managed to do so. I really didn't expect that a member of the dragon race like you would be able to awaken the immemorial divine dragon horn. Ao Yen sighed. But soon, Ao Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming, you're looking for the divine dragon graveyard because you want to use the ancient divine dragon horn to summon a dragon soul, right? Ao Yen guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Sure. With the archaic divine dragon's horn, you can summon the dragon souls of past generations. You'll definitely be able to kill the various geniuses. Ao Yen said. Good, haha, let's kill him. Ao Guan also became excited. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed, because he discovered that the illusory heavenly jade was releasing another video. With a thought, the illusory divine jade glowed, and an image appeared in the air. In the image was a group of youths. Clearly, they were the geniuses of various races. The geniuses of the various races stood in the air, high and mighty. Below them, a large group of figures knelt on the ground. These figures were all dragon humans from all over the dragon clan's mother planet. In front of the dragon human tribe, there were a few divine dragons lying on the ground, their auras weak. Lu Ming and members of the dragon race, listen up. This is only a portion of it. You'd better come out yourselves. Otherwise, these dragon men and mystical dragons will all die. Also, we will go to the ruins and sacred grounds. If you guys don't show up, we will kill all the Dragonians and divine dragons on the dragon race's mother planet. In the sky, a young man shouted with a murderous aura. Damn it! Ao Guan roared. The winged men were capturing divine dragons outside, drinking their blood and eating their meat. On the dragon race's mother planet, the various races' geniuses were hunting the remaining divine dragons. All of this was to force Lu Ming and the others to show up. This was simply too much. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others also had cold killing intent in their eyes. Lu Ming, on the dragon race's mother planet, there's a place called the Dragon Burial Slope. Many dragon race experts in the past would be buried there after reaching the end of their lifespan. Over there, with the primordial divine dragon horn, you will definitely be able to summon the dragon soul to kill the enemy, Ao Yan said. Alright. Let's set off now. This time, we must kill them until they are afraid. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Alright, we'll kill them all. Ao Guan shouted, somewhat impatient. The group did not stop and left Penglai Island, heading towards the Dragon Burial Slope. The Dragon Burial Slope was located in the middle of the Dragon Spirit continent. The terrain here was steep, and the slopes were connected together like huge divine dragons lying on the ground. On the slope, there were many large tombs. These were the tombs of past divine dragon race experts. As soon as he arrived, Lu Ming felt like his primordial divine dragon blood was about to boil over. This feeling was the same as when Lu Ming had been in the core of the Lost Star River. That was where the six-clawed black dragon resided. It was also this feeling that allowed Lu Ming to summon the dragon soul. But this feeling was countless times stronger than in the Lost Star River. Woo! Lu Ming took out the primordial divine dragon horn and blew it. A series of strange sound waves were emitted from his body. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from one of the tombs. Then a dragon soul came out of the tomb. This dragon soul had 8 claws on its abdomen. When it was alive, it had been an 8-clawed divine dragon. A powerful aura permeated the air. The dragon power was vast and mighty, making Lu Ming and the rest feel immense pressure. Summoning the dragon soul. The dragon soul has appeared. It really works. It really works. Wonderful. The dragon horn is a natural commander of the dragon race. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others whispered excitedly. Lu Ming continued to blow the primordial divine dragon horn. Dragon souls appeared in several more tombs. However, not all tombs would have a dragon soul appear. Some didn't. Ao Yan explained that not all dragons would have an indestructible dragon soul after they died. Some would dissipate after a long time. Some wouldn't form at all. After a while, Lu Ming put away the primordial divine dragon horn. The dragon soul also disappeared. Good place. Now I'll use the Dream Divine Jade to record a video and send it to the dream space to lure those people over. Lu Ming said. Then he controlled the Dream Divine Jade and aimed it at himself. I'm at the Dragon Burial Slope. Come if you have the guts. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His words were very simple. He told them the location and then sent it to the dream space. He believed that the various races' geniuses would definitely come. Those people would have doubts and worry that Lu Ming had set a trap here. But they would still come. That was because they wanted to take down Lu Ming too much. Moreover, Lu Ming and the others had so few people, while the other party had monstrous geniuses from various races. The other party had that confidence. Sure enough, after Lu Ming sent it to the dream space, it caused a commotion. Many people's eyes were burning. They wanted to make a move, but they were worried that Lu Ming had set a trap. In the end, a genius of a large race called for everyone to gather and deal with Lu Ming together. A few days later, a large number of figures gathered on a peak. Swish! Swish! In the sky, there were still people flying over. The various races' geniuses were gathered here. At the peak of the mountain stood several figures. The other geniuses were far away from these figures, looking at them with fear in their eyes. These figures were the strongest group of people who had entered the dragon race's mother planet this time. Among these people was Tianji Haoyue of the Tianji clan. Another person was the peerless genius of the Yin-Yang race, Yin-Yang flying catkins. There was also a young man with green skin and sharp fangs. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This young man had a terrifying background. He was a genius of the Azura race. The Azura race was ranked 11th on the primitive 10,000 races list. It was an extremely terrifying race that was born to fight and kill. Every member of the Azura race was a natural warrior with terrifying combat strength. This genius of the Azura race was at the Quasi-Emperor realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Even Tianji Haoyue and Yin-Yang flying catkins looked at him with grave eyes. There were also a few other young men who were extremely terrifying existences. They were not weaker than Yin-Yang flying catkins. Everyone, Lu Ming took the initiative to reveal his destination this time. Be careful of any traps. Yin-Yang flying catkin said. So what if there's a trap? We have so many people. Our strength is enough to crush them. Any tricks will be useless. The genius of the Azura race cultivated the Tao of sealing. His face was ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Why don't we use those dragon men to threaten Lu Ming and the others and make them come to us? Wouldn't that be better? Another young man said. Impossible. Tianji Haoyue shook his head. Lu Ming must know that as long as we capture him, we will be conferred the title of Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. Who would give up such a great reward? He must know what we're thinking. So, if we use the dragon men to threaten Lu Ming but he doesn't listen and stays at that place, then we won't go over? These words made the face of the previous young man sink. Indeed, even if they threatened him, Lu Ming would not come. Would they not go over to capture Lu Ming? That was impossible. Who could resist the temptation of a son of heaven or daughter of heaven? Since they would definitely go over, why would Lu Ming be threatened by them and come? Lu Ming was not stupid. So, on the surface, it seems that we have taken down a large number of dragon men and we have the initiative. In fact, as soon as Lu Ming appears, we will become passive. Because we will definitely not be able to resist capturing him. Tianji Haoyue said. The others nodded. I'm afraid that they will set a trap and we will suffer heavy losses. Yin-Yang flying catkin said. You don't have to worry about that. A son of heaven and daughter of heaven. Let me introduce you to my friends. With them. Tianji Haoyue said before turning his gaze towards a certain spot in the void. Suddenly, ripples arose in space there, and then two figures appeared. The man's figure was sturdy and full of strength. The woman had a graceful figure and was extremely beautiful. And Yin-Yang flying catkins, Xiao Feng, and the others' expressions changed. Just by sensing their auras, they could tell that one of them was a world turtle and the other was a space-time spirit mouse. Tianji Haoyue, previously, the world divine turtle and the space-time spirit rat clan helped Lu Ming. If you ask them to help, be careful of harming yourself. Yin-Yang Haoyue said coldly. Yin-Yang Haoyue. Someone from my clan helped Lu Ming because he has a personal relationship with Lu Ming. I don't know any Lu Ming. My clan's ancestor ordered me to redeem myself. We must capture Lu Ming. The burly young man from the World Divine Turtle said. Same for my clan. The woman from the Space-Time Spirit Mouse said concisely. That's right. The World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse have a personal relationship with Lu Ming. But it doesn't mean that others will. With them around, no trap will work. Tianji Haoyue said with a smile. Everyone's eyes flashed. Indeed, there was no trap under the eyes of the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse. Then, who will Lu Ming belong to after we break the other party's trap? A young man asked. It's simple. Whoever can capture Lu Ming will get him. Xiao Feng said loudly. His eyes swept across the crowd with a fierce look. Everyone's face sank. They were extremely wary of Xiao Feng. All right, we're almost all here. Let's go. Tianji Haoyue said. He waved his hand and a map appeared. After looking at the map, everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the Dragon Burial Slope. After a while, the Dragon Burial Slope was in sight. This terrain is indeed suitable for setting up formations. Tianji Haoyue said. The Tianji clan was not only good at deduction, they were also proficient in observing the heavens and earth. They were even proficient in formations. However, there was still a gap between them and the World Divine Turtle. This should be the burial ground of the Divine Dragon clan. Let's be careful. The young man from the World Divine Turtle looked around and said. Everyone nodded and continued to fly towards the depths of the dragon burial slope. Lu Ming, I see him. There's also the nine-clawed dragon. A few excited voices rang out. In front of them was a huge slope. To be precise, it was a huge dragon tomb. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others were sitting cross-legged and looking at them indifferently. Are there any formations around? Yin Yang Flying Catkins asked. No, I've observed carefully. There are no traces of formations around. The young man from the World Divine Turtle said. I've observed with the power of space-time. There are no abnormalities within 1,000,000 miles. The space-time spirit mouse said. No abnormalities. Xiao Feng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others were a bit stunned. In their view, it was normal for Lu Ming and the others to set up traps around. Now that there were no traps, they were a bit uncertain. There's no mistake, right? Yin Yang Flying Catkins asked. There's no mistake. The young man from the World Divine Turtle said. At this moment, Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others had already stood up. The World Divine Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clans. It seems that Dandan and Bubble aren't the only ones entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming looked at the young man and woman of the two clans and his eyes moved. He wasn't surprised that the prodigies of the World Divine Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clans were here. After all, Dandan and Bubble had helped him to kill the prodigies of the other clans before. Even though the World Divine Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clans had a special status in the universe and had a good relationship with the other clans, they had obviously violated the orders of the Heavenly Palace. It would be unreasonable if they didn't make some compensation. The best way to atone for their sins was to do something good. Since there's no trap, then, Yin Yang Flying Catkins's eyes flashed coldly and a black and white divine light burst out and directly rushed towards Lu Ming. Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Lu Ming is mine. Xiao Feng shouted coldly and his body also rushed out. The sky kept exploding. At the same time, a few other terrifying prodigies also attacked together and rushed towards Lu Ming. Since there were no traps, they couldn't help but directly attack, afraid that Lu Ming would be taken down by others. When Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Xiao Feng, and the others attacked, the entire dragon burial slope was flooded with divine light. These heavenly geniuses were too strong. Quasi-emperors. When they attacked, Lu Ming's muscles tensed up and his hair stood on end. He felt incomparable danger. Yes, quasi-emperors. Xiao Feng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others were all quasi-emperors. In the Taishu dynasty, they were on par with the Taishu Sage Emperor, the Barbarian Emperor, and the Holy Old Heavenly King. But in terms of battle power, these heavenly geniuses were many times stronger than the Barbarian Emperor and the others. If they fought at the same level, the Barbarian Emperor, the Holy Old Heavenly King, and the others would only be killed in an instant. Even the quasi-emperor Undying Demon King wasn't a match for these people. If Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others relied on their own strength, they would be killed in an instant. But this time, Lu Ming and the others didn't think of relying on their own strength to fight. The instant Xiao Feng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others attacked, Lu Ming also moved. He held the primordial divine dragon horn in his hand and blew it. Woo, an ancient and resounding horn sounded, as if an ancient battlefield had reappeared. Roar, then, a heaven-shaking dragon roar came from the dragon tomb under Lu Ming's feet. The dragon tomb lit up, and a huge dragon soul flew out. This was the dragon soul of a nine-clawed dragon. It was mighty and extraordinary, and its vast dragon might made people's hearts palpitate. Although they didn't know what era this divine dragon was from when it was alive, Lu Ming had used the primordial divine dragon horn to summon an indestructible dragon soul countless years after its death. It was still extremely powerful. A dragon soul wasn't a soul. It was equivalent to a remnant undying will, or a trace of imprint. The dragon soul roared and swept its tail at Yin Yang Flying Catkins and the others. Boom, a series of violent explosions rang out, and energy overflowed. The attacks of Xiao Feng and the others had actually been blocked. It's a dragon soul. Damn it. Could this be the legendary war horn of the divine dragon race? He's just a human. How could he awaken it? Tianji Haoyue thought of something and roared in shock. Who cares about the horn? Kill! Xiao Feng roared. His body swelled up, and he transformed into a giant Azura. Black Godforce rolled off of him, and he wielded a huge saber. With a murderous aura, he charged toward Lu Ming. The yin-yang flying catkins was shrouded in yin-yang qi. The yin-yang twin swords slashed through the sky towards Lu Ming. Its might was many times stronger than the yin-yang flying catkins. The other skyprides also unleashed their full strength and charged towards Lu Ming. Behind them, those geniuses with weaker cultivation levels also dashed toward Lu Ming. This time, a full 1,000 terrifying heavens chosen came. Their cultivations were all 7th level divine lord and above. No one could resist the temptation of becoming a heavenly son or heavenly daughter. Woo woo woo, the sound of the primordial divine dragon's horn became urgent. Then, the dragon tombs lit up, and the dragon's roar resounded through the world. Roar roar roar, amidst the dragon roars, several enormous dragon souls appeared and roared toward the sky with overwhelming dragon might. Under Lu Ming's control, these dragon souls charged at the skyprides. These dragon souls were all major characters of the dragon race. When they were alive, they were shockingly powerful. Even though they had died countless years ago, leaving behind only a remnant soul mark, their combat power was still terrifying. Ah, miserable screams rang out. In just an instant, there were casualties. At least a dozen skyprides were torn apart by the dragon souls. Even the yin-yang flying catkins, Xiao Feng, and the others were sent flying. Space-time energy. World formation. The space-time spirit mouse and world divine turtle skyprides attacked. Countless runes suddenly appeared around Lu Ming and the others. Furthermore, the space around them began to ripple. Powerful space-time energy began to spread towards them. However, Lu Ming had long since been prepared for this. The dragon tomb they had chosen wasn't a random one. The 9-clawed dragon soul they had summoned was incomparably powerful. Under Lu Ming's control, the 9-clawed dragon soul suddenly retracted. Its dragon claws stepped on the air, and the runes, formations, and space-time energy all exploded. Regardless of whether it was the formation or the power of time and space, they were all blasted apart by the immense power. Then, the 9-clawed dragon soul coiled around Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others to protect them. Woo woo woo, Lu Ming circulated his god force, blowing the primordial divine dragon's horn. The ancient sound spread in all directions. Dragon souls constantly flew out of the dragon tombs, attacking the various skyprides. Almost all of these dragon souls were 9-clawed dragons. 8-clawed divine dragons, and even the weakest was a 7-clawed divine dragon. Some of them were so strong that they could even suppress Xiao Feng, yin-yang flying catkins, and the others. Miserable screams rose and fell as more and more skyprides were killed. In just a short while, over 100 skyprides had fallen. As for them, they couldn't even get close to Lu Ming. Furthermore, the number of dragon souls here was increasing, while their numbers were decreasing. Damn it, we fell into his trap. Let's retreat and leave this area. This kid has the primordial divine dragon's horn and can summon dragon souls. As long as we leave this burial ground, we'll be fine. Many people, including Tianji Haoyue, roared. They planned to retreat first before thinking of a way to deal with Lu Ming. They did their best to retreat. However, could they retreat so easily? Clearly not. The place Lu Ming had chosen was the center of the divine dragon burial ground. There were dragon tombs all around. At this moment, dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Especially several huge dragon tombs. Their roars shook heaven and earth. Several incomparably huge dragon souls appeared. Roar, one of the 9-clawed dragon souls grabbed at yin-yang flying catkins. This dragon soul's strength had reached a shocking level. Its vast aura made yin-yang flying catkins cry out in fright. He could sense that this dragon soul had completely surpassed the divine sovereign realm. It was definitely a divine emperor, and not an ordinary divine emperor. It was so strong that he couldn't resist. Roar. A dragon roar rang out as a dragon claw grabbed at Yin Yang flying catkins. Yin Yang flying catkins tried his best to break out, but the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. The dragon claw swiped at him, and Yin Yang flying catkins let out an unwilling cry. His body directly exploded, and his soul was destroyed. Even the nearby skyprides were killed. There were at least 4 of such terrifying dragon souls surrounding the place. The various skyprides were surrounded. Xiao Feng, Tianji Haoyue, and the others had ugly expressions. Spacetime Spirit Mouse, quickly open a wormhole. Let us charge out. Tianji Haoyue roared at the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. I can't open a wormhole. With my strength, I can't do it. The Spacetime Spirit Mouse prodigy shouted. Although her cultivation base was higher than Bubbles, her talent wasn't as strong as Bubbles. She couldn't open a wormhole, not even a short-distance wormhole. Damn it! Tianji Haoyue and the others panicked. If they couldn't open a wormhole and leave, they would definitely die under the siege of so many dragon souls. Attack Lu Ming. These dragon souls are all controlled by him. As long as we take him down, all the danger will be resolved. Tianji Haoyue roared. Kill! Xiao Feng roared and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The other geniuses did the same. Yes, their only chance of survival was Lu Ming. As long as they took down Lu Ming, all the danger would be resolved. All the geniuses charged at Lu Ming. Woo woo woo, the primordial divine dragon horn began to hum rapidly. Divine power poured into Lu Ming's body from the quantum character art, allowing the primordial divine dragon horn to take effect. One by one, the divine dragons charged toward the skyprides of the various races. There were also many souls around Lu Ming. Tianji Haoyue and the others couldn't charge in at all. As for the 4 strongest dragon souls, they were already charging at them. Those 4 dragon souls were too strong. With each move, over a dozen geniuses were killed. In just a short while, half of the geniuses had fallen. There were over 500 of them. This was an incomparably huge loss. These geniuses were all 7th-level divine lords. If they were placed in the various races, they would have become divine emperors. It wouldn't be difficult for them to become even stronger existences. But now, a large number of them had fallen. Boom! At this moment, the entire dragon race's mother planet let out a rumble and violently shook. Lu Ming's gaze swept towards the sky. Outside the dragon race's mother planet, an incomparably huge figure appeared. The holy light was even more resplendent than the sun. Heavenly Palace, Lord of Heaven. Stop! The Lord of Heaven shouted. His palm shone and slashed out. It turned into a resplendent sword of light and slashed at the dragon race's mother planet. Roar! 10,000 dragon seals were activated to resist the sword of light. Rumble! The entire dragon clan's mother planet shook violently. Some mountains even exploded. The dragon burial ground also shook violently. Even Lu Ming's primordial mystical dragon horn paused. The Lord of Heaven has come to save us. Let's work together and kill our way out. All the prodigies roared and rushed in the same direction. Outside the dragon race's mother planet, the Lord of Heaven's attacks were extremely violent, even more terrifying than the last time. Sword of Heaven survey. The Lord of Heaven roared, and the universe shook. This time, he returned to the Heavenly Palace and retrieved the treasure of the Heavenly Palace, the Sword of Heaven survey. As soon as he returned, he saw the geniuses of various races being trapped by Lu Ming's soul. He immediately attacked. A holy sword appeared in the hands of the Lord of Heaven. Boom! At this moment, the Lord of Heaven's aura was at its peak. A few wisps of sword chi seeped out and directly cut open the starry sky. A few ferocious cracks appeared in the vast starry sky, spanning an endless distance. In the endless distance, planets were cut in half one after another, and stars exploded one after another. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. These were just a few wisps of overflowing sword chi, and it was already so terrifying. If the Lord of Heaven used his full strength, he might really be able to cut open an entire galaxy. Legend has it that some of the top powerhouses in the universe could directly destroy an entire galaxy with a full-strength attack. It was not just a rumor. Slash! The Lord of Heaven roared. Holding the sword of heaven survey with both hands, a terrifying power condensed and then turned into an extremely condensed sword chi that slashed towards the dragon clan's mother planet. Roar! At this moment, the 10,000 dragon seals boiled. The entire 10,000 dragon seals turned into an incomparably huge divine dragon that coiled around the dragon clan's mother planet. This was the complete manifestation of the 10,000 dragon seals. This divine dragon roared, and its dragon claws burst out with golden divine light as it grabbed at the sword of heaven survey. Boom! As if the universe had exploded, the two sides were completely annihilated in the middle of the collision. The dazzling divine light made people unable to open their eyes. The dragon clan's mother planet shook violently. Many peaks collapsed, and in the sea, endless waves rolled, forming a tsunami. In the end, outside the dragon clan's mother planet, the result was decided. The dragon claw formed by the 10,000 dragon seals actually exploded. The sword chi formed by the sword of heaven survey also shattered. However, it turned into wisps of sword chi that spread across the surface of the dragon clan's mother planet. That collision just now caused some weaknesses to appear in the 10,000 dragon seals. In an instant, many sword chi seeped in and permeated into the dragon clan's mother planet. These sword chi were weakened to the extreme by the 10,000 dragon seals, and did not have much power left. However, they were still extremely terrifying. These sword chi bombarded the ground of the dragon clan's mother planet without any target. Boom! Boom! The mountains were penetrated, and huge pits were blasted out on the ground. Many dragon beasts were swept by the sword chi and turned into ashes. Some unlucky dragonians were swept by the sword chi and died on the spot. The people from the outside world are coming in, quickly hide. Hide in the ruins. Quickly. At this moment, the entire dragon clan's mother planet was in chaos. Countless dragonians roared in horror, as if doomsday was coming. Many people roared and rushed into the various ruins. Most of these ruins were shrouded in restrictions and had spatial folding technology to avoid disasters. The dragon clan's mother planet was in chaos. At the dragon burial slope, a wisp of sword chi also fell. This sword chi had no target, and it fell directly. When it fell, a large number of dragon souls were directly destroyed. However, a large number of skyprides from various races were also killed by the sword chi, at least dozens of them. In the end, the sword chi fell on the ground and blasted out a huge pit. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others' faces were a little pale. If this sword chi fell on them, only death would await them. Fortunately, their luck was not bad and it did not fall near them. However, this way, the dragon souls in that direction were destroyed by the sword chi, including a terrifying dragon soul. This way, a flaw appeared in the encirclement. Charge out. How could Tianji Haoyue and the others miss such an opportunity? They pushed their speed to the limit and rushed out with all their might. The skypride of the spacetime spirit mouse was the fastest. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement. Next was Tianji Haoyue, Xiao Feng, and the others. They also rushed out of the encirclement. The other skyprides rushed out with all their might. Wu Lu Ming continued to blow the primordial divine dragon horn, controlling the remaining dragon souls to chase after the various skyprides. In the end, after a few dozen skyprides were left, the remaining skyprides all left the dragon burial slope. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the skyprides from various races in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, because the Lord of Heaven suddenly made a move, a flaw appeared in his plan, and these people escaped. Huff Tianji Haoyue and the others left the dragon burial slope, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still had lingering fears. That damned Lu Ming. Tianji Haoyue roared in his heart, his face incomparably sinister. This time, he had lost a lot of face. The Tianji race was known for their flawless plan, but this time, he had miscalculated. Even he himself had almost been completely wiped out. This was a great humiliation to him. He already bore a deep grudge against Lu Ming. Dragon race, Lu Ming, I will return this enmity tenfold. Tianji Haoyue roared in his heart, but then he thought, the Lord of Heaven is about to make a move. This Lu Ming is dead for sure. I probably won't have a chance to take revenge. What a pity, people in the dragon race's mother planet, listen up. All of you, withdraw from the dragon race's mother planet. If you don't, I won't be able to take care of you when I make a move. The Lord of Heaven's voice came from beyond the sky. Go, let's leave quickly. Go. The expressions of the various races' geniuses changed greatly. They couldn't care less about the opportunities here and flew towards the sky. The Lord of Heaven was clearly going all out. The Lord of Heaven had broken the 10,000 dragon seals. Even if a wisp of energy seeped into the dragon race's mother planet, it was incomparably terrifying. Just like just now, it was just a wisp of sword energy, but no one could block it. If they were unlucky and were hit by the sword energy, only death would await them. None of the various races' geniuses dared to stay, and they all flew into the sky. The 10,000 dragon seals wouldn't stop them from flying out of the dragon race's mother planet. These people flew out of the range of the 10,000 dragon seals and returned to the starry sky. In an instant, almost all the various races' geniuses had left the dragon race's mother planet. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility of some unwilling ones hiding in some ruins on the dragon race's mother planet. The Lord of Heaven couldn't be bothered with this. Is the Lord of Heaven going all out? Lu Ming looked at the sky with a solemn expression. He didn't put away the ancient divine power horn and continued to control the dragon soul. When the Lord of Heaven attacked the 10,000 dragon seals, if the energy seeped in like before, he could control the dragon soul to block it. It was better than them defending themselves, even though they weren't very confident. After the prodigies of the various clans left, the Lord of Heaven looked at Lu Ming and the others. Do you really think you can stop me with just 10,000 dragon seals? How naive. The Lord of Heaven's cold voice sounded, and the holy light on his body became even more dazzling. The sword of sky survey in his hand emitted a terrifying aura as if it was going to slaughter the world. The sword of sky survey had the power to survey the heavens and could slay anyone in the world. It was a precious treasure of the heavenly palace. The cultivation of the Lord of Heaven was fully unleashed. Endless destructive power poured into the sword of Heaven sentinel. Today, I will break these 10,000 dragon seals. The Lord of Heaven shouted coldly, and he became one with the sword. His body and the sword of sky survey seemed to become one, turning into a dazzling sword light that stabbed towards the dragon race's mother planet. This time, it wasn't just a sword light like the previous time. Instead, the Lord of Heaven and the sword of sky survey had become one, and the power of the attack had reached a terrifying level. The 10,000 dragon seals turned into an incomparably huge divine dragon. It let out a long roar, and then directly pounced towards the Lord of Heaven. Boom, the two sides collided once again. Crash, with the Lord of Heaven as the center, the void within 100 million miles was directly annihilated, turning into nothingness. Nothing was left. The prodigies and the older generation experts of the various clans had already evacuated this part of the starry sky, not daring to stay at all. Endless destructive power swept across the starry sky, and wherever it passed, nothing was left. Even the huge star that accompanied the dragon race's mother planet trembled, and its flames dimmed, almost extinguishing like a candle flame. Boom! Boom, boom. Outside the sky, there were continuous explosions, and airwaves swept across. Looking up from the dragon race's mother planet, the sky was dazzling and extremely spectacular. Roar, then, there were dragon roars, and Lu Ming saw that the divine dragon formed by the 10,000 dragon seals actually trembled, and was forcibly cut in two by the sword light. Of course, this divine dragon being cut in two didn't mean that the 10,000 dragon seals were broken. That divine dragon was just the manifestation of the 10,000 dragon seals' counterattack. The divine dragon being broken only meant that the counterattack of the 10,000 dragon seals was broken. Boom, then, the sword light didn't stop, and continued to slash downwards. However, a layer of light shield appeared around the dragon race's mother planet. This layer of light shield surrounded the dragon race's mother planet in the middle, and on the surface of the light shield, there were countless divine dragon figures moving around. This was the true appearance of the 10,000 dragon seals. It was just that they usually didn't show it. The sword light heavily slashed on the light shield, and a shocking explosion erupted. The dragon race's mother planet shook even more violently, and terrifying energy seeped into the dragon race's mother planet, scattering on the ground. On the dragon race's mother planet, the ground, mountains, and seas were constantly exploding, and countless life forms died. There were also several energy blasts that landed near the dragon burial slope, and several dragon tombs exploded. Fortunately, none of the energy blasts landed on Lu Ming and the others. Their luck wasn't bad. The 10,000 dragon seals were constantly vibrating. Above them, countless divine dragons were roaring and glowing. The sky patrolling sword surveys the world, killing everything. Break! The Lord of Heaven's voice shook the universe's starry sky, and holy light extinguished the starry sky, turning it into nothingness. Crack, a sound was heard, as if porcelain had been shattered. A crack was forcibly torn on the 10,000 dragon seals. Not good. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others' expressions changed. Previously, the winged race's experts and the Wu people's experts had wanted to tear open a crack on the 10,000 dragon seals and then kill Lu Ming. But with their strength, they weren't able to do that. In the end, they had been injured by the 10,000 dragon seals and had retreated. But now, the Lord of Heaven's sky patrolling sword had forcibly torn apart the 10,000 dragon seals. Even 10,000 dragon seals can't stop me. The Lord of Heaven roared. The holy light on his body condensed into two large hands, and he clawed at the crack on the 10,000 dragon seals, preventing the 10,000 dragon seals from merging. Kid, if I want to take down someone, no matter where they are, they won't be able to escape. There's no place for you in the universe. The Lord of Heaven's voice spread throughout the starry sky. Then, a holy light passed through the crack and seeped into the dragon race's mother planet. It turned into a hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. The hand covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire dragon burial slope. This is troublesome. Lu Ming whispered. It's more than troublesome. Kid, you're dead. Guillermo shouted. Lu Ming, facing this situation, Lu Ming wouldn't give up. He blew the primordial divine dragon horn, and one soul after another roared and rushed towards the hand. However, this was the Lord of Heaven's attack, and it wasn't weakened by the 10,000 dragon seals. How terrifying was its power! These dragon souls couldn't block it at all. As the huge hand pressed down, the dragon souls shattered one after another like fireworks. In an instant, all the dragon souls were annihilated. The hand continued to press down. Sigh, Lu Ming put down the primordial divine dragon horn and let out a long sigh. The gap between him and the Lord of Heaven was too big. Even if he wanted to go against the heavens, he couldn't do so. But at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened in shock. It wasn't just Lu Ming. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others all looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, a divine dragon suddenly appeared in front of the huge palm. This divine dragon was just a 5-clawed divine dragon. It didn't look any different from an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon. However, it gave off an incomparably majestic and unfathomable feeling. Roar, a heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the entire dragon clan's home planet. A dragon claw stretched out, rapidly expanding, and collided with the Lord of Heaven's palm. With a loud boom, the palm formed by the Lord of Heaven was crushed by the dragon claw. It turned into energy and disappeared. It was blocked. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others were all dumbfounded. That was an attack from the Lord of Heaven. Although it wasn't his full strength, it was still terrifying enough. This 5-clawed divine dragon that suddenly appeared actually blocked that attack. The key was that this 5-clawed divine dragon looked extremely lifelike. It wasn't an attack condensed from the 10,000 dragon seals. It had its own spirituality. It was like a living being. The divine dragon clan actually had such a powerful existence. In the distant starry sky, the experts of various races were gathered. There were the older generation, and there were also the younger generation. Images were floating in the air, showing Lu Ming and the others, as well as the scene of their previous confrontation. That was because there were many geniuses who had set up monitoring formations all over the dragon clan's home planet. There were also some people who had left their illusory divine jades on the dragon clan's home planet to monitor it. So they could also see the situation on the dragon clan's home planet. A 5-clawed divine dragon is so powerful? What's going on? There's still such a powerful remnant of the divine dragon clan alive? Everyone was discussing all kinds of doubts and guesses. At this time, the heavenly palace's Lord of Heaven stared at the five-clawed divine dragon. His pupils shrank, and he said coldly, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the world destruction black dragon Ao Qian. You're really lucky to still have a wisp of your soul left behind. What is Senior Ao Qian?" When Ao Yan heard this, she cried out in alarm. "No way, Senior Ao Qian is still alive. Didn't he die in battle back then?" Ao Guan and Ao Qing also cried out in surprise. However, soon after, their eyes erupted with a fiery radiance. That was the radiance of worship. "Everyone, is this Senior Ao Qian a big shot of your dragon clan?" Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others. "He's not just a big shot, Ao Qian is a legend of the dragon clan. He came from an ordinary background, he was only a five-clawed black dragon. But as a five-clawed black dragon, he rose against the heavens and defeated countless geniuses of the dragon clan. Even the nine-clawed dragon lost to him. After that, he became the strongest cultivator of the dragon clan," Ao Yan said. "Furthermore, Senior Ao Qian came from a small world," Ao Guan added. Although they were all nine-clawed dragons, which was the embodiment of the dragon clan's bloodline talent, they were all dragons. However, when they talked about Ao Qian, their eyes were full of worship and passion. A five-clawed divine dragon from a small world actually became the #1 expert of the dragon race. Lu Ming was also amazed. The five-clawed divine dragon had the lowest talent in the divine dragon clan. Ao Qian, on the other hand, came from a small world, but in the end, he became the #1 expert of the endless dragon clan. This was completely an epic. This was an invincible figure, a peerless hero, an overlord of the universe. However, according to the Lord of Heaven, Ao Qian seemed to only have a wisp of his soul left. Before we were sealed back then, it was said that Senior Ao Qian had already died in battle. I didn't expect him to still be alive," Ao Yan said, her eyes bursting with hope. She was the princess of the dragon clan and shouldered the hope of the dragon clan's rise. However, how old was she and how high was her cultivation base? This pressure was too great. Now that she knew that the #1 expert of the dragon clan was still alive, she breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the pressure had lessened by a lot. "Yale, get out of the dragon clan's mother planet." In the sky, Ao Qian spoke. His voice was deep and full of dominance. Yale was the name of the Lord of Heaven. He directly asked a Lord of Heaven to get out. "Ao Qian, you're just a wisp of your soul. If you were at your peak, I would still be a little afraid. A wisp of your soul still dares to come out. Today, I'll completely turn you into ashes." The Yale Lord of Heaven roared, and holy light burst forth. However, after the delay just now, the power of the 10,000 dragon seals became stronger and stronger. It produced a counterattack, and the Yale Lord of Heaven was forced to retreat. The gaps in the 10,000 dragon seals that had been opened reformed and the cracks disappeared. The Yale Lord of Heaven's face was a little gloomy. "All of you, attack with me. Today, we'll completely destroy Ao Qian's soul and make the dragon clan history," the Yale Lord of Heaven said coldly. His words were directed in another direction. As soon as his voice fell, a huge figure appeared in the starry sky outside the dragon clan's mother planet. This incomparably huge figure was covered in holy light, and it had 6 pairs of wings on its back. It was the 12-winged angel that had appeared before. After the 12-winged angel appeared, another huge figure appeared in another direction. This figure was different from the 12-winged angel. It was covered in a blood-red fog, and it looked incomparably evil. There was also a pair of wings on its back. This pair of wings was like a bat's, but the edges of the wings were golden. Its aura was incomparably terrifying, and it wasn't any weaker than the 12-winged angel. At the same time, a black fog appeared that blocked the sun's rays. This black fog constantly twisted, turning into a human form and then into a beast form. "The angels, blood race, and soul race have all come? Very good," Ao Qian said coldly, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. "I'll break the 10,000 dragon seals. After I break them, you guys hold the 10,000 dragon seals. Don't let them heal," Yale said. The experts of the angels, blood race, and soul race nodded. "Attack," the Yale Lord of Heaven spoke. Boom. Boom, boom. Immediately, the auras of the three experts of the three races erupted. Under this terrifying aura, the starry sky shook violently. Then, the three of them attacked. 3 attacks fell on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. These 3 people were incomparably terrifying. Their cultivation realms were probably on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. When the 3 attacked, the 10,000 dragon seals also launched a counterattack. An incomparably huge 9-clawed dragon appeared and collided with the attacks of the 3. However, the attacks of the 3 existences on the same level as the Lord of Heaven were too terrifying. The counterattack of the 10,000 dragon seals was instantly defeated. The Lord of Heaven took the opportunity to become one with his sword and slashed down on the light barrier formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. Rumble, the Dragon Clan's mother planet shook violently once more, and strands of energy seeped in. Huge craters appeared on the surface of the dragon race's home planet. The energy rushed towards the dragon burial slope, but was easily blocked by Ao Qian. This time, the Lord of Heaven's full power attack landed on the barrier. The barrier shook intensely, and then a crack appeared. This crack was even larger than the previous one. Attack! The 12-winged angel and the blood race's expert appeared on the 10,000 dragon seals' crack. Among them, the 12-winged angel emitted holy light all over its body. Its 12 wings were incomparably huge, and it reached into the crack and pulled it out with all its might. As for the blood race's expert, he grabbed the other side of the crack and pulled. Rumble, the 10,000 dragon seal shook even more intensely. That crack was forcibly pulled a bit wider, and it was blocked by 2 terrifying existences. Ao Qian, let's see how you block me. Kill! Lord of Heaven Yale bellowed as holy light bloomed. Endless holy light condensed into a figure that looked exactly like Yale. It held a holy light sword and stepped into the crack, arriving at the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. The Yale Lord of Heaven didn't need to go all out against the 10,000 dragon seal. This divine avatar was extremely terrifying. As soon as he entered, a terrifying aura filled the air. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others felt like they were facing a boundless universe. It was so terrifying that it made them despair. This was an existence that the Lord of Heaven couldn't even imagine. Compared to him, Lu Ming was like a firefly compared to the moon. The difference was countless times. Fortunately, Ao Qian released an aura that blocked Yale's aura. Otherwise, given Yale's, Ao Yan's, and the rest's cultivation level, they would be crushed to death by this aura. Kill! Yale's avatar wielded a sword of holy light and charged toward Ao Qian. Roar! Ao Qian let out a dragon roar and charged forward. His dragon claws seemed like they could tear apart the universe. They clashed with Yale's sword light. Sword light soared into the sky, but it only flickered a few times before exploding. An incomparably huge dragon claw slashed down, and Yale's divine avatar directly collapsed. How is this possible? You're just a remnant soul. Outside the 10,000 dragon seal, the Yale Lord of Heaven roared in shock. Back then, I killed more than one Lord of Heaven. So what if I'm just a remnant soul? Ao Qian spoke domineeringly. It was just a wisp of remnant soul, yet it still had an invincible spirit. It was hard to imagine what kind of spirit Ao Qian would have had when he was at his peak. You. How dare a remnant soul look down on him? He would definitely destroy Ao Qian. If Ao Qian was at his peak, he would just turn and leave. He wouldn't dare to fight. Just like Ao Qian said, he had killed more than one Lord of Heaven back then. But now, Ao Qian was just a remnant soul. He didn't have much strength left. And he had the Sword of Heaven survey. He was confident he could kill Ao Qian. With that, Yale took a step forward and charged into the crack of the 10,000 dragon seal. In an instant, sword light filled the sky. Holy light covered the sky, turning the world white. Then, the dazzling sword light slashed at Ao Qian. Ao Qian roared. His dragon body became millions of miles long as he used a terrifying secret technique. Dazzling divine light blasted at the sword light. He fought with Yale. Boom. Boom, the two exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. Yale's true body charged impersonally with the Sword of Heaven survey. He was extremely powerful. Ao Qian was, after all, just a remnant soul. He wasn't a match for his opponent. He was forced to retreat, completely at a disadvantage. Boom! Finally, Yale's sword slashed at Ao Qian's body. Ao Qian's body exploded, turning into rays of light. Senior! How could this be? Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others cried out in disbelief. The number one expert of the dragon race, Ao Qian, was killed as soon as he came out. They couldn't accept this. They had just seen hope, but in the next moment, it was despair. The difference was too great. Haha, Ao Qian, so what if you were invincible back then? In the end, you will still die at my hands. The Lord of Heaven laughed. But halfway through, his laughter came to an abrupt stop. Because the rays of light that Ao Qian had exploded into began to gather again. In the end, they turned into a human form, a middle-aged man. This was Ao Qian's human form. He was wearing battle armor, and his figure was imposing and domineering. Ao Qian, why? Yale shouted. He was very puzzled. Why can't I die? Let me tell you, in the dragon race's mother planet, as long as the mother planet is not destroyed, I will not die. Today, the one who will die is you. Die! Ao Qian shouted. His arms shook, and the entire dragon race's mother planet burst out with rays of light. Endless rays of light gathered toward Ao Qian, and his aura continued to surge. Boom, he punched out, and a dragon-shaped fist energy pounced toward Yale. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Yale slashed out with his sword, and collided with the dragon-shaped sword energy. His body was forced back. Ao Qian, you've merged with the dragon race's mother planet's star will. Damn it! Yale roared. He finally understood why Ao Qian couldn't die. He finally understood why Ao Qian didn't die after being scattered by him. It was because Ao Qian's remnant soul had merged with the dragon race's mother planet's star will. As long as the dragon race's mother planet was not destroyed, Ao Qian would not die. Moreover, Ao Qian could borrow the power of the entire dragon race's mother planet to increase his combat strength. Die! Die! Ao Qian shouted, and his fists kept punching out. Dragon-shaped fist energy constantly blasted out. Yale had to brandish the Sword of Heaven survey to be able to fight against Ao Qian. Although Ao Qian was just a remnant soul, he could already fight against him with the help of the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian, you've merged with the dragon race's mother planet's star will. You'll be trapped in the dragon race's mother planet for the rest of your life. You won't be able to leave. Yale shouted. I'm just a remnant soul. My mission in the future is to protect the dragon race's mother planet. It doesn't matter if I leave or not. You, on the other hand, won't be able to leave today. Ao Qian replied coldly, and his attacks became more and more violent. Yale roared in his heart. He was helpless and frightened. Ao Qian's current combat strength was probably a few % of his peak. If he didn't have the Sword of Heaven survey, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this time, he wasn't alone. I'll hold Ao Qian back. You, come in and kill Lu Ming and those 9-clawed dragon. Yale's voice sounded. He was talking to the Soul Race expert. The Soul Race expert hadn't made a move and was guarding outside. Yes. The Soul Race expert responded silently, and then rushed toward the crack. He rushed into the dragon race's mother planet through the crack, and then rushed toward Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others. This Soul Race expert was in existence on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. He was incomparably terrifying. Not good. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. In the end, Ao Qian was just one person. Now that he was entangled, he couldn't save them. Power, power, I want power. Lu Ming roared inside. This feeling of powerlessness was too uncomfortable. He couldn't control his own fate and could only wait for others to save him. This feeling was truly unbearable. If he had the power to suppress the universe, why would he have to do this? Kiki, an existence that has fused with a taboo energy will die at my hands today. This feeling is wonderful. The Soul Race expert sneered. It seemed to be a woman's voice, but it was very cold and grating. Do you think you can touch a taboo body? Just as the Spiritas expert's voice fell, another woman's voice rang out. It was cold and arrogant. Then Lu Ming and the others saw a figure appear in front of him. It was a young woman in a dress that fluttered in the wind. She was like an immortal. However, her body was somewhat illusory. It wasn't a corporeal body, but a wisp of her soul. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the rest did not know when this lady had appeared. A remnant soul, no, a soul incarnation. A mere soul incarnation dares to block me? Those who block me will die. The soul race expert roared. His body was like smoke as he charged at the woman. However, he didn't see the fear in the Yale Lord of Heaven's eyes. Careful! The Yale Lord of Heaven shouted a warning, but it was already too late. The young woman extended a jade-white hand and pressed it against the air. It seemed slow, but in the next moment, her palm had already struck the soul race expert. The soul race expert's attack directly collapsed. He let out a miserable scream as his body exploded, turning into smoke that wildly retreated. After retreating a great distance, he reformed. However, his aura was several times weaker than before. He had been heavily injured. Flee! Flee! The soul race expert only had one thought in his mind. He was really scared to death. He was a mighty figure of the Spiritas, and his cultivation was not below that of the Lord of Heaven. Furthermore, the Spiritas were extremely special. They were born with soul bodies that were difficult to kill, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. However, the woman's seemingly casual palm strike had seriously injured him. His aura was extremely weak, and he was almost obliterated. Who is this guy? What kind of being is this? How could it be so terrifying? It was clearly just a soul incarnation, but it was so powerful that it was shocking. He madly rushed towards the crack, wanting to rush out of the crack and get as far away as possible. It wasn't just him. Even Yale had an unsightly expression on his face. Instead of continuing to fight with Ao Qian, he retreated at top speed, following the spirit folk expert out of the rift. After rushing out of the crack, Yale breathed a sigh of relief. The 12-winged angel and the blood-breed elite also let go of the 10,000 dragon seal and retreated. Who is it? Who is this person? Why is he so terrifying? The Spiritas powerhouses muttered to themselves with lingering fear in their hearts. Immeasurable heavenly demon, flying phoenix. Yale murmured. However, his voice was trembling. It was difficult to hide his emotions. What flying phoenix? That taboo? The experts of the Soul Clan, the Angel Clan, and the Blood Clan exclaimed in unison. They were extremely shocked. Yale nodded. Isn't this person supposed to be there? Why would she appear on the dragon race's mother planet? However, it's just a soul incarnation. Could it be that she's guarding the taboo? With this person here, we should retreat first. Or perhaps we can get the Heavenly Palace to send more experts. The taboo isn't something we can deal with. The Spiritas expert said. He still had lingering fear in his heart. You want to retreat? Since you're here, don't leave. That peerlessly beautiful woman, Flying Phoenix, seemed to have heard Yale and the others' conversation. She took a step forward, and her figure appeared outside the 10,000 dragon seal. Yale and the others subconsciously retreated. They're actually this scared? Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others were all shocked. In the distant starry sky, the various races were also shocked when they saw this scene through the monitoring formation. The Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven seemed to be very scared. How was this possible? Who else in the universe could make the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven so scared? Flying Phoenix, your true body isn't here. This is just a soul incarnation. Do you think you can keep us here? If the four of us work together, it's hard to say who can keep who here. Yale shouted. The Heaven Sentinel sword shone and enveloped him, increasing his courage a bit. The eyes of the Angels and Blood Tribe powerhouses flashed, revealing a hint of interest. Indeed, they had heard of Flying Phoenix's terrifying reputation. However, no matter how strong Flying Phoenix was, she was just a soul incarnation. How strong could she be? If they worked together, they might be able to take down Flying Phoenix. Taking down a soul incarnation of the taboo would be a great merit for them. Only the Spiritas expert was still a bit frightened. That palm just now had scared him out of his wits. Don't worry. A soul incarnation can't store too much energy. The reason why her palm was so powerful just now might be because she used up a lot of energy. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yale's words made the others even braver. Standing at their height, they were naturally very clear about the weakness of a soul incarnation. A soul incarnation was just a soul incarnation. It wasn't a physical body, so it couldn't store too much energy. It would be easily exhausted. If the four of them worked together, they would exhaust their opponent to death. Thinking of this, they became even bolder. Cold killing intent filled the air. Very good. You don't run when facing me, and you even want to deal with me. You have some guts. Just based on this, I can give you a quick death. Flying Phoenix spoke. Although she was petite, she was even more domineering than Ao Qian. As soon as she finished speaking, she attacked. Her palm pressed forward. This palm seemed to cut through the universe. It looked ordinary, but it was incomparably stunning. Attack. At the same time, Yale and the others attacked. Yale slashed out with the Heaven Sentinel sword. Dazzling swordlight collided with Flying Phoenix's palm. Clang, the sound of the collision spread throughout the universe. Sword chi scattered, and Yale rapidly retreated. At the same time, the angels and the blood races experts attacked Flying Phoenix. But her figure flashed, and she dodged. In the next moment, she suddenly appeared in front of the Spiritas expert and pressed her palm down. This palm was different from the previous ones. The surface of her palm was covered in a layer of devilish light. Its power was even more terrifying. Not good. Save me. The Spiritas expert roared in panic. He didn't dare take it head-on. He retreated. But while he was fast, Flying Phoenix was faster. Her palm accurately struck the Spiritas expert. A miserable and despairing scream echoed through the starry sky. The Spiritas expert's body directly collapsed, turning into strands of energy. Then he completely disappeared. The Spiritkin expert's miserable scream echoed throughout the starry sky. Even the geniuses and experts of the various races who were far away could clearly hear it. Through the monitoring formation, they could also see some blurry images. Combining the two, they deduced a shocking piece of news. The Spiritas powerhouse was killed. Everyone looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The Spiritkin expert was actually killed. This was an expert on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. At least, their major realms were the same. An expert of this level was already a supreme existence to them. They were unrivaled. They were the pinnacle of the primitive universe, invincible existences. Now, such an existence had been killed. Then, what realm was the other party? This was beyond everyone's understanding. On the dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others were also dumbfounded. They were deeply shocked. So strong, truly so strong. This was the only thought in Lu Ming's and the others' minds. Killing an incomparably terrifying figure with two palms. The key point was, listening to the other party's conversation, that woman called Fei Huang was only a soul avatar, not her main body. This is a true invincible expert. Peerless beauty. Lu Ming sighed. With this kind of strength, she could really dominate the universe. Above the dragon race's mother planet, the angel race, the blood race, and the Lord of Heaven were deeply shocked. A chill rose in their hearts. I don't believe that a soul avatar can be invincible. Die. After all, the Lord of Heaven was not an ordinary person. His mind was resolute. With a roar, his power flowed through the heaven surveying sword. He and the sword became one, and a resplendent light burst out, slashing toward Fei Huang. World Extermination Judgment, Angel King. The angel race's expert also roared. Holy light illuminated the 9 heavens. A mighty existence seemed to appear on his body. He wore a crown and held a scepter. Then, a terrifying cross-shaped holy light slashed toward Fei Huang. Blood God Art. The blood race's expert flapped his wings, and a sea of blood overflowed. It almost enveloped the entire dragon race's mother planet. Within the sea of blood, countless strange creatures roared, shaking one's soul as they rushed murderously towards Fei Huang. Facing the strongest attacks of the 3 powerhouses, Fei Huang's expression was extremely calm, even indifferent, and faintly disdainful. She stood in the air, her long dress fluttering in the wind. A wisp of demonic light appeared on her body, and her temperament was extremely special. Her hands pushed outwards, and immediately, several snow-white jade hands formed. They were incomparably huge, and they covered heaven and earth. Lu Ming raised his head and seemed to see a few jade-like hands between heaven and earth. Several jade-like hands pressed out. The sea of blood collapsed, and the bizarre creatures within it let out miserable shrieks. One by one, they exploded, transforming into dust that dissipated in the air. Following that, the blood-kindred powerhouse also let out a mournful cry, filled with despair. Touch her jade-like hand swept through the sea of blood as easily as crushing dry weeds. The blood-tribe powerful being's body exploded like a balloon. His strand of true self-origin wrapped in a ball of blood-red light wanted to escape, but it was useless. With a press of her jade hand, everything turned to ashes. The strand of true self-origin of the blood-kindred powerhouse also completely disappeared, and he died. Another terrifying powerhouse was killed. This time, it only took one move. Shocking. Just now, Fei Huang had attacked with a total of several jade-like hands. Clearly, there was a difference in power. The jade-like hand that attacked the blood-kindred powerhouse was the strongest and contained the strongest defensive power. As for the other hand that attacked the angel powerhouse, the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace's jade-like hand, it was only used to block their attacks. At this moment, the angel powerhouse, the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace, was truly afraid. His heart was cold, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Let's go." The Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace shouted in fear and turned to leave. The angel powerhouse also did the same. It was too terrifying. Whether it was the spirit-kin powerhouse or the blood-kindred powerhouse, their strength wasn't any weaker than the angel powerhouse. They were just a bit weaker than the Lord of Heaven. But Fei Huang had killed one of them in one move. It was truly terrifying. If Fei Huang still had the strength to use one more move, they would be finished. The two of them erupted with their fastest speed to escape. Sky Devil Domain. Fei Huang's indifferent voice rang out. An invisible fluctuation spread out, enveloping the vast starry sky. The angel powerhouse and the Lord of Heaven of the Lord of Heaven's extremely fast speed suddenly slowed down. It was as if they were stuck in a quagmire. They were as slow as snails. Not good. The expressions of the Yale Lord of Heaven and the angel powerhouse wildly changed. In the next moment, Fei Huang's figure appeared in front of the angel powerhouse. No. The angel powerhouse roared in fear. His 12 wings emitted a dazzling light and transformed into 12 sharp blades that wildly slashed at Fei Huang. Die. Fei Huang spoke. Her voice was indifferent, as if she was passing judgment. Her body emitted a devilish light, and the light on her palm became even denser. She slapped out with her palm. Under this palm, everything was annihilated. The angel powerhouse's attack was instantly annihilated. The same was true for his body. He was even more miserable. He didn't even have the chance to scream before directly disappearing from the great desolate universe. It was as if he had never appeared. Even a trace of his mark had been erased. This ability, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He discovered that the energy Fei Huang had used was very similar to the energy Xianxia had used in the past. Both were able to envelop a space and restrict the enemy's movements. The difference was that Fei Huang's range was too wide. Even the vast starry sky was enveloped. The range was who knew how many times larger than Xianxia's. Damn it. Explode. The Yale Lord of Heaven almost pissed himself in fright. He did his best to activate the Heaven Sentinel Sword. The Heaven Sentinel Sword shook violently, releasing a terrifying sword intent that tore through the starry sky, increasing his speed. However, Fei Huang didn't stop after killing the angel powerhouse. Her figure flickered, and she once more appeared beside the Yale Lord of Heaven. She slammed her palm down. "AHH," the Yale Lord of Heaven roared. Sensing the threat of death, he suddenly turned and slashed out with his sword. Clang, Fei Huang's palm collided with the Sky Sentinel sword, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions like water waves. Buzz, the Heaven Sentinel sword shook violently. As for the Yale Lord of Heaven, his body shook even more violently. Pfft, he coughed up blood. The bones in his sword-wielding hand were directly shattered. He retreated, blood constantly spurting out of his body. Many cracks appeared on the surface of his body. It was like porcelain was about to shatter. Interesting. You can take one of my moves without dying. Let's see how many of them you can take. Fei Huang's indifferent voice rang out. She once more sent out a palm. The Yale Lord of Heaven crazily roared. His body's energy began to blaze. All his power and potential were ignited. Yale Lord of Heaven began to go all out, burning everything. Including his potential, even his soul, body, origin, blood, and so on. Everything was ignited, causing his power to rise to the extreme. Clang, the two of them exchanged another blow. This time, the result was no different from the last time. Fei Huang remained motionless, while Yale Lord of Heaven retreated. His body kept emitting explosive sounds, his muscles and bones were constantly exploding. His body was tattered, and all his bones had been shattered. He had suffered an unimaginable injury. Even if Yale Lord of Heaven could escape now, it would be a huge loss. His potential would be exhausted, and there would be no possibility for him to improve in the future. His cultivation might even regress. But now, he couldn't care about this at all. He just wanted to escape. This time, he had miscalculated. He didn't expect that a wisp of Fei Huang's soul would be on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. If he had known, he would never have come. But it was too late now. Because Fei Huang's third attack had already been launched. The jade-like hand with demonic light was huge and boundless, pressing down on Yale Lord of Heaven. Yale Lord of Heaven could only barely erupt with power and activate the Sword of Heaven survey to resist. But this time, he could no longer block it. With a bang, his body exploded. Only a wisp of his true self was left. He rushed into the Sword of Heaven survey in a panic and activated the Sword of Heaven survey, wanting to escape. But the jade-like hand swept across the air. How could he escape? No, save me. Yale Lord of Heaven roared crazily, almost scared out of his wits. However, just as Yale Lord of Heaven's voice fell, the starry sky in the distance suddenly cracked open. From the spatial crack, a big hand stretched out. The big hand was crystal clear, completely composed of snow-white holy light, and grabbed at Fei Huang. Its speed seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It arrived in an instant and bombarded the jade-like hand formed by Fei Huang. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded. This time, cracks appeared on the jade-like hand formed by Fei Huang, and then it exploded. Fei Huang's face changed slightly, and she retreated. Old man. Fei Huang's expression was somewhat ugly. After that large hand repelled Fei Huang, it did not give chase. Instead, it grabbed the heaven surveying sword and quickly pulled it back. Don't even think about leaving. Fei Huang shouted coldly. She stepped into the starry sky, chasing after him. The devilish light on her body grew even brighter as she blasted out another palm strike. It was still a jade-like hand, but this time, the jade-like hand was much dimmer, and contained an astonishing demonic light. Boom! Holy light boiled in this cracked space. Then, another big hand reached out and collided with the jade hand formed by Fei Huang. Fei Huang's jade hand exploded again. Fei Huang, you're just a soul clone, you can't stop me. A voice rang out, causing the starry sky to tremble endlessly. In the distant starry sky, many planets were shaking. Just his voice alone was already terrifyingly powerful. At the same time, the huge hand that was carrying Yale, the Lord of Heaven's Sword of Heaven, rapidly retreated. Old man, you can't even take care of yourself, yet you dare to stop me? Be careful of being annihilated. Fei Huang said coldly. You don't need to worry about that. That voice rang out once more. In the next moment, it retreated back into the crack in space and disappeared. This, Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others stared blankly at the starry sky. Just now, it was clear that an even stronger existence from the heavenly palace had made a move. An existence even stronger than the Lord of Heaven had saved Yale, the Lord of Heaven, from an unknown distance away. Now, everyone was watching. If Yale, the Lord of Heaven, died here, it would be a huge loss to the heavenly palace's prestige. However, the other side seemed to have some misgivings. They only left Yale, the Lord of Heaven, and did not continue to attack. Just like that, a world-shaking battle came to an end. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others' hearts swayed as they watched. They were indescribably excited. Although they could be considered pretty good amongst the younger generation, compared to the Lord of Heaven and the others, they were still a far cry. There was no need to even mention Fei Huang or that mysterious person from the heavenly palace. They still had a long way to go. Fei Huang looked at the starry sky, her eyes flickering. She took a step back and returned to the dragon race's home planet. The 10,000 dragon seals didn't stop her at all. Fei Huang came to Ao Qian's side. "Little fellows, come with us." Ao Qian waved his hand. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others felt an energy envelop them. Following that, space rippled, and they were pulled by an invisible energy. Their surroundings rapidly changed, and in the next moment, they arrived in an unfamiliar environment. The surroundings were filled with unimaginably dense mist. Junior greets Senior Ao Qian, Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others came to Fei Huang, Ao Qian, and the other side and cupped their fists. "No need to be so polite. You're all pretty good." Ao Yan examined Ao Yan and the others and nodded in satisfaction. "Right now, the dragon race doesn't have much left. You are the hope of the dragon race's revival. Work hard." Ao Qian looked at Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others immediately became excited. In front of this legendary figure of the dragon race, even if their talent was extraordinary, they were still very excited. Ao Qian was only a 5-clawed divine dragon, and his bloodline was the lowest in the divine dragon race. However, he had grown to become the strongest expert of the divine dragon race with the lowest bloodline. He had trampled many 9-clawed dragons beneath his feet. He could be called a legend. Even if their talent was very high, it would be very difficult for them to reach Ao Qian's level in the future. "We will definitely work hard to revive the dragon race." Ao Yan, Ao Guan, Ao Qing, and the others nodded, their faces filled with determination. "Good. You can cultivate here during this time. The environment here is quite suitable for you. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can come find me," Ao Qian said. Ao Yan and the others were excited. They cupped their fists and bid farewell. "Lu Ming, you stay behind." Fei Huang, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Ao Yan and the others glanced at Lu Ming and then left to find a suitable place to cultivate. After Ao Yan and the others left, only Lu Ming remained to face Ao Qian and Fei Huang. Fei Huang stared at Lu Ming from head to toe. She looked at Lu Ming from head to toe. Even Lu Ming felt embarrassed. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help blushing. As expected of the man Xiaoqing has taken a fancy to. "You're actually able to merge with the taboo energy. Not bad, not bad." Fei Huang carefully examined him and then nodded in praise. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction. That expression was extremely similar to the expression a mother-in-law would have when looking at her son-in-law. Lu Ming ignored that gaze. His heart jumped and he blurted out, "Senior, you know Nianqing?" Xianxia's methods were extremely similar to Fei Huang's. So when Fei Huang mentioned Xiaoqing, and the man Xiaoqing had taken a fancy to, Lu Ming immediately thought of Xianxia. Fei Huang nodded. "I'm her master. Of course I know her. In this life, she's called Xianxia. In her previous life, she was called Tang Qing. Yes, I'm her master in her previous life." "Little Qing's master?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. No wonder she looked at him like that. So she was Xianxia's master. So it's little Qing's master, Lu Ming. "Greetings, Senior." Lu Ming bowed even more respectfully and then asked, "Senior, Xiaoqing left behind a map back then. Her target is the mother planet of the dragon clan. I wonder where Xiaoqing is now." "Little Qing is not on the dragon race's mother planet," Fei Huang said. "No." Lu Ming was disappointed. At the same time, he was puzzled. If Xianxia was not on the dragon race's mother planet, why did she leave a map and ask him to come? Could it be that Xianxia had left before he came, seeming to see Lu Ming's puzzlement, Fei Huang said, Little Qing has never been to the dragon race's mother planet. She's cultivating in another place more suitable for her. It was my idea to ask you to come here. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Yes, what I meant was that I had already communicated with Little Qing at that time. I wanted to ask you to come here and try to fuse with the forbidden power. Little Qing also agreed. After all, this is a great opportunity. Moreover, she's very confident in you. Fei Huang said. I see. Lu Ming nodded, suppressing his disappointment. Then how did Senior know in advance that I would succeed? I don't know. Fei Huang shook her head. It's a long story. In fact, when you were with Little Qing in the minor worlds, I already noticed you. At the same time, I calculated your fate. Your fate is different. I can't calculate it at all. Ordinary people can vaguely see the river of fate and the direction of the future. But I can't see it for you. Calculating the fate of others can see their future. Lu Ming's eyes widened. This method was too inconceivable. In the small dimension, the heavenly Tao of the small dimension gave birth to the law of destiny. However, that was only a special method of attack. It was impossible to pry into someone's fate. Lu Ming could not help but be shocked that Fei Huang could do it in the great wide world. I'm just barely peeking at it. Every living being's future is filled with countless changes. Every step they take, every word they say, will result in a different fate. But you can't see the future at all. People like you are extremely rare. Many times, they can create miracles. That's why I guided you to the mother planet of the dragon race. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming nodded. He finally understood the doubts in his heart. It turned out that Xianxia was not here. He was cultivating in another place. But she knew that there was a taboo power in the dragon clan's mother planet. Fei Huang wanted Lu Ming to give it a try, and Xianxia naturally agreed. That was why he left the map to Lu Ming. The reason why Lu Ming's cultivation had to be above the Divine King realm was that if his cultivation was too low, it would be useless even if he came. He might not even be able to enter the dragon clan's mother planet, and it would be very dangerous for him to face the prodigies of the various races. Senior, can you take me to see Xiaoqing? Lu Ming asked. Not for the time being. Fei Huang said, now, Xiaoqing is cultivating in an extremely secret place. She's at a critical moment and can't be disturbed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. What a pity. He originally thought that he would be able to see Xianxia on the dragon clan's mother planet, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't see him. After thinking of Xianxia, Lu Ming thought of the mid-autumn moon. The mid-autumn moon might have come to the dragon clan's mother planet. Previously, he heard that Ao Qian had merged with the will of the dragon clan's mother planet. The other party was so powerful, as long as the mid-autumn moon was on the dragon clan's mother planet, he should know about it. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately cupped his fists to Ao Qian and said, Senior, Lu Ming wants to ask you about a person. Please speak. Ao Qian smiled. Lu Ming had merged with the forbidden power and his talent was unbelievable. He was destined to be extraordinary. If he grew up in the future, it would be normal for him to be on par with him or even surpass him. Therefore, he was very polite to Lu Ming. He treated him as someone of the same level. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a jade talisman and injected divine power into it. The portrait of the mid-autumn moon appeared in the air. Ao Qian looked at it and nodded softly, as if he was thinking. Lu Ming watched nervously. I've seen this girl before. After a while, Ao Qian nodded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Senior, may I know where she is? Lu Ming quickly asked. Not on the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian shook his head again. Not on the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming was puzzled. If she wasn't on the dragon race's mother planet, how could Ao Qian have seen her? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to see this girl. Then, Ao Qian sighed again. Lu Ming's heart tightened. What did he mean by it'll be difficult to see her? Lu Ming became a little anxious and asked, Senior, what do you mean by that? Ao Qian didn't answer Lu Ming's question directly and continued, I'm a remnant soul that has merged with the will of the mother planet. I'm equivalent to the mother planet and I can feel any place on the mother planet. Especially some of the original branches of the dragon race. I can also clearly feel the transmission channels that lead to the mother planet. Some time ago, the girl you mentioned took a transmission array from a branch of the dragon race and was supposed to go straight to the mother planet, but she was intercepted halfway. Ao Qian said. Intercepted. Lu Ming was shocked. What did he mean by intercepted? Moreover, the person who intercepted the girl should be a big shot from the illusory heavenly palace. Ao Qian said. What big shot from the illusory heavenly palace? Why would the illusory heavenly palace intercept the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming was even more shocked. In the chaotic universe, there was more than one heavenly palace, and the illusory heavenly palace was one of them. But why would the big shot from the illusory heavenly palace intercept the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming, don't worry, big shots like the heavenly palace usually won't take action against the younger generation. The reason why the other party intercepted the girl is probably because they took a fancy to her talent and wanted to take her into the heavenly palace to train her. The heavenly palace will secretly take in some talented geniuses and train them. This is normal. Ao Qian said. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming was slightly relieved, but he was still very nervous. At the same time, Lu Ming was quite depressed. This time, he came to the dragon race's mother planet to look for Xianxia and the mid-autumn moon, but in the end, he didn't find anyone. Lu Ming took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. At least, he knew that Xianxia was very safe and was cultivating in a place. And the mid-autumn moon was very likely to be taken a fancy to by the heavenly palace and secretly trained. Her life was not in danger, and that was enough. As long as she was still alive, he would see her sooner or later. After calming down, Lu Ming thought of the taboo power again. Senior, you said that the taboo power is so powerful, but how do I cultivate it? Now that I've fused with the taboo power, the other divine powers are suppressed. It's hard for them to improve. Lu Ming asked, somewhat depressed. He couldn't improve the other divine powers, and he didn't know how to cultivate the taboo power. Fei Huang and Ao Qian looked at each other and smiled. Since you've fused with the taboo power, it's normal that you can't cultivate the other divine powers. The taboo power is the strongest power derived from the great desolate universe. The other divine powers will definitely be suppressed when fusing with the taboo power. Fei Huang said. Then how should I cultivate in the future? Lu Ming asked speechlessly. Don't worry, I guided you here to fuse with the taboo power, so I naturally have a way for you to cultivate. Fei Huang said. Back then, she also fused with the taboo power. Ao Qian smiled, very envious. She also fused with the taboo power. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Fei Huang had also fused with the taboo power, and her cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Since Fei Huang could definitely cultivate, then he could also cultivate. Lu Ming looked at Fei Huang with shining eyes. Now, if you want to cultivate, there are only two ways. Sure enough, Fei Huang began to explain. The first way is to abandon the other divine powers and focus on cultivating the taboo power, crippling the other divine powers. Fei Huang said. Crippling the other divine powers. Lu Ming's mouth was wide open. This wasn't necessarily a bad idea, but he wasn't willing to accept it. He had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years to reach his current cultivation level. Moreover, he controlled 11 divine powers and 11 origin secret techniques. He had already cultivated them to such a high level. Abandoning them like this was more painful than cutting his own flesh. Senior, what's the second way? Lu Ming asked anxiously. I know that you're unwilling. The second way is that you don't need to abandon the other divine powers. I'll teach you a secret technique that will allow you to separate the taboo power from the other divine powers. This secret technique is called the Three Corpses Technique. It can completely sever the past, present, and future, forming 3 different bodies. Fei Huang introduced. Then, Lu Ming was stunned. He was stunned by this secret technique. Cutting apart the past, present, and future to form a different entity. How mysterious was this? There was actually such a secret technique in the world. You cultivate the 3 corpse severing art. You sever the past and form a complete body. Then you leave all kinds of bodies in that body. His current body can focus on cultivating forbidden power. That way, you won't lose anything. After Fei Huang finished talking, she took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Study the art of severing 3 corpses first. After you successfully sever it, I will teach you the cultivation method of the taboo power. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Fei Huang said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming received it and was overjoyed. He bid farewell to Flying Phoenix Ao Qian and found a place to cultivate. This place seemed to be a huge underground space. The area was very large. Lu Ming found a cave by the side and walked in. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out the art of severing 3 corpses. The more he looked, the more shocked Lu Ming was. It was too mysterious. The art of severing 3 corpses could sever the past, present, and future, forming 3 different entities. Furthermore, these 3 entities were all independent, complete, and had their own thoughts. It was as if one Lu Ming had suddenly become 3. There was no difference between the real and the fake. They were all the real Lu Ming. It was just that one was the past, one was the present, and one was the future. As the future developed and experienced different things, they would slowly become different. Each of them cultivated independently and thought independently. Their future potential was limitless. This was simply heaven-defying. There was a huge difference between this and the cloning technique and the incarnation technique. When Lu Ming was in the small Kiliacosm, the primordial realm, he had once cultivated the twin forbidden art and cultivated 2 bodies. However, although the main body and the second body could cultivate independently, their potential was very limited. When Lu Ming wanted to break through to martial sage, he would have to fuse with his main body and second body to break through. If he didn't fuse with them, it would be hard for him to break through. That meant the potential of that method had already been exhausted. However, the art of severing 3 corpses was completely different. After cultivating it, each of them would be Lu Ming himself. Their potential wouldn't change at all. They would be the same as Lu Ming's previous self. They would all have limitless potential and would be able to reach extremely high realms in the future. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Once I succeed in cultivating it, the past body I sever will focus on cultivating various kinds of divine energy. As for my current body, it will focus on cultivating forbidden energy. This way, there won't be any conflict between the 2. Wonderful. Lu Ming was very excited. He then began to seriously comprehend it. However, the difficulty of comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses surpassed Lu Ming's expectations. Even after 2 months, Lu Ming still hadn't grasped the slightest clue. Lu Ming could only go ask Fei Huang for guidance. With Fei Huang's guidance, he was barely able to grasp the slightest clue. However, if he wanted to succeed, there was still a huge gap. During this time, the dragon race's home planet finally entered a period of peace. The various races' heavenly geniuses no longer dared to enter the dragon race's home planet. The dragon men on the dragon race's home planet no longer had to worry about anything. They could cultivate as much as they wanted. Some of the dragon race's heavenly geniuses who had been sealed for dozens of stellar years could also cultivate in peace. The dragon race's home planet had entered a period of great development. Lu Ming continued to comprehend the art of severing 3 corpses. Time passed day by day. Half a year. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had spent 6 years comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses. Along the way, with Fei Huang's guidance, he finally succeeded in comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses. On this day, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to use the art of severing 3 corpses. He was about to sever his past body. Fei Huang and Ao Qian were guarding Lu Ming by the side. It was very dangerous to use the art of severing 3 corpses. Once there was a problem, not only would he fail to cultivate it, but he would also sever himself and die on the spot. Lu Ming carefully responded to the content, and then began to use the art of severing 3 corpses. 9 days later. Open! Lu Ming shouted. Endless divine light appeared on his body. These divine lights were like sharp blades, constantly slashing his body. These divine lights slashed his body, but there was not the slightest wound on his body. However, slowly, his body glowed, as if a figure was about to split from his body. This method was not to split his body and soul into two halves. That was not the case. In fact, his body and soul were still complete and had not been separated. What was severed was his past body. What was already in the past was called the past body. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The figure on Lu Ming's body became clearer and clearer. Another figure appeared on Lu Ming's body. This figure looked exactly the same as Lu Ming. It was as if there were two Lu Ming overlapping each other. At first, the two Lu Mings overlapped very closely. But slowly, the two Lu Mings separated. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Finally, the two Lu Mings were completely separated. The two identical Lu Mings suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. I succeeded. The two Lu Mings had the same thought. Then, they smiled at the same time. The two Lu Mings didn't have a hierarchy. They were both Lu Ming. It was just that one was the past, and the other was the present. But now that they had just split, they had experienced the same things. Therefore, their thoughts, way of thinking, and subjective consciousness were all the same. Of course, as the two of them experienced different things in the future, some of their thoughts would also change. The two Lu Mings looked at their other selves in amazement. Then, the two of them cupped their fists at each other. Not bad, Lu Ming, you succeeded. Fei Huang said with a look of joy on her face. Lu Ming was able to successfully sever his past body in 10 years. This kind of talent was already very good. At the very least, he wasn't any weaker than her. Lu Ming, you've just succeeded. Your present body can now change its appearance and aura so that others won't be able to recognize you. Fei Huang said. You can do that? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course you can. Your present body has been fused with the taboo power. It has just been severed, so it can be shaped at will. If too much time passes, once it's shaped, it will be very difficult to change. Now that you've changed your aura, even your life essence has changed. Even if the people closest to you stand in front of you, they won't be able to recognize you. Even experts on the level of the Lord of Heaven won't be able to recognize you. Moreover, your fate will be fixed on your past body. Even experts skilled in divination won't be able to divine your fate. Your present body will become a completely different person. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. It was simply miraculous that he could do this. Even the origin of life could be changed. Even the birth horoscopes could be changed. Even the almighty experts couldn't divine them. This was equivalent to becoming a completely different person. In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming's current body be able to leave the mother planet of the dragons and travel the vast universe? He could even enter the heavenly palace and search for the mid-autumn moon. Originally, Lu Ming was still worried that he might not be able to leave the dragon race's mother planet. This was because the heavenly palace wouldn't let him go. The angels, spiritlings, and bloodlings wouldn't let him go either. The moment he left the dragon race's mother planet, he would be captured. But if I change to a new identity, how will others find out? Moreover, as long as he left his past self on the dragon clan's mother planet, others would only think that he had been cultivating there. After all, his past self controlled all kinds of divine powers. It was most suitable for him to cultivate on the dragon clan's mother planet. Then, Lu Ming followed Fei Huang's method. With a thought, his body began to change. His appearance, skin, and height all underwent major changes. He became a tall and handsome young man. Compared to before, he was much fairer. He looked like a handsome young master. Moreover, his life origin aura also changed. It became a new and completely unfamiliar life origin aura. Now, even if he was placed in front of the Yale Lord of Heaven, the other party wouldn't be able to recognize him as Lu Ming. Well, not bad. Fei Huang nodded, very satisfied. Then, a jade talisman appeared in her hand. Lu Ming, this is my experience in cultivating the taboo power. Study it well. Only by cultivating the taboo power can you reach the end, break through the shackles, achieve true transcendence, and reach an incredible realm. Fei Huang said. Only by cultivating the taboo power can one truly transcend. Can't I achieve it by cultivating other divine powers? Lu Ming's present self took the jade talisman and asked curiously. Lu Ming's past self also pricked up his ears to listen. After all, he mainly cultivated divine powers and mastered the universe myriad Dao art. Now, he controlled 11 types of divine powers. Not necessarily. This time, Fei Huang's gaze was on Lu Ming's past self. Senior, please enlighten me. His past self cupped his fists. Although Lu Ming's present self had fused with the taboo power and his talent had increased greatly, he didn't want to give up on his past self. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate the 11 types of divine powers. The essence of cultivating divine power is to constantly comprehend a certain divine power and awaken the origin divine power. The more origin divine power you awaken, the closer your divine power will be to the corresponding power of the original divine spirit. In the end, you will truly reach the power of the original divine spirit. It's the same for origin secret techniques. Even if you sever the 9th shackle, you will only be about the same as the original divine spirit. So, even if you cultivate one type of divine power to the extreme, you will at most be as strong as the original divine spirit. However, there are differences in strength between the original divine spirits. Moreover, the original divine spirit hasn't transcended and hasn't reached the true peak. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming understood that even if he cultivated one type of divine power to the extreme, he would at most reach the level of the original divine spirit. After that, there was no way to go further. His potential had reached the limit. Of course, for most people, reaching the level of the original divine spirit was like a fantasy story. It was too difficult. Not many people could cultivate one type of divine power to the peak. Most people couldn't reach it even if they spent their entire lives. So, they naturally wouldn't consider the problem of potential. However, some peerless talents were different. These people naturally wouldn't be satisfied. One had to know that the original divine spirit wasn't invincible. Even if it was killed by the heavenly palace, how strong could it be? Lu Ming's past body also wasn't satisfied. If one couldn't reach the true peak by cultivating divine power, they wouldn't even be able to resist the heavenly palace. Senior, if I cultivate divine power, there should be a way to transcend, right? Fei Huang asked. There is indeed a way, and that is to control more divine power. If you cultivate multiple types of divine power to the peak, then you might be able to take the final step. So, in ancient times, many outstanding geniuses created many cultivation methods that could cultivate multiple types of divine power. That's how the current ancient cultivation methods came about. However, cultivating multiple types of divine power is too difficult. Most people can't do it, so it gradually disappeared. Only the most outstanding geniuses would touch it. As for the Cosmos Myriad Dao art, it's a very famous cultivation technique in history. If you can cultivate it to the level of major mastery, you might be able to successfully transcend and take the final step. Of course, 11 kinds of divine energy isn't enough. Fei Huang explained. Through Fei Huang's explanation, Lu Ming understood many things. He also understood the origin of ancient cultivation methods. Ancient cultivation methods were originally created by the ancient people who wanted to achieve transcendence. However, the requirements for cultivation were too high, and it gradually declined. Today, only a few people cultivated them. According to Fei Huang, the universe myriad Dao art was also a kind of ancient cultivation method. Moreover, it was a top ancient cultivation method. When cultivated to the peak, one could also transcend. Now, your current body is cultivating the taboo energy, while your past body can cultivate the universe myriad Dao art. It's best that you don't interfere with each other. Alright, you can comprehend the taboo energy now. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming, if you have any questions about your cultivation, you can also come and ask me. Ao Qian said to Lu Ming's past body. After saying that, Ao Qian and Fei Huang left. The two Lu Ming glanced at each other. Now, Lu Ming's 11 types of divine power were in his past body. The primordial god blood was also in his past body. Now, he only had the taboo energy. Old John, go over. The past body transmitted a message to the battle art. Then, the past body's forehead lit up. The measure art appeared and flew to the present body. It rushed into the forehead of Lu Ming's present body and disappeared. 2 Origin ancient characters, the battle character formula, followed the present body. After all, if the present body planned to go out in the future, it would be best to have the battle art by his side. As for the measure art, it would temporarily follow the past body. After all, the past body needed the measure art to cultivate various types of divine power. After the distribution was done, the past body flashed and left to find a place to comprehend various types of divine power. Lu Ming's present body sat cross-legged. He took out the jade talisman Fei Huang gave him and began to read it. 1 month later. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. Cultivating the taboo energy was completely different from cultivating divine power. There was no need to condense a star core in the dantian, and the taboo energy was not scattered in the meridians. There was no need to absorb divine power or energy to transform it. The cultivation of taboo energy was mainly to develop one's own potential. The taboo energy dispersed into countless strands and dispersed into every cell in Lu Ming's body. How many cells are there in the human body? 40 to 60 trillion. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a maximum of 60 trillion cells. 60 trillion. What kind of number was this? It was simply an astronomical number, like the sand of the Ganges. Each of his cells contained traces of taboo power. When cultivating the taboo power, one also needed to absorb energy. It was different from the cultivation of divine power. The energy would be absorbed by every cell. Just like before, when Lu Ming absorbed the divine medicine, the energy of the divine medicine was absorbed by his cells. However, absorbing this energy could not directly increase Lu Ming's cultivation. It could only increase his potential. The more energy it absorbed, the greater its potential would be. If he wanted to improve his cultivation, he had to constantly develop his own potential. Only in the process of developing his potential could he improve his cultivation. In addition, Lu Ming found that his current body did not have a soul. This was because his soul, like the taboo energy, had been dispersed into countless strands, fused with the taboo energy, and dispersed into every cell. According to the records on the jade talisman, because every cell contained a soul, even if Lu Ming's body was smashed to pieces, as long as one of his cells was still alive, he would not die and could come back to life. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. This was simply equivalent to an immortal body. After cultivating to the divine realm, the recovery ability of the physical body was already very amazing. Even if it was smashed to pieces, it could still recover as long as the soul was not destroyed. However, as long as the soul was destroyed, it would be dead. But now, Lu Ming's soul was distributed in every cell. Without the weakness of the soul, as long as one of his cells was still alive, he could come back to life. It was too heaven-defying. However, there was something even more heaven-defying. The taboo energy did not have the so-called secret arts of the origin. However, the jade talisman given by Fei Huang recorded a heaven-defying method. That was to cultivate ordinary secret arts. Every secret art, as long as one cultivated it, would be able to form a secret art rune that would fly into a cell. The soul in that cell would be able to comprehend it on its own. As time passed, that secret art's comprehension would become deeper and deeper. Every cell could fuse with a different secret art. In other words, he could fuse with 60 trillion secret arts. 60 trillion secret arts. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Even if he collected all the secret arts in the entire primitive universe, there wouldn't be so many of them. If his body had fused with thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of secret arts, once they erupted, how terrifying would that be? No secret arts of the origin could compare to it. No wonder it was called taboo energy. This was truly a taboo, a heaven-defying existence. Once Lu Ming had some accomplishments, his combat strength would far surpass his previous strength. This was the true terror of taboo energy. Start cultivating. Lu Ming took a deep breath and began cultivating according to a technique recorded on the jade talisman. Hu Lu Ming waved his fists, and the sky rumbled as they danced in a strange trajectory. Crack, rustle. Rustle, Lu Ming felt that the bones, muscles, blood, and even every cell in his body were vibrating in a strange way. Then, a strange power seeped out from every cell. This power spread throughout his body, filling Lu Ming with strength. Lu Ming entered a state of selflessness and constantly cultivated. In the process of cultivating, the potential in his body was slowly being developed. This cultivation lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Lu Ming let out a long breath and carefully sensed his body. He felt that the power in his body seemed to have strengthened a little compared to before. As long as I keep cultivating according to this method, I can continuously develop my potential and increase my cultivation. My current cultivation is equivalent to 3rd-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming judged. The cultivation of taboo energy did not have a specific division of realms. Lu Ming only judged based on experience. Of course, the strength of his combat strength was far beyond 3rd-level Divine Lord. But how do I cultivate a secret art? How do I turn it into a secret art rune? Lu Ming frowned, completely unable to make sense of it. In the end, Lu Ming could only go find Fei Huang and ask her for guidance. Taboo energy is very necessary to cultivate a secret art at the beginning. This is a kind of accumulation that should be able to increase one's combat strength. But in the later stages, one must carve out one's own path. Fei Huang said. Carve out one's own path. Lu Ming was puzzled and continued to ask. That's right. For every taboo to reach an extremely high realm, in the later stages, one needs to carve out one's own path. Just like me, the path I'm walking now is a devil. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming recalled how Fei Huang's body was covered in demonic light during the previous battle. Logically speaking, Fei Huang was also a taboo. There were countless secret techniques in her body, and she should be able to use many secret techniques. However, what she used was the demonic path. In other words, Fei Huang had already walked her own path. In the beginning, I fused different secret techniques in my cells. These secret techniques can serve as a reference for you in the future, allowing you to better walk your own path. In the beginning, I also fused countless secret techniques in my cells. However, after successfully walking my own path, I forgot all those secret techniques. Fei Huang said. Forgot? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Originally, he had a little bit of thought. He wanted Fei Huang to teach him the ordinary secret techniques she had mastered. That way, he would have countless secret techniques and could cultivate them to his heart's content. He didn't expect Fei Huang to actually forget all the secret techniques from the past. Yes, if you want to walk your own path, you have to forget all the secret techniques you cultivated in the past. However, your own path is the true strongest path. No matter how many secret techniques there are, they can't compare to it. Just like that father-in-law of yours. He also walked his own path. He walked the path of the sword. Fei Huang said. Father-in-law. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. He knew that Fei Huang was talking about Xianxia's father in his previous life. Alright, let's not talk too much. I'll teach you the cultivation method of secret technique runes. Fei Huang said. Then, she passed the cultivation method of secret technique runes to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming received it, he immediately rushed back to study it. According to Fei Huang, every secret technique only needed to be cultivated to the beginner level. There was no need to cultivate it to a very profound level. The first technique that Lu Ming cultivated was the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. Lu Ming had already cultivated the Divine Dragon Aspect Art to the point of perfection. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't spend much effort to condense a rune for the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. With a thought, this rune flew into a cell in Lu Ming's right hand. In the future, the soul in that cell would naturally constantly study it. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. This kind of method had already exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. In the past, he also couldn't imagine that there was such a method. It was simply mysterious and unfathomable, inexplicable. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. A cell in his palm glowed, and a 9-clawed dragon rushed out of his fist. Marvelous. If I were to fuse several hundred secret techniques into my palm, wouldn't that mean several hundred secret techniques would be unleashed with a single punch? Although they would all be ordinary secret techniques, their power would still be extremely shocking. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he continued to experiment. After a few moves, Lu Ming's control became even better. When he threw a punch, the nine-clawed dragon didn't fly out. However, this punch also contained the power of the mystical dragon aspect art. Secret technique, concealment. Miao Lu Ming is even happier. This way, he can keep a low profile. After all, if he were to use several hundred or even thousands of secret techniques in one move, it would be too ostentatious. It wouldn't be difficult for insightful people to guess that he has a taboo physique. However, although the secret technique was concealed, its power was equally powerful. This way, it would be more convenient to use it, and others wouldn't be able to see it. Let's try something else. Then, Lu Ming began to practice other secret techniques. Ice shackles. Lu Ming has been neglected for a long time. With Lu Ming's current strength, the ice shackles are no longer useful. However, Lu Ming can practice 60 trillion secret techniques. Who cares what kind of secret technique it is, I'll practice it first. Soon, the ice shackles also turned into a rune and flew into a cell in his left hand. In a while, Lu Ming cultivated several secret techniques that he used to practice, such as the heavenly demon golden body and the yin-yang god eye, into secret technique runes. The rune secret technique of the heavenly demon golden body was integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's spine. And the rune secret technique of the yin-yang god eye was integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's eye. These secret techniques were mastered by Lu Ming in the past, so his cultivation speed was the fastest. After practicing these, Lu Ming began to practice other ordinary secret techniques. Over the years, Lu Ming had killed countless opponents and collected a total of 103 types of ordinary secret skills. However, in the past, he put all his thoughts on the secret techniques of origin. He didn't practice these secret techniques at all. After all, the secret techniques of origin had great potential and were much more powerful than these ordinary secret techniques. They had been collected in a storage ring and were not touched. Now, he could take them out to practice. Lu Ming took out a secret technique called the Starquake Fist and began to comprehend it. Practicing a secret technique was naturally not that easy, but as long as one was at the entry level, it was not difficult. Moreover, when one's cultivation was high, one's horizons were high, and it was relatively easier to practice. 3 days later, Lu Ming cultivated this secret technique to the entry level. It turned into a secret technique rune and integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's palm. Then, he took out a finger technique secret technique, cultivated it into a secret technique rune, and integrated it into the cell in his finger. Just like this, Lu Ming used more than a year's time to cultivate all 103 secret techniques into secret technique runes and integrated them into his cell. Let's go and test the power. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Boom. Boom, boom. Two figures were in an intense confrontation. Their figures flashed and energy filled the sky. These two figures were Lu Ming's past body and present body. The past body stimulated the power of the primordial divine blood and held the tyrant god's spear in his hand. The other 10 secret techniques of origin also appeared. Without the restriction of the taboo power, the cultivation of the past body finally skyrocketed. It had already reached the peak of the 4th level Divine Lord realm and was not far from the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Ding ling ling, the heavenly evil bell vibrated and the soul attack technique surged toward the present body. However, it was ineffective against the present body. After all, the cells in his body were all souls. The soul attack could only attack a part of it. Boom, now, all the cells in his body were vibrating, and a powerful force burst out. With a punch, he broke through the attack of the heavenly evil bell, as well as the light of the sun and moon of the moon, and collided with the tyrant god spear. With a violent explosion, the tyrant god spear shook violently. The past body also shook violently and was forced to retreat. Amazing. The power of the taboo power is really amazing. The past body revealed a look of shock and then ecstasy. After all, both the present body and the past body were Lu Ming. Lu Ming would be happy no matter which one was stronger. It's my turn. The present body shouted and his body glowed. Then, hundreds of secret techniques rushed out and rushed toward the past body. Mysterious sky shield, sky-piercing sword. The past body shouted and the 11 secret techniques erupted with amazing power. The power after cutting off the lock was completely stimulated. The two Lu Mings were engaged in an intense battle. However, the taboo power was really amazing. Although the present body's cultivation was only at the third-level Divine Lord realm, the past body was at a disadvantage. The two Lu Ming exchanged more than 100 moves, and in the end, the past body was defeated. After all, the past body had lost the battle formula, and its combat strength had weakened. After the battle ended, the two Lu Ming left respectively, carefully comprehending the gains from the battle. 1 year later. How should I leave? Lu Ming whispered. He planned to leave the Dragon Clan's mother planet and see if he could find the autumn moon. After all, the effect of cultivating the forbidden power on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was not as great as cultivating divine power. Although the cultivation of the forbidden power also required various kinds of energy, it only stored the energy in each cell to enhance one's potential. If one wanted to improve their cultivation, they still needed to constantly cultivate and develop their potential. Therefore, whether or not he was on the Dragon Clan's mother planet did not make much of a difference to his current body. There was also one more thing: developing one's potential required pressure and a big battle. Only under pressure, in a big battle, in a life-and-death situation could his potential be quickly developed. On the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he lacked such conditions, so his progress was very slow. Now, his cultivation was still equivalent to the third-level Divine Lord realm, and his past body was about to break through to the fifth-level Divine Lord realm. Moreover, his past body had cultivated several other types of divine power. Only by controlling more divine power could he go further on this path in the future, and it was possible for him to transcend. But Lu Ming was a little worried. How should he get out? Of course, he could fly out directly, but outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet, there were definitely powerhouses from the various races of the primitive universe guarding it. If he flew out rashly, he would probably be suspected. You are worried about getting out. Fei Huang walked over and heard Lu Ming's muttering. Senior, do you have a good plan? Lu Ming asked. Of course. The one who answered Lu Ming's question was not Fei Huang, but Ao Qian. Ao Qian quietly appeared beside Lu Ming. There are secret passages on the mother planet. Even the Heavenly Palace doesn't know about it. You can leave quietly through that secret passage, no one will find out. Ao Qian said. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, he asked, Senior, this junior would like to ask, how can I approach the Heavenly Palace now? Are you going to find your little lover? Ao Qian smiled. At the side, the corners of Fei Huang's mouth curled up slightly as she said in her heart, this fellow is the same as his father-in-law, he's also a sentimental person. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. Even with his old face, he couldn't help but blush slightly when he mentioned this in front of Xianxia's master. There is only one way to approach the Heavenly Palace, and that is to become a heavenly soldier of the Heavenly Palace. Ao Qian said. Heavenly soldiers? Lu Ming was puzzled. He knew too little about the Heavenly Palace. He only knew that there were many heavenly palaces, but he didn't know exactly how many there were. He also didn't know what it was called. He only knew that it was a dreamy heavenly palace. There are a total of 5 heavenly palaces in the world. They are the Dreamy Heavenly Palace, Ziwei Heavenly Palace, Shenji Heavenly Palace, and Hongmeng Heavenly Palace. These 4 heavenly palaces guard the 4 directions of the primitive universe. Ao Qian said. Isn't there the last heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked curiously. Weren't there 5 heavenly palaces? Ao Qian only said 4. The 5th heavenly palace is very mysterious. Ao Qian shook his head as if he didn't want to say more. Fei Huang didn't say anything either. The ruler of the heavenly palace is the heavenly human race. This race is also very mysterious. They aren't listed on the primitive universe's 10,000 races list, but they are extremely powerful. However, the heavenly human race doesn't have many people, so they can't control the entire primitive universe. Sometimes, they will recruit some people, such as the top geniuses of various races, to become heavenly soldiers. Only by becoming a heavenly soldier can they get close to the heavenly palace. You have a forbidden body now. Even if you enter the heavenly palace, the people in the heavenly palace won't recognize you, unless you meet an unimaginable existence. However, the chances of that happening aren't high, so there's no need to worry. Ao Qian said. How can I become a heavenly soldier? Lu Ming asked again. The Heavenly Palace will recruit a group of people from the primitive universe every once in a while. The time and number are not fixed. You can only wait. Ao Qian said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked Ao Qian. Since that was the case, he could only leave the dragon race's mother planet and travel in the primitive universe. At the same time, he could ask around for information. If the Heavenly Palace recruited people, he would pretend to be a heavenly soldier and ask around about the mid-autumn moon. Senior, where is that passage? Can you send me out? Lu Ming asked. No hurry. Let me give you something first. Ao Qian smiled and then waved his hand. A set of array plates flew out. It was a set of 36 array plates. Many years ago, I asked a spacetime spirit mouse to secretly refine this set of array disks. Once activated, it can directly open a wormhole that leads directly to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Take it with you. Ao Qian said. This, Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect such a treasure to exist. Once activated, it could open a wormhole to return to the dragon race's mother planet. Such a function was really amazing. Senior, this treasure is too precious. Lu Ming said. He was a little embarrassed to accept it. Don't be embarrassed. I have a request for giving you this set of array plates. The divine dragon race was at its peak, and there were divine dragons all over the universe. But now, these scattered divine dragons are miserable. They have become mounts or battle beasts, and even worse, they have become food for other races. So I want to ask for your help. Once you find a divine dragon, you can send them back to the dragon race's mother planet. This way, the divine dragon race's power will be more concentrated, and they will have more power in the future. Ao Qian sighed. Senior, don't worry. As long as I meet the divine dragon race, I will do my best to send them back to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming said with a firm gaze. Okay, I believe you. Ao Qian nodded in satisfaction and said, but this set of array plates will take some time to activate. If you encounter danger or are in a battle, remember not to activate it. You can only rely on it to escape if you have enough time. Junior understands. Lu Ming nodded and kept the array plates. Let's go. Then, Ao Qian waved his hand and a force enveloped Lu Ming. The next moment, they arrived at another place on the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian stretched out his hand and pressed in the air. The void immediately fluctuated and a passage appeared. Let's go. Ao Qian said. Senior, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Cultivate well. I look forward to the day when you grow up and suppress the universe. Ao Qian smiled. Full of anticipation. Lu Ming nodded solemnly, then took a step forward and rushed into the passage, disappearing. I hope you can grow up. In the long river of time, the path of the forbidden physique has been fraught with disasters. Many have fallen. Ao Qian said softly. Lu Ming seemed to have shuttled through the endless void. Not long after, he appeared in a starry sky. I'm out. Lu Ming looked around. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless starry sky. Stars dotted the dark starry sky. Where am I? Lu Ming pondered for a while and then took out a star map. This kind of star map was obtained from Lu Ming after he killed the geniuses of various clans. It was very convenient to use. He injected his divine power into the star map. Suddenly, a vast star map appeared. There were pieces of bright starlight on it. Each starlight represented a starfield. Endless starfields dotted it. This star map was quite vast. It included an unknown number of starfields. On it, there was a red dot. This red dot represented the area where Lu Ming was. Expand. Lu Ming stared at the red dot. Immediately, the area around the red dot expanded rapidly. The starfields also became clear. The surrounding starfields also became blurry. Soon, Lu Ming figured out the area he was in. The Dragon Clan's mother planet is over there. It's only one starfield away from where I am now. It's not too far away. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He wanted to return to the periphery of the Dragon Clan's mother planet and see what the situation was like. Moreover, he also wanted to test if others could recognize him. Although Ao Qian and Fei Huang said that even the Lord of Heaven could not recognize him, he was still a little uncertain without trying it himself. Swoosh. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. A surge of energy burst out from every cell. Swoosh. Lu Ming broke through the void and flew toward the Dragon Clan's mother planet at an astonishing speed. This speed was far above the speed of light. It even surpassed the speed of a divine lord using a teleportation array. Lu Ming broke through the void and moved forward quickly. Not long after, he crossed a starfield and arrived near the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There are still many experts. As soon as Lu Ming arrived near the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he felt many powerful auras in the surrounding starry sky. These auras were very restrained and hidden. However, Lu Ming still caught them. At the same time, several powerful auras swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming maintained his composure and did not say anything. Those auras swept past Lu Ming. They did not find anything strange and then disappeared. They did not find anything. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Compared to before, Xianxia was like a completely different person. His life force essence had changed, so naturally, his enemies wouldn't be able to detect it. Lu Ming approached the Dragon Clan's mother planet. In the distance, a huge planet was floating in the air. The entire planet was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. There were still quite a few figures lingering on the meteorites in the surrounding area. They were all geniuses from different clans. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. He found that some young winged men had gathered on a nearby meteorite. These young winged men seemed to be discussing something. Heavenly hearing. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he activated a secret skill. Heavenly hearing was one of the more than 100 secret techniques that Lu Ming had cultivated. After successfully cultivating it, his hearing would be greatly improved. Lu Ming cultivated it into a secret technique rune and integrated it into his ears. His ears trembled slightly, and then, he heard voices. That Lu Ming is too hateful. He deserves to die. That's right. It's the same for the remaining members of the Dragon Clan. Lu Ming is colluding with the Dragon Clan. It's really hateful. So many of our winged men's prodigies died there. Are we not going to take revenge? But Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan are hiding in the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not only is there a terrifying array like the 10,000 dragon seals on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but there are also terrifying experts left behind. We can't enter at all, let alone take revenge. The winged men gritted their teeth as they discussed. They couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Hee, if you want revenge, you don't have to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. At this time, a winged man youth sneered. You have a way. The other winged men looked at him. There are many other divine dragons in the universe. We just have to find them, kill them, and send them to the illusory heavenly jade. When Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan see it, won't they vomit blood? The winged man youth said. The other winged man youth's eyes lit up. Their winged men's almighty had done this before. By doing this, not only would they be able to anger Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan, but they would also be able to please the winged men's almighty. It was killing two birds with one stone. It's a pity that the old ancestor has already killed a batch of them. It will be difficult to find more divine dragons now. A winged man youth sighed. Don't worry. I happen to have clues about divine dragons, and there are many of them. The young man from the winged men clan laughed arrogantly. What clues? The others quickly asked. I know of a medium-sized world where many divine dragons live. However, that medium-sized world is too weak. It can only accommodate quasi-emperors at most. If a divine emperor enters, that world will be destroyed. That medium-sized world is like a miniature divine dragon world. If we go in and capture a large number of divine dragons, won't Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan rush out and fight us to the death? Ha ha ha. The youth laughed loudly. There's actually such a world? Good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. The other winged men all said. There's no rush. That medium-sized world might have quasi-emperor divine dragons. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to go in. We have to report this matter and ask the clan to send more experts. The youth from before said. That's the only way. What a pity. Some of the youths sighed. If they could succeed, the merit would be great. If they reported it, the merit would be much less. What they didn't know was that their conversation had been heard by Lu Ming. They're really courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. There's actually a medium-sized world with a large number of divine dragons living there. If these divine dragons are sent back to the dragon clan's mother planet, the number of divine dragons will skyrocket. With Senior Ao Qian's nurturing, there might even be a batch of experts. Lu Ming pondered and decided that he had to make this trip. Lu Ming had an idea. He then flew toward the meteorite where the young man from the Wing clan was. Seeing Lu Ming fly over, the winged men youth immediately stopped talking. Brothers of the winged men, you're right. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Who are you? The winged men youth looked coldly at Lu Ming. The winged man race youth coldly looked at Lu Ming. I am Mu Yun. Lu Ming cupped his fists and continued, many of my clansmen were killed by Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race when they entered the dragon race's mother planet. I've been thinking about taking revenge for them all this time. I can't wait to turn that bastard Lu Ming into ashes. At this point, Lu Ming's face was filled with murderous intent and he gritted his teeth. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the winged man race youth's expression became much better. This was what it meant to have a common enemy. Then why did you come looking for us? Asked one of the winged man race youth. Because I know that many of your winged man race people have also died at the hands of Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race. You all want to take revenge on them, right? I have an idea. We can find a lot of dragon race people from the outside world and use the illusory divine jade to record it and send it to the illusory space. Do you think that Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race will be angered to death when they see it? Although we can't personally kill Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race, we can still vent the hatred in our hearts, right? Said Lu Ming. The winged man race's geniuses exchanged glances. Lu Ming's idea happened to coincide with theirs. If we want to kill the dragon race, we can do it ourselves. Why should we cooperate with you? You're just a third-level divine lord. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with us? Said a winged man race youth with a pair of black wings. His face was filled with disdain. The aura Lu Ming revealed was that of a third-level divine lord. Although my cultivation base is only at the third-level divine lord realm, my battle strength is far above that. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid that no one here is my match. Lu Ming said indifferently. Sometimes, when it was time to be strong, one needed to be strong and let the other party know how powerful he was. None of us here are a match for you. The winged man race youth present looked at each other and then laughed. Their laughter was filled with ridicule. Lu Ming actually said that no one here was his match. What a joke. What a joke. The Skyprides of the Winged Men clan present were all top-notch Skyprides of the clan. A few of them were 7th-level divine lords already. There was even an 8th-level divine lord. The rest were all 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level divine lords. They did not snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon clan's mother planet previously, but it did not mean that they were weak. A 3rd-level divine lord actually said that no one present was his match. He could battle an 8th-level divine lord as a 3rd-level divine lord. Moreover, he was a proud son of heaven. Idiot, this was the evaluation of Lu Ming by many winged men. A frog at the bottom of a well, truly laughable. The black-winged youth directly sneered, brat, scram. We don't have time for you. If you're scared, then just say it. Lu Ming said indifferently, looking extremely arrogant. What did you say? I'm scared. Haha. The black-winged youth laughed maniacally. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Brat, I want to see just how strong you are. The eyes of the black-winged youth turned cold and murderous. Since Lu Ming wanted to provoke him, he would give Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. Swoosh, the black-winged youth directly attacked. His palm was like an eagle's claw, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Force held, the power astonishing. In an instant, he closed in on Lu Ming. Only at this time did Lu Ming make his move. His move was very simple, pointing a finger out, pointing toward the other party's palm. Courting death. Seeing that a third-level Divine Lord trash like Lu Ming actually dared to clash head-on with him, he simply had no idea of life or death. He had a 7th-level Divine Lord cultivation. He was seriously much stronger than 3rd-level Divine Lords. A casual move could slap a large number of 3rd-level Divine Lords to death. Forget about 3rd-level Divine Lords, even 6th-level Divine Lords, he would similarly insta-kill them too. A mere 3rd-level Divine Lord, he seriously did not place him in his sights. Bang, the next instant, the two people's attacks collided together. The instant they collided, the black-winged youth's expression changed, becoming incredulous. Fresh blood splattered, bones and flesh flying. His palm was directly pierced through by Lu Ming, a bloody hole appearing. Swoosh, the black-winged youth's figure retreated explosively. So this is your strength? Lu Ming opened his mouth coolly, playing it down but full of mockery. Each of his cells was filled with taboo power. A casual strike, the power was unimaginable. In addition, several kinds of finger-type mystic arts were integrated into the cells of his fingers. That strike just now, the finger-type mystic arts already erupted, the power was very terrifying. The surrounding winged race all opened their eyes wide, very surprised. A 3rd-level Divine Lord actually injured a 7th-level Divine Lord in one move. This was abnormal, too shocking, and terrifying. Simply inconceivable. Damn it, kid, I didn't use much strength at all just now, not even 1/10 of it. Again. The black-winged youth roared angrily. He had indeed only used a trace of strength just now. In his view, a mere 3rd-level Divine Lord was still someone he could suppress with a flip of his hand. How much strength did he need? Now, he knew that he was careless. Bang, the black-winged youth erupted with thick black light all over his body. His cultivation of a 7th-level Divine Lord completely erupted. A resplendent battle sword was grasped in his hand. Kill. The sword light was shocking as it slashed toward Lu Ming, illuminating the starry sky. Even in the face of the black-winged youth who had erupted with all his strength, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He formed a sword with his finger and slashed out. A terrifying sword light burst out from Lu Ming's finger. Boom, the two sword lights collided, and sword chi spread out in all directions. The meteorites under their feet directly exploded and then were cut into ashes by the sword chi. The other winged race prodigies quickly retreated, leaving this area. The next moment, a figure retreated repeatedly. It was still the black-winged youth. That's all you've got? Too weak. Suppress. Lu Ming bellowed and dashed toward the other party. He waved his fists continuously, causing the void to vibrate. The terrifying fist pressure was like a violent storm, pressing toward the black-winged youth. How is this possible? Damn it. The black-winged youth was shocked to the extreme, and at the same time, he was furious. He erupted with all his strength to resist Lu Ming. But it was destined to be futile. Boom. Boom, the two of them exchanged several moves, and the black-winged youth was completely suppressed. He wasn't a match at all. Bang, Lu Ming's fist struck his wing. His wing was broken, and black feathers fluttered. Then, Lu Ming's fist struck his chest. A large hole appeared in his chest, and his bones broke. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He retreated, smashing through several meteorites. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was heavily injured. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming showing mercy. Otherwise, he would have already been killed. See, the sound of gasps rang out. The other winged race prodigies were filled with shock. All the prodigies of the winged men race looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming could actually defeat the black winged men race. This was too unbelievable. This talent was simply heaven-defying. Where did he come from? Why had they never heard of him before? This talent was even more powerful and terrifying than Lu Ming in the dragon race's mother planet. Damn bastard, attack. Let's attack together and kill this person. The black-winged men race youth stabilized his injuries and roared like a madman. He had actually been defeated by a 3rd-level Divine Lord, and it seemed like he had been defeated easily. This was a great humiliation. He was furious and couldn't wait to turn Lu Ming into ashes. Enough. At this moment, a dignified and cold voice rang out. A silver-haired youth stepped out. This was another winged men race youth. His cultivation was very high, reaching the 8th level Divine Lord realm. He was the leader of the winged men race. Ini, kill this person for me. The black winged men race youth roared. Enough. Stop right now. The silver-haired youth, Ini, reprimanded coldly. The black-winged men race youth immediately stopped talking, as if he was afraid of Ini. Brother Mu's combat prowess is really admirable. You have such combat prowess at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm. Even Lu Ming can't compare to you. I'm afraid not many people in the top 10 clans can be compared to Brother Mu. Ini said. Brother Een, you flatter me. How could I dare to compare with the prodigies of the top 10 races? The difference is too great. Lu Ming said modestly. Brother Mu wants to kill the divine dragon to provoke Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon race. My winged men race also has the same intention. Moreover, we happen to know a place where the divine dragons gather. Brother Mu, are you willing to come with us? Ini said. That's what I want. Lu Ming readily agreed. The black-winged men race youth swallowed a healing pill to heal his injuries. He glared at Lu Ming with cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. After that, Lu Ming followed Ini and the others and left the dragon race's mother planet, heading towards the territory controlled by the winged men race. A few days later, they arrived at a planet controlled by the winged clan. The people living on this planet were all from the winged men clan. There were all kinds of winged people. There were thunder-winged beings, storm-winged beings, snow-winged beings, shadowless winged beings, gold-winged beings, and so on. Lu Ming was arranged to stay in a side courtyard. In another hall, the silver-winged clan, black-winged clan, and the others had gathered. Silver Wing, why did you bring Mu Yun along? Why didn't we work together to kill him? The black-winged youth said, still filled with hatred and killing intent towards Lu Ming. There's no need to kill him for now. He's very strong and can be used by us. Silver Wing said, his eyes flashing with wisdom. We're going to the place where the divine dragons gather. There are many powerful divine dragons in that medium-sized world. Our god kings can't go in, so it's still dangerous for us to take down that divine dragon world. Isn't it better to let this person take the lead as cannon fodder? Silver Wing continued. Wonderful, wonderful. The other winged nation youths all praised him. The black-winged youth's eyes also lit up. Not only Mu Yun, we also need to gather a group of experts from other clans to enter that medium-sized world and let them be cannon fodder. Alright, I'll go find Lord Feng Chu now and ask him to arrange this operation to capture the divine dragons. After saying that, he left the place. The Lord Feng Chu he mentioned was the commander of the Winged Men clan in this star field, a very powerful God King expert. When Silver Wing mentioned this matter, Commander Feng Chu immediately agreed to send experts to help them. Moreover, Feng Chu also wanted to gather a group of people from other clans to be cannon fodder. Silver Wing naturally agreed. The area controlled by the Winged Men clan was the border of the Winged Men clan, close to the other clans. At the same time, it was also a bustling commercial area, where people from other clans often came to do business. This time, the Winged Men clan offered a generous reward, so when the news came out, many people came to sign up. After 2 rounds of screening, the strongest 100 people were selected. Lu Ming certainly didn't need to be selected as he had already proven himself. Just like this, after everything was settled, it was already a month later. At this time, the Winged Men clan began to set off. This time, a few God Kings personally led the team, the Winged Men clan, and the experts from other clans added up to more than 500 people. Together, they came to a relatively barren star river. In front of them, there were 9 stars, arranged in a strange way, forming a line. The entrance to the medium-sized world of the Divine Dragon clan is here. Silver Wing said. Let me open it. A God King expert of the Winged Men clan flew forward, his body blossoming with divine light, and a terrifying aura pervaded the air. The wings behind his back flapped, a powerful force burst out, entangling the 9 stars, and then the 9 stars were pushed and moved slowly. Rumble, the starry sky shook, and finally, the 9 stars arranged themselves into the shape of a dragon. Then, the void rippled like water, and a gap appeared in the starry sky. The gap has been opened, go in. After you succeed, send a message through the illusory divine jade and I will open the passage again. The God King said. This was a medium-sized world, very similar to a small kiliocosm, attached to the chaotic universe. However, a medium-sized world was much more stable than a small kiliocosm, and the cultivation environment was also much better, and it could accommodate more experts. For example, in the primordial world of the heavenly world where Lu Ming was, 3rd level void god realm was the limit. Any stronger and the small kiliocosm could easily collapse. The medium-sized world in front of them could only accommodate quasi-emperors. If a god king went in, the whole world could easily collapse. Therefore, the strongest expert that went in this time was a quasi-emperor. Let's go. Silverwing took the lead, flying forward. Then, the others also moved, flying towards the passage. Lu Ming followed them, entering the passage together. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others stood on a mountain peak. In the sky, there was a huge passageway that was slowly rotating. After they all entered, the passageway slowly disappeared. Let's go in batches, 5 batches. Each batch has about 100 people. If you see a divine dragon, try not to kill it. Once you capture it, put it in your Qianxia bag, and then go to the outer region of the Dragon Clan's mother planet to fight. Understand? Silverwing said. The others nodded. Among these people, Silverwing's status was the highest. He was the top genius. Although there were many quasi-emperors present, they were all seniors. Although their combat strength was stronger than Silverwing's, their talent was far from comparable. Naturally, their status was lower than Silverwing's. Then, they divided into 5 batches. Whether it was intentional or not, Lu Ming, Silverwing, and the black-winged man youth were in the same group. When the black-winged man youth looked at Lu Ming, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Over 500 people split into 5 groups and headed off in 5 different directions. Lu Ming, Silverwing, and the rest, together with nearly 100 people, flew toward the front and left. Whoosh, when they flew past, the space was split open like water ripples, allowing their speed to be astonishingly fast. It was as if they were breaking through space to advance. What a fragile space. Lu Ming pondered. The stability of space here was worlds apart from the primitive universe. Lu Ming felt like he could break space with just a slight movement. It was the same feeling as when Lu Ming's cultivation base had reached the peak of that world. He could break space at will. Before long, they arrived in front of a castle. This castle was where the divine dragons gathered. Lu Zhan, check the cultivation base of the strongest dragon in this castle. Silverwing instructed an old winged man with a crooked nose. Although this old winged man was a quasi-emperor, he was very old and didn't have much lifespan left. He wouldn't be able to break through to the divine emperor realm in his lifetime, so his status was much lower than Silverwing's. Yes. The old winged man, Lu Zhan, spread out his spiritual sense, enveloping the entire castle. After a while, Lu Zhan said, "Young master, the strongest is a 4th-level divine lord." Only a 4th-level divine lord. Then attack. Silverwing stepped into the air. The others also flew forward. The strongest was a 4th-level divine lord, so they didn't feel any pressure. Set up the formation. The dragons in the castle also noticed Silverwing's group. The castle lit up, and dragon roars rang out. A grand formation appeared, enveloping the castle. You want to stop me with a mere formation? You're dreaming. Silverwing sneered. The silver wings on his back lit up, turning into a saber light that slashed out. Boom, the saber light slashed the castle's formation, causing it to explode. It couldn't withstand Silverwing's attack. Then, Silverwing reached out with a large hand and grabbed it. Fight them. Roar, angry roars could be heard from the castle, and numerous divine dragons flew out. Most of these divine dragons were 5-clawed divine dragons. Only a few were 6-clawed divine dragons. The highest cultivation was merely 4th-level divine lord. The difference was too great, there was no comparison at all. Silverwing's claw grabbed at that 4th-level Divine Lord 6-clawed Divine Dragon, directly crushing the other party's attack and defense, grabbing the other party in his hand like grabbing a small bug. Then, Silverwing took out a golden pouch. The bag expanded rapidly. Then, Silverwing grabbed Shenlong and stuffed him into the bag. They were not going to kill them here. They were going to bring them outside the dragon race's mother planet. They were going to hunt these dragons, drink their blood, and eat their meat. Then, they were going to send it to the illusory space for Lu Ming to see and stimulate Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others. Haha, little reptile, surrender now that you're dead. Can't even withstand a single blow. The people of the Winged Men tribe and the other tribes laughed heartily. They used their techniques to capture all the mystical dragons and stuffed them into the golden pouch. The golden pouch was called the Qianquan pouch, and it could hold living things. Soon, all the mystical dragons in the castle were taken down. The castle was also razed to the ground. Then, they continued forward. Whenever they came across a castle or city, they would immediately capture the mystical dragons and stuff them into the Qianquan pouch. In less than a day, they had captured thousands of mystical dragons. The next day, they came to a strange place. There was a huge mountain in front of them. On the side of the mountain, there was a huge cave. It was more than 100 miles wide and unfathomably deep. This was a dragon's den. Wherever there was a dragon's den, there would definitely be a large number of mystical dragons gathered. Moreover, there might be extremely powerful existences. This dragon's den is not simple. It's very likely that there are 9th-level divine lords, or even quasi-emperors. The old winged man Lu Zhan transmitted to Silverwing. Silverwing nodded silently. Then, he turned and transmitted to the other winged men. There should be quite a few mystical dragons in this dragon's den. I'll leave it to you. Go and capture the mystical dragons in this dragon's den. The black-winged man youth stepped forward. His sharp and cold gaze swept over Lu Ming and the other tribes. There were about 100 people from the other tribes in total. They were divided into 5 groups. There were about 20 of them here. Many people's expressions changed when the black-winged man youth's gaze swept over them. Let us go. Why don't you go? An old man who looked like a gorilla asked. It's just a dragon's den. There's no need for us to go. You guys can go. You have to work here. The black-winged man youth said. I think you want us to be cannon fodder. There's definitely a terrifying existence in this dragon's den. There might even be quasi-emperors. If the 20 of us go, I'm afraid it won't bode well for us. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. The bone demon resided in his sea of consciousness. The bone demon didn't follow his past self. Instead, he followed his present self out. He didn't want to be trapped in the dragon race's mother planet. With the bone demon around, he clearly knew that there were quasi-emperors in this dragon's den. Moreover, there were no quasi-emperors among the 20 of them. Letting them take the lead would be suicide. The winged men clearly wanted them to be cannon fodder. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 20 experts who weren't from the winged race changed, becoming extremely unsightly. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The black-winged man youth stared coldly at Lu Ming. I'm talking nonsense. Haha, this dragon's den is obviously extraordinary. Do you think we're fools? Lu Ming sneered. That's right. If you want to go, we'll go together. What do you mean by asking us to go alone? That's right. We came here to assist the winged men. If you want us to die, I won't do it. At most, I'll withdraw. I won't earn this money. The others started to clamor. Since you're already here, it's not up to you. Ini said coldly. Shua shua, one of the people present flashed and formed a semicircle, blocking Lu Ming and the others' escape route. What are you doing? The winged men will offend my clan if you do this. The Sky Traveler clan isn't afraid of you. Some people shouted. Humph. If you don't listen to us, no one will know even if we kill you. They'll only think that you died in the hands of the dragon race. Your clansmen will only seek revenge from the dragon race. Ini said coldly. The faces of the other clansmen turned ugly. Obviously, they had been tricked. They had no choice but to follow the winged men's orders. Also, this kid has disrupted the morale of the army. He's guilty of a heinous crime. Now, you'll be the first to charge into the dragon's den. I'll spare your life. The black-winged man youth looked at Lu Ming and shouted coldly. If you want to go, then go. I'm not interested. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Kid, you're courting death. The black-winged man youth's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent was as cold as a blade. Divine light spread out from his body. If it wasn't for his fear of Lu Ming, he would have already killed Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the black-winged man youth. Everyone, it's obvious that the Winged Man clan wants us to be cannon fodder and lead the charge. Even if this dragon cave is fine, there will be more and more. How can they let us leave alive after doing such a despicable thing? Lu Ming said loudly. His words made the faces of the 20 experts from various races turn even uglier. Indeed, the Winged Man clan would definitely let them spread such a despicable thing. They would definitely make them cannon fodder until they died. Many of them revealed a ruthless look. In that case, why don't we fight to the death and kill our way out? Lu Ming said loudly. Kill our way out? Without the Winged Man clan's divine emperor, you can kill your way out. Also, with the Winged Man clan's divine emperor guarding outside, you can break out. Silver Wing sneered. Many people turned pale. Indeed, even if they broke out of the encirclement, they would not be able to kill their way out. So, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Let's cooperate. The Winged Man clan will not let you die in vain. You just need to check the situation ahead. If there are experts, we will definitely act. Also, if any of you have illusory divine jades, you can spread the news at any time. The Winged Man clan will not do such a despicable thing. It will be easily spread. Silver Wing continued. Indeed, many people felt relieved after hearing this. However, this kid will have to pay the price for disturbing the morale of the army. Silver Wing looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. He originally wanted to use Lu Ming as cannon fodder, but since Lu Ming did not know what was good for him, he could only get rid of him in advance. Attack! Kill him! The black-winged man youth yelled. Kill! With a long roar, someone took the initiative to attack. The first to attack was none other than Lu Ming. Since the battle was unavoidable, Lu Ming would not hesitate. Moreover, his battle intent was strong and he was not afraid, even if the Winged Man clan had many quasi-emperors. However, these were all ordinary quasi-emperors. Lu Ming had long wanted to see how strong he was when he used his full strength. Lu Ming took the initiative to attack. His target was the black-winged man attack. Attack! The black-winged man youth roared, his divine power erupted, forming two black sharp blades, slashing towards Lu Ming. Beside the black-winged youth, two old men also made their move. These two old men were both 9th-level divine lord powerful existences. The three of them attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was fearless. He didn't even bother to defend himself. He directly punched out. Boom boom boom, several rumbles in a row. The black-winged youths and the two 9th-level divine lord powerhouses' attacks were directly broken apart by Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming rushed past, and the remaining attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. They only left a few bloody scars on his body, but they didn't do much damage. Lu Ming continued to attack the black-winged youth. Stop him! The black-winged man youth was shocked and quickly retreated. As for the two 9th-level divine lord elders, they dashed out and attacked, wanting to stop Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched out twice, and the two 9th-level divine lords coughed up blood and retreated. Now, Lu Ming had erupted with his full strength. Every cell was trembling, and a powerful energy spread out from each cell. The energy of 60 trillion cells intertwined, terrifying to the extreme. Lu Ming instantly arrived in front of the black-winged man youth. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, scaring the black-winged man youth into roaring in fright. Save me! Quickly save me! The black-winged man youth roared. Kill him! Quickly kill him! Silver Wing also roared. He turned into a silver ray of light and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other winged men experts also attacked. Terrifying attacks surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. Quasi-emperors, and there were many of them. Lu Ming instantly determined that there were at least 10 quasi-emperors among the winged men. However, these people were still a step too late. Lu Ming's attack had already blasted towards the black-winged man youth. The black-winged man youth was naturally unwilling to be killed, so he tried his best to resist. However, the fist energy passed through, and the black-winged man youth's attack was directly defeated. His body suddenly exploded. A destructive force rushed towards his sea of consciousness. How is this possible? The black-winged man youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Last time, he could clearly block several of Lu Ming's moves without dying. This time, he couldn't even block one move. Is this his true strength? This was the last thought that flashed through the black-winged man youth's mind. Then, his soul was turned to ashes under the destructive force. The black-winged man youth was killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. At this time, the other attacks were about to hit Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming shook his muscles and rushed forward, avoiding many attacks. However, there were still 2 quasi-emperors' attacks that bombarded his back. Lu Ming's body shook violently. The 2 incomparably sharp attacks broke through his defense and even broke his bones. Lu Ming's body flew out tens of thousands of meters and crashed into a mountain. Pfft! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of a quasi-emperor is indeed strong. It's much stronger than a 9th-level divine monarch. Lu Ming thought. Previously, even a 9th-level divine monarch expert couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense. However, a quasi-emperor directly broke his bones. However, a steady stream of energy emerged from the cells in Lu Ming's wound. As soon as this energy came out, Lu Ming's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. Yes, it seems like my strength has increased a bit. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He felt that after his injuries were healed, his strength had increased a bit, and he was a bit closer to a 4th-level divine monarch. Could it be that the potential of my cells has been developed? Lu Ming thought of the cultivation method of the taboo energy that Fei Huang had told him. To cultivate the taboo energy, one would normally need to absorb a large amount of energy. However, this energy wouldn't directly increase his cultivation. Instead, it would fuse into each of his cells and strengthen his potential. Only by constantly developing his potential would this energy be transformed into his cultivation. And the injuries he had suffered just now had also unknowingly developed his potential. Am I going to become a masochist? The more I get beaten, the stronger I become. Lu Ming was a bit speechless. Kill. At this time, Silver Wing and the other experts of the winged race had already arrived. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged in another direction. At the same time, he constantly punched, his fist energy breaking through the air and resisting some of the attacks. However, the strength of a quasi-emperor was truly shocking. Furthermore, there were several middle-aged quasi-emperors among them. Their strength was even more terrifying. These people weren't particularly old, but they had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Their talent wasn't weak, and they were stronger than ordinary quasi-emperors. Boom, there was a violent roar and Lu Ming's body was once again sent flying. He crashed into a few mountain ranges and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his injuries were quickly healing. Roar! At this moment, the dragon's roar rang out. The dragon's cave naturally noticed the commotion and set up a large formation, ready for battle. As for Silver Wing, he led dozens of winged men to attack Lu Ming once again. Come! Lu Ming charged out of the rubble, his battle intent soaring. Boom, he activated the battle character art, increasing his battle strength by 5 times. The battle character art followed his body. Lu Ming had already tested it. Even if it was a taboo energy, activating the battle character art could still increase his battle strength. After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's battle strength soared. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the winged men, punching out at their attacks. There was a secret technique hidden in each of his fists, and each of his fists was capable of destroying an attack. Lu Ming was bathed in attacks. Dozens of attacks were all defeated. Lu Ming charged through. Although he was covered in blood, he didn't feel anything. He directly charged towards some of the weaker winged men. Boom, after a few punches, several winged men's bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Retreat, all of you retreat. Quasi-emperors, surround him. Silver Wing roared. Lu Ming's battle strength had deeply shocked him. Lu Ming was only a third-level divine lord, but he could fight against a quasi-emperor. He could even kill a ninth-level divine lord. This kind of battle strength was simply unimaginable. Even existences below the quasi-emperor level couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. Therefore, the winged men below the quasi-emperor level retreated and used long-range attacks to restrain Lu Ming. As for the quasi-emperors, they surrounded Lu Ming. There were a total of 13 quasi-emperors. This was a shocking force. Vast divine power surged. This area was completely boiling. Space was fragmenting, and the ground was cracking and exploding. This was only a middle-sized world, and its stability could not be compared to the primitive universe. It could not withstand the full power of more than 10 quasi-emperors. The 13 quasi-emperors unleashed their ultimate moves and attacked Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stared at one of the quasi-emperors and charged over. He did not care about the attacks of the others. Boom boom, Lu Ming's fists continuously punched out, and the space was beaten into a chaotic color. The destructive force completely engulfed the void as it surged toward the quasi-emperor. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged 5 or 6 moves. It was obvious that Lu Ming had the upper hand. His fist energy pierced through the quasi-emperor's attack. The quasi-emperor coughed out blood and retreated. Lu Ming's fist energy had left a huge hole in his chest. However, at the same time, the attacks of the other quasi-emperors also landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spine, back, shoulders, and other places had been integrated with some defensive secret arts. At this moment, these secret arts were all activated. However, the combined attack of more than 10 quasi-emperors was too powerful. These secret arts could only block a portion of the power. Poochie, crack, the flesh and blood on Lu Ming's back and shoulders exploded. Even his bones were cracked. Waves of excruciating pain spread throughout his body. However, a large amount of energy immediately surged out of every cell, healing Lu Ming's injuries at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and continued to attack that quasi-emperor. His attacks did not stop at all. That quasi-emperor did his best to block, but he had already been injured by Lu Ming and was much weaker. How could he block Lu Ming's attacks? After a few more punches, that quasi-emperor screamed miserably. His body was torn apart, and his soul also turned to ashes under the violent power. A quasi-emperor was killed just like that. Back then, in the Taishu dynasty, a quasi-emperor was a supreme existence for Lu Ming. In the battle between the Taishu dynasty, the Wu people, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty, a quasi-emperor could play a key role in determining victory or defeat. Now, Lu Ming had killed a quasi-emperor with his own hands. Moreover, this quasi-emperor was from the Wing Men clan. His combat strength was much stronger than that of the quasi-emperors of the Taishu dynasty. In other words, now that Lu Ming had returned to the Taishu dynasty, no one except the immortal demon was his match. However, killing a quasi-emperor was not without a price. Lu Ming was attacked again. The place where he was attacked was badly mutilated, and many of his bones were broken. It was a horrible sight. After being seriously injured, even with Lu Ming's recovery ability, it was difficult for him to recover in a short time. Kill him completely. I want him to die without a burial place. Silver Wing roared hysterically. Lu Ming's combat strength frightened him from the bottom of his soul. This kind of combat strength, this kind of talent, was too monstrous. If he didn't get rid of Lu Ming today, he would be the one to die in the future. There were still 12 quasi-emperors left. They once again used their trump cards to attack Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He continued to stare at one of the quasi-emperors and attacked. Boom. Boom, boom. His attacks were like a storm, constantly surging toward that quasi-emperor. Just like before, he completely ignored the attacks of the others. Damn it. That quasi-emperor was frightened because he found that although Lu Ming was injured, his combat strength had not weakened at all. The two of them exchanged a few moves. He felt that the bones in his hand were broken, his wings were pierced, and feathers were flying everywhere. At this time, Lu Ming was attacked again. His chest was pierced. Even his head had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel a little dizzy. Lu Ming endured the pain. His attacks did not weaken at all. Finally, that quasi-emperor was unable to endure any longer. He was torn apart by Lu Ming, dying on the spot. Boom, Lu Ming was smashed into the ground. The ground exploded, and everything within hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. Not far away, the dragon cave was protected by the Grand Formation. That was why it was safe. Who is this person? How can he be so monstrous? The 20 people from the other races stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. Lu Ming's combat prowess had deeply shocked these people. Don't split up. Gather together and attack. Don't let him defeat you one by one, roared one of the quasi-emperors. The remaining 11 quasi-emperors gathered together and chased after Lu Ming. Bang, the ground exploded, and Lu Ming charged out. But this time, Lu Ming did not charge at them. Instead, he flew into the distance. He fled. Lu Ming did not continue fighting because his injuries were too heavy. If he continued fighting, it would not be good for him. Furthermore, as the battle continued, Lu Ming felt that his recovery ability was weakening. This made Lu Ming feel uncertain. Lu Ming was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Chase. The 11 quasi-emperors, as well as Silver Wing and the others, chased after Lu Ming. But they found that Lu Ming was very fast, even faster than quasi-emperors. The distance between them was slowly increasing. 2 hours later, they could no longer see Lu Ming's figure. Stop chasing. At this time, Silver Wing shouted. Although he was unwilling, he could only give up. Young master, this kid is too monstrous. We must get rid of him, or else we won't be able to live in peace in the future. The winged man Lu Zhan said. It doesn't matter. Even if we let him escape, he won't be able to leave this world. There are divine emperors of the winged men guarding outside. He'll be courting death if he goes out. Let's capture the divine dragons of this world first, then let the divine emperors destroy this world. That kid will definitely die. Silver Wing said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Young master, you're right. That kid can't run forever. Let's go capture the divine dragons first. Lu Zhan said. Then, they left this place and headed to the dragon cave. After Lu Ming shook off the winged men, he flew for more than an hour. After a few hours, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. There were no visible wounds on the surface of his body. Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. Forbidden energy is indeed magical. It's said that even a single cell can come back to life. Looks like it's true. However, it should require a large amount of energy. The energy I absorbed from those divine herbs seems to be running out. Lu Ming pondered. After this battle, Lu Ming had a better understanding of the effects of the taboo power. Each of his cells contained forbidden energy, which contained the energy of divine herbs. Therefore, when he was injured, the energy would be stimulated, allowing him to recover quickly. However, when the energy was exhausted, it would be much slower for him to recover. Looks like I'll have to absorb more energy in the future and store it in my cells to increase my potential. Lu Ming said. He carefully sensed that every cell in his body was filled with a sense of hunger. This was a sign of energy deficiency. Then let's refine some divine herbs first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and many divine herbs appeared in his hand. When Lu Ming left the dragon race's mother planet, he brought a large amount of divine herbs with him. After all, his past self was still on the dragon clan's mother planet. There was no shortage of elixirs at all. Hence, most of the elixirs that he had obtained previously were carried by his current self. Lu Ming took out a stock of divine medicine. With a thought, his body trembled slightly. Every cell in his body emitted a powerful attractive force. The energy of this stock of divine medicine was quickly absorbed. Soon, the energy of the entire stock of divine medicine was completely absorbed by the cells and distributed to each of them. The energy of a divine herb was distributed to 60 trillion cells. Each cell couldn't get much. Lu Ming could still feel the hunger in his cells. Lu Ming continued to refine the second divine herb. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to refine the godly herbs. After refining a few dozen stalks of godly herbs, the hunger finally subsided a little. Only about 3%. Lu Ming muttered. He had a feeling that the energy stored in his cells had only reached about 3%. He could continue to store more energy to increase his potential. The more he stored, the more he could be reborn even if he was left with only a single cell. Continue. Then, Lu Ming took out a stalk of Divine Emperor level divine herb. Divine Emperor level divine herbs were used by divine emperors. Generally speaking, divine lords couldn't use them. If the medicinal power was too strong, they would explode. But Lu Ming didn't have such a problem now. 60 trillion cells could absorb energy. How much could he absorb? Begin. Lu Ming held the Divine Emperor level divine herb. His cells emitted a strong attractive force. The medicinal power of the divine herb was constantly being absorbed by his cells. However, the medicinal power of a Divine Emperor level divine herb was unusually strong. Lu Ming spent a total of 5 days to completely absorb the medicinal power of this stalk of divine herb. It's almost at 20%. Lu Ming sensed the situation of his cells. Moreover, my cultivation is about to break through. I should take the opportunity to break through in one go. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Previously, he had fought with the winged men and killed 2 quasi-emperors. He had also been seriously injured. Such a life-and-death battle was very beneficial to stimulating one's potential. With his potential stimulated, Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly increased. He was only a paper away from 4th-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming only needed to break through this paper and his cultivation would naturally be able to break through. Lu Ming began to cultivate according to the cultivation method of the taboo power that Fei Huang had passed on to him. Buzz, Lu Ming swung his fists. The void trembled slightly. As he swung his fists, the muscles, bones, and blood in his body rhythmically vibrated along with his fists. All the cells in his body also vibrated along with his fists. Traces of potential were stimulated, strengthening Lu Ming. Lu Ming focused on cultivating. The speed at which he swung his fists became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After 3 days of continuous cultivation, Lu Ming's aura had reached its peak. Boom, Lu Ming, who was swinging his fists, suddenly felt the strength in his body skyrocket. The taboo power that emerged from every cell was even stronger. Breakthrough, Lu Ming's cultivation had finally broken through to 4th-level Divine Lord. This caused Lu Ming's battle strength to skyrocket. Not bad. Lu Ming stopped and nodded. I hope the winged men haven't left yet. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then his figure moved and he broke through the void. His direction was the depths of this world. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the dragon cave that he had passed by previously. At this moment, the dragon cave had already collapsed. There was not a single divine dragon inside. This dragon cave only had 1 quasi-emperor at most. It could not stop Silver Wing and the others at all. It was expected that it would be broken through. Lu Ming continued forward. Along the way, he saw many broken castles, cities, and dragon caves. This world was a mess. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze changed. He sensed a weak dragon energy in one of the dragon caves. Lu Ming's taboo power had been refined by the dragon race's experts for a long time. It now had some dragon characteristics. So Lu Ming was very sensitive to dragon energy. Lu Ming entered the dragon's lair and discovered a divine dragon in an extremely secretive place. This was a 7-clawed divine dragon. It was very young. When it realized that Lu Ming had discovered it, it roared and charged at Lu Ming. I'll fight you to the death. The 7-clawed divine dragon roared, its eyes red. Its claws repeatedly clawed at Lu Ming. However, this divine dragon was only a 1st-level divine lord. The difference between it and Lu Ming was too great. Lu Ming reached out a hand and grabbed it. His palm expanded rapidly and he grabbed the 7-clawed divine dragon in his hand. The 7-clawed divine dragon struggled with all its might, but it could not move at all. Damn it! Despicable outsiders, you will all die a horrible death. The divine dragon cursed with all its might. I'm not with those birdmen. I'm a friend of the dragon race. Lu Ming said. You want to lie to me? No way. The divine dragon's eyes widened. It clearly did not believe him. You're my prisoner now, why would I lie to you? Lu Ming said indifferently. The seven-clawed divine dragon was stunned. Indeed, it was a piece of cake for Lu Ming to kill him. It was also a piece of cake for Lu Ming to obtain his belongings. Why would he need to lie to him? For a moment, the seven-clawed divine dragon did not say a word. Let me ask you, where did those birdmen go? Lu Ming asked. You're really not with those birdmen? The seven-clawed divine dragon asked again. Don't worry, I have a grudge with those birdmen. I'm looking for them to take revenge. Moreover, I'm old friends with the dragon race, I'll save you and send you to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming said. What? You can send us to the dragon race's mother planet? The seven-clawed divine dragon's eyes were wide open, full of doubt, shock, and disbelief. The dragon race's mother planet was a legend to him. He was young and had only heard of the legends of the dragon race's mother planet from the older generation. He heard that the dragon race was once incomparably powerful and dominated the universe. The dragon race's mother planet was the holy land of all the dragon race, worshipped by thousands of dragons. But later, the dragon race was destroyed and the dragon race's mother planet was sealed. The dragon race became the mounts and food of others. It was a tragic sight. And now, Lu Ming could actually bring him to the dragon race's mother planet. He was both excited and in disbelief. Of course. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. All right, I'll believe you this time. Those birdmen are heading to the imperial capital. They're probably going to attack the imperial capital now. I'll bring you there. The seven-clawed divine dragon gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. This world was not big. Anyway, even if he did not lead the way, Lu Ming would be able to find the imperial capital very quickly. Immediately, they set off. With the seven-clawed divine dragon leading the way, Lu Ming quickly flew in a direction with the seven-clawed divine dragon. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He broke through the void and moved forward. Not long after, he saw a dazzling divine light ahead. The dragon god emperors of this world have all arrived. At this moment, they were all engaged in an intense battle. The dragon clan soon discovered that the winged men had invaded this world. The experts of the divine dragon imperial capital gathered all the divine dragons in the imperial capital and set up a formation to resist the winged men's attack. The winged men clan had originally been divided into 5 groups. Now, they had all gathered together and surrounded the imperial capital. Originally, there were about 100 people from other races, but now, there were not many left. It could be seen that along the way, the winged men clan had used the other races as cannon fodder, and there were many casualties. At this moment, all of the winged men were surrounding the divine dragon imperial capital and bombarding it. Dazzling divine light soared into the sky as hundreds of attacks of all kinds fell upon the dragon god emperor. Above the Shenlong imperial capital, a grand formation appeared to defend against these attacks. However, right now, the Grand Array could not withstand the attacks of so many powerhouses and was already in imminent danger. Block it. You must block it. A dragon's roar was heard in the Shenlong imperial capital. Some of the more powerful divine dragons had solemn looks in their eyes. They could clearly sense that there were more than 50 quasi-emperors in the winged men clan. On the divine dragon's side, there were also quasi-emperors, but there were only a dozen of them. The difference was too great. Once the grand formation was broken, what awaited them would be defeat and death. They're just the winged men clan. Back then, when our dragon clan was at its peak, they would not dare to attack us. They could only bow and scrape before us. Damn it. Some of the divine dragons sighed, their faces filled with sorrow and loneliness. Fight. Even if we die, we must drag them down with us. Prepare for battle. Voices rang out one after another. All of the dragon clan showed an expression of facing death as they prepared to fight to the death with the winged men clan. Far away. Wait here. Lu Ming instructed the seven-clawed divine dragon, then stepped out without concealing his aura. Now that his cultivation had reached the 4th level Divine Lord realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed and there was no need for him to hide it. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the Winged Men clan sensed him. It's that brat. Lu Ming, that brat, how dare he appear again? A few of the Winged Men clan said coldly. In particular, Silver Wing's gaze was extremely cold. Originally, I wanted to get the Divine Emperors to destroy this world after dealing with the Divine Dragons and bury this brat here. Since he dares to appear, let's deal with him first. Silver Wing's mouth moved slightly as he transmitted a message to some of the Winged Men clan's experts. This time, the Winged Men clan had sent a total of 60 quasi-emperors here. Previously, 2 of them had been killed by Lu Ming, so there were still 58 left. Following Silver Wing's order, 20 quasi-emperors stepped out, flapping their wings as they charged toward Lu Ming. They formed a fan shape, forming groups of 2 as they surrounded Lu Ming. They did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Silver Wing had already warned them that Lu Ming was able to successfully kill 2 quasi-emperors and escape from the encirclement of 13 quasi-emperors. His combat strength was extremely shocking. Many of the Winged Men clan could not help but look over, and the frequency of their attacks decreased. Silver Wing and the others did not care. In their opinion, these divine dragons were just turtles in a jar. As long as they dealt with Lu Ming, it would be easy to take down these divine dragons. This brat is not running away. Silver Wing's eyes widened. He originally thought that with so many experts chasing after him, Lu Ming would most likely run away. Unexpectedly, not only did Lu Ming not run away, but he also charged in a direction. Could it be that Lu Ming still thought that he could fight with them? Could it be that Lu Ming's cultivation had a breakthrough? Silver Wing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Be careful, don't split up. Silver Wing hurriedly shouted. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly. All the cells in his body vibrated, and a powerful force pushed him forward. His body burst out like a stream of light as he charged toward the 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan. Lu Ming's sudden increase in speed was beyond the expectations of the Winged Men clan. In an instant, Lu Ming appeared in front of the 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan. Boom! Lu Ming swung his fists and threw out 2 punches in a row. The void exploded as if it was broken into pieces. The violent force crushed toward the 2 quasi-emperors like a storm. This force is not good. The 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan's faces changed drastically. Once Lu Ming made his move, they could feel that Lu Ming's power was simply terrifying. The violent force was so oppressive that they could not catch their breath. Without the slightest hesitation, they burst out with all their strength to resist. However, when Lu Ming's fists landed, their attacks directly collapsed. Lu Ming's fists were unstoppable. There was nothing that could not be broken. Ah! 2 shrill screams sounded. The 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan were torn apart. They were directly killed, and feathers flew everywhere. All of a sudden, the other Winged Men clan members were stunned. There was a moment of absent-mindedness. It was really too shocking. These were 2 quasi-emperors, but Lu Ming had killed them in seconds when they met. They had no room to resist at all and were directly killed. All the winged men fell into a momentary daze. However, for an expert like Lu Ming, that momentary daze could determine life and death. How could Lu Ming miss out on such an opportunity? Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged at the other 2 quasi-emperors, his fists raining down on them. Previously, Lu Ming had activated the battle character art to increase his combat prowess by 5 times, pushing his combat prowess to the peak. When the fist energy descended, even the void was destroyed. Although the 2 quasi-emperors had already reacted and tried their best to block, it was useless. Under the fist energy's pressure, their bodies and bones were crushed, their bodies and souls destroyed. Before Lu Ming broke through, when he activated the battle character art to increase his combat prowess by 5 times, he could already kill ordinary quasi-emperors. Now that he had broken through, his combat prowess had soared. Before Lu Ming, quasi-emperors could not withstand a single blow and could be killed instantly. After killing these 2, Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he charged at the other 2 quasi-emperors. Gather! Gather together! Don't split up! Quickly gather! Those quasi-emperors roared. The other 10-odd quasi-emperors all charged at the 2 quasi-emperors in front of Lu Ming. Those 2 quasi-emperors hastily retreated, wanting to flee. However, they were still a step too late. Kill! Lu Ming hollered and his fist force came crashing down. Lu Ming's fist energy not only contained the power of a taboo but also the various secret techniques that he had fused with his cells. These secret techniques were hidden, but the instant he attacked, they still burst forth with astonishing power. As expected, the 2 quasi-emperors of the winged men were easily killed by Lu Ming. In the distance, the 7-clawed divine dragon that Lu Ming brought over was dumbfounded. From the moment Lu Ming attacked until now, it had only been a few breaths of time. However, Lu Ming had already killed 6 quasi-emperors. Such combat prowess was simply shocking. All the divine dragons in the Divine Dragon Royal capital could not help widening their eyes. They did not expect an expert to suddenly appear and kill 6 quasi-emperors of the winged men. Their hearts couldn't help but burn with passion. Lu Ming's battle prowess gave them hope. Perhaps he would be saved today. When Lu Ming killed 6 quasi-emperors in a row, the remaining 14 quasi-emperors who had charged at Lu Ming had already gathered together. Kill! Lu Ming roared. Even though he was facing 14 quasi-emperors, he was still fearless and launched a fierce attack. The 14 quasi-emperors also shouted as they gathered their attacks and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not evade at all. He swung his fist and rushed forward, meeting the opponent's attack head-on. Boom boom boom, a terrifying explosion rang out, shaking heaven and earth. The void shattered, and the ground cracked. In the end, Lu Ming rushed past. He was still hit by a few attacks. However, as his cultivation had increased, his defensive ability had also increased. Although the attacks of these quasi-emperors had left wounds on Lu Ming's body, they were not very serious. They were only superficial wounds and his bones were not damaged. His injuries were quickly recovering. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed. Come. Only your attacks can stimulate my potential. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light. He found that as long as there was enough energy stored in his cells and his potential was strong, self-abuse might be a shortcut to a quick breakthrough. Therefore, he simply let go of his defense and focused on attacking. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming shouted as he stared at the winged men and attacked them. He was too lazy to care about the attacks of the other quasi-emperors. After a few consecutive punches, he defeated the attacks in front of him. Then, a quasi-emperor of the winged men screamed as his chest was penetrated by Lu Ming's punch and his body exploded. Following which, Lu Ming's arms shook. Every cell in his body emitted a terrifying force that exploded in all directions all of a sudden. The quasi-emperor's body and head exploded like a watermelon. He died on the spot. Then, Lu Ming's left hand slashed out, and a resplendent sword light cut another quasi-emperor in half. His soul was also extinguished by the sword light. As for the other quasi-emperors, their attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, sending Lu Ming flying. His body was in tatters and bleeding. However, Lu Ming's injuries were rapidly recovering. As Lu Ming recovered, he could feel his strength increasing. That's right, being injured actually stimulated his potential. It was many times faster than cultivating by himself. This made Lu Ming even more excited. He decided to find more people to fight in the future. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and charged at the other quasi-emperors as if he didn't care about his life. More importantly, after charging a short distance, his injuries were almost completely healed. Freak, this is freak. Freak, freak. Those quasi-emperors were all horrified. Lu Ming's performance was simply freakish. How were they supposed to fight him? Attack together. Ignore the dragon race's people. Attack together and kill this brat first. Silver Wing roared. He was also incomparably terrified. How long had it been, and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. Soon, he would become even more terrifying. He had to kill Lu Ming. The remaining 38 quasi-emperors all put down the Divine Dragon Imperial capital and charged at Lu Ming together. However, by the time they arrived, Lu Ming had already killed 2 quasi-emperors of the winged men. Of the 20 quasi-emperors at the start, Lu Ming had already killed 10 of them. Good. Seeing the remaining 38 quasi-emperors charging over, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. His muscles trembled as he ignored the remaining 10 quasi-emperors and charged at the 38 quasi-emperors. Those 38 quasi-emperors hadn't expected Lu Ming to be so bold as to take the initiative to attack them. So, they hadn't gathered together. Now that they saw Lu Ming charging over, they were given a fright. Then, all kinds of attacks rained down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not care about these attacks at all. He charged forward and allowed these attacks to land on his body, leaving wounds on his body. He charged past them and charged toward the few quasi-emperors of the winged men. Not good. Those quasi-emperors' expressions changed. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming easily killed them. Following that, Lu Ming charged in another direction. Miserable screams rang out continuously. These quasi-emperors weren't a match for Lu Ming. No matter what kind of attacks landed on Lu Ming didn't care. As long as Lu Ming got close, they would die. Furthermore, Lu Ming didn't show any signs of weakening. Instead, he seemed to be getting stronger. Before long, another 10 quasi-emperors of the winged men were killed by Lu Ming. In total, 20 quasi-emperors had died at Lu Ming's hands. Of the 58, only 38 remained. All the remaining winged race members trembled in fear and started to retreat. Run! Just at this moment, a quasi-emperor roared in fear. When he saw Lu Ming charging at him, he immediately turned and fled. The moment he left, the other quasi-emperors also turned and fled in fear. Originally, the remaining quasi-emperors had gathered together. If Lu Ming wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be that easy. But now, their formation was in chaos. The winged quasi-emperor's formation was messed up, making it harder for them to form a fighting force. Lu Ming charged forward, killing one person with each move. In an instant, he killed 5 to 6 people consecutively. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Silver Wing roared, his expression ugly. There were so many of them, but they were forced to flee by Lu Ming alone. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But in this situation, if they did not flee, they would only be killed by Lu Ming one by one. Kill our way out. At this moment, the strongest divine dragon in the divine dragon imperial capital roared. They would not miss this opportunity. Kill. Kill our way out. Many divine dragons roared. In an instant, hundreds of powerful divine dragons left the imperial capital and charged toward the winged men. This group of divine dragons had more than a dozen quasi-emperors and more than 109th-level divine lords. Together, they were very powerful. And the quasi-emperors of the winged men were being chased by Lu Ming. So, no one from the winged men could stop the divine dragons. Hundreds of winged men experts were killed in a single exchange. The divine dragon experts broke through the formation of the winged men as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The winged men were sent flying in all directions. Kill that silver birdman! A quasi-emperor divine dragon roared and led his men to charge at Silver Wing. Silver Wing's expression changed. Under the protection of several experts, he hurriedly fled. However, the divine dragon experts stared at Silver Wing, not letting him escape. They were getting closer and closer. Save me! Quickly save me! Silver Wing roared. Although he was also a top-notch monstrous talent, he was only at the 8th level Divine Lord realm after all. If he was asked to deal with a boundary emperor, he would probably be a little lacking. Facing more than a dozen boundary emperors at the Divine Dragon realm, only death awaited him. Go save young Master Silver Wing. Quickly! Some of the quasi-emperors of the winged men hurriedly flew towards Silver Wing. Silver Wing's identity was not to be underestimated. Not only was he talented, but he also had a great background. He could not die here. If Silver Wing died here, all of them would die as well. They might even implicate their families. Immediately, many quasi-emperors of the winged race flew towards Silver Wing. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about these people, so he left them to the divine dragon race. Lu Ming charged towards the remaining winged quasi-emperors. Lu Ming intended to kill all of the winged men here. Once the winged men escaped, they would have to face the Divine Emperor's revenge. Although Lu Ming's current battle prowess was not bad, facing a Divine Emperor, only death awaited him. Therefore, Lu Ming increased his speed to the maximum. The space was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of him. He broke through the void and appeared in front of a quasi-emperor in a flash. He then punched him to death. From afar, one could only see Lu Ming constantly flickering in the air. Every time he flickered, a winged quasi-monarch would be killed by Lu Ming. In less than half a minute, more than 10 quasi-emperors had died at the hands of Lu Ming. Go. Let's go. Over 10 quasi-emperors of the winged race rushed over to Silver Wing to protect him. They wanted to bring him away. But how could the divine dragon race let them escape? The winged race had captured a large number of divine dragons along the way, but they had also killed a large number of them. They had long since hated the winged race to the bone. Now that they had a chance to kill the winged race, they were willing to put their lives on the line. Roar! The divine dragons raised their heads and roared. Their slender bodies twisted, completely ignoring their own defenses and crazily attacking. For a moment, the winged race were tied down and unable to escape. As for the scattered quasi-emperors of the winged race, they had already been killed by Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming charged toward Silver Wing. Damn it! Damn it! Silver Wing kept roaring. He was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat. Lu Ming, I've already sent word that my race's divine emperor will soon charge in. At that time, you'll be in a miserable state. If you stop now, you'll still have a chance to live. Roared Silver Wing, using the divine emperor to threaten him. He had indeed sent word to the divine emperor guarding the outside world. However, Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. Sending word was within Lu Ming's expectations. But so what, would the divine emperor dare to charge in? There were many people from the Winged Men clan inside. Once the divine emperor came in, this world would definitely collapse. So the winged race's divine emperor outside would definitely wait for the other winged race members to leave before attacking. As long as the winged race members didn't leave, the divine emperor outside wouldn't dare to attack for a while. This was also why Lu Ming wanted to kill all the winged race members. Once they escaped, he would be in danger. If they didn't, he would be safe. Kill! Roared Lu Ming, crazily attacking. He was covered in blood, but he didn't care. He focused all his energy on attacking. Bang! Several more winged race quasi-emperors were killed. Several 9th-level divine sovereigns were struck by his fist energy and exploded, dying on the spot. On the other side, the divine dragon race also stepped up their attacks, killing several winged race experts. With the divine dragon race holding them back, Lu Ming killed the winged race members even faster and more conveniently. With each move, he gained something. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Run! A terrified roar came from the winged men. Then, many winged men scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing in all directions. At this moment of life and death, they could no longer care about Silver Wing. But now, the winged race's remaining strength was no longer as strong as the divine dragon race. In fact, they were even weaker. Don't let them escape. Tie them down! Roared the divine dragon race. It was like two divine dragons were dealing with one winged race member. They crazily attacked, tightly tying down the winged race member. In their view, as long as they could tie down the winged race members, Lu Ming would be able to kill them. The fact that these winged race members were tied down and unable to break free for a while already represented their fate. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he continued to kill. He first chose a quasi-emperor to kill. The remaining quasi-emperors scattered and were tied down by the divine dragon race's experts. Facing Lu Ming, they had no power to resist at all. They were all killed by Lu Ming. In a dozen seconds, the winged race's quasi-emperors had all died at Lu Ming's hands. The winged race had sent 60 quasi-emperors this time, and all of them had died at Lu Ming's hands. Of course, to a huge race like the winged race, 60 quasi-emperors was nothing. But to Lu Ming, this was a great achievement. With the quasi-emperors dead, the remaining 9th-level divine sovereigns were even less of a match for Lu Ming. In front of Lu Ming, they had no power to resist. There was no suspense. Lu Ming punched. 7 of them exploded one after another. It didn't take long for the remaining winged race members to be killed. Originally, there were still a few from the other races that hadn't died. Lu Ming didn't care about the consequences and dealt with them all. It's settled. Looking at the corpses of the winged men and the feathers on the ground, the divine dragon race was stunned. Previously, when nearly 60 quasi-emperors of the winged men surrounded them, they had despaired. They thought that they would be wiped out this time. They didn't expect Lu Ming to appear at the crucial moment. It seemed that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Divine Lord realm, but his battle strength was simply shocking. He killed the quasi-emperors of the winged men like they were chickens. They had never heard of such battle strength. At this moment, 5 Qianquan bags appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He had obtained them from killing Silver Wing and the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 5 Qianquan bags flew into the sky and rapidly expanded. Then, the Qianquan bags opened, and out flew divine dragons. Roar! The world was filled with the roars of dragons. Divine dragons of different colors flew in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. These divine dragons were all captured by the winged men. As soon as these mystical dragons flew out, they looked around vigilantly. When they saw the divine dragon royal capital, other mystical dragons, and no winged men, they relaxed. What's going on? What happened? Are we saved? Those divine dragons were curious. Immediately, a divine dragon in the divine dragon imperial capital recounted what had just happened. When they heard that Lu Ming had killed all the winged men by himself, they were incomparably shocked. Then, all the divine dragons flew over to Lu Ming and thanked him. Senior Lu, you're really too amazing. The 7-clawed divine dragon also flew over. He looked at Lu Ming with reverence and worship. However, Lu Ming didn't relax. Don't be happy too early. The crisis hasn't been resolved yet. The winged men have several god emperors guarding outside. If those god emperors attack, we'll all die. Lu Ming said. The moment he said that, the scene fell silent. All the mystical dragons had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew very well what the consequences of a god emperor attacking would be. This world would be destroyed. Then what do we do? Are we just going to wait? Damn it, let's go out and fight them. Angry roars could be heard. Lu Ming raised his hands, and the scene quieted down. After the previous battle, Lu Ming had accumulated a great reputation. Unknowingly, these mystical dragons regarded Lu Ming as their backbone. Actually, there's no need to be afraid. I have a way to send you to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming said. What? You can send us to the dragon race's mother planet? Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. All the mystical dragons were shocked beyond words. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was the legendary Holy Land of the Dragon Clan. Lu Ming could really send them to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. To be honest, not long after I left the mother planet of the dragon race, I met the World Annihilation Divine Dragon Senior Ao Qian. Senior Ao Qian gave me a type of array disc. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. What World Annihilation Divine Dragon Senior Ao Qian? Didn't Senior Ao Qian fall? That's the legendary invincible expert of the Dragon Clan. Do you really know such a great existence? All the dragons stared intently at Lu Ming, their eyes burning with passion. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly and said, Senior Ao Qian did not fall. He's now in the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He gave me an array disc that can open a wormhole to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There's no time to lose. I'll open the wormhole now and send you to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming did not delay any further. He took out the 36 array discs that Ao Qian gave him and set up a large array in the air. The 36 array discs were arranged in a circle, emitting a bright light. Then, a vortex appeared in the void, and a dark passage appeared in the air. Through the wormhole, Lu Ming could vaguely feel the aura of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Success! Alright, the wormhole is open. Let's go. Lu Ming said. It really is the Dragon Clan's mother planet. I can feel a familiar aura. I'm excited. Many of the mystical dragons looked excited. Let's go, let's go. Some mystical dragons rushed into the wormhole and disappeared. Now, they could only choose to trust Lu Ming. With so many winged men here, it was certain that there were god emperors guarding outside. The winged men god emperors outside might think that there were winged men inside, so they did not dare to attack. But as time passed, they would definitely notice that something was wrong. By then, it would be too late. Rather than die at the hands of the winged men god emperors, they might as well take a gamble. The wormhole was very big, and the dragons shrank their bodies. It could accommodate hundreds of dragons at the same time. There were tens of thousands of dragons in this world. It did not take long for them to successfully pass through the wormhole. In the end, only Lu Ming was left. Lu Ming also rushed into the wormhole. With a thought, the 36 disc arrays flew into Lu Ming's hands. The wormhole was disappearing, but Lu Ming's figure was already flying towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. When he arrived, the wormhole had also disappeared. Lu Ming did not intend to go out and fight the god emperors. That would be courting death. In a mountain range on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, a large number of dragons descended. What a dense divine aura. Heavens, the density of the divine aura is too shocking. What a stable environment, what a familiar aura. The Dragon Clan's mother planet. I'm sure this is the mother planet. We have really arrived at the mother planet. Many dragons were so excited that they were trembling. Needless to say, as long as they sensed it, they would know that this was the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was the origin of all dragons. As long as they were divine dragons, they would have a special feeling once they arrived here. They were extremely excited. The cultivation environment here was much better than where they had stayed in the past. Cultivating here, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It would not be like before, where the highest cultivation level they could reach was Quasi-Emperor. I feel that I'm showing signs of a breakthrough. It won't be long before I break through. An old mystical dragon cried out excitedly. This was a Quasi-Emperor. When he was young, he was extremely talented and quickly cultivated to the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was unable to break through in that short period of time. He could have left that world to break through, but once he left that world, he would definitely not be able to return after breaking through. He might even be hunted down by the other clans. Many big clans coveted a divine dragon of the Divine Emperor realm. It would be very cool to have a Divine Emperor realm dragon pull a carriage. Therefore, he had been stuck at the Quasi-Emperor realm for many years. When he arrived at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he immediately felt that he was about to break through. I'm about to break through too. Many dragons were stimulated and felt that they were about to break through. All of the dragon race beings cheered in excitement. This was their homeland, the sacred land of the dragon race. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, it emitted a vast dragon aura. The scene suddenly quietened down. Feeling this vast dragon aura, all the dragons felt extremely pressured. Senior Ao Qian. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The figure in the sky was naturally the World Annihilation Divine Dragon Ao Qian. This is Senior Ao Qian. All the mystical dragons were shaken to their core. The World Annihilation Divine Dragon Ao Qian was the legendary strongest of the dragon race. They actually saw the legend with their own eyes. All the dragons were extremely excited and knelt down to pay their respects. No need to be so polite. Ao Qian waved his hand, and a force spread out. All the dragons stood up at the same time. Ao Qian sized up the tens of thousands of divine dragons, and a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming, you're not bad. Ao Qian sighed. Bringing back tens of thousands of divine dragons was a huge gain. As long as they were nurtured well, the dragon race would not be exterminated and would prosper. This was the foundation for the dragon race to rise again. Originally, there were only a few divine dragons left on the dragon race's mother planet. With so few divine dragons, how could the dragon race grow stronger? But with tens of thousands of them, the speed of reproduction would be very fast. This is what I should do. In the future, as long as I encounter divine dragons outside, I will send them to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Good, good, good. Ao Qian nodded repeatedly and then made arrangements for these divine dragons. The dragon race's mother planet had a vast territory. There were only a few dragon humans left. It was too easy to arrange tens of thousands of divine dragons. As for Lu Ming, he did not leave immediately. Since he was back, he planned to take a batch of divine herbs with him. He had already discovered the secret of the taboo cultivation. It required him to constantly store energy. In this way, he would not be afraid of death in a battle. He did not need to defend. Even if he was seriously injured, he could quickly recover and even increase his cultivation. During the battle with the winged men, Lu Ming discovered that his cultivation had increased by a lot. He was quickly approaching the 5th level Divine Lord realm. If such intense life and death great battles came a few more rounds, he would probably be able to break through to 5th level Divine Lord. Of course, the prerequisite was that his cells had stored enough energy and accumulated enough potential. While Lu Ming was plundering the divine herbs, a few winged man god kings outside the middle-sized cosmos had ugly looks on their faces. Naturally, he had received news from Silver Wing and the others. He knew that a Lu Ming with terrifying battle prowess had appeared and was hunting the winged men. However, they did not dare to charge in directly for fear of destroying the world. If that happened, none of the winged ones inside would survive. Therefore, they could only wait outside. However, after waiting for an entire day, not a single winged person came out of the medium-sized world. They knew that the winged man inside was most likely dead. If he was fine, how could he not come out? Let me go in and take a look. One of the winged individuals said, his face gloomy. Then, they opened the passage and the Divine Emperor Realm winged man stepped in. He retracted his aura to the extreme, not daring to leak it in the slightest. Then, he began to search this world. However, after looking around, he did not see a single divine dragon or winged man. The world became empty. There was nothing in it. How can this be? Damn it! The winged man roared. How could the people of this world suddenly disappear without a trace? Boom, he could no longer hold back. A terrifying aura burst out. The aura of a divine emperor was too terrifying. This world could not withstand it at all. With the winged man as the center, a huge spatial crack spread out, extending to the end of the world. Rumble, the entire world shook. Violently. Heaven and earth shook, the ground cracked, and lava filled the sky. The entire world was being destroyed. Soon, the entire world exploded, turning into a void. This world could not withstand the pressure of a divine emperor. Disappear. The winged man god king said coldly. He flapped his wings, and 2 rays of light burst out, splitting the world into several pieces. The speed of destruction suddenly increased. The winged man god king broke through the void and left this world, appearing outside. From the outside, one could clearly see that the starry sky was violently distorting, and powerful energy was overflowing. What's going on? The few divine emperors outside immediately asked. The divine emperor who went and told them what he saw. The others were dumbfounded. In the end, they left this place and reported this matter. Half a month later, Lu Ming left the dragon race's mother planet again. This time, he brought a lot of divine herbs, enough for him to use for a while. This time, Lu Ming did not go to the area where the Winged Man clan was located. He was afraid that the Winged Man clan was looking for him. Lu Ming chose to go in another direction. The direction he went was the south of the primitive universe. This was because the illusory heavenly palace was located in the south of the primitive universe. He was not in a hurry. He hurried along while cultivating. Half a year later, he came to a bustling place. This place was a famous commercial area in the south of the primitive universe. Many seeds and merchants gathered in this area. It also attracted many experts to trade here. Lu Ming came here to find out if the heavenly palace was recruiting heavenly soldiers. Secondly, Lu Ming wanted to buy some secret skills. Previously, he had killed hundreds of Winged Man clan experts and plundered 28 different secret skills from them. Most of these secret skills were related to speed. However, 5 of them had been cultivated by Lu Ming before, so there were only 23 that Lu Ming had not cultivated. In the past half a year, Lu Ming had cultivated these secret skills into secret skill runes and integrated them into his cells. The more secret skill runes he integrated, the stronger Lu Ming's combat strength would be. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to find more secret skills to cultivate. Planet Xianxia was a huge and bustling planet. Experts of different races shuttled back and forth. Lu Ming walked on the street. It was too much for his eyes to take in. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming walked into a huge shop. The shop was very big. There were many shelves neatly placed with all kinds of treasures. Divine pills, divine weapons, divine medicines, divine techniques, secret skills, and so on. Dear customer, how can I help you? A beautiful young girl came over and asked with a kind smile. I need to buy some secret skills. Lu Ming went straight to the point, stating his purpose for coming. Oh, what secret skills do you need? I can help you see if there are any. The young girl said. I can buy any secret skills. The more, the better. Lu Ming said. You'll buy any secret technique? This time, the young woman was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It wasn't that no one bought ordinary secret techniques, but they wouldn't buy a lot. Usually, they would buy one or two to study and use as a supplementary method. This was because cultivating divine power required secret techniques. Secret techniques were unfathomable and had great potential. Their power was far above ordinary secret techniques. Even if one spent a lifetime to cultivate them, they might not be able to cultivate to the greater success stage. Therefore, there were very few people who cultivated ordinary secret techniques. Unless they hadn't awakened any secret techniques. However, while origin source secret techniques were rare in the Taishu sacred court, they were rare in some of the more powerful universe-level powers and even the various powerful races. Almost everyone in some powerful races could awaken secret techniques. Even if some people couldn't awaken them when they were young, they would be able to awaken them when they were older and their cultivation was high. Therefore, there were very few people who would buy a lot of secret techniques at once. Moreover, Lu Ming could buy as many as he wanted, so there were even fewer of them. Sir, do you really want to buy a lot? The young woman asked again. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Then I'll ask our young master to come out and talk to you. Please wait a moment. The young woman bowed and left. Not long after, the young woman came over with a young man. The man was very handsome and looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing luxurious clothes and had a smile on his face. He walked towards Lu Ming with a trace of curiosity in the depths of his eyes. I'm Jiang Libang, may I know your name? The young man cupped his fists and smiled. Mu Yun. Lu Ming cupped his fists and replied. Brother Mu, do you want to buy a lot of secret techniques? Jiang Libang asked. Yes, I already have some secret techniques. I need to buy secret techniques that I don't have. I'll buy as many as you have. Lu Ming said. Brother Mu, please come in and talk in detail. Jiang Libang said and led Lu Ming to a guest room. Brother Mu, these are all the secret techniques I have. There are a total of 220 secret techniques. Brother Lu, take a look and see which ones you need. Jiang Libang handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. There were 220 secret techniques recorded in the jade talisman. Of course, there were only names and introductions. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. There are 60, I already have them. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Many of the secret techniques he had mastered before were commonly used secret techniques. Many people had them, so they were easy to repeat. However, other than these 60 techniques, Lu Ming did not cultivate the remaining 160 techniques. Lu Ming was quite excited to suddenly have 160 more doors. These. Apart from these, I want all of the remaining 160 secret arts. Lu Ming pointed out the 60 secret arts he already possessed. Jiang Libang's eyes flashed. Buying 160 secret arts at once was a big deal. Naturally, there were different levels of secret skills and their prices were also different. However, the price of 160 secret skills was already very high. Jiang Libang reported the price of the 160 secret skills. Over the years, Lu Ming had killed a lot of enemies and accumulated a lot of wealth. He was so rich that he paid divine crystals to buy all of them without blinking an eye. After putting away the 160 secret skills, Lu Ming was quite happy. Brother Jiang, if you have other secret skills that I don't have, I want all of them. Lu Ming said. I do want to do business with Brother Mu, but it's not easy to collect these secret skills. However, I do have a way. Brother Mu, you can try it. Maybe you can get a lot of secret skills. Jiang Libang said. What way? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He had 60 trillion cells, and every single one of them was infused with a secret technique. The more secret skills integrated, the stronger his battle strength would naturally be. Moreover, according to Fei Huang, he needed to accumulate at the beginning. Only when he had accumulated enough secret skills could he walk his own path and truly transcend. However, it was difficult to do so without enough accumulation. Therefore, to Lu Ming, the more secret techniques he had, the better. On planet Xianxia, every once in a while, there will be a trade fair. At that time, there will be many experts from many races participating. Everyone will take out treasures to trade with others for treasures that they can use. Those people most likely have many secret techniques that they can trade for. Jiang Libang said. Okay, when will the trade fair be held? Lu Ming asked. 3 months later. Jiang Libang said, Brother Mu, what's the name of your illusory divine jade? When there's news, I'll inform you through the illusory divine jade. I don't have any illusory divine jade. Lu Ming said. He had left his previous illusory divine jade to his past self. Although he had obtained a lot of illusory divine jades from others, those illusory divine jades were already bound to others and could not be used. Jiang Libang was also a little speechless. In the primitive universe, only some small forces or very remote places did not have illusory divine jades. It was not difficult for some of the larger forces or races to get their hands on illusory divine jades. Previously, Lu Ming had been very generous and did not seem like someone who could not afford illusory divine jades. Later, Lu Ming bought another illusory divine jade from Jiang Libang and named it Mu Yun. After exchanging contact information with Jiang Libang, Lu Ming bid farewell and found an inn to stay in. Then, he began to cultivate secret skills. As Lu Ming cultivated more secret skills, his cultivation speed became faster and faster. This time, he had obtained 160 secret skills. In 3 months, Lu Ming had cultivated 60 kinds of secret skills. In this way, he had integrated 190 secret skills into every cell in his body. These secret skills came in all kinds. Some were good at speed, some were good at attack, some were good at defense, some were good at support, and so on. Some were good at dispelling poison, and some were good at healing. Although the healing and detoxification secret skills were not very useful to Lu Ming now, Lu Ming still cultivated all of them. After cultivating another 60 secret skills, Lu Ming's overall strength became stronger. These secret skills were integrated into every cell in Lu Ming's body. With a thought, they would erupt with astonishing power. At this time, Lu Ming also received news from Jiang Libang that the trading meet was about to begin. Lu Ming was the first to see Jiang Libang. He followed Jiang Libang to a huge hall. The hall was very wide, and there were many chairs in the hall. These chairs were arranged in a circle, and there were at least 1,000 chairs. When Lu Ming and Jiang Libang arrived, many people had already arrived and were sitting on the chairs. Some people knew each other and chatted with each other. Some people had cold expressions and sat alone with their eyes closed. After Lu Ming and Jiang Libang arrived, they casually found a seat and sat down. As time passed, more and more people entered the hall. Slowly, the thousands of chairs were filled. That's Yu Chang from the Icy Moonvine race. It's really him. I didn't expect the Icy Moonvine race to be here too. A few voices came from the crowd. They were surprised and solemn. Icy Moonvine race. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was a big race. They were ranked 437th on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. They were already the top race in the primitive universe. Lu Ming looked up and saw a young man in a silver robe. He walked in with a few middle-aged men and sat down on the chairs. The others quickly bowed to the young man from the Icy Moonvine race and gave him a flattering smile. The Heavenly Locust race is here too. Another voice rang out. Everyone's gazes shifted to the entrance. A young man in a blue robe with a sinister expression walked into the hall with a few people behind him. The Heavenly Locust race was ranked 356th on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. They were even more terrifying than the Icy Moonvine race. Wherever the heavenly locust race passed, nothing grew. It was terrifying. Yu Chang, you're here too. What treasures did you bring this time? The young man from the heavenly locust race smiled evilly when he saw Yu Chang. Of course I have treasures. Let's see if you have treasures of the same level to exchange. Yu Chang replied coldly. Although the icy moonvine race was ranked lower than the heavenly locust race, he was not afraid of them. The young man from the heavenly locust race smiled evilly and sat down with his men. As the geniuses of the two races entered, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. An hour later, the hall was filled with people. At this moment, an old man walked in. The old man's hair was white, but he was in high spirits. Thank you for coming to this trade fair. However, there are rules. No fighting is allowed during the trade fair. Don't blame me for being merciless if you break the rules. The old man cupped his fists and said. Of course, of course. Everyone in the hall quickly replied. Even Yu Chang and the young man from the heavenly locust race had to be cautious. This was because the old man's background was not to be underestimated. It was said that he was related to the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. The heavenly locust race and the icy moonvine race did not dare to act rashly. Alright, let's begin the trade fair. Let this old man start. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, his palm glowed and a small piece of armor appeared in his hand. This armor is called the Soul Anchor Armor. It has a powerful soul defensive ability. Even if you encounter a Spirita's powerhouse of the same level, it can still defend you. The white-haired old man introduced. Against experts of the same level, I can defend myself for a bit. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. The soul race was the race with the strongest soul research in the primitive universe. Their soul attacks were unparalleled and terrifying to the extreme. Even the other races in the top 10 were extremely wary of the soul race. And this armor could even defend against the soul attacks of Espiritas at the same level. Didn't this mean that if one were to encounter the soul attacks of other races at the same level, the effects would be absolutely astonishing? For example, the Wu people might not be able to break this armor even if they were at the same level. Senior, what do you want? What realm can it reach? Immediately, many people started asking questions. This armor can be used until I reach the first godly emperor layer. I need an imperial godly herb. The white-haired old man said. Only the first godly emperor layer. You want an imperial godly herb? Many people felt it was a pity. The first godly emperor layer was already unattainable for ordinary groups of the universe. But for groups of the primitive universe like the list of 10,000 clans, it wasn't that difficult. It could only be used until the first godly emperor layer, which meant that once a cultivator reached the second godly emperor layer, the armor's power would be greatly reduced. At the same time, its value would also be greatly reduced. Besides, he needed an imperial godly herb. Imperial godly herbs were very useful for cultivators of the godly emperor layer. It wasn't worth it to exchange for an armor that could only be used until the first godly emperor layer. Therefore, for a while, nobody said anything. After a while. Senior, isn't the demand for an emperor-grade divine medicine a bit too high? Can you change the conditions? Asked someone. This old man needs an emperor-grade divine herb. Is there anyone who wants to trade? Asked the white-haired old man. Nobody replied. Imperial godly herbs were very precious. They were priceless. Of course, no one wanted to exchange them. Even though Lu Ming had more than one imperial godly herb, he wasn't interested in the armor. He didn't have a soul in his consciousness. His soul was in every cell of his body. Ordinary soul attacks were useless against him. Therefore, he wasn't interested in the armor. After a short time, nobody came. The white-haired old man sighed in disappointment. He put the armor away and sat down. I'll do it. After that, a middle-aged man stood up. Then, a jade box appeared in his hand. When he opened it, there was a sword-shaped crystal inside. This is a sword god crystal. It's very useful for people who practice the original strength of swords. It can help them sever shackles. I want a spiritual enhancing pill. Who wants it? Asked the middle-aged man. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. How much can your sword god crystal increase the power of sword-type origin source secret arts to sever the shackles? Asked someone. It can increase the efficiency by 50%. Said the middle-aged man. 50%. Many people looked even more excited. Being able to increase the efficiency by 50% was already very good. It could greatly shorten the cultivation time. Originally, it would take 10 years. Now, it would only take 6 or 7 years. Moreover, for ordinary divine lords and divine emperors, cultivation would take hundreds of millions of years. How much time could this save? However, many people sighed because the spiritual enhancing pill was also very precious. The spiritual enhancing pill could increase a person's potential. Potential was the most important thing for cultivators. Potential determined how far a person could go in the future. It determined the upper limit of a person's cultivation. It was extremely precious. I'll exchange with you. After a while, someone finally spoke. Everyone looked over and saw that it was an old man. The old man took out a jade bottle and walked in front of the middle-aged man. Here's a spiritual enhancing pill. Take it and check it. Said the old man. The middle-aged man nodded and took the jade bottle. Then, he revealed a satisfied smile. This was indeed a spiritual enhancing pill. He had exchanged it for his children. Increasing the potential of young people was the most important thing. When they got older, it would be difficult to increase their potential. I'll exchange. The middle-aged man handed the sword god crystal to the old man. Both of them had gotten what they wanted and were happy. Satisfied, they returned to their seats. Then, the exchange continued. I have a fiery origin fruit here. It's extremely beneficial for cultivating fire-attributed god power. It can help awaken one's origin god power factor, even if it's only 4 or 5 times. I'll exchange it for a treasure that's beneficial for cultivating saber-related origin secret techniques. Said a middle-aged woman. Fire source fruit. The eyes of many people who cultivated fire-attributed divine power lit up. Then, people began to make exchanges. However, Lu Ming was not interested in any of this. In his opinion, the fire source fruit and sword god crystal were far inferior to the life source grass and heavenly source fruit he had obtained from the dragon clan's mother planet. The sword god crystal was only useful for sword-type origin source secret techniques, and its efficiency was only increased by 50%. The fire source fruit was only useful for fire-attributed divine power, and its efficiency was only doubled. Of course, the duration of these two effects was longer than the life source grass and heavenly source fruit. However, the difference in effectiveness was too great. Firstly, the life source grass and heavenly source fruit had no attribute restrictions. They were useful for divine power of any attribute or origin source secret technique. Secondly, refining one of the life source grass and heavenly source fruit could greatly increase one's divine power of origin or origin source secret technique. It did not require much time. The difference in value between these two items was many times greater. The exchanges continued. However, Lu Ming was not interested in the treasures these people took out. Lu Ming was only interested in 2 treasures. One was a treasure that contained a large amount of energy. However, Lu Ming had many divine herbs in his possession, enough to last him for a while. In addition, Lu Ming was interested in all kinds of secret techniques. This was also the purpose of his visit. However, no one took out any secret techniques to exchange. After a day, at least a few hundred people had exchanged treasures, but none of them was what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to step forward himself. Let me. Lu Ming stood up, and many people looked at him. His palm glowed, and a divine herb appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This is a monarch-grade divine herb. After refining it, it can increase one's cultivation rapidly. It is also very useful for breaking through to the next realm. Moreover, its medicinal effect is 3 times that of divine herbs of the same level. Lu Ming introduced. That was indeed the case. The dragon clan's mother planet had been sealed for so many years. The divine herbs produced in those sacred ruins were extremely potent. They were several times more potent than divine herbs of the same level. Hundreds and thousands of fiery gazes gathered on the divine medicine in Lu Ming's hands. After all, most of the people present were divine monarchs. There were very few divine emperors. The effects of this divine medicine were too great for them. "What do you need?" someone asked. "I want secret techniques. 1 stock of divine medicine for 3 secret techniques that I don't have," Lu Ming said. "Exchange secret technique." Everyone was astonished. Similar to Jiang Libang's previous doubts, ordinary people did not have high requirements for secret techniques. They would only cultivate a few auxiliary secret techniques and mainly cultivate the essence secret techniques. Unless it was a constitution secret technique or one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. They didn't know why Lu Ming wanted these secret techniques. However, they didn't think too much about it. It was Lu Ming's business if he wanted to exchange so many secret techniques. They only wanted the divine medicine. "I'll switch with you." "I'll do it." Immediately, many people shouted. There were at least a few dozen people. "I spoke first." "I'll switch first." "Who said you spoke first? Do you have evidence?" "I was the one who spoke first." Dozens of people began to compete fiercely. "Everyone." Lu Ming raised his hand and the scene quieted down. "Everyone, I have more than 1 stock of divine medicine. As long as you have a secret technique, I'll exchange for it," Lu Ming said. Then, everyone quieted down. "I'm the first." An old man rushed out and came in front of Lu Ming. He then took out 3 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Ming. "Little brother, there are 3 secret techniques here. Take a look," the old man said. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He shook his head slightly and said, "I already have the Heavenly Eye technique. I need a secret technique that I don't have." "Okay, I'll change it." The old man quickly took out another jade token. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ming didn't have the secret technique. Lu Ming handed the divine medicine to the old man and successfully obtained 3 new secret techniques. After putting away the secret techniques, Lu Ming took out another stock of divine medicine. This stock of divine medicine is about the same as the previous one. "I still don't have 3 secret techniques," Lu Ming said. "I'll do it. I'll go first." Immediately, a large group of people shouted. Because Lu Ming needed a secret technique that he didn't have. If he was 1 step early, he would benefit. If he was late and the secret technique he took out overlapped with the previous one, he wouldn't be able to exchange it. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only choose for himself. "I'll take this, senior." Lu Ming pointed to a middle-aged burly man and successfully exchanged for 3 new types of secret skills. Just like that, Lu Ming used a total of 10 stocks of divine medicine to exchange for 30 new secret techniques. Now, Lu Ming had 190 secret techniques that he had cultivated, and 130 secret techniques that he hadn't cultivated yet. But at this time, Lu Ming didn't continue to take out divine medicines to exchange. After all, he also needed divine medicines. His future cultivation couldn't be separated from energy. Lu Ming would keep the rest. However, Lu Ming still had several treasures on him. Life source grass and heavenly source fruit. The life source grass and heavenly source fruit weren't useful to Lu Ming's current body. They were useful to his past body. So Lu Ming didn't bring many of them with him. He only brought a small amount of each. He was looking for an opportunity to exchange for some resources. With a thought, a stalk of life source grass appeared. This is the life source grass. Everyone should have heard of it before. Lu Ming didn't introduce it too much. It was impossible for them not to know about it. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Ming opened his mouth, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Then, everyone stared at the life source grass with burning eyes. The life source grass was useful to all kinds of divine force. Its effects were amazing. It was the best of the best treasures to cultivate origin source divine force. "I need a stock of life source grass to exchange for 20 secret techniques that I need." Lu Ming stated his conditions. 20. Everyone looked at each other. Ordinary people wouldn't have too many secret techniques. They couldn't take out 20. Moreover, the secret techniques that Lu Ming needed were the same as the secret techniques that Lu Ming had mastered. He didn't want them. This condition was too difficult. Change your condition. I can use other treasures to exchange with you. A voice sounded. Everyone saw that the one who spoke was the young genius from the heavenly acropoid race. His expression was cold, as if he wasn't negotiating with Lu Ming, but giving an order. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time the young genius from the heavenly acropoid race had spoken. He must be tempted by the life source grass. Well, the more talented one was, the more tempted they would be to obtain such treasures. The life source grass could save a lot of time. It was too attractive. It could help him to be ahead of the other skyprides. Many people sighed. They knew that since the heavenly acropoid race's prodigy had spoken, they had no chance of getting the Genesis grass. Lu Ming dared not to give face to the heavenly acropoid race's prodigy. He had to compromise. However, Lu Ming's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming shook his head and said, "I don't need any other treasures. I only need secret skills. 20 secret skills, not one less." These words shook the hearts of the others. Lu Ming actually rejected the heavenly acropoid race's prodigy's offer. The heavenly acropoid race's prodigy's face was gloomy to begin with. Now, it was even gloomier. "Brat, do you know who I am? I am from the heavenly acropoid race." The heavenly acropoid race's prodigy was about to mention his background, but he was interrupted by Lu Ming. "I don't care what race you are from. If you don't have any secret skills, shut up," Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming did not care what race you were from. He had even killed the 16th-ranked Yin-Yang race back in the dragon race's mother planet. Why would he be afraid of the heavenly acropoid race? Many people gasped a breath of cold air. Lu Ming was too daring. He was simply courting death. The heavenly acropoid race's prodigy's mouth was half open. Clearly, he hadn't expected that someone on planet Xianxia would dare to talk back to him like this. "Ha ha ha, Huang Fang, it seems like he is not giving you face." On the other side, Yu Chang laughed loudly. He was not afraid of the heavenly acropoid race. Huang Fang's face was extremely ugly. He glanced coldly at Lu Ming and sat down without saying a word. "Brother, I'll take your life origin grass. I'll buy some secret techniques in exchange for it," Yu Chang said. Immediately, Yu Chang took out other treasures and divine gems to buy secret skills from others. He gathered 20 secret skills that Lu Ming needed and exchanged them for the Genesis grass with Lu Ming. "Brother, if you have any more Genesis grass or similar treasures, I can use other treasures to exchange them with you." Yu Chang glanced at Lu Ming, looking expectant. "No more." Lu Ming shook his head. He still had the life Genesis grass and heavenly Yuan fruit, and even emperor-grade divine herbs, but he had no intention of taking them out. If he exposed too many treasures, he might be targeted by others. Lu Ming was already satisfied with the 50 new secret techniques he obtained this time. The trading continued, and another day passed in the blink of an eye. There weren't any treasures that could move Lu Ming too much. As for the transaction, it was gradually coming to an end. "Alright, let's end this transaction. 3 years from now, we'll hold another one. You're all welcome." The old man from before announced the end of the trading meet. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Ming and Jiang Libang walked together. This time, Jiang Libang also made 2 transactions and obtained the treasures he needed. He could be considered to have returned from a rewarding journey. On the way, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other hand, Jiang Libang's expression froze. Because they had been blocked. They were from the heavenly locust tribe. Together with 4 burly middle-aged men, Huang Fang stood in front of Lu Ming and the rest. When they saw Lu Ming, the 4 men's figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming and Jiang Libang. "Huang Fang, what do you want?" Jiang Libang asked coldly. He had a powerful background and was not afraid of the heavenly locust tribe. "Jiang Libang, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm here to look for this brat," Huang Fang said coldly, then smiled wickedly and looked at Lu Ming. "Brat, you've got guts. I'll give you a chance now. Give me your storage ring, kneel down and slap yourself 20 times. Kowtow and admit your mistake and I'll spare your life. Huang Fang's eyes flickered with greed as he stared at the storage ring in Lu Ming's hand. He thought that since Lu Ming could take out a stalk of Life Genesis grass, he most likely still had some left. This made him greedy and his eyes burned with desire. That brat is done for. I knew it. That brat is so arrogant and daring to talk back to the heavenly locust tribe's Huang Fang. He's really courting death. A fourth-layer divine monarch has such guts. Haha, he's dead for sure. On the side, many people saw the situation here, and some of them were gloating. Some people were like that. If someone else did something they did not dare to do, they would be unhappy and hope that the person would be unlucky. But in the next moment, they shut up and stared. Because Lu Ming said coldly, "Scram." Scram. Lu Ming told Huang Fang to scram. Everyone was flabbergasted, even Huang Fang himself was stunned. Even Jiang Libang was dumbfounded. He's dead. This brat is dead for sure. He doesn't know what's good for him. He could have saved his life if he handed over his storage ring, kowtowed, and slapped himself 20 times. But now, he's dead for sure. No one can save him. The surrounding people concluded that Lu Ming was dead for sure. The Heavenly Locust tribe was ranked 356th on the list of 10,000 primitive races. This ranking did not seem high, but it was not. The primitive universe was too big. There were countless races and forces. It was like the sands of the Ganges. No one could say for sure. Countless races and forces were scattered throughout the boundless wild universe. Not to mention the 356th place, even those that were ranked in the thousands were terrifyingly large clans. They ruled over vast territories and commanded countless living beings. A race like the Heavenly Locust tribe was unimaginably powerful. Not to mention the Heavenly Acropoid tribe, just Huang Fang and the 4 burly middle-aged men that he brought with him were far from what Lu Ming could handle. They were all quasi-emperors. Killing Lu Ming would be no different from killing an ant. As expected, Huang Fang's expression was extremely ugly. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Brat, I was merciful and wanted to give you a chance. But you didn't know how to cherish it. Now, you're dead. I'll sentence you to death. Huang Fang said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming with disdain. He was high and mighty. With one sentence, he wanted to sentence Lu Ming to death. Idiot. Lu Ming said indifferently. With that, he stepped forward and was about to leave. Huang Fang was only a 6th-level divine sovereign. The 4 middle-aged men were only quasi-emperors. Not long ago, he killed the 130th place winged men. That was 60 quasi-emperors. Why would he care about these people? You're courting death. Huang Fang was about to explode. With a roar, he slashed at Lu Ming with his saber-like palm. The Heavenly Locust tribe had saber-like arms. His attack was not aimed at Lu Ming's head, but Lu Ming's arm. He did not want Lu Ming to die so easily. He wanted to torture Lu Ming and let Lu Ming die painfully. He wanted to let others know the consequences of offending him. Swish, Lu Ming did not even look at him. He slashed at Huang Fang with his own palm. You overestimate yourself. Seeing Lu Ming slash at him, Huang Fang almost laughed out loud. His eyes were full of mockery. Lu Ming actually dared to meet his saber palm. His palm was evolved from the Heavenly Locust's front claws. It was sharper and tougher than a real divine weapon. Even a divine weapon would be cut in half by him. Lu Ming was asking for it. It wasn't just Huang Fang, everyone else thought so too. The Heavenly Acropoid tribe's palm blade was famous throughout the universe. Finally, the 2 palms collided. The result was similar to what everyone had expected. Crack, the sound of an arm breaking rang out, followed by a scream as a figure was sent flying. The only difference was that the person who was sent flying with a broken arm wasn't Lu Ming, but Huang Fang. Huang Fang fell heavily to the ground. One of his arms wasn't just broken, it had completely exploded. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. When his palms collided with Lu Ming's, he realized that Lu Ming's palms didn't seem to be made of flesh. They were hundreds of times harder than divine weapons. Everyone else was also dumbfounded, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Putting aside the toughness of his arms, Huang Fang's cultivation base was much higher than Lu Ming's. Huang Fang was a 6th-level Divine Lord, while Lu Ming was only a 4th-level Divine Lord. 2 levels higher, but he was defeated by someone 2 levels lower. Attack! Kill him! Kill him for me! Acropoid Fang roared hysterically. You're courting death. Kill! The 4 middle-aged burly men shouted angrily, charging toward Lu Ming with murderous intent. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. With a thought, a powerful force burst forth from every cell in his body. He then charged toward the 4 burly middle-aged men. Both sides used palm blades at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Continuous explosions rang out. Then, both sides separated. The difference was that Lu Ming didn't move from his spot, while the 4 middle-aged men were sent flying. They retreated a few hundred steps before regaining their footing. Their bodies trembled as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their arms were trembling nonstop and bleeding. They were completely deformed. CSI everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone stared at Lu Ming as if they had seen a ghost. It was as if they were looking at a monster. A 4th-level Divine Lord had injured 4 quasi-emperors in an instant. Moreover, they were quasi-emperors of the heavenly Acropoid tribe. Was this a dream? This is unbelievable. Jiang Libang also widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Brother Jiang, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. He did not kill Huang Fang and the rest. After all, there were so many people watching. If he killed Huang Fang, the heavenly Acropoid tribe might seek revenge. It was not easy to gain a new identity, he did not want to be hunted down all over the world. Lu Ming left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Huang Fang glared in the direction Lu Ming had left, his eyes filled with hatred. Lu Ming didn't stay on planet Xianxia. He tore through the air and left planet Xianxia. He came to a barren planet and began his seclusion. He had to first master the 150 secret techniques in his possession. Lu Ming was familiar with the process. He cultivated one secret skill after another. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Lu Ming had cultivated all 150 secret techniques, fusing them into every cell in his body. There was no doubt that Lu Ming's combat ability had increased. These ordinary secret techniques are limited in power. I wonder how profound the 3,000 ancient secret techniques are. Lu Ming muttered in anticipation. The 3,000 ancient secret techniques were different from ordinary secret techniques. They were profound and unfathomable, and their power was boundless. When cultivated to the peak, they were no weaker than an origin source technique with 9 severed shackles. However, until now, Lu Ming had not encountered any of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. He had not seen their power. Now, Lu Ming had already fused 340 secret techniques. After cultivating the secret techniques, Lu Ming took out a divine herb and began to refine it. Lu Ming had stored some energy before, and he felt that it had reached 30%. However, during this time, Lu Ming had used up a lot of energy, so he continued to store it. The divine herb Lu Ming took out was an emperor-grade divine herb. Its medicinal energy was astonishing. After another 2 years, Lu Ming felt that the energy stored in his cells had reached 50%. The potential was astonishing, and it was just waiting for him to excavate it. Of course, this 50% was relative to Lu Ming's current level. When Lu Ming's cultivation level increased in the future, he would need more energy if he wanted to store 50% of his energy. At this time, Lu Ming's heart shook, and a message appeared in the dream god Jade. It was a message from Jiang Libang. Why would Jiang Libang send me a message at this time? Lu Ming pondered. Jiang Libang's message was not very specific. He only said that there was an opportunity and he wanted to invite Lu Ming along. Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. Now, Lu Ming's combat power had increased, and he had stored a large amount of energy that needed to be excavated. If he wanted to excavate it quickly, taking a risk was the best way. Taking a risk could not only excavate his potential, but also obtain opportunities. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming set off for planet Xianxia. Planet Xianxia was not far from the barren planet that Lu Ming was on. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at planet Xianxia and met Jiang Libang. "Brother Jiang, what is this opportunity you mentioned?" asked Lu Ming. "It's related to the ruins of the Skyleap Divine Nation," said Jiang Libang. Skyleap Divine Nation. Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of it. Jiang Libang explained, the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation was a huge divine nation in this star field a few dozen stellar years ago. It was extremely powerful and was not weaker than the races on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races list. However, overnight, the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation collapsed and was destroyed, disappearing from the world. A powerful force comparable to the primitive 10,000 Races roll disappeared overnight? How could that have happened? Lu Ming was a bit shocked. Which of the races on the primitive 10,000 Races roll didn't have inheritances for countless years? They had a deep foundation and were incomparably powerful. How could it be so easy to destroy them, but they were destroyed overnight? That was shocking. I don't know. No one knows what happened, but someone speculated. At this point, Jiang Libang stopped. Speculated what? Asked Lu Ming. I can't say. Brother Mu, you can figure it out yourself. As he spoke, Jiang Libang pointed at the sky. Heavenly Palace. Two words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Now, I found out through a secret channel that the ruins of the Skyleap Divine Nation are about to appear. Someone has found the entrance to the ruins. If it's true, there should be a lot of treasures left inside. This is an opportunity. Jiang Libang's eyes shone with a fiery light. The treasures left behind by a race comparable to the primitive 10,000 Races roll would definitely be shocking. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Ming nodded and agreed. Okay, we'll set off in half a month. Not only us, but also 3 other forces. Because the entrance was discovered by us, said Jiang Libang. Lu Ming nodded and found a place to stay. Half a month later, they set off for the entrance of the Skyleap Divine Nation. The ruins of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation were located in a special galaxy. This galaxy was shrouded in dense clouds. This galaxy was called the Cloud Mist Galaxy. Lu Ming, Jiang Libang, and a group of experts that Jiang Libang had brought with him appeared outside the Cloud Mist Galaxy. Apart from them, there were also people from 3 other factions. Each side had a large number of people, numbering in the hundreds. So many experts. Lu Ming sensed a little and discovered that among the 4 forces, most of them were quasi-emperors. A large number of quasi-emperors. The rest were mostly 9th-level divine monarchs. After entering the bustling starry sky, the Taishu dynasty couldn't compare to them. The Taishu dynasty was only a pseudo-universal level faction. They couldn't even be considered a true universal level faction. Compared to the bustling starry sky, the difference was too great. Among the powerful races in the starry sky, quasi-emperors were just cannon fodder. Only true divine emperors were considered experts. However, Lu Ming didn't sense the aura of any divine emperors. Of course, perhaps the divine emperors were too strong for Lu Ming to sense. After all, Jiang Libang didn't say that divine emperors couldn't enter the ruins of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation. So Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Let's go in, Jiang Libang said to the other 3 factions. Soon after, the 4 factions gathered and entered the Cloud Mist Galaxy. Someone took out a map and followed it. After half a day, they found a huge stone door floating in the air. The stone door looked very old and was filled with the marks of time. However, it hadn't decayed. This is the place. This stone door is the entrance to the ruins of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes said. Let's begin, Jiang Libang said. Soon after, the 4 factions sent out some experts. These were all formation experts. They surrounded the stone door and began to inscribe formation runes. One rune after another entered the stone door. Not long after, runes appeared on the stone door and slithered around like little snakes. Buzz, suddenly, the stone door trembled slightly and emitted a dazzling light. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. Let's go. Immediately, one of the factions took the lead and rushed in. Brother Lu, let's go. Jiang Libang shouted and rushed in with his men. Lu Ming followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the people from the four major forces disappeared into the tunnel. Lu Ming felt a slight rotation in the void. The next moment, he realized that he was already high up in the sky. A strong gravitational force came, causing his body to fall. His heart skipped a beat, and his muscles trembled slightly. He stabilized his body and floated in midair. Sweeping his gaze around, he discovered that Jiang Libang and the others were all floating in the air, sizing them up. Lu Ming also looked down. Below them were strange buildings. These buildings were oval-shaped, with sharp tops that pierced the sky. As far as the eye could see, there were such buildings everywhere. However, many buildings had collapsed. Some had even collapsed or been split in half. Sword marks and saber marks could be clearly seen on the vast earth. Clearly, a great battle had taken place here some time ago. The heavenly transcendence divine nation was destroyed in a single night. It seems like there was an intense battle there, but outsiders don't know about it. Someone sighed. However, some people had already rushed down to the buildings below. The others were worried that others would be the first to rush down, so they also rushed down. This area was very vast. The people of the major forces had spread out to search for buildings and opportunities. Lu Ming also rushed to a building on the side. When he landed on the ground, he realized that these buildings were really huge. Each one was over 1,000 meters tall. Lu Ming entered a building and discovered that there were many statues on both sides of the building. There were a total of 18 statues. However, these statues were just ordinary statues. They didn't seem to have any value. Lu Ming didn't stop and went inside. It was very chaotic inside. There were also statues, but they had already collapsed. It was a mess. Clearly, there had been an intense battle. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense, but didn't find anything valuable. There's something down there. At this time, a voice sounded. It was Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu wasn't by the side of the past, but by the side of the present to adventure together. Qiuqiu flew out. A few pairs of claws appeared on its round body and scratched out. The rocks on the ground were pushed aside by Qiuqiu, and then an iron rod was revealed. To be precise, it was half an iron rod. The other half had already disappeared. Qiuqiu jumped up excitedly, opened its mouth, and swallowed half of the iron rod in one gulp. This is a treasure. Lu Ming was curious. Treasure, it's a treasure. Qiuqiu cried out. Lu Ming also revealed a look of joy, hoping that Qiuqiu's cultivation could improve greatly. During this period of time on the dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming killed a large number of enemies and obtained countless divine weapons. Most of these divine weapons entered Qiuqiu's stomach. Qiuqiu's cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the 5th level Divine Lord realm. It wasn't far from the 6th level Divine Lord realm. There weren't many things that could be called treasures by Qiuqiu. After Qiuqiu ate it, its cultivation would most likely improve greatly, and it might even evolve a corresponding attack method. After Qiuqiu ate it, it turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's hand. The bracelet that Qiuqiu turned into was very common, and there were plenty of them on the streets. He wasn't afraid that others would recognize him based on this. After searching for a while, he didn't find anything and continued to move on to other buildings. Next, Lu Ming searched several buildings, but didn't find much. He did find a few damaged weapons, but they weren't called treasures by Qiuqiu. They could only be said to be ordinary. Let's go up and take a look. Lu Ming pondered. Because he had previously discovered that some buildings were built on top of a peak in front of him. Perhaps there would be a big discovery at the center of these buildings. Lu Ming left the buildings and flew towards that peak. Clearly, many people had the same idea as him. They didn't find anything in these buildings, so they all flew towards those buildings on the peak. However, everyone stopped at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a tall stone pagoda standing there. The stone pagoda looked very shabby, but it emitted a grand and lofty aura. Many people's eyes flickered, wondering if there was a treasure in this stone pagoda. Look, there's blood on the stone pagoda. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked carefully and their hearts shook. Sure enough, there was blood on the stone pagoda. Moreover, it looked like fresh blood, bright red, and even slowly flowing. It looked like it had just been splashed. Moreover, this fresh blood also emitted a terrifying aura. Could it be that this stone pagoda is suppressing something? Someone guessed. Should we move the stone pagoda and take a look? Someone suggested. But the others looked at each other in dismay. This stone pagoda looked very strange. If they moved it and something strange happened, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Everyone was a little uncertain. If there were treasures in the tower, wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't move it? But if there was something strange, wouldn't it be dangerous? At this time, Lu Ming noticed something strange. When he stared at the blood on the tower, it seemed to emit a dazzling red light. Then, the red light spread, and the world in Lu Ming's eyes became blood red. Then, the world suddenly changed. The location was still the same, but the people had changed. Jiang Libang and the others had disappeared, and countless others had appeared. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens. Many experts flew out from various buildings and soared into the air, charging towards the sky. Violent rumbles came from the sky. Disloyal people, all of you should die. A cold voice came from the sky. Lu Ming looked toward the sky and saw the clouds turning in the sky. He could vaguely see a few huge figures. They weren't humans, and they were covered by the clouds. He couldn't see their specific appearances. He could vaguely see an existence that looked like a crocodile, and its body was as big as a small mountain. There was also a giant octopus with 8 tentacles that waved around, bringing with them bolts of lightning. As soon as the voice finished speaking, attacks fell from the sky. The lightning bolts were as thick as mountains, and there were also axes chopping down. Immediately, the world was filled with miserable screams. Lightning filled the sky, and axes filled the sky. Those figures that had soared into the sky were directly turned to ashes by the terrifying attacks. Large numbers of experts were killed. The scene was incomparably tragic. Lightning sea destroys the world. A cold voice came from the sky. Boundless thunder and lightning formed a sea of thunderstorms that pressed down on the ground. Amidst the thunderstorm, there was also a terrifying X-radiance. The sea of lightning enveloped all the buildings, and countless figures exploded and turned to ashes. Disloyal people? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The heavenly palace is tyrannical. Sooner or later, it will be destroyed. A sorrowful and indignant voice came from one of the buildings on the peak. An old man appeared. This old man looked very old. His hair was almost falling out, and his face was full of wrinkles. Grief and indignation appeared on his face. He roared and soared into the sky, his body emitting a resplendent golden light. Those who defy the heavenly palace will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from the clouds. Then, Lu Ming saw the figure that looked like a giant crocodile brandishing a battle axe and slashing down violently. A shocking axe light slashed towards the old man. Boom! The old man and the axe collided, causing a dazzling golden light to erupt. Then, the golden light collapsed, and the old man's body fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Today, the Tianyu divine country shall be destroyed. A cold and aloof voice spread throughout the world. Even if I die, I will drag you all down with me. The old man let out a long howl. His entire body was bathed in blood as he once again soared into the sky. However, this time a stone pagoda appeared in his hand. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This stone pagoda was exactly the same as the stone pagoda that they had seen previously. Boom! The old man rushed into the clouds with the stone tower in his hand. At this moment, the scene around him changed again. Everything disappeared, and he returned to his previous state. Jiang Libang and the others were still around him. Brother Jiang, did you see something strange just now? Asked Lu Ming. No. Jiang Libang shook his head and curiously asked, could it be that Brother Lu noticed something strange? Lu Ming looked at the others and didn't see anything strange. It was as if he was the only one who had seen that scene. When I was staring at his blood, I suddenly noticed that the environment had changed. Immediately, Lu Ming recounted the situation that he had seen earlier. There was nothing to hide, so Lu Ming's voice was very loud. Many people heard it. Many people were shocked when they heard it. Could it be that what you saw was a projection of the battle back then? Is this really related to the heavenly palace? Could it be that it was the Heaven Sentinel? Many people's expressions were grave. Heaven Sentinel? Lu Ming was curious. He knew that the heavenly palace had the Heaven Sentinel sword that could suppress the heavens. It was a treasure of the heavenly palace and possessed terrifying power. Back then, the Yale Lord of Heaven had used the Heaven Sentinel sword to break through the defense of the 10,000 dragon seals. But this was the first time Lu Ming had heard of the Heaven Sentinel. However, Jiang Libang and the others seemed to be afraid and didn't say anything. The so-called Heaven Sentinel is just the Heavenly Palace's executioners. Bone Devil's voice sounded in his knowledge sea. On the surface, the Heavenly Palace has heavenly soldiers in charge of suppressing the various races of the universe and maintaining the prestige of the Heavenly Palace. But in the dark, they have cultivated a group of Heaven Sentinels. The so-called Heaven Sentinel is just a group of executioners who are secretly responsible for getting rid of those forces or individuals who have disloyalty to the Heavenly Palace. Since ancient times, who knows how many forces or individuals have been secretly killed by the Heaven Sentinel. Clearly, this Skypass divine nation was also the same and was destroyed by the Heaven Sentinel. Bone Devil sneered. So that's how it is. Lu Ming finally understood what he had seen. That huge crocodile and that octopus-like creature were the Heaven Sentinels. And for some unknown reason, the Heavenly Palace thought that the Skypass divine nation was disloyal and sent out Heaven Sentinels to destroy it overnight, causing it to disappear from the universe. It seems that the bottom of this stone tower is really extraordinary. Could there be a Heaven Sentinel suppressed under it? The blood on the stone tower, could it be the Heaven Sentinel's blood? Let's not touch the stone tower. Everyone felt a lingering fear and finally decided not to touch this stone tower. Everyone circled around the stone tower and flew towards the peak. Lu Ming did the same. His speed was very fast and he arrived at the peak in the blink of an eye and entered a huge palace. Lu Ming saw from the previous scene that this palace was the palace where the old man lived. There were only a few broken statues in the palace. Lu Ming directly walked past them and entered the palace. In the depths of the palace, there was a room. With some shelves. On the shelves, there were some jade talismans. Lu Ming picked up a jade talisman and saw that it was a secret technique. These jade talismans, could they all be secret techniques? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were at least 100 jade talismans here. Lu Ming waved his hand and collected them all. Other than the jade talismans, Lu Ming also found a bracelet. The bracelet was made of stone beads, and there were a total of 12 of them. It felt warm to the touch, like jade, but it was incomparably heavy. Lu Ming grabbed it and felt like he was grabbing 12 mountains. Treasure! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was clearly extraordinary. Swish, at this time, a dozen figures charged in. They were experts from another of the 4 superpowers called the Qianli sect. The Qianli sect's experts immediately revealed greedy expressions when they saw the bracelet in Lu Ming's hand. Brat, hand over the bracelet in your hand. Also, hand over everything you obtained just now. A middle-aged man with a sword on his back stared at Lu Ming with a fiery gaze. The burly middle-aged man with a combat sword on his back and a dozen other people were glaring at Lu Ming. Not only did they want Lu Ming's bracelet, but they also wanted Lu Ming's interspatial ring. There were quite a few shelves here, so they didn't believe there was only one bracelet. The 4 factions all came here first. First come, first served. I came here first, so the things here are naturally mine. Lu Ming said. First come, first served, haha, don't you know the principle of first come first? The middle-aged man with a sword on his back sneered. Of course I know that. Since that's the case, this treasure should belong to me. Lu Ming smiled and put the bracelet into his interspatial ring. Brat, you're courting death. The eyes of the middle-aged man with a sword on his back flashed with cold-killing intent. In his view, Lu Ming was playing with him. Lu Ming meant that Lu Ming had become stronger. He was a quasi-emperor, while Lu Ming was a mere 4th-level divine lord. He was stronger than him. If this wasn't playing with him, then what was? Brat, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The middle-aged burly man with a combat sword on his back shouted coldly. He used his fingers as a sword and pierced toward Lu Ming. A sharp ray of sword chi stabbed at Lu Ming. A casual attack from a quasi-emperor sword cultivator was extremely powerful. The other people from the Qianli sect relaxed. In their view, Lu Ming was dead for sure. If a quasi-emperor wanted to kill a fourth-level divine monarch, there would only be one outcome for this person, and that was death. There would not be a second outcome. In an instant, the sword chi arrived in front of Lu Ming. The middle-aged burly man with a combat sword on his back revealed a sinister smile. It was as if he could see Lu Ming revealing a regretful expression and then being killed. Unfortunately, he didn't see any regret or panic on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's expression hadn't changed at all. Tranquil and indifferent. Just as the sword chi was about to hit Lu Ming's forehead, Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the sword chi. A poof. The sword chi was like a useless wisp of air, directly dispersing without causing any harm to Lu Ming. The other members of the Qianli sect opened their mouths in shock. Obviously, this scene was completely different from what they had imagined. This brat can block senior apprentice brother Lu's attack? How is that possible? I guess he was just lucky. Also, senior brother Lu didn't use much strength in that casual attack. Definitely. These people nodded repeatedly, as if they had found a reason to convince themselves. For them to believe that a fourth-level divine lord could block a quasi-emperor's attack, it was impossible. They didn't want to believe it. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that they were useless? However, the middle-aged man with the battle sword on his back was not so relaxed. His face turned serious. Only he knew that he had used 30% of his strength just now. 30% of a quasi-emperor's strength. Let alone a 4th-level divine lord, even an 8th-level divine lord would be dead. Even a 9th-level divine lord had to be treated with caution. But Lu Ming had casually blocked it. This was not normal. Brat, you have some strength, but your fate today is already decided. The middle-aged man with a sword on his back said coldly as he drew his sword from his back. Lu Ming blocking his attack didn't make him retreat. Instead, it stimulated his killing intent. If he retreated today, how could he raise his head in front of his junior apprentice brothers? Buzz. The battle sword vibrated, and a terrifying aura erupted. Kill! The middle-aged burly man shouted. Holding the sword with both hands, he dashed out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled, enveloping Lu Ming's body. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Lu Ming shook his head. He had already shown mercy, wanting the other party to retreat. But since the other party wanted to die, he could only fulfill his wish. Boom, Lu Ming directly punched out. The void shook violently, and the space exploded directly. The horrifying fist force was like a tsunami, and it crushed toward the middle-aged man. Bang! The other party's sword energy directly scattered. The fist landed on the middle-aged man's sword, causing it to shatter like glass. The fist didn't stop and continued to land on the middle-aged man's body. No! The middle-aged burly man let out a horrified and regretful scream. Then, his body turned into ashes under the force of Lu Ming's fist. The remaining people of the Qianli sect were completely stunned. A 4th-level divine lord killed a quasi-emperor with a single punch. What was going on? Were they seeing things, or were they dreaming? If it was real, how was it possible? A divine lord. This is a divine lord. He's deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger to trick us. They couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. Run, run! One of them roared and frantically retreated. The remaining people also reacted and wanted to flee. However, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Since he had already attacked, Lu Ming wouldn't let these people off. According to his experience, he had already killed the middle-aged man and offended the Qianli sect. If he let these people leave, the Qianli sect wouldn't let this matter rest. Instead, they would take revenge by sending even stronger experts. Lu Ming had experienced this kind of thing too many times. In order to reduce one potential enemy, these people had to be eliminated. These people weren't good people. If Lu Ming wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming's cold voice sounded and he launched an attack. With Lu Ming's current strength, these people wouldn't even be able to escape. In less than a minute, the Qianli sect's experts had all died. Lu Ming silently left. Boom, just at this moment, a terrifying explosion rang out. Heaven and earth trembled. Roar, then a tyrannical roar rang out. It was like a demon that had been suppressed for countless years was about to come out. What's going on? Lu Ming was startled. He soared into the sky and looked into the distance. The others did the same. They all flew into the sky and looked in the direction of the roar. It's that stone tower. Damn it, someone touched that stone tower. Someone roared. As expected, there were many more people at the stone tower. There were at least 1,000 of them. The sky locust race, the frost moonvine race. Lu Ming's gaze moved. Among these people, he immediately saw the figures of the sky locust race and the frost moonvine race. The locust Fang he had met at the trade fair was always there. The stone pagoda was moved away by a burly man from the heavenly locust tribe. Under the original stone tower, a dazzling light was emitted. Zizi bolts of lightning shot out from the bottom of the stone tower. Roar, another terrifying roar came out, shaking the heaven and earth violently. Not good. There's an expert suppressed under the stone tower. Quickly release him. Hurry. At this moment, people from the heavenly locust tribe, the frost moonvine tribe and a few other forces shouted in shock. The burly man from the heavenly locust tribe wanted to put the stone pagoda back, but it was too late. Thunderous roars filled the sky. From the place where the stone pagoda had been suppressing, a few tentacles stretched out. They looked like tentacles of an octopus. Each tentacle was extremely huge, reaching over 100 meters long and covered in lightning. The tentacles swept across, and huge thunderbolts burst out. Many people were enveloped by the lightning. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were reduced to ashes. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were killed. Regardless of whether it was 8th level Divine Lord, 9th level Divine Lord, or Divine Sovereign, it was all the same. Instant kill, retreat, quickly retreat. Huang Fang and Yu Chang retreated hastily under the protection of numerous experts. The burly man from the heavenly acropoid race who had moved the stone pagoda hurriedly threw it down and retreated. Disloyal people, kill. A cold and tyrannical roar was heard. Then, a gigantic octopus appeared. The octopus floated in the air and waved its 8 tentacles. Lightning filled the sky as it charged toward the crowd. Some of the lightning bolts even charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Damn it! Why are the heavenly locust race and the frozen moonvine race here? On Lu Ming's side, some people roared and fled in all directions. If we can find the entrance to Tian Yu God country, others can naturally find it as well. Let's go. Everyone fled in all directions to avoid the lightning attacks. However, one of them was struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Flesh, I need flesh. The octopus seemed to have woken up from a dream. It finally understood the situation. Greed and desire shone in its eyes as it charged toward the heavenly locust tribe and the icy moonvine tribe. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with them. Bastard, you're courting death. An angry roar came from the heavenly acropoid tribe. Then, an elder from the heavenly acropoid tribe shot up into the sky and runes appeared all over his body. As the runes scattered, a terrifying aura burst out from them. God King, this is definitely the aura of a God King. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A divine emperor from the heavenly acropoid race had come in, but he had concealed his chi with a talisman. These divine emperors seemed to be afraid of something, which was why they had sealed their cultivation with a sealing technique. If the heavenly acropoid race was like this, the other forces would probably do the same. Swish, the god emperor of the heavenly acropoid race transformed into his true form, a giant locust, and rushed toward the octopus. The sharp claws of the heavenly acropoid tribe were like divine blades as they slashed at the octopus, colliding with the thunderbolts of the octopus. There was a huge explosion in the area that destroyed the heavens and the earth. After a few moves, the heavenly acropoid race expert retreated. However, he was blocked by the heavenly acropoid race expert. Everyone, if we don't act now, when are we going to? This octopus has been suppressed for many years, it doesn't have much strength left. Let's kill it together, otherwise, we'll all be killed. The heavenly acropoid race's divine emperor roared. Kill. The octopus roared, its 8 tentacles were incomparably huge, extending and sweeping in all directions. The suckers on the octopus's tentacles released a terrifying suction force. Many people screamed in fear as they were sucked into the suckers. Then, they disappeared into the suckers, not even their bones were left behind. Attack! Let's kill this octopus together! A few angry roars sounded. A figure rushed out from the direction of the icy moonvine race. This person's body was covered with many talismans, which were also sealing talismans, sealing his own chi. Boom! The sealing talismans dispersed and a divine emperor's chi burst out. At the same time, several other forces, such as the Qianli sect and Jiang Libang's forces, also had divine emperors break out of their seals, releasing their chi. A total of 7 divine emperors rushed toward the octopus. Boom! Boom! Dazzling divine light burst out, and powerful waves of chi swept across half the sky, creating a terrifying explosion. A battle between divine emperors was incomparably terrifying. Others didn't dare to get close, so they all retreated far away. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In a few flashes, he had distanced himself from the octopus. These are divine emperors? I'm not their match. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Although he could easily kill quasi-emperors, the difference between quasi-emperors and divine emperors was too great. No matter how strong he was, he still wasn't a match for divine emperors, even if they were the lowest level of divine emperors. Only divine emperors could participate in this battle. Those below divine emperors had all retreated far away. Lu Ming also quickly flew away, leaving this place. In any case, he had pretty much explored this place. Lu Ming had obtained some secret techniques, as well as a bracelet whose effects he didn't know. It had been worth it. A moment later, Lu Ming was already far away from that place. Lu Ming could no longer feel the fluctuations of the battle there. Lu Ming continued flying forward. Soon, he arrived at a primitive forest. The forest was extremely dense. Ancient trees stretched as far as the sky. Lu Ming stood in the air, watching from a distance. He saw the shadow of a huge building in the forest. If there was a building, then there might be an opportunity. Lu Ming carefully flew into the forest. He didn't see anything strange along the way. There were only flourishing plants in this forest. There were no animals. Lu Ming quickly arrived at the center of the forest. There really were a large number of buildings here, but they had all collapsed. Many of them were completely deformed. They had clearly experienced an intense battle and exploded. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw an incomparably huge skeleton. Its flesh had already rotted, leaving behind only a skeleton. Its bones were sparkling and translucent, more exquisite than the most exquisite jade. He couldn't see what kind of race it was. It looked like a tiger, but it also looked like a lion. But there was a single horn on its head that pointed straight to the sky. It was incomparably sharp, even sharper than a divine sword. But what attracted Lu Ming's attention was each of its joints. In every joint of this skeleton, there were round pearls as white as jade. Bone bead. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a special race. Under special conditions, the corpse would condense bone beads after it died. It gathered a large amount of the life essence of this creature when it was alive. It was a top-grade treasure in the universe. He didn't expect that this creature would actually form bone beads. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel the vast life energy in the bone beads. Although Lu Ming had a lot of divine herbs on him, which would be enough for a short period of time, it was naturally better to have more of such treasures. As Lu Ming's cultivation improved, his energy consumption would become more and more astonishing. The divine herbs on hand were simply not enough. Lu Ming didn't immediately collect the bone bead. Instead, he sent out his spiritual sense to investigate the surrounding area. Spiritual sense came from the soul. Now that Lu Ming's soul was spread to every cell in his body, his spiritual sense was also coming from every cell in his body. It was very calm. There was nothing strange, and there were no living creatures. Lu Ming didn't sense any danger. Lu Ming was relieved. With a flash of his body, he headed toward the skeleton. When Lu Ming approached the skeleton, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. There's danger. Retreat. Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. At this moment, the shadow cast by the skeleton suddenly moved. A shadow stretched out like a javelin, stabbing toward Lu Ming at a shocking speed. Block! Lu Ming sent out a punch. But that shadow was not only fast, but it was also unpredictable. When it approached Lu Ming's fist, it twisted and went around Lu Ming's fist, stabbing toward Lu Ming's chest. Not good. Lu Ming cried out inwardly. In an instant, his body released a dazzling light. This was a defensive secret art he had fused into his cells. Over 50 kinds of defensive secret arts erupted at once. However, these defensive secret arts were unable to block the shadow's attack. They were directly pierced through. With a pft sound, a bloody hole appeared in Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's body flew backward, crashing into and breaking a few trees with a diameter of more than 10 meters. What a powerful attack! It even included a spiritual attack. Lu Ming felt a burning pain in his chest. His expression was grave. His secret art didn't have much of an effect on that shadow's attack. The reason was because it contained a powerful spiritual attack. It had directly pierced through his secret art's defenses. His chest had been completely pierced through. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and so was his heart. However, although Lu Ming's body was similar to an ordinary person's, he no longer had any vital points. There was no difference between the major organs, the brain, and the ordinary muscles of the hands and feet. The potential in his cells erupted, and his wounds healed rapidly. As for the soul attack, his soul had already been dispersed to every cell in his body. The places that had been attacked just now had indeed suffered heavy damage. However, his soul had been split into 60 trillion parts, so these attacks were harmless. The soul power in the other cells was constantly replenished to the places that were attacked, and the souls in the places that were attacked were rapidly recovering. In an instant, Lu Ming's wound healed. What kind of attack or creature is this? Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the shadow under the white bones. Previously, Lu Ming thought that this was the shadow cast by White Bone, but now it seemed that it was not that simple. Or rather, there was some strange creature hiding under the shadow of the white bones. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and was still unwilling to leave. The life energy of that kind of bone pearl was too abundant. Its value was definitely above emperor-grade divine medicine. It was extremely rare and hard to come by. I need to get it as quickly as possible. Lu Ming revealed a resolute look. Then, his body shook and he dashed out, pouncing on Baigu. The instant he charged, all the speed secret arts he had fused with his cells erupted. This caused Lu Ming's speed to explode. He was like a bolt of lightning as he charged at White Bone. However, just as Lu Ming approached White Bone, the shadow below began to rapidly wriggle. Then 5 or 6 black shadows shot at Lu Ming. Each one of them was like a javelin, but their speed was shocking. Dodge! Lu Ming's heart shook, and he quickly changed his position to dodge the javelin attacks. However, the shadow suddenly began to rapidly expand. It spread along the ground and rapidly grew, enveloping everything within 100 miles. Then countless javelins appeared from all directions and stabbed at Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He had underestimated this shadow. This shadow's power was beyond his imagination. From all directions, there were at least hundreds of shadow javelins stabbing towards him, densely covering every direction. Even if Lu Ming wanted to dodge, he couldn't. He could only break. Break! Lu Ming roared. His body began to emit a resplendent light, making him look like a sun. His fists constantly punched out, and one fist energy after another exploded in a certain direction. At the same time, he also used many offensive secret arts. Divine Dragon Aspect Art, 9 dragons roar the ice chain, 9 chains like long snakes dancing in the air. 9 Chi Sword Art unhindered. All kinds of attacks attacked those shadow javelins together. This space exploded, releasing intense rumbling sounds. Under this incomparably powerful power, the shadow javelin's spiritual attacks were somewhat affected. Some of them were distorted, and some of them were slowed down. But it was still difficult to block them all. These shadow attacks were still stubbornly advancing. Pfft, blood splattered everywhere. More than 10 wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body instantly. It was hideous and terrifying. Lu Ming circulated all his strength to recover. Then he took a step and soared into the sky. But it was already too late. At this moment, that shadow was like a sphere, completely enveloping everything within 100 miles. Whoosh, shadow javelins appeared above his head, stabbing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength, but he was still hit, and a few more wounds appeared on his body. I can't continue like this. I have to charge out. Otherwise, even if I have a taboo body, I'll be exhausted to death by this monster. Lu Ming's thoughts rapidly turned. Although his recovery speed was extremely fast, he could still recover no matter how heavy his injuries were. But he needed time and he needed energy. Although he had stored up a large amount of energy before, and he felt that he had around 50% of it left, his energy consumption was extremely shocking. At this moment, he felt that his energy was rapidly being consumed. So he couldn't be trapped here. He had to charge out. Charge. Lu Ming clenched his teeth. Staring in one direction, he quickly charged out. At the same time, his fists were constantly punching out. All kinds of secret arts were constantly unleashed. But his body didn't stop. The result of this was that he was constantly being hit. More and more wounds appeared on his body. His entire body was dyed red with blood. But he didn't care. He continued charging. He wasn't an ordinary person. If an ordinary person suffered such a heavy injury, their combat power would be greatly reduced, and they would be in danger. But he wouldn't. As long as he could charge out, no matter how heavy his injuries were, they could be healed. Finally, Lu Ming reached the edge of the shadow barrier. In front of him, he was blocked by a black shadow barrier. Boom, Lu Ming continuously punched out. Several of his fists landed on the shadow barrier, but it didn't budge. His berserk attack landed on the shadow light curtain. The shadow light curtain didn't budge. It had no effect. Lu Ming paled. His attack was actually unable to break through the shadow light curtain. At this time, the shadow light curtain counterattacked. Javelins appeared on the light curtain and shot towards Lu Ming. Many wounds immediately appeared on Lu Ming's body, penetrating from front to back. Lu Ming coughed up blood, but his gaze was still resolute. He hadn't lost hope. Taboo energy. Lu Ming shouted. His cells began to tremble. Strands of taboo energy began to spread. This time, the taboo energy didn't hide within his body. Instead, it appeared. A layer of transparent energy covered Lu Ming's fist. Boom, Lu Ming once more punched the shadow light curtain. A shocking scene appeared. Lu Ming's fist directly pierced through the shadow light curtain. A miserable scream came from the shadow light curtain, and then it began to rapidly squirm. Boom, Lu Ming threw out a few more. Punches and screams could be heard again. The shadow screen wriggled even more violently before shrinking rapidly. Naturally, the encirclement around Lu Ming was broken. I really didn't expect the taboo energy to be able to restrain this shadow. I have to go. Lu Ming didn't dare to stop in the slightest. He crazily charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 miles away. But when he turned back, his pupils shrank. That shadow shrunk and actually turned into a pitch-black creature. This life form looked like a tiger, but it wasn't. It had a single horn on its head, and it was extremely similar to the skeleton's body. Could it be that this shadow evolved from the skeleton's body after it died? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind and he continued to dash forward. That one-horned shadow beast only icily looked at Lu Ming. It didn't chase after him. After a while, its body began to fade, and it merged back into the skeleton's shadow. Lu Ming continued to run. As he ran, his injuries healed at an extremely fast rate. In just a few minutes, the wounds on his body had disappeared. The internal wounds were also recovering quickly. My strength has increased again. I'm not far from 5th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He discovered that along with the recovery of his injuries, his cultivation was also rising rapidly. He was already close to peak 4th level Divine Lord. This was because he had gone through an intense battle. After being injured, his cells had repaired themselves and released the potential within. The more I get beaten up, the stronger I become. Then wouldn't I become a masochist in the future? Lu Ming was speechless. The cultivation method of this taboo power was really strange. Of course, if he just stood there and let the other party attack him, it wouldn't be of much use. Only in a truly intense battle, a battle of life and death, could one's potential be truly stimulated. When Lu Ming rushed out of the forest, his injuries were basically healed. It's that brat. Stop him. At this moment, a shout rang out. In front, a group of people were chasing after Lu Ming. The one leading them was actually Huang Fang. These people were from the heavenly acrypoid race. There were at least 20 experts rushing towards Lu Ming. They were all quasi-emperors. How unlucky! Lu Ming was speechless. He had just rushed out of the forest when he encountered the heavenly acrypoid race. Huang Fang's face was gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Huang Fang, I spared your life back then. If you don't know when to stop, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Ming said coldly. You'll have to bear the consequences. How dare you threaten me? Who do you think you are? You're just a bug. Crush him. Huang Fang roared, his face contorted. Lu Ming actually dared to mention that matter in front of him. This was simply poking at his sore spot, making him go crazy. Kill. The 20 quasi-emperors transformed into their locusts. Their claws were like blades as they attacked Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His killing intent was like a blade. He had gone around Huang Fang previously to avoid offending the heavenly acrypoid race and being harassed by them. Originally, he had thought that with the vastness of the primitive universe, he would not cross paths with Huang Fang again. He also thought that the heavenly acrypoid race would not go after him just because he had beaten up Huang Fang. But he did not expect to meet Huang Fang in the ruins of the heavenly eclipse divine kingdom. Moreover, Huang Fang looked like he wanted to kill him. Lu Ming decided not to hold back anymore. Swish. Swish, swish. Lu Ming's palm was like a blade. He activated the offensive secret technique in his palm, causing Lu Ming's palm to become incomparably sharp. With a slash of his palm, the void split open. 2 quasi-emperors of the heavenly acrypoid race were killed before they could even scream. Now, Lu Ming had integrated even more secret techniques into his body. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 4th-layer Divine Lord realm. His battle strength had increased. Killing quasi-emperors was like killing chickens for him. After killing the 2 quasi-emperors of the heavenly acrypoid race, Lu Ming turned around and swept his palm. A blinding blade light shot out from his palm. 3 quasi-emperors of the heavenly acrypoid race were cut in half at the waist. Destructive energy exploded from their bodies, destroying their souls. 5 quasi-emperors were killed in the first exchange. They could not even withstand a single blow. The other quasi-emperors felt a chill run down their spines. Their faces were pale and they did not dare to attack. They quickly retreated. However, since Lu Ming had already killed the experts of the heavenly acrypoid race, he would not hold back. It was best to kill all of them. Kill. Lu Ming roared and chased after the quasi-emperors of the heavenly acrypoid race. Bastard, how dare you! With a furious roar, a terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a planet. His body shook violently and he could not help but retreat. Divine Emperors. Lu Ming's expression was extremely grave. An elder stepped out from beside Huang Fangli. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was as deep as the sea, unfathomable. Kill this bastard! Huang Fangli shouted. Boom, the elder's aura became even more terrifying. He took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. I miscalculated. Lu Ming frowned. Previously, the heavenly acrypoid race's divine emperor had fought against the octopus. Lu Ming had seen it before. It was not this person. Therefore, Lu Ming had been careless and did not retreat immediately. Clearly, there was more than one divine emperor from the heavenly acrypoid race. Retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming retreated and dashed into the forest. You want to escape from my hands? Young man, you must be dreaming. The elder sneered and stepped forward. He stretched out a withered hand and grabbed downwards. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently. 9 saber lights appeared in the sky and slashed down on Lu Ming. Open! Lu Ming bellowed and unleashed all his power. The battle word incantation increased his combat power by 5 times to the maximum. Lu Ming exerted all his strength. He activated the battle incantation, increasing his combat power by 5 times. He made dozens of moves consecutively. Dang dang dang! Lu Ming's attack hit the saber gleam in front of him. It was as if he had hit a metal saber and there was a loud explosion. Crack, then, cracks appeared on the saber gleam. The cracks were densely packed. With Lu Ming's final blow, the saber gleam crumbled into pieces. Lu Ming's figure shot forward. This brat! The Divine Emperor's pupils shrank, revealing a look of disbelief. He never thought that a mere 4th-level Divine Lord could actually break one of his blade lights. This made killing intent flash explosively in his eyes. He was a dignified Divine Emperor, but his saber light had been broken by a 4th-level Divine Lord. What face did he have left? Die! The Elder of the Divine Emperor realm shouted coldly. He was getting serious. He pressed his palms and the remaining 8 saber gleams shone brightly. Their power increased tremendously as they slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already covered a distance of thousands of miles. However, the Elder of the Divine Emperor realm was even faster. His saber radiance covered tens of thousands of miles and shrouded Lu Ming in it. There was no way to escape. Break! Lu Ming roared, attacking with all his strength. He wanted to break the saber light that was slashing down on him. Boom! Intense rumbling sounds erupted, and powerful energy overflowed in all directions. The forest was torn apart, and ancient trees continuously exploded. In the end, Lu Ming managed to block the saber light. But this time, the saber light was even stronger than before. Although Lu Ming managed to block it, he was injured. Bloody scars appeared on his body. They were all caused by the saber light's energy. Blood flowed freely. The bones in his hand were cracked, and his bones were clearly visible. However, Lu Ming had only blocked 1 saber light. There were still 7 more above him. Divine Emperors are truly powerful. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He definitely couldn't face them head-on. He was still far from being able to do so. Lu Ming activated all of his agility and speed secret techniques, raising his speed to the extreme. Swish! Swish! His figure flashed rapidly. It was as if there were figures all over the mountain. In the end, a few saber lights missed their target and slashed into the ground. A few 100,000 miles long cracks appeared on the ground and went deep into the ground. However, there were still a few saber lights that were not blocked. No matter how Lu Ming dodged, it seemed to lock onto him. In the end, Lu Ming was hit. His body flew out like a cannonball, breaking a large number of trees. Pain, burning pain. Lu Ming's body was almost split in half. It could be said that he had been split into 2 halves, no, 3 halves. This was because his body had been completely split apart after being hit by the 2 blade auras. Only a small amount of muscle was left to hold his body together. All of the cells in his body were constantly surging with energy. Lu Ming's body quickly recovered. Those muscles were wriggling crazily like small snakes, connecting his body back together. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming's body had been reconnected. He ran madly towards the depths of the forest. He was no match for a Divine Emperor. It would be difficult for him to even escape. If he wanted to escape, he would need external help. Lu Ming thought of that skeleton, that shadow of a creature. What kind of monster is this? The people of the heavenly Acrypoid race saw this scene and their hearts beat violently. Lu Ming had been hit by a Divine Emperor consecutively. His body had been split apart. If it had been someone else, they would have been dead. However, Lu Ming was actually fine. His recovery ability was simply terrifying. It was ridiculously strong. In just a few breaths, he had recovered a lot from his serious injuries. Even the Divine Emperor realm old man's heart beat violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chase! The Elder of the Divine Emperor realm shouted coldly. He stepped out and chased after Lu Ming madly. Let's chase him together, don't let him escape. Huangfang roared and led the experts of the heavenly acropoid race to chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming burst out with his maximum speed, rushing towards the skeleton with all his strength. While rushing, he also had to dodge the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's attacks. On the way, Lu Ming was hit several times and was heavily injured. Fortunately, Lu Ming had a taboo body, so he managed to survive. "I'm here." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally saw the skeleton. He did not hesitate to rush towards the skeleton. "That's a bone pearl." The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's eyes lit up. He did not hesitate to rush towards the skeleton. At the same time, he waved his hand and released a few terrifying blade lights towards Lu Ming. At this moment, the shadow under the skeleton wriggled violently and a dozen shadow javelins shot out. Most of them were aimed at the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. Only a few of them were aimed at Lu Ming. This was because the Elder at the Divine Emperor Realm was much more threatening than Lu Ming. Boom boom boom, the shadow javelins hit the blade lights and broke through them. They continued towards the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's expression changed. He waved his hand madly and a terrifying attack broke out, blocking the shadow javelins. On the other hand, Lu Ming covered his fist with taboo strength and blocked the shadow javelins. Roar, the shadow under the skeleton roared furiously. Then, the shadow wriggled violently and covered a radius of 100 li. Whoosh 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 whoosh. There were at least a few hundred shadow javelins in all directions, stabbing towards Lu Ming and the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. Of course, most of them were aimed at the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared furiously and tried his best to resist. The shadow javelins contained a soul attack. Even he had to be careful. As for Lu Ming, he charged forward with all his might. He opened up a path with the taboo force and rushed to the front of the shadow light curtain. He broke the shadow light curtain with one punch. With a flash, he dashed out of the light curtain and ran away. "Damn it!" The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared furiously and tried his best to resist the shadow javelins. He rushed towards the direction where Lu Ming had escaped. However, when he reached the place where Lu Ming had been, the shadow light curtain had already healed. Boom, the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man slashed the shadow light curtain with his blade. The shadow light curtain shook violently, but it did not break immediately. "Break! Break!" The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared. His divine strength soared to the sky and a vast blade light pierced through the sky. In the end, under the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's torrential attacks, the shadow light curtain shrunk and turned into a black creature with a horn on its head. At first glance, one could tell that this creature was not real. Its body was slightly distorted. The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man looked around but did not see Lu Ming's figure. "Damn it!" The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared furiously, his face pale. Although he had managed to break through the shadow barrier, he had also suffered some injuries. His soul had been injured. The heavenly acropoid race's Divine Emperor Realm Elder's face turned ugly. He had suffered a great loss this time. Not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming, but his soul was also injured. An injury to one's soul was very troublesome. Roar, the pitch-black single-horned creature roared and charged towards the Divine Emperor Realm Elder. "Bastard!" The Divine Emperor Realm Elder roared and fought with the creature with his saber. At this moment, Huangfang and his men finally arrived. "Where is that bastard?" Huangfang did not see Lu Ming's figure and roared. Then, he turned and saw the skeleton and the bone pearl. "That's the bone pearl, such rich life energy, it's mine." Huangfang revealed a greedy expression and charged towards the skeleton with his men. "Don't come over, back off." The heavenly acropoid race's Divine Emperor Realm Elder shouted, but it was too late. Swoosh 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 on the ground, a shadow spear pierced towards the heavenly acropoid race. Puff puff puff, in an instant, more than 10 heavenly acropoid race experts were pierced, their souls destroyed, and they died on the spot. If Huangfang did not have someone protecting him, he would have died. "Retreat, retreat!" Huangfang roared and retreated frantically. The rest of the heavenly acropoid race also retreated frantically. At the same time, the Divine Emperor Realm Elder attacked with all his might, stopping the single-horned creature's attack and allowing Huangfang and his men to escape. They did not dare to come close again. The Divine Emperor Realmelder and the single-horned creature exchanged more than 10 moves. The Divine Emperor Realmelder was at a disadvantage. His soul was injured and his face was pale. He was careless and was hit by a shadow spear. A bloody hole appeared in his body. The Divine Emperor Realmelder roared and fought his way out of the encirclement, retreating unwillingly. The single-horned creature glanced coldly at Huangfang and his men, but did not chase after them. "Where is that bastard?" Huangfang asked. He was referring to Lu Ming. "I was entangled by the shadow and that bastard took the chance to escape. Don't let me see him again, I will kill him." The Divine Emperor Realmelder shouted coldly. "He's lucky," Huangfang said reluctantly. Then, his gaze shifted as he said, "We can't give up on those bone pearls. I've already sent out the news. Once the other experts arrive, we'll hunt down that shadow creature together." This time, there was more than one Divine Emperor from the Heavenly Acrypoid race. The people from the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe came to the outskirts of the forest and waited. As for Lu Ming, he had already found a secluded place to cultivate and recover. Previously, he had been injured by the shadow and the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. If it had been someone else, he would have died at least 10 times. However, he had managed to survive. All the muscles and bones in his body were wriggling at an astonishing speed, recovering. It did not take long for his body to be completely healed, and not the slightest wound could be seen on his body. The potential of each of his cells was stimulated. Lu Ming's body was filled with surging energy. This energy was then absorbed by the taboo force, strengthening the taboo force. Every single cell in his body was becoming tougher and stronger. When these cells gathered together, Lu Ming's body became even stronger. Boom! After the aura on Lu Ming's body reached a critical point, it suddenly soared and rushed to another height. Breakthrough! Lu Ming's cultivation base had broken through again, reaching the 5th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. In such a short time, Lu Ming's cultivation base had broken through from the 3rd layer of the Divine Lord Realm to the 5th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. This speed was simply inconceivable. Of course, this was also in exchange for Lu Ming's injuries. However, the energy consumption is also shocking. "I'm only left with a little more than 10%. Lu Ming felt the energy in his body and sighed. Previously, it was equivalent to 50%. This was in exchange for refining 2 Emperor-grade divine herbs. In just a short while, he had used up 30%. The Emperor-level divine medicine was very useful even for divine emperors. Its medicinal efficacy was extremely strong. However, Lu Ming had consumed more than 1 stock of medicinal efficacy, yet he had only broken through 1 level of cultivation. It could be seen that Lu Ming needed a huge amount of energy to cultivate. It was even more than the energy he had used to cultivate the 11 types of divine power. But the harvest was also huge. After breaking through by 1 layer, Lu Ming's fighting strength would increase explosively. After a short time, Lu Ming's aura stabilized. "With my current fighting strength, even the weakest 1st layer of the Divine Lord Realm isn't enough. It's barely enough." Lu Ming pondered. That Divine Lord Realm Old Man from before was probably only at the 1st layer of the Divine Lord Realm, but his fighting strength was already terrifying. If it weren't for Lu Ming's tenacious vitality, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Even if he had broken through now, he still wasn't his opponent. "I wonder what that bracelet does. Let's try it out. It's not bad if it can increase my fighting strength." Lu Ming thought of the bracelet he had obtained before. With a thought, the bracelet appeared in his hand. It was incomparably heavy. Lu Ming held it in his hand as if he was holding 12 mountains. "Let's see if I can refine it." Lu Ming's heart stirred. The taboo power slowly flowed into the bracelet. Once it flowed into the bracelet, it encountered a strong resistance. It was the spiritual will left behind by the previous owner of the bracelet. But when that spiritual will came into contact with the forbidden strength, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Forbidden strength is really easy to use. Lu Ming smiled. That bracelet had been preserved for such a long time, but it was still full of spirituality. It was definitely extraordinary. The previous owner of the bracelet must have been extremely strong. The spiritual will left behind by such an existence was definitely not weak. If he used ordinary divine power, it would be very difficult to destroy it. Even if he could, it would take a long time. But now, in just a short time, the spiritual will of the bracelet had been destroyed. After that, Lu Ming used his forbidden strength to leave a mark on the bracelet. Then he dripped a drop of blood on it. That way, the bracelet was completely under Lu Ming's control. Let's try it. Lu Ming activated the forbidden power and poured it into the bracelet. Buzz. The bracelet trembled slightly and released a dazzling light. Then one of the stone beads flew out and rapidly grew in size. Then a terrifying power came out of the stone bead. Boom, down below, ancient trees exploded. Many stones also exploded. The ground kept sinking. In just a moment, a crater 100 miles wide and 100 meters deep appeared on the ground. Gravity, what powerful gravity! Lu Ming discovered that the energy coming from the stone bead was gravity. The incomparably powerful gravity directly pressed down on the ground. Continue. Lu Ming continued to use his forbidden strength. Then another stone bead flew out. Boom, the ground kept exploding and sinking. The gravity was 10 times stronger than before. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He realized that when he used 2 stone pearls together, the gravitational force was 10 times stronger than when he used only 1 stone pearl. In that case, the power would be very terrifying. Lu Ming reckoned that even a quasi-emperor would not be able to withstand the pressure and would die. Even a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer would be greatly affected. 2 stone pearls are already so powerful. What about 3? 4? 5? 12? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He wanted to give it a try. He continued to use his forbidden energy into the stone pearls. But this time, the stone pearls didn't react at all. Little boy, you're too weak. You can't use more stone pearls. You can only use 2 at most. If you want to use more, you need to become stronger. Guimo reminded him. Lu Ming sighed. As expected, he couldn't rely on just one treasure to become invincible. Treasures needed cultivation to be used. Everything depended on one's own strength. However, Lu Ming was already satisfied that he could use 2 stone pearls. If they worked together, his strength would increase tremendously. Let's go and see how the heavenly acripoid race is doing. Lu Ming thought. The heavenly acripoid race and the shadow were fighting. Lu Ming was curious to see who would win. Maybe both sides would be injured. Lu Ming didn't mind attacking them sneakily. Lu Ming restrained his aura and headed in the direction of the skeleton. Lu Ming came to a spot not far away from the skeleton quietly. He found a hidden place to hide and then looked into the distance. Eh? It seems like the heavenly acripoid race has been defeated. Lu Ming took a look and gave a soft cry of surprise. The skeleton was still lying there. The bone pearls were still there. They hadn't been taken away. There were many corpses of locusts around. Each of them was a few meters long. It was obvious that the heavenly acripoid race had died here. The heavenly acripoid race had obviously been defeated. It's a pity that I didn't see the scene where both sides were injured. But I can't miss these bone pearls. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He still wanted to get those bone pearls. His taboo power was able to restrain the shadow creature. Now that he had the power of the stone pearls, he might be able to obtain those bone pearls if he planned well. Lu Ming started to ponder, wanting to find a way to obtain those bone pearls. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and his gaze looked into the distance. He felt that there were a large number of experts approaching. The heavenly locust race is here again. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he retracted his aura to the extreme. Like a rock, he hid there and observed from afar. Indeed, not long after, a group of people appeared. They were from the heavenly locust tribe. Their leader was none other than Huang Fang. Others, don't get close. Those above the divine emperor realm, go and destroy that shadow. Huang Fang ordered. As soon as Huang Fang's voice fell, 2 figures leapt towards Baigu like lightning. Swish swish they waved their hands, and their divine power condensed into claws that grabbed at the bone pearls. One of them was the divine emperor realm old man from before, and the other was the divine emperor who had fought with the octopus earlier. The 2 divine emperors attacked at the same time. Roar, with a furious roar, the shadow under Baigu wriggled, turning into shadow javelins that pierced towards the two divine emperors. With a series of explosions, the attacks of the two divine emperors were blocked. Then, the shadow creature rapidly wriggled, enveloping an area of 100 li. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The shadow creature couldn't match the two divine emperors. Not long after, the shadow creature's shroud was broken. The shadow wriggled and returned to its original form. It was a creature with a single horn on its head. Roar, the creature roared, its baleful aura soaring to the sky. Sharp blades shot out from its horn towards the two divine emperors. At the same time, it also attacked the two divine emperors. Die. The two divine emperors also attacked. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The shadow creature was no match for the two divine emperors. It was at a disadvantage. However, the shadow creature's sole attack was terrifying. The two heavenly Acrypoid race god kings did not dare to be careless. They decided to play it safe and slowly suppress the shadow creature. When they reached a certain point, they would launch a fatal attack. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged dozens of blows. The shadow creature was completely at a disadvantage. It kept retreating. It seemed that the skeleton was about to leave the range of its protection. Roar, suddenly, the shadow creature roared and pounced towards the divine emperor Realm Old Man, ignoring its own defense. You're courting death. The divine emperor Realm Old Man was not surprised, but delighted. He unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his saber. Boom, the saber slashed the shadow creature's body. A terrifying power exploded in an instant. The shadow creature's body was split into two and then exploded. However, before the old man could rejoice, the horn on the shadow creature's head shot out like a bolt of lightning and pierced the old man's chest. This attack was fast, incomparably fast. It was so fast that the old man didn't have time to react. The horn pierced through his body. The divine emperor Realm Old Man roared and retreated. His body had been pierced through and was dripping with blood. Especially his soul, it had been severely injured. His face was pale. Damned beast! The divine emperor Realm Old Man roared. He didn't expect the shadow creature to attack him with such a heavy blow. However, the next moment, his face turned even uglier. That shadow creature had been shattered by his blade, but at this moment, it actually reformed and reappeared. The saber attack didn't kill the shadow creature. However, it was obvious that the shadow creature wasn't in a good condition either. Its chi had weakened a lot. That meant that the saber attack wasn't harmless. Roar, the shadow creature roared and pounced towards the divine emperor Realm Old Man like a phantom. The divine emperor Realm Old Man's injuries were more serious than the shadow creature. It wanted to seize the opportunity to kill the divine emperor Realm Old Man. However, it was obviously impossible. The heavenly Acrypoid race had another divine emperor. You're courting death. The other divine emperor roared and blocked the shadow creature's attack. Beast, you're courting death. The divine emperor Realm Old Man roared and used his remaining strength to attack the shadow creature. The two sides fought fiercely again. Although the divine emperor Realm Old Man was injured, the shadow creature was also injured. Its strength had weakened a little. Therefore, it was still at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. After more than 10 moves, the shadow creature was hit and its body exploded again. Its body kept twisting and turning. One could clearly see that its body had dimmed a lot. It's very weak now. Put in more effort and kill it. Huang Fang roared. Not long after, the shadow creature was hit again and its body became even dimmer. Although the two divine emperors of the heavenly Acrypoid race were also attacked by the shadow creature, their souls were also injured. The divine emperor Realm Old Man's face became even paler. Of the two divine emperors from the heavenly Acrypoid race, the elder looked even paler. He had suffered a heavy blow from the shadow creature. Not only was his soul injured, but his physical body was also severely injured. The other divine emperor was in a much better state. His soul was only slightly affected during the battle with the shadow creature. His face was pale. However, the shadow creature was in a worse state. Its aura was getting weaker and weaker. There was no such thing as an immortal body in the world. Even if it was a forbidden body, it would die when all its cells were destroyed. Although the shadow creature's body was miraculous, it was getting weaker with every blow. If this went on, it would definitely die. Let's attack together and get rid of this beast, Huang Feng shouted. The shadow creature was already very weak. Even the quasi-emperors were able to injure it. He called for all the quasi-emperors to attack together and get rid of it once and for all. If other forces, especially the Frost Moonvine race, were attracted, it would be difficult for him to devour the bone pearls. Kill! Kill! A large number of quasi-emperors from the heavenly Acrypoid tribe shouted and pounced on the shadow creature. All kinds of attacks rained down on the shadow creature like a storm, covering all directions and completely blocking its escape route. The two divine emperors also attacked with their strongest attacks. They had to kill the shadow creature with this attack. Roar, the shadow creature roared. Its body suddenly dispersed and turned into hundreds of shadow javelins. They shot in all directions and collided with the attacks from the heavenly Acrypoid race. However, it was much weaker now. The power of its attacks was also very average. When it collided with the attacks from the heavenly Acrypoid race, the shadow javelins were constantly destroyed. The attacks from the two divine emperors destroyed a large number of shadow javelins. In just a few breaths of time, most of the shadow javelins had been obliterated, and the shadow creature could no longer condense. It was finally done. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, something strange happened. All of a sudden, the skeleton moved. To be more precise, it exploded. All the bones were like sharp blades. They pierced toward the heavenly Acrypoid race experts at an astonishing speed, bringing with them a terrifying whistling sound. Ah, some of the quasi-emperors who were closer to it screamed in agony. Their bodies were pierced and they died on the spot. As for those further away, they were also hit with fatal attacks. As for the two god emperors, they received special attention. The most powerful bones and the white bone all flew towards the two god emperors. The people of the heavenly Acrypoid tribe had just destroyed the shadow creature and heaved a sigh of relief. They did not expect that Baigu, who had been perfectly normal, would launch a fatal attack. Thus, it was already too late for them to dodge. Puff Puff, the divine emperor realm old man, was pierced by two sharp bones. He was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, crashing into dozens of giant trees. He spat out blood and his body was badly damaged. Fortunately, the vitality of a divine emperor was extremely strong and he managed to survive. As for the other divine emperor, his body was pierced by the horn. The horn was the most powerful and nailed the deity emperor to the ground. Damn it! This deity emperor roared angrily, erupting with all of his strength. Finally, he pulled out the horn, saving his life. However, he was also seriously injured, his aura becoming sluggish. As for those quasi-emperors, as long as they were hit, none of them could keep their lives. All of them died. In an instant, more than 50 quasi-emperors had died on the spot. Damn it! Farther away, Huang Feng was stunned. Then, he roared angrily, his face contorted. So many experts had died in an instant. It was a heavy loss. Fortunately, it was only the quasi-emperors who had attacked. He and the other heavenly Acrypoids were far enough away to avoid being attacked. Fortunately, after the first wave of attacks, the white bones fell to the ground and did not move at all. They also did not have any spirituality. As for the bone pearls, they also fell to the ground. Damned beast, it still wants to counterattack after dying. The god emperor who had been pierced by the horn cursed. Clearly, the reason why the white bones had launched such a thunderous attack was because of the shadow creature. It knew that it would not be able to survive today. In the end, it was destroyed, so it launched a final counterattack. Using some unknown method, it controlled the white bones to launch a fatal attack and deal a heavy blow to the heavenly Acrypoids. Huang Feng was also cursing, but when he saw the bone pearls, his eyes lit up. Although they had lost many experts, for a large race like the heavenly Acrypoids, quasi-emperors were nothing. They had a bunch of them. Only god emperors were considered experts. Losing a few quasi-emperors was not a big deal. They could be quickly nurtured. These bone pearls are mine. Huang Feng rushed over and grabbed the bone pearls with his huge hands. With these bone pearls, his cultivation would soon break through to the 7th layer of the Divine Lord realm. He could even reach the 8th or 9th layer of the Divine Lord realm. At that time, his status among the younger generation of the heavenly acrypoids would definitely rise. The other heavenly acrypoids did not move. Huangfang's status was much higher than theirs. These opportunities naturally belonged to him. Lu Ming, who was a distance away, witnessed the entire scene. The two God Emperors are seriously injured. Especially the God Emperor Realm Elder, his injuries are even worse. Lu Ming thought, his eyes brightening. In the end, Lu Ming decided to make a move. This was a rare opportunity. If he did not make a move, when would he? Lu Ming concealed his aura to the extreme and stealthily approached the God Emperor Realm Elder. The God Emperor Realm Elder was sent flying far away after being hit by 2 bone pearls. He had just pulled out 2 bone pearls and swallowed a few divine pills to heal himself. He did not notice that someone was approaching. Soon, Lu Ming was only 10,000 meters away from the God Emperor Realm Elder. 10,000 meters was no different from 1 centimeter to them. Swoosh, Lu Ming did not hesitate and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the God Emperor Realm Elder. When he rushed out, Lu Ming had already activated the battle character art to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. Boom! Boom, boom! Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and punched out with both fists. In an instant, he punched out hundreds of times. His fist energy smashed through the air, causing the space to explode. Ah, the God Emperor Realm Elder sensed Lu Ming's attack the moment he saw it. He roared and unleashed his divine power to resist. The God Emperor realm was indeed strong. His spiritual sense was sharp and his reaction speed was shocking. However, the God Emperor Realm Elder was severely injured. His strength was probably less than half of his usual strength. Lu Ming had just broken through to the 5th layer of the Divine Lord realm. He was much stronger than when he fought with the God Emperor Realm Elder. At this moment, the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man couldn't withstand the surprise attack at all. Bam! Bam! Their attacks collided. At the moment of collision, the Divine Emperor Elder's divine power was penetrated by Lu Ming. The Elder's palm blade collided with Lu Ming's fist. Crack! The Divine Emperor Realm Elder's palm exploded, followed by his arm and body. He screamed miserably. When Lu Ming's violent attack completely crushed him, the Divine Emperor Realm Elder's body exploded completely. Even his soul did not manage to escape. His body and soul were destroyed, a Divine Emperor was killed in an instant. Of course, Lu Ming would not have been able to do it if the Elder was in his prime. However, the Elder was severely injured and Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him. All of this happened in an instant. The other Heavenly Acrypoid tribe members did not even have time to react. When the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe Elder was killed, the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe members came to their senses and looked over. Then, their eyes widened. You are you! Huangfang shouted hysterically when he saw that the person who attacked was Lu Ming. I will kill you today. Lu Ming said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Divine Emperor Realm Elder's storage ring and strode towards Huangfang. You still want to kill me? Attack, kill this brat. Huangfang shouted angrily. He had another Divine Emperor on his side. He was not afraid of Lu Ming. In his opinion, the Elder at the Divine Emperor realm was killed because he was seriously injured and did not have much strength left. Then, Lu Ming launched a sneak attack on him. That was why he was killed. He was well aware of Lu Ming's strength. Previously, he was chased by the Divine Emperor Realm Elder and was forced to flee. There was another Divine Emperor beside him. Although he was also injured, his injuries were not as severe. He was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Boom! The Divine Emperor suppressed his injuries and a powerful aura burst out, pressing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, he stepped into the void and rushed toward Lu Ming like a saber. His palm was like a saber, slashing toward Lu Ming. A dazzling saber light slashed out violently towards Lu Ming's head. The void was directly split into 2 halves. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed an intense fighting spirit. His bones crackled like beans being fried. His muscles bulged as he punched out. It was a head-on confrontation. You're courting death. A vicious glint flashed across Huangfang's eyes. Lu Ming dared to confront the Shenhuang head-on. He was simply courting death. Boom, in the next moment, the attacks of the two collided, and a violent explosion erupted. A violent force swept out in all directions, causing the ground to explode continuously. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. At the same time, he retreated tens of thousands of meters. They were evenly matched. How could this be? Huang Feng and the rest of the heavenly acropoid tribe members stared wide-eyed at Huang Xiaolong. Lu Ming was able to contend with a divine emperor, and they were evenly matched. Although the Shenhuang was injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced, he was still a Shenhuang. In a head-on confrontation, he was blocked by a Shenhuang. This brat has broken through. Damn it, how did he break through so quickly? And his combat strength is so strong. Huang Feng roared in his heart. He was envious and jealous. The Shenhuang was also extremely shocked. His heart was in turmoil. However, the fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. A Shenhuang is indeed a Shenhuang. I used all my strength and the battle formula to increase my combat strength by 5 times. I barely managed to hold my ground. Moreover, he was injured. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He knew very well that if the Shenhuang was in his prime, he would definitely be no match for him. But now, kill! Lu Ming shouted and took the initiative to attack. In a flash, he crossed the distance of tens of thousands of meters and charged toward the Shenhuang. You're just a Shenhuang. Die! The Shenhuang roared and his saber light shone brightly. Boom! Boom, boom! The two sides engaged in an intense battle. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. This bastard. In the distance, Huang Feng was jealous, shocked, and frightened. He slowly moved back. Obviously, he was planning to run away as soon as he sensed that something was amiss. Lu Ming also saw this scene. Trying to run away? A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Then, while he was engaged in a fierce battle with the other party, he slowly turned his body around. When his body leaned towards Huang Feng's side, he exchanged a blow with the other party. With the help of this blow, he retreated rapidly in the direction of Huang Feng and the heavenly acropoid tribe. The reason why he hadn't used the string of stone beads was because he wanted to lower the God Emperor's guard. Secondly, if he killed the Shenhuang, the rest of the heavenly acropoids would definitely flee in fear. When that happened, it would be difficult for him to chase after them one by one. His goal was to kill all of the heavenly locust tribe members. Therefore, Lu Ming turned his body and borrowed the Shenhuang's strength to attack the heavenly acropoids. Oh no! The Shenhuang's expression changed drastically. Huang Feng's expression also changed drastically. Stop him! Huang Feng roared and retreated rapidly. The rest of the heavenly acropoids were also shocked. They were conflicted whether to block Lu Ming or retreat. If they blocked Lu Ming, they would be courting death if they went up against Lu Ming. However, if they retreated and ignored Huang Feng, they would be severely punished when they returned. It would be worse than dying in battle. In this moment of hesitation, Lu Ming had already arrived. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and launched a series of attacks. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was too easy for him to kill these quasi-emperors and divine sovereigns. Lu Ming charged forward and killed dozens of heavenly acropoids. Then, Lu Ming punched out continuously with both fists. In an instant, he had thrown out hundreds of punches. Hundreds of punches blasted out in all directions. The heavenly acropoids were unable to withstand a single blow. Every time he attacked, a heavenly acropoid would be killed. There were more than 100 heavenly acropoids left. In an instant, there were only a few left. No, no, help! Huang Feng was so scared that he almost wet himself. He screamed in horror. He was not killed because Lu Ming had deliberately spared him. He was so scared that he roared as he ran. Lu Ming chased after him coldly. Stop! The Shenhuang roared and chased after him, slashing out a shocking saber light. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He exchanged a blow with the Shenhuang and borrowed his strength to increase his speed. In an instant, he had caught up to Huang Feng and the rest. With a swipe of his hand, the remaining heavenly acropoids were killed. Huang Feng was fine, but he was so scared that he was trembling all over. His face was pale and a foul smell wafted out. He had actually wet himself. What a piece of trash. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. He had wanted to kill Huang Fang last. After he killed the Shen Huang, he would let Huang Fang know the meaning of despair. However, Lu Ming lost interest when he saw Huang Fang in such a state. With a swipe of his hand, Huang Fang let out a roar of indignation as his body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. The heavenly Acrypoid race was left with only the Emperor God. The God Emperor stopped pursuing Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming coldly, his expression cold. Lad, you've killed so many people from the heavenly Acrypoid tribe. Just wait for the endless revenge of the heavenly Acrypoid tribe. Revenge? As long as I get rid of you, who will know that I killed them? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me? Although I am injured, do you think it is possible for you to kill me? If we continue fighting, you will be the one to die. The Emperor God said coldly, full of confidence. Although he was injured and his combat strength was not at its peak, he did not believe that Lu Ming could kill him. If they continued fighting, he would be the one to win. Is that so? Then let's fight. Lu Ming roared and pounced on the Emperor God. Kill! The Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid race roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed again and fought fiercely. This time, Lu Ming went crazy. He did not care about his own defense and attacked with all his might. Bam! Lu Ming was hit and a saber wound appeared on his body. His body was almost cut open. However, at the same time that Lu Ming was hit, the Emperor God was hit as well. Lu Ming landed a punch on the other party's shoulder. All kinds of secret skills erupted in his fist at the same time, forcefully tearing apart the other party's protective divine power and the body of a divine emperor. A large part of the other party's shoulder exploded. However, Lu Ming's injuries were recovering quickly. Again. Lu Ming roared and continued to attack the Emperor God. Not long after, Lu Ming was hit again. However, the Emperor God was hit as well. This was a lose-lose battle. This monster is really a monster. The Emperor God roared in his heart. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. Lu Ming's recovery ability was too strong. If this continued, the Emperor God would be the first to die, not Lu Ming. He was already thinking of retreating. As a result, his fighting spirit weakened. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will win. In a battle of equal strength, the weaker one's fighting spirit, the weaker one's fighting strength. Now, Lu Ming was keenly aware of the change in the other party's heart. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The taboo energy poured into the stone bead. Wang, Lu Ming waved his hand and the two stone pearls flew up into the sky. The pearls grew bigger and bigger as they pressed down on the heavenly Acrypoid deity emperor. The terrifying gravity caused the heavenly Acrypoid race divine emperor's body to fall rapidly and crash heavily onto the ground. Then, the two stone pearls smashed towards the heavenly Acrypoid race's god emperor like two mountains. The heavenly Acrypoid race's deity emperor roared and attacked the stone pearls with all his might. Two of the stone pearls were sent flying away, but his palms were also cracked and blood flowed out. At the same time Zhu attacked, Lu Ming had already charged towards his opponent. As soon as the stone pearls were pushed back, they were faced with Lu Ming's storm-like attacks. The heavenly Acrypoid race's deity emperor had not recovered from the series of attacks from the stone pearls. Moreover, his body was suppressed by the powerful gravity and his strength was severely restricted. He could not fight back at all. Bam! Lu Ming's left hand was like a sharp blade that broke through his defense and chopped off one of his arms. Lu Ming's right hand clenched into a fist and punched through the heavenly Acrypoid race's deity emperor's chest. His chest exploded and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The heavenly Acrypoid race's deity emperor had been smashed into the huge pit. When the pit exploded, he was blasted into the ground, creating a huge crater. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his body was in tatters. His aura was extremely weak. Ah, I can't accept this. I am a deity emperor. How can I die in the hands of a divine sovereign junior? He roared as if he had gone mad. The remaining divine power burned fiercely and he transformed into his original form. He flapped his wings and tried to escape. However, the two stone pearls pressed down on him. The terrifying gravity caused him to fall to the ground. Bam! Lu Ming charged forward and stomped heavily on the heavenly Acrypoid race's deity emperor's chest. His chest exploded and only his head was left. Little bastard. The heavenly Acrypoid race's deity emperor was still shouting when Lu Ming punched him. The deity emperor's head exploded and his soul was destroyed. At this point, all the heavenly Acrypoids had been killed. Lu Ming's body flashed and he kept all the interspatial rings. Then, he went to the white skeleton. The bone pearls were scattered on the ground. Lu Ming collected them one by one. There were a total of 18 bone pearls of different sizes. They were filled with rich life energy. Lu Ming was satisfied. With these gains, this trip was worth it. Lu Ming moved and left the place. After a series of battles, he was afraid that others would be alerted. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Not long after Lu Ming left, people from the two forces arrived. When they saw the locust corpses all over the ground, they looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they looked horrified and retreated hurriedly. They thought that there was a terrifying danger here. Otherwise, how could the heavenly Acrypoid race be wiped out? Lu Ming found a secluded place and cultivated for a while. He adjusted his condition to the peak. He secretly sensed that the potential stored in his cells had decreased by a little. There was only about 10% left. As for his cultivation, it had also increased a little. The speed of energy consumption is too fast. Lu Ming sighed. He took out another divine herb and absorbed it. Lu Ming was too lazy to use monarch-level divine herbs. He kept them with him to trade with others. Lu Ming focused on absorbing emperor-level divine herbs. As his cultivation base increased, the potential stored in his cells required more energy. After refining 3 pieces of emperor-level divine medicine consecutively, Lu Ming increased the potential stored in his cells to 50%. In the past, I only needed 2 emperor-level divine herbs. Now, I need 3. Sure enough, I don't have many emperor-level divine herbs left. Lu Ming thought. He only had 9 emperor-grade divine herbs left in his possession. Fortunately, he had obtained 18 bone pearls. The total energy of the 18 bone pearls was definitely above that of 9 emperor-level divine herbs. He could still use it for a while. With 50% stored, it was enough for the time being. With so much energy, even if he was beaten to a pulp, he could still recover. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Ming left the place. After checking the direction, Lu Ming headed west. Before entering the ruins of the heavenly Acrypoid race, he had learned from Jiang Libang that the greatest opportunity of the heavenly Acrypoid race was definitely in the capital of the heavenly Acrypoid race. The west direction was towards the depths of the heavenly Acrypoid race. The capital of the heavenly Acrypoid race should be in that direction. Lu Ming moved forward quickly. After an hour, he did not know how far he had traveled. Suddenly. Boom! Boom, boom! Violent explosions came from ahead. Divine light shone brightly, illuminating half the sky. There was an intense battle in front of him. Lu Ming restrained his aura and quickly approached along the ground. There was a huge battle ahead. Lu Ming moved forward quietly. True enough, not long after, he saw a group of people fighting fiercely. On one side was Jiang Libang and the experts he brought with him. On the other side, Lu Ming recognized the experts from the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect. These two forces were one of the 4 forces that had joined forces with Jiang Libang. But now, these 2 forces had joined forces to deal with Jiang Libang's group. Without a doubt, each force had sent a divine emperor realm expert. But unlike the heavenly locust race, these forces only had 1 divine emperor. Jiang Libang had 1, while the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect each had 1. Jiang Libang's group was at a disadvantage. Qianli sect, Earth Origin sect, you're despicable. Didn't we agree to be allies? Jiang Libang roared. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. We're despicable? You're the despicable ones who wanted to take the treasure for yourselves. Hand over the Windfire Pearl now. A young man in a red robe shouted from the Qianli sect. Bullshit. The Windfire Pearl was ours to begin with. You're the ones who saw the treasure and wanted a share. You betrayed your allies. Jiang Libang roared. Humph. Jiang Libang, no matter what, everyone who saw the treasure has a share. You want Tun Tun? No way. Hand it over and we'll split it equally. The Qianli sect's young man snorted. That's right. Split it equally. Otherwise, you, Jiang Libang, won't be able to walk out of the heavenly eclipse divine nation. Another young man from the Earth Origin sect sneered. Don't even think about it. This treasure is mine to begin with. Jiang Libang roared, his hair fluttering in the wind. In the distance, Lu Ming heard these words and roughly understood what was going on. It was obvious that Jiang Libang and his people had obtained the Windfire Pearl and were discovered by the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect. They were greedy and betrayed their alliance to get a share of the loot. Should I take action? Lu Ming pondered. Jiang Libang was a good person. Although he had the intention of borrowing Lu Ming's strength, it was indeed a rare opportunity for Lu Ming to tell him about the Tianyue divine nation. Lu Ming wondered if he should help Jiang Libang. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's battle prowess had greatly increased that he had such a thought. In the past, he would not have thought this way before his cultivation had made several breakthroughs. The Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect had 2 divine emperors. In the past, even if he went out, he would only die. But now, Lu Ming had the confidence to confront the God King. At this moment, Jiang Libang and his men were retreating in defeat. The godly emperor on his side was suppressed by the other 2 godly emperors. He could only fight back and had no power to fight back. It was the same for the battle below the divine emperor realm. It was completely one-sided and the situation was precarious. Whoosh, Lu Ming made up his mind. With a flash of his body, he dashed out like a phantom. As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, the people in the battle noticed Lu Ming. It's him. It's that kid. The people from the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect saw Lu Ming and recognized Lu Ming. They knew that Lu Ming was brought by Jiang Libang, but they did not care at all. Why should they care about a young divine emperor? Jiang Libang and the others also saw Lu Ming. Brother Lu, leave quickly. Jiang Libang shouted. Lu Ming smiled. Jiang Libang still asked him to leave at this time, which meant that he had made the right decision to help. Brother Jiang, let me lend you a hand. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, leave quickly. Jiang Libang shouted. Although Lu Ming was very strong and could easily deal with the 4 quasi-emperors of the heavenly acrypoid race, the other party had one more divine emperor than them. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a divine emperor and not a high-level one. The difference between him and a divine emperor was too great. He did not think that Lu Ming could deal with a divine emperor. The people that Jiang Libang brought were also disappointed. Initially, he thought that some expert had come. He did not expect it to be Lu Ming. It was useless. No worries. Lu Ming smiled and arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Go and finish him. The young man in the red robe of the Qianli sect said to a 9th-level divine emperor. In his opinion, it was a waste to send a 9th-level divine emperor to deal with Lu Ming. Don't worry, young master. I only need one move to kill him. That 9th-level divine lord old man received the order. His figure was like a streak of fire as he charged out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Kid, you're courting death. Don't blame me. Kill. The old man sneered and waved his hand. Flames filled the sky and spread towards Lu Ming. The temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. Such power, not to mention Lu Ming who was a 5th-level divine emperor, even a 7th-level or 8th-level divine emperor would be burned to death. However, Lu Ming was expressionless. He did not care about the temperature of the flames at all. Swish, Lu Ming activated a secret spear technique in his hand and a long spear appeared in his hand. He swung his hand and the long spear shot out like lightning. Everywhere it passed, the space was pierced and a pitch-black spear mark appeared. The long spear rushed into the flames and did not encounter any resistance. It broke through the flames and stabbed towards the 9th-level divine emperor. How is this possible? The 9th-level divine emperor opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He could not quite figure out how his move was broken so easily. He had yet to react and the long spear already arrived, piercing through his glabella. The ninth-level Divine Emperor was dead. The scene suddenly paused. The movements of the people in the great battle could not help turning stiff. Clearly, Lu Ming killing a ninth-level Divine Emperor with one move exceeded everyone's expectations. Only Jiang Libang was a little better. Damn it. Go, quasi-emperors, take action and kill him. That youth from Qianli sect shouted. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold and he directly rushed towards that youth from Qianli sect. Kid, courting death. Kill. Inside Qianli sect, two quasi-emperor realm existences shouted and rushed towards Lu Ming, unleashing swift and fierce attacks. The ones dying are you guys. Lu Ming gave a cold cry. His palm was like a blade, chopping out. Two streaks of blade light burst forth in succession, breaking apart the other party's attack. Puff puff, blood splattered everywhere and the two quasi-emperors were also killed. This time everyone's hearts trembled violently. Killing quasi-emperors was as easy as pie. What kind of combat strength was this? Lu Ming's figure rapidly approached the youth from Qianli sect. At this moment, the youth from Qianli sect's face turned extremely ugly, revealing a look of horror. His combat strength was not even comparable to a quasi-emperor. If Lu Ming got close to him, wouldn't he be dead? Save me! The youth from Qianli sect shouted. Kid, how dare you! With a loud roar, heaven and earth shook and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was the Divine Emperor from Qianli sect. Shouted the Qianli sect's godly emperor. He then threw a punch at Lu Ming. He threw a punch and the terrifying fist force condensed into a flaming furnace. It was as huge as a mountain and crimson in color. It charged toward Lu Ming to suppress him. Under the pressure of the furnace, the atmosphere exploded. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Nobody dared get close. That was a godly emperor's attack. It was terrifying. If anyone below the godly emperor realm was hit by it, they would definitely die. Brother Lu, be careful! Shouted Jiang Libang. That little boy is going to die. He's a little bit strong but he dares act arrogantly in front of me. Die! Shouted the young man from the Qianli sect. He looked ferocious. He was convinced that Lu Ming was going to die. He wasn't the only one who thought so, everybody else thought the same. But what happened next was beyond everybody's expectations. Lu Ming threw a punch at the smelting furnace that the Divine Emperor had thrown out. Lu Ming was surprisingly going to resist the godly emperor's attack. He's overestimating himself. He's really overestimating himself. He's going to die. He's definitely going to die. There's no way he'll survive. He's a little bit strong but he's already so confident. Many people were thinking the same thing. They could already see Lu Ming's body exploding. Boom, in a flash, Lu Ming punched the furnace. The sky shook violently and a red light dashed to the sky. The entire sky was dyed red. That little boy must have turned into ashes, thought the crowd. But the result was different. Everyone saw a figure retreating rapidly in the midst of the flames. He didn't turn into ashes. His corpse is still there. How astonishing. That little boy is really strong. He's facing a godly emperor's attack and he's still alive. It's a miracle. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming had died and left behind a corpse. A godly emperor, a cultivator of the fifth godly emperor layer, had faced a godly emperor's attack. How could he not die? There was no way he was still alive. They all thought that Lu Ming was already dead. What surprised them the most was that Lu Ming's corpse was still alive. If it were anyone else, they would definitely end up with their body and soul destroyed. But in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The retreating figure was indeed Lu Ming. However, he did not die. After retreating tens of thousands of meters, he successfully stabilized his body. Boom, the aura on Lu Ming's body was still exuberant and full of vitality. There were only a few burns on his body, but they were recovering quickly. Other than that, there were no signs of serious injuries. How is this possible? This was the only thought left in everyone's mind. Initially, they thought that it was already a miracle that Lu Ming could withstand a celestial emperor's attack and still retain his corpse. But now, Lu Ming had completely shattered their understanding. Not only was Lu Ming fine, he didn't even seem to be seriously injured. He had only suffered some superficial wounds. Impossible, this is impossible. It must have been a casual attack from the Divine Emperor, and he didn't use much strength. The youth from the Dryly sect shook his head like a rattle drum. He simply couldn't believe that Lu Ming was so strong. The Celestial Emperor from the Dryly sect also became serious. He was well aware of how powerful that move was. Although that move wasn't his strongest move, it was no small matter. It could kill a large number of quasi-emperors, but it couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle strength shocked him. The battle strength of a Celestial Emperor is only SOSO. Come, let me see your strongest battle strength. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at the Celestial Emperor, his battle intent soaring to the sky. Lu Ming issued a challenge to a Celestial Emperor. This was a Celestial Emperor in his prime. Lu Ming wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a Celestial Emperor in his prime. In the past, if Lu Ming dared to challenge a Divine Emperor, everyone would be laughing their heads off and would not be stingy with their ridicule. But now, no one ridiculed him. No matter what, Lu Ming had just resisted a Celestial Emperor's attack. He was already strong enough to challenge a Celestial Emperor. At that moment, the people who had just been fighting stopped and looked at each other. They were all looking at Lu Ming. A cultivator of the 5th Godly Emperor layer was challenging a cultivator of the 1st Godly Emperor layer. That kind of thing was extremely rare. They wanted to see how strong Lu Ming was. If you want to challenge me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. It feels good to be able to kill a peerless genius. The Celestial Emperor of the Dryly sect had his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were filled with flames. A furnace surrounded his body. Clearly, he had used his true strength. He took a step forwards and appeared not far from Lu Ming. The Celestial Emperors on Jiang Libang's side and the Celestial Emperors of the Earth Origin sect also stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ming. As Celestial Emperors, they knew the difference between a Celestial Emperor and a Celestial Emperor. They were also curious to see how Lu Ming, a mere cultivator of the 5th Godly Emperor layer, could compete with a Celestial Emperor. Did he not know the immensity of heaven and earth, or did he really have that kind of strength? Come. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. His body's cells were trembling. Each of his cells was bursting with strength. 60 trillion Celestial Emperor's strength had condensed into a terrifying strength. The battle incantation had increased his fighting strength by 5 times, Lu Ming's fighting strength had reached the peak. He didn't immediately use the stone beads. He wanted to rely on his own strength to fight against a Celestial Emperor. When facing a strong opponent, the pressure could also stimulate his potential. Boom, Lu Ming made the first move. His body moved and the air exploded. The void trembled as he quickly approached the Celestial Emperor of the Qianli sect. He punched out with both fists, activating the power of various secret techniques. Although all the secret techniques were hidden, they weren't weak at all. Once an expert made a move, it was obvious whether they were strong or not. The power of Lu Ming's attack made the Celestial Emperor of the Qianli sect narrow his eyes slightly. This kind of power had already reached the threshold of a Celestial Emperor. Some ordinary races weren't as strong when they had just broken through to the Celestial Emperor layer. Suppress him. The Celestial Emperor of the Qianli sect shouted coldly. He pressed down with his hand and divine power surged. A huge furnace formed and blasted toward Lu Ming. This furnace was even more majestic, more solid, and more powerful than the previous one. Dong. Dong. Dong, Lu Ming's fists continuously bombarded the furnace, causing earth-shattering explosions. Every explosion was like a planet exploding. Terrifying energy and terrifying flames swept out in all directions. Scorching heat waves were emitted one after another. The people of the 3 major forces had no choice but to retreat to avoid the heat waves. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had thrown out dozens of punches, bombarding the furnace. Finally, there was a loud bang and the furnace exploded. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming wasn't seriously injured. He only had some light injuries that were quickly recovering. CSI everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, Lu Ming could withstand the Divine Emperor's attack head-on because the Divine Emperor did not use much strength. However, the Divine Emperor of the Qianli sect had obviously used a lot of strength in the earlier attack. One could tell from the power that it was very shocking. However, it was still blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming really had the qualifications to challenge the Divine Emperor. A 5th-level Divine Lord actually had such combat strength. It was unheard of. It was simply heaven-defying. Again. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He stepped into the void and charged toward the Divine Emperor of the Qianli sect once again. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Divine Emperor was enraged. With a cold shout, he turned into a ball of fire and charged towards Lu Ming. He used all his strength. His entire body was enveloped by a red furnace. With a wave of his hand, numerous flaming furnaces formed and charged towards Lu Ming. This was his secret technique. Whether it was the divine power of the origin or the shackles, it had reached a shocking level. Its power was shocking. It had the power to burn the universe and destroy the starry sky. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist. Explosions rang out continuously. It had to be said that a divine emperor at his peak was extremely powerful. He completely suppressed Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming fought with all his strength, he was still no match for him. He was completely at a disadvantage and kept retreating. Boom, in a moment of carelessness, his chest was hit by a furnace. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. A large piece of his chest exploded and a terrifying flame kept burning. Lu Ming coughed up blood and retreated. The potential in his cells was constantly stimulated, healing his injuries. However, the Divine Emperor wouldn't give him a chance to recover. He charged towards Lu Ming again and launched a torrential attack. Lu Ming retreated continuously, completely at a disadvantage. This kid is going to be defeated. Fortunately, he's still not a match for the Divine Emperor. He's not that heaven-defying. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. 5th-level Divine Lord, to be able to battle with the Divine Emperor to this extent, it was already extremely heaven-defying. They had never heard of it before. If he could truly contend with the Divine Emperor, that would be too terrifying. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to be defeated, they finally felt a little better in their hearts. Otherwise, wouldn't they be too trashy compared to Lu Ming? Not good. Elder Feng, go and help Brother Lu. Jiang Libang's face turned ugly as he quickly sent a message to the deity emperor he brought with him, asking him to help Lu Ming. However, the deity emperor from the Earth Origin sect had his eyes on this deity emperor. When he moved, the deity emperor moved as well. Neither of them could do anything to the other. That brat is overestimating himself and wants to challenge the Divine Emperor. Let's just wait and see. The deity emperor from the Earth Origin sect said coldly. Damn it. Jiang Libang shouted angrily, but there was nothing he could do. He was already at a disadvantage. Even if he wanted to save Lu Ming, he was powerless. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the deity emperor from the Qianli sect had exchanged dozens of blows. During this time, Lu Ming was hit twice in a row and was severely injured. The strong pressure made Lu Ming's blood boil. Every cell in his body was trembling as a steady stream of potential was stimulated. It's about time. Lu Ming muttered. At this stage of the battle, Lu Ming's potential had been suppressed to a minimum for the time being. Buzz, at this time, Lu Ming activated the string of stone beads. The 2 stone beads flew out and pressed down on the deity emperor from the Qianli sect. Under the strong pressure, the deity emperor from the Qianli sect stiffened and his expression changed. The gravity of the 2 stone beads had a great impact on him. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward. Boom, boom. The 2 of them exchanged a few blows. This time, both of them were pushed back. This time, the deity emperor from the Qianli sect was suppressed by the gravity. He had to divert a portion of his divine power to resist the gravity, so his strength was greatly reduced. Lu Ming closed the distance between the 2. What a mysterious treasure. Do you think you can fight me with just one treasure? Watch me destroy your treasure. The deity emperor from the Qianli sect shouted coldly. He charged forward against the gravity and waved his hands. 2 furnaces flew out and hit the stone beads. With 2 clangs, the stone beads were sent flying, but Nothing happened to them. Under the control of Lu Ming, they flew back. The strong gravity continued to envelop the deity emperor from the Qianli sect. Lu Ming charged forward and fought with the deity emperor from the Qianli sect. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched and neither of them could do anything to the other. They exchanged dozens of blows in a row. How is this possible? The people from the Qianli sect had ugly expressions. They did not expect Lu Ming to be able to resist a deity emperor. Jiang Libang and the others were overjoyed. This way, they would not be at a disadvantage against a deity emperor. It would be difficult for the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect to deal with them. This was because a deity emperor could easily kill anyone below the deity emperor realm. No matter which deity emperor it was, they would be in danger if they attacked anyone below the deity emperor realm. Previously, they had two deity emperors who could completely suppress the deity emperor on Jiang Libang's side. He would not be able to attack and would even be killed. But now, with the appearance of Lu Ming, the situation had changed. Boom, Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with the deity emperor from the Qianli sect. The two of them retreated several hundred miles away from each other and did not continue to attack. Lu Ming had the stone beads and the deity emperor from the Qianli sect could not do anything to Lu Ming. But Lu Ming could not do anything to his opponent either. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner. It seems like you can't do anything to me. My recovery ability is very strong. If I risk getting injured, I'm afraid your Qianli sect will suffer a great loss. Lu Ming said with a smile. His words made the Qianli sect's people pale, especially the young man from the Qianli sect. His face turned ugly and even showed some fear. Indeed, if Lu Ming risked getting injured to kill them, the Qianli sect's deity emperor might not be able to block him completely. In that case, he would be in danger. Good, very good. The young man from the Qianli sect gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Ming and Jiang Libang. He said, Jiang Libang, you're lucky today to have the help of an expert. We still have a long way to go. Let's go. He knew that he could not do anything to Jiang Libang today and could only retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Qianli sect gathered together and retreated. Since the people from the Qianli sect were about to leave, the people from the Earth Origin sect naturally would not stay and left one after another. After a while, the people from the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect had all left. Brother Lu, thank you. Jiang Libang came over and thanked Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with shock, envy, and horror. Jiang Libang found it hard to calm down. It wasn't that he had never seen a monstrous genius before, but a monstrous genius like Lu Ming was something he had never seen before. Previously, he had invited Lu Ming to the Tianyue Divine Kingdom because he was interested in Lu Ming's combat power. Lu Ming could easily defeat 4 quasi-emperors. Given his combat power, he would definitely be of help to him if he entered the ruins of the Tianyue Divine Kingdom. Previously, they had learned that there was something sinister in the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom's ruins. If a Divine Emperor expert were to enter, it would probably trigger the evil. Therefore, they didn't dare to bring a Divine Emperor expert in. Even if they did, they would seal their own cultivation in advance. Unless it was a last resort, they wouldn't break their own seal. That was why they needed Lu Ming. He didn't expect to get Lu Ming to come this time. Lu Ming had saved his life, his heart was filled with emotions. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in his heart. A 5th-level divine monarch who can contend against a divine emperor. Is there anyone in the top 10 major races with such combat strength? Could he be a genius from the Heavenly Palace? Thinking of this, Jiang Libang's heart was beating wildly. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. The geniuses from the Heavenly Palace would also travel in the chaotic universe. Their purpose was to train and hone their skills. They would secretly train in the chaotic universe and hide their identity. However, the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace were incomparably terrifying. They defeated the strong with unparalleled combat strength. The other geniuses were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of them. They were invincible among their peers, peerless in their generation. Obviously, Lu Ming had such characteristics. That was why Jiang Libang thought of the Heavenly Palace. If he was really from the Heavenly Palace, then he would make friends with him now. The smile on Jiang Libang's face became wider and he became more polite to Lu Ming. Brother Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming smiled casually. Brother Mu, we're going to the capital of the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom now. How about we go together? Jiang Libang said. Coincidentally, I'm also going to the capital of the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom. Let's go together. Lu Ming said. Jiang Libang and the others were overjoyed. With a great expert like Lu Ming by their side, their strength was greatly increased. They immediately set out and continued to move along the west. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. A day later, a huge city appeared before them. The city was tall and majestic, like an ancient giant beast lying on the ground. Even from afar, one could feel a powerful aura from it. This was the capital of the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom. However, the city gate was to be closed. Lu Ming and the rest were not the first to arrive. When they arrived, people from other forces had already arrived. Why don't you go in? Someone asked about the powers that had arrived first. The city gates are tightly shut. It's difficult to enter. The Ice Moon Vine. Someone to the answer to the T's to enter this herd. Since we can't enter through the city gates, we might as well fly in from above the city. S2s. T's to the U. The Frost Moon Vine race member replied coldly. Those words shocked Jiang Libang, Lu Ming, and the others. Obviously, it would be dangerous to enter from the top of the city. Otherwise, the Ice Moon Vine would have entered from the sky. Try the city gate. Jiang Libang transmitted his voice to his subordinates. Immediately, more than a dozen quasi-emperor experts flew toward the city gate. Dazzling divine light burst out and bombarded the city gate. Boom boom boom, the city gate rumbled but did not break. It was as steady as Mount Tai. The quasi-emperors continued to attack with all their might, but it was useless. There were powerful formations on the city gates and city walls. As soon as they attacked, runes would appear on them and block their attacks. Jiang Libang continued to send people. Even the Divine Emperor experts were not able to break the city gate. I'm afraid 1 or 2 Divine Emperors won't be able to break the city gate. Let's wait for the other forces to arrive and attack together. A Divine Emperor from the Ice Moon Vine race said. Jiang Libang could only order his men to retreat and wait here. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, Jiang Libang's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he looked in a direction. On the other side, the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect came together. The people from the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect also looked at Jiang Libang, Lu Ming, and the others coldly. Especially when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with seriousness. A few days later, all the forces that had entered the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation ruins had arrived. There were a total of 8 major forces and each of them had a Divine Emperor. Eh? Why are there only so few people from the Heavenly Acropoid tribe? Could it be that the others have found other opportunities and did not come to the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation ruins to compete with us? Many people looked at the few people from the Heavenly Acropoid tribe and discussed among themselves. Lu Ming had killed a large number of people from the Heavenly Acropoid tribe. However, some of them had scattered and only a small number of them remained. At this moment, the people from the Heavenly Acropoid tribe had ugly expressions. Are the people from the Heavenly Acropoid tribe not coming? Yu Chong from the Icy Moon Vine tribe looked at the people from the Heavenly Acropoid tribe and asked. We don't know. We can't contact young Master Huang Feng. We can't even contact the 2 Divine Emperors. An old man from the Heavenly Acropoid tribe said anxiously. Can't contact them? The others looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They could not contact them. They were either trapped in a place that was isolated from the outside world or they were all dead. However, they could not contact so many people. It was more likely that they were all dead. Including the 2 Divine Emperors. Thinking of this, many people gasped in shock. Even the Divine Emperors were dead. What had they encountered? Could it be that they had encountered an octopus monster, or were there other dangers? Before entering, they had heard that there were evil spirits here and Divine Emperors were not allowed to enter. Could it be true? Forget it. Let's attack first and break open the gates of the city. We'll get the opportunities inside and then leave this place. Yu Chong said. All right. Divine Emperors from the major forces, let's attack. One of the divine emperors stepped forward. Then, the other divine emperor stepped forward. There were a total of 8 divine emperors from the 8 major forces. Some people knew that there might be more than one divine emperor from the major forces, but they did not say anything. Lu Ming naturally would not attack. Boom, the 8 divine emperors attacked together. 8 terrifying attacks blasted towards the gates of the city. Violent explosions were heard. Runes appeared on the city gates and the city walls to resist the attacks. However, the combined attacks of the 8 divine emperors were too powerful. The gates of the city shook more and more violently. The runes on the city walls flashed continuously. At first, it was very bright, but soon, the light began to dim. An hour later. Bang! Bang! The runes on the city gate continued to explode, emitting banging sounds. After a short while, the runes on the city gate disappeared without a trace. Without the protection of the Grand Formation, the city gates could not withstand the attacks of the 8 divine emperors. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gates exploded into pieces. The city gates exploded. One could clearly see the scene inside the city. Inside the city, the light was very dim. One could see one ancient building after another. Go! Immediately, someone moved, rushing into the city. In a blink of an eye, they entered the city. There was no abnormality at all. There was no danger. The others set their minds at ease. They rushed into the city one after another. Lu Ming, Jiang Libang, they all also rushed into the city. Swoosh! Swoosh, figures flashing, everyone spread out, flying toward those buildings. If there were lucky chances, it would definitely be inside these buildings. Lu Ming also flew toward a huge building. There were also over a dozen other people together with Lu Ming. These people came from various different factions. What was different was that there were people from the Qianli sect and Earth Origin sect among them. When they saw Lu Ming, they revealed looks of horror, figures flashing, and directly leaving. The remaining people did not know Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people and rushed toward a great hall. Brat, a 5th-level divine lord also dares to join in the fun? Get lost for me. A burly man with a head full of red hair shouted coldly, a palm leaf-like enormous palm slapping over toward Lu Ming. This burly man's strength was not weak, having a 9th-level divine lord cultivation. If this slap landed, with Lu Ming's 5th-level divine lord cultivation, there was only death. His mouth was telling Lu Ming to get lost, but his move was a killing move, wanting to put Lu Ming to death. The means could be said to not be ruthless. This brat is dead for sure. When the others saw this scene, they revealed gloating smiles. But their smiles disappeared in the next instant. Fierce winds howled. The red-haired burly man's palm was about to hit Lu Ming. The one who gets lost is you. Lu Ming gave a cold cry, slapping out with a backhand. He clearly slapped out from behind, but it arrived first despite launching later. Before the red-haired burly man's slap hit him, a slap landed on the red-haired burly man's face. Pa! A crisp slap rang out, followed by a miserable shriek. The red-haired man's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing through several walls before crashing to the ground. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body twitched a few times before he stopped breathing. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. A 9th-level divine lord existence was killed just like that. The others sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of horror. They were filled with lingering fear, and some of them broke out in cold sweat. Some people had the same idea as the red-haired burly man, thinking that Lu Ming, a 5th-level divine lord stinking bug, also came to join in the fun. They wanted to smack Lu Ming to death with one slap. It was just that the red-haired man was a step faster. If they had made a move earlier, they would have been the ones to die. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. Go. These people only had one thought in their minds, and that was to avoid encountering Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, if he encountered any treasures, how could they have a share? All of a sudden, there was only Lu Ming alone left in this building. Lu Ming smiled. This was good too. Lu Ming entered the Great Hall and discovered that the furnishings in the Great Hall were very complete. It was just that some things were already decaying. Lu Ming looked around carefully and discovered that there were only a few things that were still useful. Lu Ming put them away. Then, he searched around again and did not discover anything. Lu Ming left this place and headed for another building. Following that, he searched several buildings in a row and did not discover anything. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming felt that there were waves of gloomy and cold aura coming from ahead. Lu Ming flew forward and discovered that there were actually no buildings in front, but there was a huge pit. The pit was circular in shape, like a circular black hole, with a diameter of 100 miles. The waves of gloomy and cold aura were emitted from inside the pit. At the edge of the pit, there were already some other people. These people looked at the pit curiously. Why would there be such a pit here? It was too discordant. This was the capital of Skypass Divine Nation. There were magnificent buildings everywhere. However, in the middle of the buildings, why would there be such a huge pit? This was too abrupt, too discordant, and too abnormal. What's down there? This is strange. This place should be a building. Why would there be such a huge pit? Do you want to go down and take a look? This pit looks abnormal. I feel that it's very sinister. If you want to go down, why don't you go down first? Everyone was discussing. In the end, of course, no one dared to go down rashly. In the end, someone took out a divine artifact and controlled it to fly into the pit. After a while, the divine artifact flew out without any abnormalities. There's nothing abnormal. Seems like it's just an ordinary pit. That's true. It's just that the Skypass Divine Nations people had a special layout. They dug a pit here. Everyone shook their heads. Some people wanted to leave. Suddenly, roar, in the pit, a tyrannical roar came out. Everyone was shocked. Did you guys hear that? There seems to be a roar coming out from the pit. I heard it too. Roar, at this time another roar came out. It became clearer and clearer, roar, immediately after, roars sounded out continuously, filled with tyranny, seemingly very crazy. With this, many people's faces changed, retreating one after another. This sound definitely came out from the pit. Huff, the next instant, energy flourished in the pit, then one figure after another suddenly rushed out. These figures were in human form, but their bodies were shriveled, like skeletons. Their skin had a metallic luster, their eyes filled with a tyrannical light. Dried corpses, these living beings looked just like dried corpses. The moment they rushed out, they emitted a series of roars, pouncing over toward Lu Ming and the rest, their speed astonishingly swift. Kill. Everyone also launched a counterattack, unleashing one attack after another. A streak of dazzling sword light chopped onto a dried corpse, but it emitted a sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere, but it did not cut through the dried corpse's defense. This dried corpse roared and rushed over, its claws like divine weapons, clawing and tearing. Poowork. Flesh and blood splattered. This 8th-level Divine Lord powerhouse was torn into 2 halves, dying on the spot. These dried corpses even grabbed this person's corpse and started gnawing. The scene was terrifying. Miserable cries came out continuously. In an instant, more than 10 experts were killed. These experts were all 9th-level Divine Lord and 8th-level Divine Lord existences. But facing these dried corpses, they were powerless and could only be slaughtered. They could not even break through these dried corpses' defenses. There were also dried corpses that rushed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm was like a blade, chopping onto a dried corpse, emitting a loud bang. Lu Ming felt like he chopped onto a divine weapon. However, no matter how hard a divine weapon was, it could not stop Lu Ming too. Finally, this dried corpse exploded with a bang. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's palm waved repeatedly, attacking over a dozen moves in a row. Each move, there was a dried corpse that was killed. Other than Lu Ming, there was another person who was extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand, he killed dozens of dried corpses. This person was the Divine Emperor of Qianli sect. Other than the 2 of them, the others did not have it easy. These dried corpses were not afraid of death and their defense was extremely terrifying. Even quasi-emperors were not their match and could only barely protect themselves. Those below quasi-emperors could only be killed. Even if there was Lu Ming and the Divine Emperor expert, it was useless because there were too many dried corpses in the pit and they were constantly rushing out. They killed hundreds of dried corpses and thousands of dried corpses rushed out from the pit. Retreat, retreat. Those quasi-emperors and those below quasi-emperors did not dare to stay and frantically retreated far away from this place. Only when they were tens of thousands of miles away did the dried corpses stop chasing. The capital of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation was incomparably huge and vast. No one knew how many miles it was wide. Lu Ming did not stay, and after killing some dried corpses, he also left far away. There's something wrong with this pit. It suddenly appeared in the capital of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation and there are so many dried corpses inside. Where did these dried corpses come from? Could they be people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation? Lu Ming's mind turned one thought after another. This was very likely. Previously, he had continuously explored several magnificent buildings and found that there was not a single person inside, nor were there any corpses left behind. This was very abnormal. Even if the people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation were killed, there should be corpses left behind. But he did not see any. Could it be that the dried corpses in the pit were people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation? But why did the people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation run into a pit and become ferocious dried corpses? Could it be related to the Heaven Patroller of the Heavenly Palace? Did the Heaven Patroller kill these people and refine them? Very likely. Lu Ming felt a chill just thinking about it. If it was really done by the Heaven Patroller, then the Heaven Patroller's methods were really vicious. Lu Ming thought as he hurried towards the depths of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation. Roar. Lu Ming was hurrying on his way when he suddenly heard a roar coming from ahead. At the same time, it was accompanied by the sounds of an intense battle and miserable screams. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. This was because this roar was extremely similar to the roars of the mummies from before. However, Lu Ming was already far away from the pit. How could there be a roar in front of him? Could it be that there was more than one pit ahead? Lu Ming was curious. He restrained his aura and rushed forward. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes widened. Ahead, in the middle of the many buildings, a crater suddenly appeared. It emitted a cold aura, and corpses continuously rushed out of the crater. It was almost the same as what Lu Ming had encountered before. Sure enough, there was more than one pit. Many people were killed. Others frantically fled, leaving this place. Fortunately, after these corpses chased for a short distance, they stopped and returned to the pit. Lu Ming frowned and left with a heavy heart. After walking for a while, he met other people and learned a shocking piece of news from them. In the capital of Skyshine Empire, there were many pits like this everywhere. So far, at least a dozen of them had been found. In each pit, there were a shocking number of corpses. Sure enough, it's almost the same as what I guessed. Could it be that the people of Skyshine Empire have all been turned into corpses? Lu Ming frowned. If I'm not wrong, this is a large array. Gumo's voice sounded. Large array? That's right. Someone set up a great array in the Heavenly Yu Divine Nation. It's those pits that cover the entire Heavenly Yu Divine Nation. Then, after killing the people of the Heavenly Yu Divine Nation, they threw them into those pits. As time passes, they will be refined into dried corpses, never to be reincarnated, and suffer the pain of purgatory. Gumo said. What a ruthless method. Even with Lu Ming's temperament, he felt a chill in his heart. This method was too vicious. Killing someone was nothing out of the ordinary in the desolate universe. But to refine someone into a mummy after killing them. This sort of method was truly outrageous. This is obviously the method of the Heaven Patroller. It's normal for the Heavenly Palace to do such a thing. There are many more ruthless things that can be found everywhere. It's just that no one knows about it. Or even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to say it. Gumo sneered. He seemed to be unhappy with the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming was silent for a while. Then, he did not speak and continued to move forward. Slowly, everyone figured out the pattern. As long as they didn't get close to the pits, the corpses wouldn't rush out and nothing would happen. Everyone distanced themselves from the pits and explored the buildings. However, even more people were heading towards the depths of the Sky Transcendence Divine Nation. This was because they didn't find any valuable treasures in the buildings outside. The capital of a country was naturally the core of the palace. Only there would be treasures and opportunities. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He flew past many magnificent buildings. Soon, he arrived at the center of the capital of the Tianyu kingdom. This was also where the palace was located. However, this place was in a mess. Many magnificent buildings had collapsed and were full of potholes. It was obvious that there were traces of a great battle. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a collapsed building filled with multicolored light. In this dusky environment, it was especially conspicuous. I want to eat, there are treasures, I want to eat. Xianxia on his wrist also squirmed and two big eyes appeared. It looked in that direction with greed. There? Is there a divine weapon? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, that multicolored light was very obvious. Since Lu Ming saw it, others naturally also saw it. Many people thought that there were treasures and flew in that direction. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure moved and also rushed in that direction. It was a collapsed palace. On the ground of the palace, there was a long spear. This spear was silvery white and constantly emitted multicolored light. Even from far away, there was a chill coming from it. This chill was very terrifying. Many 8th and 9th level divine lords shuddered all over, laying down a layer of frost on their bodies. Even their blood was about to be frozen. Only quasi-emperors could barely block it with their divine power. Lu Ming saw that the spear had many nicks. It had clearly experienced a great battle and was damaged. Even so, this spear still gave off an indescribable aura. It was vast and unfathomable. This treasure was definitely a peak treasure. Even if it was damaged, it was still a peak treasure. It was priceless. I want to eat, I want to eat. Xianxia couldn't endure it any longer. It turned into a huge metal ball and revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth. It gnashed its teeth, deep desire in its eyes. I found this spear first. It's mine. Someone roared and took the initiative to pounce on the spear. Someone took the lead and pounced on the spear. Get out of here. It's mine. Someone shouted and pounced on the spear, attacking the person in front of him. You're courting death. The person in front of him started to fight back. At the same time, the others also pounced on the spear. With the spear as the center, a chaotic battle broke out. Just as Lu Ming was about to take action and snatch the long spear, a terrifying aura permeated the air and a figure appeared in the sky. It was the divine emperor from the Qianli sect. Then, the other people from the Qianli sect also appeared. Get out of here. This spear is mine. The youth from the Qianli sect shouted. Yours? How arrogant. Do you think that just because your Qianli sect has a divine emperor, we have one too? Some people shouted fearlessly. Let's see how you're going to snatch it from me. The youth from the Qianli sect snorted and pounced on the spear. The divine emperor's aura burst out. He waved his hands and a huge fire furnace appeared, pressing down on the spear. Puff. Puff, puff. Many people's bodies shook violently as they retreated and coughed up blood. Some people who did not react in time were directly hit by the furnace and turned into ashes. You're overestimating yourself. The youth from the Qianli sect sneered. He was about to snatch the spear when a ray of light shot towards him at an alarming speed. Be careful. The Qianli sect's divine emperor's face changed drastically. He attacked at the last moment. A fire furnace appeared in front of the youth and collided with the ray of light. Boom, a violent explosion was heard as the flame furnace blocked the attack of the multicolored light. However, the chi that was released was still extremely terrifying. It was like a hurricane that swept in all directions. The young man from the Qianli sect gave a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. The other people from the Qianli sect quickly caught him. However, he was severely injured and his body was in tatters. Although he was not dead, his aura was very weak. Whoosh, a figure appeared in the direction where the ray of light came from. It was a green-robed elder. Everyone recognized that he was a divine emperor from one of the forces. A divine emperor sneak attacking a junior. That's too much. The Qianli sect's divine emperor said coldly. Didn't you also attack those below the divine emperor realm? Isn't that too much? the green-robed elder sneered. Humph. The godly emperor of the Qianli sect humped coldly. He didn't say anything. His ji spread out and locked onto the old man in the cyan robe. Everything depended on strength. Without strength, it was useless to say anything. As the two divine emperors faced each other, their terrifying chi swept out like a hurricane. The others didn't dare to get close at all and retreated far away. Now that the divine emperor had made a move, they knew that they wouldn't get a share of the spear. Using the godly emperor spear as a treasure was courting death. This is troublesome. Lu Ming also frowned. However, he was still a step too late. Now that there were two god kings, it would be very difficult for him to obtain the spear from them. He might be able to fight against one divine emperor if he used all his means, but he was definitely not a match for two divine emperors. It would be extremely difficult for him to snatch the spear away. Let's wait for an opportunity. When both of them are injured, it might be my chance. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, but didn't make a move. Instead, he hid in the shadows and waited. Whoosh, the green-robed elder was the first to make a move. His body flashed and he dashed towards the silver spear at an extremely fast speed. However, the divine emperor of the Qianli sect had long been on guard against him. When the green-robed elder moved, he also moved. Buzz, a huge flaming furnace pressed down on the green-robed elder, causing the void to explode. The green-robed old man shouted and struck out with his palm. His palm was green-colored, like a sparkling jade stone, and directly bombarded the blazing furnace. Clang, a deafening explosion erupted. Green and red rays of light covered half the sky and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. The green-robed elder's figure retreated, and the blazing furnace was also destroyed. In the sky full of rays of light, the two continued to fight. Terrifying secret skills were used and no one could stand in the area with them as the center. The two of them fought fiercely and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 100 blows. Just as the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle, a figure approached the silver long spear silently. It was like a ghost and its speed was shocking. By the time Lu Ming discovered it, the figure was already near the silver long spear. How dare you! You are courting death. The divine emperor of the Qianli sect and the green-robed elder also noticed the figure. The two of them shouted angrily and attacked at the same time. Two attacks were launched towards the ghost-like figure. The ghost-like figure was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. He was also a divine emperor. When he saw that he had been discovered, his face turned gloomy. He knew that it was impossible for him to take the silver spear secretly. His body flashed and he quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the divine emperor and the green-robed elder. Kill! The divine emperor and the green-robed elder would not let him go so easily and they continued to attack him. Don't think that I am afraid of you. The skinny middle-aged man in the black robe shouted angrily. His body flashed and sharp sabers flew out. He attacked the divine emperor and the green-robed elder. However, the divine emperor and the green-robed elder naturally could not join forces. They were on guard against each other. After a few moves, the three of them were in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming was speechless. The number of divine emperors was increasing. How could he attack? That is. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. On the ground to the north of the silver spear, there was some white frost. The white frost was spreading towards the silver spear at a fast speed. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Then, many silver-white vines rushed out from the ground. Each of the vines gave off a hazy glow like moonlight. The icy moonvine tribe, the first thing that came to Lu Ming's mind was the Frost Moonvine clan. A total of 9 vines swept towards the silver spear, wrapping around it in an instant. Oh no! Lu Ming was anxious. Damn it! Stop! The divine emperor, the green-robed elder, and the skinny middle-aged man in the black robe roared at the same time. The three of them attacked at the same time, but it was too late. The silver spear was about to be taken away by the icy moonvine tribe. At this time, something strange happened. The silver spear suddenly shone brightly and a dazzling spear light burst out. The silver vines that were entangled around the spear directly shattered. With a scream, a figure on the ground was sent flying. It was a silver-robed elder. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the one who tried to steal the silver spear was this person. He was a divine emperor of the icy moonvine tribe. What is going on? This long spear actually has such power? The divine emperor, the green-robed elder, and the others stopped and looked at the silver spear in shock. The silver spear emitted a dazzling radiance and a chill spread in all directions. A spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the sky. I want to eat, I want to eat. Xianxia became even more anxious, his eyes filled with passion and greed. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Lu Ming comforted Xianxia. Now that there was a change, he might have a chance. I don't believe it. The silver-robed elder of the icy moon vine race roared, his eyes filled with anger. Just now, he had used a secret technique to approach silently. He thought he could take the silver spear in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect the silver spear to attack and injure him. He was furious and transformed into his true form. It was a huge vine. It was silver-white and emitted a moonlight radiance. The vines waved and were crystal clear. As the vines waved, layers of ice crystals appeared in the air. This was the icy moon vine race, a plant life form. It was a powerful race in the primitive universe. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The silver vines intertwined like a net and enveloped the silver spear. Don't even think about it. Stop. Seeing the elder of the icy moon vine race make a move, the others couldn't sit still and attacked as well. They used all kinds of secret techniques to grab the silver spear, all wanting to grab it. However, the silver spear shone brightly and emitted rays of spear light, shattering the attacks of these people. There's still a trace of battle intent on the spear. If we don't destroy it, none of us will be able to get it. Why don't we work together to destroy the battle intent on the spear first and then fight for it with our own abilities? The God King of the Qianli sect suggested. Okay, I agree. I have no objections. The green-robed elder and black-robed skinny middle-aged man had no objections. The elder of the icy moonvine race also nodded. He agreed to this suggestion. Split into 4 directions and attack. The God King of the Qianli sect shouted and appeared in the east of the silver spear. He shot out a ray of light that rushed toward the silver spear. At the same time, the God King of the icy moonvine race, the green-robed elder, and the black-robed skinny middle-aged man appeared in the south, west, and north of the silver spear. Each of them shot out a ray of light that rushed toward the silver spear. Boom 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 boom, 4 rumbling sounds rang out. The silver spear burst forth with an attack, resisting the divine light of the 4 great experts. The ground exploded with rumbling sounds, and the heavens and earth shook. With the silver spear as the center, divine light soared into the sky. Even from far away, one could see it clearly. Put in more effort, or the others will come. The Qianli sect's godly emperor shouted. His body was engulfed in flames as he used all of his strength. With such a huge commotion, everyone who entered the heavenly transcendence divine nation could see it. Now, it was the 4 of them who were fighting for it. By the time the others arrived, the chances of them obtaining the silver spear would be even smaller. The others naturally understood this, and they all used their full strength. Finally, under the efforts of the 4 people, the silver spear began to vibrate. The spear light on it began to dim, and its power became weaker and weaker. The spear seems to be flying out of the ground. In the distance, Lu Ming carefully observed. He discovered that the long spear was vibrating slightly. It was originally stuck in the ground, but it seemed to be flying away from the ground. Lu Ming was on full alert. Once there was an opportunity, he would make a move to snatch it. Wang! Wang! The long spear vibrated more and more violently. The Qianli sect's god kings, the Ice Moonvine race's god kings, and the others all widened their eyes. They secretly retracted their power, waiting for an opportunity to snatch it. Clang! At this moment, the silver spear suddenly left the ground and turned into a ray of light, flying south. The Ice Moonvine race's god king was in the south. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he waved his vines like a net, wanting to trap the silver spear. However, the silver spear suddenly shone brightly and bombarded the rattan net. With a boom, a hole was pierced through the rattan net and the silver spear flew through. Good chance. In the distance, Lu Ming had been waiting for an opportunity. His original position was in the east. However, he had been paying attention. When the silver spear left the ground, Lu Ming could tell that the silver spear was flying toward the south. Therefore, the moment the silver spear flew out, Lu Ming flew south. As for the Ice Moonvine race's God King, although he didn't block the silver spear, he still managed to block it. Just a little bit was enough. Lu Ming had already arrived in the south and appeared in front of the silver spear. Whoosh, the silver spear charged at Lu Ming with astonishing speed. At the same time, the Qianli sect's God King, the azure-robed God King, and the others also discovered Lu Ming. It's him. The Qianli sect's God King was shocked. As for the azure-robed God King and the others, they showed a trace of disdain. They weren't worried at all. In their view, Lu Ming was a mere 5th-level divine lord. If he wanted to touch the silver spear, he would probably be killed by it. If it were another God King, they would be worried. It's coming. Lu Ming's mind was also highly focused. He activated 5 times his battle strength and prepared to go all out. To tell the truth, he also wasn't confident. He could only do his best. In the blink of an eye, the silver spear approached. I want to eat, I want to eat. Xiao shouted and charged out. Its body rapidly swelled as it opened its mouth and swallowed the silver spear in one gulp. Then, its body constantly swelled as if the silver spear was trying to break out, but it couldn't break out. Lu Ming, the Qianli sect's God King, the Ice Moonvine race's God King, and the azure-robed God King were all dumbfounded. The silver spear was actually caught by Xiao. Xiao, run! Lu Ming quickly reacted and roared. Xiao reacted quickly and immediately charged at Lu Ming. However, it couldn't transform into a bracelet now and could only curl up into a ball. Lu Ming grabbed it and turned to leave. Brat, stop right there. How dare you steal this old man's treasure? You're courting death. Stay. The Ice Moonvine race's God King, the azure-robed God King, and the others all roared and chased after Lu Ming. Among them, only the Qianli sect's God King knew about Lu Ming's strength. But after a moment of hesitation, he also chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was at most on par with his. With so many people joining hands, Lu Ming would definitely lose. Lu Ming unleashed his speed to the maximum, flying forward madly, breaking through the void. He was faster than the flowing light. Attack! Stop him for this God King. Stop that little bastard and you'll be heavily rewarded. The Ice Moonvine race's God King, the azure-robed God King, and the others all roared. Those quasi-emperors and 9th-level divine lords who had already retreated far away attacked and stopped Lu Ming. Brat, stop. You dare steal a God King's treasure? You're courting death. Those experts below the God King realm all charged at Lu Ming. Although they didn't know what method Lu Ming used to take the silver spear, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th-level divine lord realm. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. In an instant, dozens of quasi-emperors rushed towards Lu Ming. These people rushed to attack Lu Ming, wanting to be the first to take down Lu Ming. Although there were 4 god emperors present and they would not be able to get a share of the silver spear, they were still tempted to get a reward from the god emperors. These people are courting death. The god emperor of the Qianli sect shook his head. He knew how strong Lu Ming was. How dare these quasi-emperors block Lu Ming? Aren't they courting death? However, he did not warn them. Anyway, there were no Qianli sect people among these people. In fact, even if there were people from the Qianli sect nearby, they would not dare to block Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and punched out. His fist energy pierced through heaven and earth and crushed forward, causing the air to explode. This power. Not good, retreat. The quasi-emperors who attacked Lu Ming immediately realized that something was wrong. Lu Ming's attack power was too abnormal. But it was too late. The fist energy crushed through and the quasi-emperor's attacks instantly collapsed. The fist energy did not stop and continued to attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, there was a series of explosions. These quasi-emperors exploded one by one. They were killed by Lu Ming in seconds. More than 20 quasi-emperors were instantly killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed past them. However, these quasi-emperors hindered Lu Ming and slowed him down a little. The god emperor of the icy moonvine race was the fastest. He quickly approached Lu Ming. "Brat, stay here." The god emperor of the icy moonvine race shouted, and several vines shot towards Lu Ming like arrows. He wanted to wrap Lu Ming up. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, Lu Ming turned around and continuously punched. The secret arts in his fists all exploded and bombarded the vines. The rattan shook continuously and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming's figure also retreated rapidly. He could feel a terrifying chill shrouding his entire body. There was already a layer of frost on his arm. The taboo power in his cells burst out and drove away the chill. This brat's strength. The god emperor of the icy moonvine race was shocked. He never thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack. The green-robed old man and the black-robed skinny middle-aged man felt as if their hearts were being overturned. This brat is not any weaker than me. Attack together, don't let him escape. The Qianli sect's god emperor shouted and reminded the others to chase after Lu Ming at full speed. The icy moonvine race's god emperor and the others were even more shocked. The divine emperor of the Qianli sect actually said that Lu Ming was not weaker than him. How was this possible? But at this moment, they didn't have much time to think. They erupted with all their strength and chased after Lu Ming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one attack after another crossed the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. The power of the four deity emperors working together was too shocking, covering all directions. Break! Lu Ming shouted and took up the string of stone beads. 2 stone beads floated out, and a powerful gravitational force enveloped the area. When the attacks of the 4 godly emperors reached the area covered by the gravitational field, they were suppressed by the powerful gravitational force and their speed slowed down. Their direction also changed a little and they bombarded the ground, causing the buildings on the ground to explode and crumble. A gravity-type treasure. What a strong gravity! It's another treasure. The eyes of the Frost Moonvine race's god emperor, the green-robed old man, and the others lit up with greed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, their speed was extremely fast, quickly closing in on Lu Ming. They used their source secret techniques, erupting with their strongest power. Even stronger attacks were directed at Lu Ming. This time, although their attacks were also affected by the gravitational force, they were only weakened by a little. They still bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only resist with all his strength. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming fought back with all his strength. But this was the attack of 4 deity emperors, not one. He couldn't block all of them. His left rib was hit and 2 of his ribs were broken. Blood flowed out. His abdomen was swept by a vine and a large piece of flesh was torn off. The terrifying cold chi froze his internal organs. Fortunately, Lu Ming's internal organs were no longer his vital points. Otherwise, his strength would have been greatly affected. Even so, Lu Ming was forced to retreat, coughing up large amounts of blood. With his current cultivation and the gravitational stone beads, he could barely contend with a deity emperor. But he was no match for 4 deity emperors. This is troublesome. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and flew forward. At the same time, a powerful force gushed out from each of his cells to heal his injuries. Kill! The 4 deity emperors continued to attack. Although Lu Ming did his best to dodge, he was still hit and his injuries worsened. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge crater in the ground in front of him. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. That crater had a large number of dried corpses. It was very dangerous. But now was a good opportunity for Lu Ming. If he rushed in, he might find a chance to escape the pursuit of the 4 deity emperors. Lu Ming did not hesitate to rush into that crater. Just at this time, crackle, in the sky, a huge lightning bolt as thick as a person's waist struck down on Lu Ming's head. Fuck! Lu Ming really wanted to scold him. Misfortunes never come singly. With a boom, the lightning directly struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body heavily smashed into the ground, smashing a huge building into pieces. However, the moment Lu Ming hit the ground, he saw a few more lightning bolts flying toward the deity emperors of the Qianli sect and the Frost Moonvine race. So it's not just me. Lu Ming thought. He felt intense pain all over his body. The power of that lightning bolt was too shocking. It almost turned him into charcoal. His body constantly surged with energy to heal his injuries. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Not far away, there were 4 violent explosions. The 4 deity emperors of the Xianxia sect were knocked back by the lightning. Kill. In the distance, there was a loud roar, and then a huge monster appeared. It was the octopus from before. He had killed his way here. His body was covered with lightning, and the air around him was full of lightning. Some of the lightning was like tentacles, sweeping out. Many people below the deity emperor level were caught in the lightning and brought into his mouth. Screams rang out. Run! Those below the deity emperor level screamed in horror and fled for their lives. But many people were caught and swallowed by the octopus. However, these people were just incidental to the octopus. Its gaze was fixed on the 4 deity emperors of the Xianxia sect, and it charged toward them. As for Lu Ming, a mere 5th-level divine lord, he would probably be turned into charcoal in one move. The octopus could not be bothered with him. Whoosh, the octopus flew over Lu Ming's head, waving its tentacles as it charged toward the 4 deity emperors of the Xianxia sect, the Frost Moonvine race, the azure-robed old man, and the black-robed skinny man. The octopus creature attacked the godly emperors of the Xianxia sect and the icy Moonvine race. It waved its tentacles, each of which was as big as a mountain range. It was covered with suckers, and on the suckers were sharp fangs. It looked ferocious and terrifying. The most shocking thing was that there were streaks of terrifying lightning on the tentacles. The 8 tentacles wrapped around the god emperors of the Xianxia sect and the others. Under the tentacles, the space was shattered. It charged towards the 4 god emperors of the Xianxia sect at an astonishing speed. The 4 of them could only fight back with all their might. Each of them fought against 2 tentacles. After a few explosions, the 4 of them retreated. Their faces were pale and their auras were a little chaotic. Not good. This fellow has eaten many people. It's stronger than when it first escaped. The icy Moonvine race's god emperor said with an ugly expression. They had fought with the octopus before and knew its strength. When the octopus creature had just escaped, it was definitely not this strong. Obviously, it had recovered a little during this time. Shoo! Shoo! Before they could recover, the octopus creature charged towards them again. The 4 of them could only fight back with all their might. Lu Ming took the opportunity to run away under the cover of the buildings. Soon, he came to a secluded place and focused on healing his injuries. The most important thing now was to heal all his injuries. Only then could he protect himself. In his cells, energy was constantly flowing out. Lu Ming's injuries were quickly healed. The battle between the octopus creature and the 4 god emperors became even more intense. The 4 god emperors were not a match for the octopus creature even when they joined forces. They were completely suppressed and even injured. In the end, the 4 of them had no choice but to gather together and fight against the enemy. The 5 of them fought. Terrifying energy burst out and bombarded the ground. A large number of buildings were destroyed and debris flew everywhere. At this moment, the octopus life form suddenly stopped. Its 8 tentacles stopped attacking, and it looked down at a certain place. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the 4 god emperors of the Xianxia sect. They quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the octopus creature. Then, they took out a large number of divine pills and swallowed them to recover. They were bewildered. They did not understand why the octopus creature suddenly stopped. At this moment, the octopus lifeform's attention seemed to be completely attracted by something below. It completely ignored the Xianxia sect's godly emperor, the Frost Moonvine race's godly emperor, the green-robed old man, and the black-robed skinny middle-aged man. So he's not dead yet. What a wonderful method. He actually sealed his own soul. Hee, you want to use this method to avoid the mysteries of heaven, but heaven can't be defied. Heaven's net has a long arm, but nothing escapes it. Today, you were discovered by me. Now, I'll send you on your way. A cold voice came out of the octopus spirit's mouth. Then, his 8 tentacles waved rapidly. Zzz, the lightning that filled the sky gathered in the sky. Finally, the endless lightning transformed into a lightning spear. The lightning spear was tens of thousands of feet long. It was incomparably huge. The tip of the spear was pointed downwards, piercing towards a certain spot on the ground. Boom! Boom! Before the lightning spear could strike, the terrifying force had already flattened the surrounding buildings and flattened the ground. It looked like the lightning spear was about to hit something. Suddenly, numerous symbols appeared on the ground. They emitted resplendent radiance as a large formation appeared. Boom! The lightning spear ruthlessly pierced the formation. The formation shook continuously, and the ground buzzed continuously. A huge crack appeared on the ground. In the end, the lightning spear was blocked. Humph, how can a mere formation block me? Break for me! The octopus spirit shouted. Endless lightning appeared all over his body and condensed into a ball of lightning in the sky. Condense, condense, condense. The octopus spirit roared continuously. He used all his strength and injected his divine power into the ball of lightning. The power of lightning in the ball of lightning continued to compress and condense. Finally, it was compressed to the limit and fell towards the formation below. This time, the octopus spirit's attack was earth-shattering. It was several times stronger than the lightning spear from before. On the ground, the light of the formation became even more resplendent. Then, a figure appeared from the center of the formation. It was a middle-aged man. He was burly and wore a luxurious robe. He had a crown on his head and looked domineering. The heavenly palace is tyrannical. It will be destroyed sooner or later. The middle-aged man with the crown roared. He waved his hands and pointed his finger. The light of the formation became even more resplendent. Finally, it formed a scepter and attacked the ball of lightning. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Lightning filled the sky and energy swept out in all directions. Even Lu Ming, who was far away, could feel the terrifying fluctuations. Gotcha! In the end, the formation could not withstand the attack of the ball of lightning. There was the sound of porcelain shattering. Cracks appeared on the formation. Then, there was the sound of explosions. The formation was broken. The burly middle-aged man with the crown was floating in the air. His body exuded a vast aura. Monarch of the Skyleap divine nation, you have committed treason. Even if you have refined yourself into a spirit demon, it is useless. Today, you will never be reincarnated. The octopus spirit roared. It waved its 8 tentacles and attacked the burly middle-aged man. The monarch of the Skyleap divine nation, Lu Ming, the Qianli sect's emperor, and the others were shocked. The burly middle-aged man was the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation. They had thought that the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation had fallen. They did not expect him to still be alive. However, according to the octopus spirit, the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation had sealed himself and refined himself into a spirit demon. The so-called spirit demon was a way to preserve one's soul after losing one's physical body. Using an evil method to refine one's soul into a spirit demon could be preserved for a long time. However, one had to pay a huge price. One would be in endless pain and suffering. Many people would rather die than become a spirit demon. Heaven's patroller, I did not kill you back then. Today, I will kill you. The monarch of the Skyleap divine nation roared. His body emitted a black light as he rushed towards the octopus spirit. The octopus spirit was not afraid. It waved its tentacles and attacked the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Lightning and black light filled half the sky. Lu Ming was still fine. At this moment, the Qianli sect's emperor and the Ice Moonvine race's emperor were shocked. Heaven's patroller, they finally knew the identity of the octopus spirit. It was actually the Heavenly Palace's Heaven's patroller. Their hearts trembled and cold sweat dripped down their faces. They had actually fought with the Heaven's patroller. What if the Heavenly Palace blamed them? They shuddered and didn't dare to think about it any further. Now, they could only hope that the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation could destroy the octopus spirit. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. As the battle continued, the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation slowly fell into a disadvantage. A mere spirit demon wants to fight against me? You overestimate yourself. The octopus creature roared and attacked in a frenzy. The octopus creature also had a special characteristic. which was its strong recovery ability. Even if its tentacles were cut off, it could regrow them in a short period of time. Therefore, its attacks were incomparably violent, disregarding defense. It was similar to Lu Ming's fighting style. The Lord of Skyleap Divine Nation was no match for it and was retreating. Not good. The divine emperors of the Qianli sect and the Icy Moon Vine race had ugly expressions. They were secretly discussing if they should help the Lord of Skyleap Divine Nation to kill the octopus creature. But after knowing that the octopus creature was a heaven patroller, their hearts trembled. Attacking a heaven patroller was a serious crime. If they failed to kill the octopus creature and let it escape, the consequences would be disastrous. At that time, not only would they suffer, the forces behind them and the races behind them would also suffer. If they were not careful, their entire race would be annihilated. Their faces showed signs of struggle. At this moment, there was another change. Do you think that I have not made any preparations after all these years? Come out. The Lord of Skyleap Divine Nation roared, his body emitting a strange fluctuation that spread in all directions. Roar. Roar. In the next moment, roars could be heard, not from one direction, but from different directions of the Skyleap Divine Nation. That is, many people were shocked. Because they saw that in the Skyleap Divine Nation's capital, there were corpses flying out from those pits. There were at least dozens of pits in the Skyleap Divine Nation's capital. Each pit had a large number of corpses flying out. In the end, they were endless, densely packed like locusts that appeared in the sky. These corpses had red eyes and were emitting a baleful aura. Most of them were attacking the octopus creature. But there were also some that were attacking the divine emperors of the Qianli sect and the Icy Moon Vine race, as well as those below the divine emperor realm. In short, these corpses would attack any living being that they could sense. Damn it. Ah. Suddenly, some 9th and 8th level divine monarchs were torn apart by the corpses and died on the spot. Many people rushed out, but there were too many dried corpses. There were dried corpses everywhere, covering the entire capital of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation. It would be difficult for anyone to escape. Swish. Swish, countless dried corpses rushed toward the octopus. Trash from the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation, die for me. The octopus spirit roared and lightning exploded. Hundreds of lightning bolts shot out like hundreds of snakes. In an instant, hundreds of dried corpses were reduced to ashes by the lightning. However, there were just too many corpses. They were densely packed together and seemed endless. After killing a few hundred corpses, a few hundred more would pounce over. Some of them pounced in front of the octopus spirit and exploded. The terrifying power tore apart the octopus spirit's protective divine power, leaving wounds on his body. Even though the octopus spirit's regenerative ability was astonishing, it was difficult for him to completely recover after being attacked so many times. Extinguish. Extinguish. The octopus being's 8 tentacles danced around continuously, sending out dense bolts of lightning that killed those mummified corpses from afar. But don't forget, there was still the monarch of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation. The monarch of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation turned into a spirit demon. His battle strength was only slightly weaker than the octopus spirit. He turned into a black ray and took the opportunity to attack the octopus spirit. With a wave of his hand, a black ray flashed and 2 of the octopus spirit's tentacles were cut off. The situation was completely reversed from before. Now, the octopus spirit was in a disadvantageous position. It was no match for the monarch of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation. Moreover, the situation was terrible, it was retreating. The others were in an even more miserable state. Those below the Divine Emperor realm were killed by the large group of dried corpses. Miserable shrieks filled the air. It's a misunderstanding, we are not in cahoots with the Heaven Patrol, we just happened to pass by. Monarch of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation, please stop. Many people shouted, they were incomparably terrified. However, the monarch of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation remained unmoved, his eyes were cold. He naturally knew that these people were not in cahoots with the Heaven Patrol, they were not from the Heavenly Palace. However, he was very clear that these people came here to seize the treasures of the Heavenly Eclipse Divine Nation. In his opinion, they deserved to die. Therefore, he deliberately let these dried corpses kill everyone. Lu Ming was naturally being chased by the dried corpses. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming dashed left and right, constantly waving his fist. With each punch, a dried corpse would be killed. However, there were too many dried corpses, he could not kill all of them. Some of the dried corpses approached Lu Ming and exploded. The power of the explosion was extremely shocking. Even with the strength of the octopus spirit, it was injured, not to mention Lu Ming. The destructive power impacted Lu Ming's body. Wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body, even his bones were cracked. However, Lu Ming's recovery ability was dozens of times stronger than the octopus spirit. He quickly recovered and maintained his peak strength. However, the situation of the others was not as good as Lu Ming's. Needless to say, those below the Divine Emperor realm suffered heavy casualties. Large numbers of them fell and there were not many left. Even those Divine Emperors were in a precarious situation. At this moment, other than the octopus spirit and the monarch of the heavenly eclipsed divine nation, there were 9 other Divine Emperors. 8 major factions, 9 Divine Emperors, because of the 2 Divine Emperors of the icy moonvine race, had all appeared. Previously, these Divine Emperors were either too far away or hiding in the dark. Now, they were forced to come out. They were besieged by a large number of Divine Emperors and were riddled with injuries. With a blood-curdling scream, the black-robed skinny middle-aged man was hit by the explosion of the 2 dried corpses. A large hole was blasted in his body and he was severely injured. Then, a dried corpse rushed over and its claws were like divine weapons. It grabbed the black-robed skinny middle-aged man's body and tore it in half. The black-robed skinny middle-aged man's soul ran away in panic. However, when the dried corpse exploded, the destructive power swept his soul in. With a mournful scream, the black-robed skinny middle-aged man was completely dead. The death of a Divine Emperor made the other Divine Emperors even more terrified. Charge, we must charge out. Let's gather together and charge out. The Divine Emperors of the Qianli sect and the others roared. They wanted to gather their strength and charge out. Together. Don't even think about leaving. Today, all of you will be buried here. The monarch of the heavenly eclipsed divine nation's eyes flashed ferociously. Under his control, many dried corpses exploded without fighting. Boom! Boom! The dried corpses around the Divine Emperors exploded one after another. In an instant, thousands of dried corpses exploded, creating a terrifying energy that swept over the Divine Emperors. No! Damn it, damn it! I can't accept this. Loud roars were heard and then there was no more sound. As the destructive energy swept across, the voices of the Divine Emperors all quieted down. Dead, the remaining God Kings all died in an instant. None of them survived. As for those below the Divine Emperor realm, there was no suspense as they were all killed. Of course, there was one person who did not die, and that was Lu Ming. He relied on his strong vitality to survive, but he was severely injured. His body was tattered and it was a tragic sight. What should I do? If this goes on, even if my vitality is strong, I won't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming was a little anxious. Don't worry, leave it to me. It's just a corpse demon, I can handle it. Bone Demon's voice rang out. Then, he saw black light flying out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. This was Bone Demon's attack. These black light formed runes and fell to the ground. Soon, with Lu Ming as the center, a large array appeared in 100 miles radius. A strange scene happened. When the corpses appeared around the array, they looked confused as if they could not see Lu Ming and wandered around. It really works. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and said, Senior Bone Demon, why didn't you use such a good method earlier? You won't die anyway. Being beaten up can stimulate your potential and increase your cultivation. Why should I use it so early? Bone Demon replied. Lu Ming. Lu Ming's situation was also noticed by the monarch of Skyleap Divine Nation. The monarch of Skyleap Divine Nation's eyes turned cold and revealed a trace of curiosity. He carefully sized up Lu Ming and his eyes lit up, revealing a blazing flame. Let's deal with this heaven patroller first. The monarch of Skyleap Divine Nation turned his attention to the octopus. At this time, the octopus was in tatters and only had 3 tentacles left. There were bloody holes all over its body and its aura was getting weaker. Heaven Patroller, you will die today. You wouldn't even dream of it. Back then, you Heaven Patrollers refined the people of my heavenly transcendence divine kingdom into mummies, torturing them for eternity. But after so many years, through my continuous efforts, these mummies are under my control. Today, using these mummies to send you on your way is also your retribution. Ha ha ha. The king of Skyleap God Nation laughed out loud. He controlled even more mummies to charge at the octopus spirit before exploding. Destructive energy swept across the octopus beings from all directions. Bang bang bang, the octopus spirit's body continued to explode. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Following an indignant roar, the octopus spirit's body completely exploded. The heavenly transcendence divine nation rushed over and grabbed the soul of the octopus life form. A small octopus was struggling in the hands of the monarch of the sky transcendence god country as it roared continuously. Those who go against the heavenly palace will never be able to reincarnate. The octopus spirit roared. The heavenly palace is tyrannical. One day, there will be a heaven-defying person who will overthrow the heavenly palace. Now, you can go on your way. The monarch of Skyleap God Country said coldly. He exerted force and the octopus spirit's soul was crushed. In the next moment, the monarch of Skyleap God Country looked at Lu Ming. The greed in his eyes became thicker. Not good, this guy wants to deal with me. Lu Ming's heart tightened. He asked Gumo if there was any way. My array can confuse those mummies, but it can't deal with this guy. If you want to escape, you can only rush out. Gumo said. Lu Ming was speechless. If he could rush out, he would have done so long ago. At this moment, the monarch of Skyleap God Country moved. In a flash, he appeared not far away from Lu Ming. What a strong body, what vigorous blood chi. Good, good, good. It can accommodate my spirit demon body. The monarch of Skyleap God Country muttered to himself. The greed in his eyes became thicker. Swoosh, he immediately ran towards Lu Ming. Don't even think about it, shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. He used all his strength to punch the monarch of Skyleap God Country. At the same time, 2 stone pearls flew towards the monarch of Skyleap God Country. Boom! Gravity filled the air and enveloped the monarch of Skyleap God Country. Gravity pearls are on your body, but since I have a spirit demon body, gravity doesn't affect me, said the monarch of Skyleap God Country smiling coldly. He wasn't affected by the gravity at all. He continued running towards Lu Ming and collided with Lu Ming's fists. Bam bam, after a few attacks, Lu Ming sensed a violent strength surging towards him. His body shook violently and he was blown a few hundred li away. It flew out of the range of Bone's formation. The monarch of Skyleap God Country was extremely strong. He was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. Without the gravity pearls, Lu Ming couldn't compete with an ordinary cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. Of course, he couldn't compete with the monarch of Skyleap God Country. As soon as he left the array, the corpses rushed towards Lu Ming and some of them directly exploded. Lu Ming was blown away by the explosion of the corpses. Damn it, it seems like I can only use the purple copper coffin, said Lu Ming helplessly. He had brought the purple copper coffin with him in case he needed it. Facing such a situation, Lu Ming had no other choice but to use the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was about to open it. But as soon as Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin, the monarch of Skyleap God Country had already rushed towards him. His speed was astonishing, he looked like a ray of light. Lu Ming didn't have time to react. The monarch of Skyleap God Country had already entered Lu Ming's body. Then, he rushed towards Lu Ming's consciousness sea. Haha, little boy, I will destroy your soul and your body will be mine, said the monarch of Skyleap God Country while laughing excitedly. He had refined himself into the body of a soul demon, so he had to suffer inhuman torment at all times. However, a spirit monster body was much stronger than an ordinary soul. It was impossible to possess a body because there was no strong body for him to possess. But Lu Ming's body was different. He had seen everything that had happened before. He was sure that Lu Ming's body was enough for him to possess. Once he possessed Lu Ming's body, his spirit monster body would slowly return to a normal soul body. He would no longer have to suffer that kind of torture. Moreover, with such a powerful physical body like Lu Ming, coupled with his cultivation experience, he was confident that he would be able to return to the peak of his cultivation, or even go one step further. He was really happy. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity this time to send him such a treasure body. He couldn't wait to rush into Lu Ming's consciousness sea, wanting to obliterate Lu Ming's soul. But when he rushed into Lu Ming's consciousness sea, he was dumbfounded. There was no soul in Lu Ming's consciousness sea at all. It was empty. Where was Lu Ming's soul? He did see a black skeleton, but that was definitely not Lu Ming's soul. How is this possible? How did you survive without a soul? Damn it, that's impossible. Brat, where did you hide your soul? Come out. Come out. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king roared hysterically. If he can't destroy Lu Ming's soul, he won't be able to seize Lu Ming's body. He was still excited earlier, but now, he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. So you want to seize my body and destroy my soul? Hee hee. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. How is it possible to destroy his soul? His soul is now distributed among the 60 trillion cells in his body. If you want to destroy his soul, you have to destroy all of his cells. Kid, where's your soul? Where's your soul? Come out. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul. You won't even be able to keep your body. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king roared. Are you willing to do that? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Why you? The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king trembled in anger, but he really can't bear to do it. It wasn't easy to find such a good body, he can't bear to part with it. Once he destroys Lu Ming's body, he won't be able to seize it and will have to endure endless torture. He has had enough of this torture, he doesn't want to wait for a day more. I'll destroy the skeleton first. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king roared and charged towards Bone Devil. But Bone Devil's figure flashed and disappeared, causing the Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king to miss. Senior Bone Devil, do you have any way to destroy this person? Seeing the Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king's action, Lu Ming wasn't anxious. He concluded that the Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king won't kill him so easily. He started to discuss with Bone Devil. If this guy doesn't enter your body, we won't be able to deal with him. But he's courting death by entering your body. I have to say that your luck is pretty good. Quick, activate your taboo energy and seal your body. Don't let him escape and use your taboo energy to destroy him. Bone Devil said. Taboo energy actually has such an effect? Lu Ming was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He immediately activated the taboo power. The taboo power in every cell intertwined and sealed his body. Taboo power, Bone said excitedly. The strongest power in the Your Desolate universe. This guy refined himself into a soul demon and entered your body. The taboo power just so happens to counter him. Destroy him. The monarch of the heavenly transcendence divine kingdom naturally couldn't hear their conversation. Then let's send him on his way. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, countless amounts of taboo energy shot towards the monarch of Skyleap God Nation like little snakes. When the taboo energy approached the heavenly transcendence God Nation's monarch, he also felt it. Brat, you still want to resist? With your cultivation base, you're courting death. Break for me. The monarch of Tianyu divine country struck out with his palm, wanting to disperse the forbidden power. However, it was useless. The forbidden power was not affected and continued to entangle him. Damn it, what's going on? The face of the monarch of Skyleap divine country finally changed. He attacked with all his might, trying to disperse the forbidden energy, but to no avail. Damn it. The monarch of Tianyu divine country was alarmed and quickly rushed towards a direction. However, he was surrounded by the taboo energy. When he rushed into the taboo energy, it was as if he had entered a quagmire. He was blocked. His movements were very slow and gradually came to a stop. Moreover, when his body was touched by the taboo energy, it let out a sizzling sound and emitted bursts of green smoke. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The monarch of Tianyu divine country screamed in horror. Monarch of Tianyu divine country, since you should have died long ago, you shouldn't have stayed in this world. Now, I'll send you on your way. That's where you should return to. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. At the same time, he continued to control the taboo energy and rushed it towards the monarch of Tianyu divine country. Bullshit, my life is in my own hands. Even the heavenly palace can't destroy me. How can you, a mere divine monarch realm ant, destroy me? The monarch of Tianyu divine country roared. His body flickered with a demonic radiance. Like a divine weapon, he rushed towards a direction, wanting to break the taboo energy. He was unwilling. He was the monarch of Tianyu divine country, a big shot. When he was at his peak, not to mention a divine monarch, even a peak divine emperor could be slapped to death by him. How could he be willing to be killed by a mere divine monarch like Lu Ming? However, he was too far away from his peak. Without his physical body, he could only refine his soul into a spirit demon, struggling at death's door. He didn't have much strength left. At this moment, he was trapped in Lu Ming's body and was surrounded by the taboo energy. Sizzle sizzle, he was surrounded by the taboo energy. It was as if he was in a world of taboo energy. When the taboo energy landed on his body, it caused his body to emit wisps of green smoke. It was as if an ice cube had encountered a flame and was constantly being corroded. The monarch of Tianyu divine country retreated in horror. In just a short while, his spirit demon body became much dimmer and more illusory. It was like a flickering candle flame. He screamed. He was truly frightened and felt that it was the end of the world. Kid, let me go. Let me go. I am the monarch of Tianyu divine country. In the past, I was an existence that surpassed the divine emperor. As long as you let me go, I will stay by your side to assist you and guide you. In the future, I will help you surpass the divine emperor and become an overlord. It's not impossible for you to reach my realm in the past. The monarch of Tianyu divine country shouted. He was truly frightened and began to beg for mercy, trying to lure Lu Ming. You're going to guide him? Are you qualified? Guo appeared silently not far from the monarch of Tianyu divine country. He looked at the monarch of Tianyu divine country with a faint sneer. When you were at your peak, you were just a little bit above the divine emperor realm. You dare to guide him? Even this old man is not qualified to guide him. Do you know what kind of power is attacking you? Guo continued. What? What is it? Why is there such a power? The monarch of Tianyu divine country shouted. Because this is a taboo energy. Guo said. What? The monarch of Tianyu divine country's body shook violently and his eyes revealed a deep shock. With his status, although he had never seen a taboo energy, he had naturally heard of it. Lu Ming's power was actually a taboo energy. Then, he must have the legendary taboo body, a legendary person who defied the heavens. This kind of person had endless potential. As long as he was given time, he could become an existence that could shake the entire universe, an existence that could make the heavenly palace tremble. He actually said that he would guide such a person, just like what Guo said. Was he qualified? This kind of person, once he grew up, he would be an invincible figure. The monarch of Tianyu divine country's heart kept sinking. The taboo body must not be leaked out. Today, he will die. Fine, fine. I never thought that I would be able to see someone with a taboo body in my lifetime. I have no regrets in this life. In the end, the Sky Eclipse divine country's ruler sighed and gave up on struggling. Even if he lived in this world, he would still be tortured. Dying could be considered a kind of release. Furthermore, dying in the hands of someone with a taboo body was also a kind of honor. Kid, a taboo body is destined to defy the heavens. You're the heavenly palace's mortal enemy. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. The Sky Eclipse divine country's ruler said. Following that, a message entered Lu Ming's ears. Haha, I hope the taboo body can grow and cause the heavenly palace to tremble. I won't be able to take revenge. The Sky Eclipse divine country's ruler sighed. Then his body broke apart, taking the initiative to receive the taboo energy. Under the taboo energy, he was annihilated and completely disappeared. Lu Ming was a bit stunned. He didn't think that the Sky Eclipse divine country's ruler would give up resisting after knowing that he had a taboo body. Perhaps the Sky Eclipse Divine Country's ruler had a great enmity with the Heavenly Palace. Since he couldn't take revenge himself, he placed his hopes on him. Before dying, he even told Lu Ming the location of the Sky Eclipse Divine Country's hidden treasures. After the Sky Eclipse Divine Country's ruler died, the corpses were no longer controlled and naturally scattered. They returned to the various pits and disappeared. Heaven and earth regained its calm. There wasn't any sound. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Then he sat down cross-legged and focused on recovering. His recovery speed was shocking. It didn't take long for him to completely recover. He even felt that his cultivation base had increased by another level. He wasn't far from the 6th level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. Jiangli Bang, what a pity. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and sighed slightly. The Sky Eclipse Divine Country's capital was completely silent. There wasn't any sound. Clearly, no one had survived. Jiangli Bang had most likely died when the corpses were wreaking havoc. Jiangli Bang was a good person. If possible, Lu Ming would have saved him. But at that time, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to protect himself. Furthermore, he didn't know where Jiangli Bang was, so he couldn't save him. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed in the capital of the Sky Transcendence Divine Nation. One by one, storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hands. They were left behind by the previous experts. Of course, not everyone had a storage ring left behind. The destructive power of the self-destruction of the corpses was shocking. Some of the storage rings that were caught in the explosion were probably destroyed as well. When the storage ring exploded, the items inside would be sucked into the dark void. However, Lu Ming still had a great harvest after going around the capital of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation. He obtained a few hundred storage rings. Just the storage rings alone were already a great harvest. Heavenly Yu God Kingdom's treasure trove. At this moment, Lu Ming was thinking about the news that the monarch of the Heavenly Yu Kingdom had told him. The monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation told him the location of a hidden treasure and the method to open it. The location was in the capital of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation. Should he go or not, Lu Ming hesitated. To be honest, he was very moved. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's hidden treasure ground was absolutely astonishing. However, would the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation be so kind as to tell him? One had to know that the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation was killed by Lu Ming. Would he tell his enemy? Although Lu Ming was destined to be the enemy of the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation was destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, it was a blood feud. If the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation wanted to help Lu Ming grow, he would be able to deal with the Heavenly Palace in the future. However, Lu Ming wasn't confident. Let's go all out. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and prepared to go all out. He was still moved. The main thing was that the resources he would need for his future cultivation would definitely be shocking. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Perhaps, the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation really wanted to borrow his hand to deal with the Heavenly Palace. After making up his mind, Lu Ming stepped out and headed towards the depths of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation. Without any obstructions, Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Not long after, he arrived above a dilapidated palace. This palace was very vast and he couldn't see the end of it. However, most of it had collapsed and the ground was filled with potholes. It was obvious that it had experienced a great battle. Lu Ming recalled the news that the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation told him. He swept his gaze around and then headed towards one of the collapsed palaces. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's energy surged and large pieces of stone and tiles were blown away, revealing a clean floor. Lu Ming sized up the floor for a while and then pressed his palm on one of the bricks. He inserted a strand of forbidden energy and turned it slightly to the left. With a click, the brick turned. It's really like this. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At present, everything was exactly the same as what the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation had said. Lu Ming spun the brick. First, he spun it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. Click, the ground trembled slightly and then split open, revealing an underground cave. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and jumped down. After descending for about 1,000 meters, he reached the bottom and a tunnel extended forward. The walls of the tunnel were inlaid with luminous stones that lit up the tunnel. Lu Ming took a step forward, his muscles tensed up and he was ready for a great battle. He wouldn't completely trust the monarch of the heavenly transcendence divine nation. However, as he moved forward, there was nothing strange. Is there no danger? Lu Ming pondered. However, he still wouldn't let his guard down and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, suddenly, swoosh, a sharp energy came from the left and stabbed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Without looking, Lu Ming knew that the power of this attack was terrifying. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Lu Ming didn't even need to think. Almost like a conditioned reflex, he slashed out with his palm. In his palm, all kinds of secret attack techniques were unleashed. Clang, Lu Ming's palm slashed on a bronze battle spear, causing a loud bang. Then, a figure quickly retreated. As for Lu Ming, he felt a slight numbness in his palm. It's a puppet. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that the one attacking him was a soldier covered in iron armor and holding a bronze spear. However, it didn't have any life energy. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it was a puppet and not a living creature. Bang, after the puppet steadied itself, it took a step forward and the ground rumbled. Its burly body rushed towards Lu Ming again. The bronze spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. At the same time, the walls on both sides wriggled and several iron-armored puppets emerged from the walls. Each of the iron-armored puppets held a bronze spear and stabbed towards Lu Ming. A terrifying whistling sound was ear-piercing. Sharp spears stabbed towards Lu Ming's vital points. Damn it, the emperor of the Tianyue kingdom is not so kind. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. However, he didn't stop attacking and attacked more than 10 times in an instant. Dang dang dang, a series of explosions rang out as the bronze spear shook. 5 or 6 armored puppets were sent flying, but their bodies didn't break apart. What a strong attack. It is even stronger than an ordinary quasi-emperor's attack. Furthermore, his body is incredibly tough. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The next moment, he frowned. This was because, regardless of whether it was the walls in front of him or behind him, there were constantly armored puppets appearing. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of armored puppets. A puppet controlled by an array. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and then his figure flashed, rushing towards the front of the passage. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle secret art, increasing his combat power by 5 times. At the same time that Lu Ming rushed out, the armored puppet in front of him brandished its bronze spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the bronze spears. With a forceful shake, a terrifying force poured into the bronze spear. The bronze spear vibrated violently, and the puppet's palm was torn apart. It couldn't help but let go of the bronze spear. Its figure retreated rapidly, knocking into the other puppets. Lu Ming held the bronze spear and turned it in another direction. The spear pierced out explosively. Lu Ming's strength was astonishing, especially after activating the battle formula, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. He could easily kill a quasi-emperor level expert. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the bronze spear directly pierced through one of the armored puppets. Following that, the bronze spear violently vibrated, and a terrifying energy exploded out, tearing the armored puppet apart. Finally, one of the armored puppets was killed. The attack power of this kind of puppet was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary quasi-emperor, but it was very difficult to deal with. Its defense was astonishing, and it was very difficult to kill. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill a quasi-emperor with a casual punch. However, Lu Ming had to use almost all of his strength to deal with this puppet. After killing one of the puppets, Lu Ming threw out the bronze spear in his hand. The spear pierced through 2 of the puppets and sent them flying in a skewer. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to charge forward and punched the body of an iron-armored puppet. The iron-armored puppet's body shook violently and there was a huge explosion, creating a hole that penetrated the front and back of the puppet. Bang bang bang, Lu Ming was valiant and invincible as he charged forward with all his might. One after another, the armored puppets were either sent flying or smashed into pieces by him. However, the number of armored puppets here was astonishing. They were constantly emerging from the walls. The speed at which Lu Ming killed them was not as fast as the speed at which they appeared. Instead, the number of armored puppets in front and behind increased. There were armored puppets in front and behind him. At this time, Lu Ming had no way to retreat. He could only charge forward and carve out a bloody path. However, there were too many armored puppets. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming was still injured by the bronze spear. However, he did not care about this injury at all. It would not affect his combat strength in the slightest. Lu Ming activated the gravity pearl, and 2 gravity pearls appeared. This time, the gravity pearls played a major role. The armored puppets were already very heavy. Under the pressure of the gravity pearls, many of them trembled and their movements became much slower. Lu Ming dashed past them, pushing the iron-armored puppets aside and moving forward at high speed. In an instant, he had rushed out tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, a bronze spear pierced towards Lu Ming. It was very fast and powerful. It was several times stronger than the puppets from before. A divine emperor's attack. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. He quickly raised his fist to block. With a clang, Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards him. He could not help but retreat. However, the bronze spear was also blocked by him. It was vibrating non-stop. In front of him, a burly armored puppet appeared. This puppet was much taller than the previous ones. It gave people a strong sense of oppression. A divine emperor's attack. Lu Ming was 100% sure that this was a divine emperor's attack. Motherf asterisk Ker, the emperor of Tianyu is really up to no good. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. There were so many puppets here. It was definitely dangerous. He wanted Lu Ming to come here. Without giving Lu Ming much time to think, the divine emperor armored puppet waved its bronze spear and rushed towards Lu Ming. Press down. Lu Ming controlled the gravity pearl, and a powerful gravity pressed down on the bronze puppet. However, the iron-armored puppet of the divine emperor realm was too powerful. Although it was greatly affected, it still maintained its powerful combat effectiveness and its speed was astonishing. The bronze spear broke through the gravity and pierced toward Lu Ming. Clang, the two of them clashed again. Lu Ming retreated, and so did the puppet. Bang! Bang! At this moment, heavy footsteps came from behind. Lu Ming's face changed greatly when he saw it. This was because another gigantic bronze puppet was approaching from behind. The heavy footsteps came from this puppet. This puppet was as tall as the divine emperor puppets. The other armored puppets made way for this bronze puppet. Another divine emperor realm bronze puppet. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. Swoosh, the 2 divine emperor armored puppets attacked at the same time. Their bronze spears pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, trying his best to dodge and counterattack at the same time. However, the bronze spears pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, following closely behind Lu Ming. Puff, Lu Ming blocked one of the puppet's attacks, but failed to block the other one. His abdomen was pierced and blood flowed out. The iron-armored puppet that had pierced through Lu Ming was about to unleash its power and tear Lu Ming's body apart. However, Lu Ming ignored his injuries and charged toward the iron-armored puppet, throwing out a punch. Boom, Lu Ming's punch landed on the iron-armored puppet, sending it flying. It lost the chance to continue attacking. I have to break through. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He was no match for the 2 divine emperor armored puppets. If this continued, it would be dangerous. Lu Ming rushed towards the depths of the passage. However, the puppet would not allow him to pass. It brandished its bronze spear and attacked. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he allowed the bronze spear to pierce through his body until it reached the handle. He had already dashed to the front of the iron-armored puppet. Just like how he dealt with the previous one, he punched the iron-armored puppet's chest. The puppet's body was extremely hard. Lu Ming's full-strength attack could not break its defense. The puppet's chest caved in and it was sent flying backwards. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush past it. Behind him, 2 divine emperor realm iron-armored puppets were chasing after him at high speed. However, their speed was not as fast as Lu Ming. Lu Ming slowly widened the distance between them. But what made Lu Ming vomit blood was that he had not run far when 2 tall armored puppets appeared in front of him. At one glance, he knew that they were armored puppets of the Divine Emperor realm. 2 more Divine Emperor realm puppets appeared, and 2 more appeared behind them. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. But in this situation, he could only brace himself and charge forward. A great battle broke out. This time, Lu Ming was in more danger. But in the end, Lu Ming relied on his strong vitality and rich battle experience to successfully break out of the encirclement. The price was that he was heavily injured. Why am I injured every day after cultivating the taboo body? Lu Ming was speechless. Ever since he cultivated the taboo body, he was heavily injured every 2 or 3 days. If it was before, he would have died. But now, not only did he not die, his cultivation became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming also understood that this was related to his heart. He knew that he had the taboo body, his vitality was strong, so he acted unscrupulously. For example, when he was fighting for the silver spear, if it was before, Lu Ming would definitely not rush forward, he would look for a better opportunity. This time, if it was before, Lu Ming might not have come, but he had the taboo body, his vitality was tenacious, so he chose to come. So, he often got injured, it was related to his own choice. Being injured can also increase his cultivation, his courage naturally became bigger and bigger. But Lu Ming still cursed the heavenly Yu divine country's monarch in his heart. This treasure trove is really a trap, very dangerous, even if other divine emperor experts came here, they would also die here. Facing 4 puppets, a divine emperor of the same level would definitely die. Only a freak like Lu Ming, with his tenacious vitality, could survive. Lu Ming rushed forward, while healing his injuries, he was also vigilant. Please don't let another divine emperor puppet appear, Lu Ming said in his heart. This time, his luck finally came. He ran all the way until the armored puppets chasing after him disappeared without a trace. He didn't see any new armored puppets. Finally, there are no more puppets, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. Not long after, the passageway finally came to an end, and a spacious underground stone room appeared. In the stone room, shelves were neatly arranged. On them were jade boxes, jade bottles, and some divine weapons. A treasure trove. Lu Ming's eyes were especially bright. There really was a treasure trove here. The emperor of the Tianyu Empire had not lied to him. Lu Ming immediately rushed over and picked up a divine artifact to examine it. It was a complete divine artifact, and an emperor-grade divine artifact at that. Lu Ming was overjoyed and put it into his storage ring. Next, Lu Ming saw that almost all of the divine weapons were emperor-level divine weapons. These were all treasures, and their prices were very high. A moment later, Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear. There were simply too many treasures here. There were emperor-level divine weapons and many divine pills, all of which were of very high grade. Many of the divine pills were more effective than the divine pills that Lu Ming had obtained. There were also some secret manuals of divine skills and various secret techniques. Lu Ming valued those divine pills and secret techniques the most. The more secret techniques Lu Ming had, the better. As for those divine elixirs, many of them contained shocking energy. He could absorb them for cultivation. Big profit, this time, he really made a big profit. The emperor of the Tianyu Empire was right, this was a treasure trove of the Tianyu Empire. The Tianyu Empire was so powerful that it was not weaker than some of the races that were ranked at the bottom of the primitive 10,000 races list. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the treasures they left behind were. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept away all of these treasures like a whirlwind. Sure enough, to obtain treasures, one needed strength. The Tianyu Empire's emperor did not lie to him. This was the treasure trove of the Tianyu Empire, but he did not tell him that there was danger here. Clearly, if Lu Ming's strength was not up to par, then so be it if he died. If he could not even barge into this place, how could he resist the heavenly palace in the future? If he could not resist the heavenly palace, why would the Tianyu Empire's emperor give the treasures to Lu Ming? This was the Tianyu Empire's emperor's true thought. After keeping all of the treasures, Lu Ming was satisfied. And after this while, Lu Ming's injuries had already recovered. He discovered that his cultivation had increased a little again, already reaching the peak of the 5th level Divine Lord realm. He was very close to the 6th level Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming reckoned that as long as he carried out another intense battle, he might be able to break through. However, this place was not suitable to stay for long. He had to leave first, lest something unexpected happen. Lu Ming followed the passageway and returned outside. Generally speaking, many array formations that obstructed enemies would not be activated when one exited from inside. Sure enough, when Lu Ming exited, it was unobstructed and he did not discover any armored puppets. Very quickly, Lu Ming left this place and exited the Tianyu Empire's capital, heading in the direction of the exit. When Lu Ming arrived at the exit, he saw some people. Back then, there were many people from various major factions who entered the Tianyu Empire's ruins. Not everyone entered the Tianyu Empire's capital. Those who entered the Tianyu Empire's capital had all fallen. Many did not enter, but many survived. However, there were no experts left. When they saw Lu Ming, they did not have the slightest bit of suspicion. This was because they did not know that Lu Ming had also entered the Tianyu Empire's capital. These people had ugly expressions and were very anxious. This was because the people from their factions could no longer be contacted after entering the Tianyu Empire's capital. Most likely, they had perished. Lu Ming did not deliberately explain. He did not say anything and left the Tianyu Empire's ruins. After a period of time, he returned to Xianxia planet and found an inn to rest for a few days. He adjusted his condition to peak condition and at the same time tidied up his harvest. In addition, Xiao was in the midst of evolving. It turned into a metal ball and floated in the air. Lu Ming temporarily stayed here and waited for Xiao to evolve. At the same time, he continued to take out divine herbs and began to refine them. The last time he absorbed and refined the divine herbs, the stored potential was almost depleted. As he continued to refine the divine herbs, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lu Ming stored all the emperor-grade divine herbs that he had taken from the Dragon Clan's mother planet and turned them into potential. This time, Lu Ming felt that the energy he had stored had reached 100%. Every cell was saturated. At this time, Xiao finally completed its evolution. A powerful aura spread out from Xiao's body. Lu Ming hurriedly laid down a simple array to block Xiao's overflowing aura. Boom, Xiao's aura became more and more explosive. And Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had experience. He knew that Xiao would probably have a huge improvement this time. Not only would it increase by one realm, it would probably break through continuously. This time, Xiao had swallowed a few extraordinary treasures in the heart of the heavenly eclipse divine kingdom. The iron rod, and most importantly, the silver spear, were definitely extraordinary. Even though it was broken, it still caused an intense battle between divine emperors. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Xiao's aura skyrocketed. Fortunately, Lu Ming had set up a formation in advance, otherwise, it would have alerted the people outside. After 3 days, Xiao's aura finally stabilized, indicating that it had completed its evolution. Quasi-Emperor, even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming's heart still skipped a beat. Xiao's breakthrough this time was too great. Its cultivation had skyrocketed, breaking through many levels and reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. It was only a step away from the Divine Emperor realm. Comfortable, this is too comfortable. Xiao jumped back and forth in the air. His body was constantly changing, turning into an iron rod, then a battle sword, then a silver spear. These were the treasures that Xiao had swallowed before. A silver spear? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xiao, come here, let me try turning into a spear. All right. Xiao flew into Lu Ming's hand and turned into a silver spear. Lu Ming held it in his hand. Immediately, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy in Xiao's body, as if it was about to burst out. Let's try it in the starry sky. Lu Ming left the inn. Not long after, he arrived at a barren starry sky. Buzz, the silver spear in his hand shuddered and stabbed forward. Whoosh, the space collapsed, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared, extending forward. It was unknown how long it was, but wherever it passed, all the meteorites were pierced. Such power! Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. He felt that even without his cooperation, Xiao could fight against a first-layer divine emperor, or even kill him. In other words, Xiao's strength was now above his. Amazing! Haha. Lu Ming was very happy. With Qiuqiu's help, his strength had greatly increased. Previously, even with the help of the gravity pearl, he could only fight against one divine emperor. If there were too many divine emperors, he would be in danger and would have to flee. For example, when fighting for the silver spear, or when facing the 4 divine emperor realm puppets. But with Qiuqiu's help, he could fight against these people, and even defeat them. If Qiuqiu was as powerful as it was now when he faced the 4 divine emperor realm iron-armored puppets, Lu Ming would have an easy time. Next, Lu Ming tested it again and was very satisfied. Qiuqiu transformed back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Next, it's time to find out about the recruitment of the heavenly soldiers and the requirements. Lu Ming pondered and returned to planet Xianxia. On Xianxia planet, commerce was very developed. People came and went, and naturally, news was also very smooth. Lu Ming easily found out everything about the heavenly palace's recruitment. However, Lu Ming frowned again. This was because one of the heavenly soldiers' recruitment requirements was very disadvantageous to Lu Ming. Once one became a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace, the heavenly palace would investigate the person's background. However, Lu Ming's current body was a forbidden body. He could not use the identity of Lu Ming. The identity of Mu Yun that he used appeared out of thin air. A person who appeared out of thin air, even if he passed through layers of screening, the heavenly palace would not want him. He would even be suspected by the heavenly palace. In other words, if he wanted to become a heavenly soldier, sneak into the heavenly palace, and find out about the mid-autumn moon, he needed a reasonable identity. However, divine sovereigns were able to determine a person's identity through their life essence. It was very difficult to impersonate someone's life essence. Although he cultivated the severing 3 corpses technique, he had severed his past and present bodies. His current life essence had already changed. It had become a new life essence, but it could not become someone else's life essence. Therefore, if he wanted to secretly kill someone and impersonate them, it was almost impossible. Unless those people who knew him and wanted to impersonate him helped him hide it. Wait, it might not be impossible to hide it for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although it was a bit inconceivable, it might not be impossible if he did it properly. However, he needed to find an opportunity. Lu Ming carefully thought about it. Slowly, a plan appeared in his mind. First, I need to find a faction that is qualified to participate in the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Soldier selection. However, this faction cannot be too strong. Lu Ming muttered. After making up his mind, Lu Ming did not stay. He directly left planet and continued south. Such a suitable faction needed to be found. The great desolate universe was vast and boundless. Even divine sovereigns would not be able to detect the borders in their entire lives. In the boundless universe, there were countless galaxies and star fields. Some of the star fields that were closer to each other formed a star field cluster. There were big and small star field clusters. Some small star field clusters were made up of hundreds and thousands of star fields. Some large star field clusters were made up of millions or even tens of millions of star fields. The territory was terrifyingly large. Some terrifying large clans often controlled such a huge star field cluster. On this day, Lu Ming went through a wormhole and arrived at the Iron Sea star field cluster. The Iron Sea star field cluster could only be considered a middle-low star field cluster. The entire star field cluster was made up of more than 10,000 star fields. This place was ruled by 18 powerful universe-level factions. Planet Aquamarine was a bustling planet. Lu Ming walked on the streets of Planet Aquamarine and inquired about the news. This was because the Iron Sea star cluster was Lu Ming's target this time. The 18 universe-level factions in the Iron Sea star cluster were qualified to participate in the selection of the Heavenly Palace's heaven-level soldiers. However, their strength was not particularly strong, which was just right for Lu Ming's target. The competition between the 18 factions has become more and more intense recently. Isn't that so? The Resource Alliance is about to expire. The resources controlled by each faction are about to change greatly. Now, each faction is crazily plundering resources in secret. Not only are they plundering their own resources, but they are also plundering others' resources. Yeah, some factions secretly sent people to impersonate interstellar pirates to attack the resource planets of other factions. The war is very intense. Every force is doing the same thing. I'm afraid the chaos this time will only stop when the Resource Alliance reconvenes. This time, I wonder which faction will be able to get the best resources. Lu Ming used his heavenly air ability and information was transmitted to Lu Ming's ears. Resource Alliance? Lu Ming was curious and deliberately asked someone to inquire about it. After asking, Lu Ming smiled. He knew that his chance had come. Lu Ming left planet Aquamarine and headed towards some remote resource planets to find an opportunity to strike. Through Lu Ming's inquiries, he knew that the situation in the Iron Sea Star Zone was special. There were a total of 18 universe-level forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone. These 18 universe-level forces occupied some of the best resource planets in the Iron Sea Star Zone. A long time ago, the various forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone fought for resources, and it was extremely tragic. Later, under the leadership of the Heavenly Palace's emissary, the 18 universe-level forces reached an agreement and set up a resource alliance. Every once in a while, there would be a distribution of resource planets. Now, it was almost time for a new resource alliance. The resource planets controlled by the various forces would undergo a major reshuffle. Therefore, this period of time was also the most chaotic period. The various forces sent out their experts, pretending to be interstellar pirates, to plunder the resources of other forces. This was because no one knew how the resource planets would be distributed after the Resource Alliance was signed. Lu Ming passed by a few resource planets consecutively, but he did not find a good opportunity to make a move. A month later. Blood Jade Resource Planet. This resource planet produced a kind of treasure called Blood Jade. The Blood Jade contained a mysterious energy that could be absorbed by cultivators to strengthen their vitality and divine body. It was very precious and was controlled by the Fengdu Sword Sect, one of the 18 universe-level forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone. At this time, a fierce battle was happening on the Blood Jade Resource Planet. A group of black-robed men surrounded the Blood Jade Resource Planet and fought fiercely with the Fengdu Sword Sect. Which force are you from? Don't think that we won't know just because you're pretending to be interstellar pirates. A young woman in the Fengdu Sword Sect shouted. This young woman looked to be in her 20s. She wore a green swordsman's robe and looked valiant. She formed a sword. Seal and a divine sword floated above her head. It burst out sharp sword rays and slashed at the black-robed men. One of the black-robed men waved his palm. Blood chi filled the air and blocked the sword rays. Han Xiling is indeed a prodigy of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Her cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm at such a young age. However, in front of me, she's still far from it. Hee hee. The black-robed man sneered. His palm energy surged and pressed toward Han Xiling. This person had 9th level Divine Lord cultivation. Even if Han Xiling's talent was unparalleled, it was also hard to resist. Fortunately, a Fengdu Sword Sect powerhouse beside her helped her block this blow. We'll hold off the Fengdu Sword Sect. The rest of you, go and snatch the Blood Jade. That 9th level Divine Lord black-robed man transmitted the order. Yes. Around them, many black-robed men charged towards the Blood Rain mines to plunder the Blood Jade. Black Blood Hall's devil. Han Xiling gritted her teeth. Although these people were wearing black robes, Han Xiling and the others still recognized them easily. They were from Black Blood Hall, one of the 18 universe-level powers in the Iron Sea Star Zone. But so what if he recognized her? Before the new resource treaty was signed, the major forces plundered each other. This was an unwritten rule for many years. If others plundered the Fengdu Sword Sect, the Fengdu Sword Sect would also send people to plunder the resources of other forces. That would depend on who was stronger. Those who were strong could plunder others to their heart's content, while those who were weak could only passively take a beating. Of course, there was a consensus among them that they would not send out divine emperors. This was because divine emperors were the strongest among universe-level powers. Once a divine emperor was sent out, it would evolve into a full-scale war and the situation would be out of control. Hence, not sending out divine emperors was an unwritten rule. Whichever force sent out divine emperors would be jointly attacked by the other forces. This time, it was the Black Blood Hall that sent out their experts to plunder the Fengdu Sword Sect's blood jade mines. Although the Fengdu Sword Sect had sent out experts to guard the mines, the Black Blood Hall had sent out more and stronger experts. After all, there were many resource planets under the Fengdu Sword Sect that needed to be guarded. It was impossible for them to have sufficient experts to guard the planets. There were not many experts guarding the Blood Jade planet. At this moment, the Fengdu Sword Sect's defenses had long been breached. A large number of Black Blood Hall experts had rushed into the Blood Jade planet and were frantically plundering the Blood Jade mines. The Fengdu Sword Sect people could only watch helplessly as they could not stop them. Not to mention stopping them, it would be considered good if they could keep their lives. Good chance. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had decided to take action and assist the Fengdu Sword Sect. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed towards the Blood Jade planet. He did not hide his figure and his aura spread out. As soon as Lu Ming approached the Blood Jade planet, the Fengdu Sword Sect and Black Blood Hall people noticed him. In the beginning, both sides were shocked. However, when they saw that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord, they did not pay much attention to him. "Kid, this is not a place where you can come. Hurry up and get lost," someone from the Black Blood Hall shouted coldly. This person's aura was extremely violent. He was a quasi-emperor. Get lost? I think the ones who should get lost are you. This is the resource planet of the Fengdu Sword Sect. What are you doing here? Lu Ming shouted coldly. The Fengdu Sword Sect people were slightly stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to be on their side. It was a pity that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. Even if he was on their side, it was useless. The Black Blood Hall people did not place Lu Ming in their sights even more. Turns out that you're also a member of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Go, kill him. That quasi-emperor powerhouse shouted coldly. I'll kill him. A black-robed person immediately flew out, flying over towards Lu Ming. A layer of blood-red fog spread towards Lu Ming. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils. This person was a 7th-level Divine Lord existence. They did not dispatch a 6th-level Divine Lord person to kill Lu Ming because Lu Ming looked very young. Being able to reach 5th-level Divine Lord at a young age, he was most likely a Heaven's chosen figure. His combat power was definitely not weak. But 7th-level Divine Lord was a full 2 levels higher. The way they saw it, it was more than sufficient. In a twinkle, the blood-red fog was about to envelop Lu Ming. Be careful. This blood fog is extremely corrosive. Quickly avoid it. In Blood Jade Planet, Han Xialing shouted a reminder. Although Lu Ming seemed to be somewhat overestimating his own ability, just 5th-level Divine Lord and running out foolishly, Lu Ming stood on the Fengdu Sword Sect's side after all. Standing out was with good intentions. She also could not bear to see Lu Ming be killed here. But Lu Ming did not care in the slightest, allowing the blood fog to envelop him. Sigh. Han Xialing sighed lightly, not quite understanding why Lu Ming was so foolish, not even running. It was simply courting death in vain. The rest of the Fengdu Sword Sect thought so too. Ha ha ha, truly a fool, go to hell. That person from the Black Blood Hall revealed a hideous smile. It was as if he already saw the scene of Lu Ming turning into white bones in the blood fog. His blood fog. Forget about 5th-level Divine Lords, even if they were similarly 7th-level Divine Lords, they would be extremely wary, not daring to be enveloped by his blood fog. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. And a 5th-level Divine Lord, it was really not too simple. Chi-chi, the blood mist shrouded Lu Ming, emitting sizzling sounds. The powerful corrosive force wanted to corrode Lu Ming's physical body. But, not even a single hair on Lu Ming's body was corroded. He did not feel anything at all. Just this bit of power? Lu Ming revealed a look of disappointment. He originally still wanted to see how great the power of this blood mist was, see if he could borrow the power of the blood mist to stimulate his potential and let his cultivation increase again. He did not expect that the difference was really too great. Even if he stood here without moving, not even a single hair on his body could be corroded. This was also normal. Hair was also made up of cells and also contained taboo power. How could a mere 7th-level Divine Lord possibly destroy it? Boring. Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out, Then he took a step out and arrived in front of the 7th-level Divine Lord Existence from Black Blood Hall. How is this possible? This Black Blood Hall expert could not help opening his eyes wide. Lu Ming was actually unscathed. This did not make sense. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. His palm was like a blade, chopping out. A blade-type secret art erupted in his palm. A blade light flashed. This Black Blood Hall 7th-level Divine Lord Existence was directly cleaved into 2 halves, falling on the spot. This person fell. The blood mist naturally dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help opening their eyes wide. Lu Ming actually killed this 7th-level Divine Lord Existence so easily. A 5th-level Divine Lord's combat power was actually so strong, Han Xialing was known as one of Fengdu Sword Sect's few heaven's pride. But in the Divine Lord realm, she could not cross 2 levels to battle. Be careful, this kid has a treasure that can resist the blood mist's corrosion. Don't use the blood mist to deal with him. Directly attack him with powerful force. A 5th-level Divine Lord wanting to play tricks in front of this old man, he's still a little too tender. A quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall shouted coldly. He thought that Lu Ming had a treasure on him that could resist the blood mist's corrosion. That was why he was safe and sound. Just now, that 7th-level Divine Monarch expert from Black Blood Hall was a little dazed because he was careless and saw that Lu Ming was fine in the blood fog. That was why Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him. As long as they didn't use any treasures, they could crush Lu Ming with their powerful strength. Lu Ming would die without a doubt. He thought that he had seen through Lu Ming's little trick clearly. Lu Ming wanted to use this to scare them off. How was that possible? Did he think he was a 3-year-old child? Was he that easy to scare? What a joke. So that's how it is. Damn it, I'll go kill him. I'm going too. 2 bad-tempered experts from the Black Blood Hall rushed towards Lu Ming. One was a 7th-level Divine Lord, the other reached 8th-level Divine Lord. This time, they didn't use the blood fog. Instead, they used their powerful strength to suppress Lu Ming. 2 blood-colored palm prints condensed and blasted towards Lu Ming. The energy surged and the power was shockingly strong. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Lu Ming. Weak and powerless. Lu Ming shook his head casually. He stepped forward and slashed out with his palm. Poof. Poof, a saber light flashed and the 2 palm prints dissipated. Even the 2 experts from Black Blood Hall were cut into 2. Then, the remaining 2 parts of their bodies exploded and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Instant kill. It was still an instant kill. Lu Ming could kill quasi-emperors with ease now. 8th and 7th-level Divine Monarchs were as weak as ants in front of him. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes again. The quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall who thought that he had seen through everything opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Then, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Lu Ming was simply giving him a slap in the face. And it was a resounding slap. He felt that his face was going to turn into a pig's head. How dare you kill people from Black Blood Hall? Kid, you're courting death. The quasi-emperor from the Black Blood Hall flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a roar, he actually took action personally. He transformed into a beam of blood light and dashed toward Lu Ming. A blood-colored saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. How powerful was a quasi-emperor when he attacked? Be careful, retreat quickly. Han Xialing exclaimed. She didn't want to see such a powerful genius fall just like that. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was a hint of disdain in his calmness. To be honest, along the way, he had encountered quasi-emperors from the Frost Moonvine race, Heavenly Locust race, and Winged Men race. The quasi-emperors from these powerful races were all stronger than the quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall. In his opinion, the other party was weak and powerless. It wouldn't be of any use to him to train. It seems that the only ones who can make me feel pressure and stimulate my potential are divine sovereigns. Lu Ming muttered and then punched. Boom, the other party's blood-colored saber light directly collapsed. The fist energy didn't stop and bombarded the other party's body. The quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded and his soul was extinguished. Silence, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. A 5th-level Divine Lord had killed a quasi-emperor with one punch. How was that possible? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Could Lu Ming have been hiding his cultivation base? However, they definitely weren't mistaken. Lu Ming was indeed a 5th-level Divine Lord. He definitely hadn't been hiding it. A 5th-level Divine Lord instantly killing a quasi-emperor. What kind of talent was that? What kind of monster was that? If you don't want to die, scram! Lu Ming roared. A cold aura surged towards the people from Black Blood Hall. Kid, who are you? How dare you kill people from Black Blood Hall? Just wait for our revenge. Someone from Black Blood Hall roared. Still not leaving? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and the void shook violently. A wave of energy swept towards the people from Black Blood Hall. In an instant, hundreds of people were swept in by the wave of energy. They screamed and then lost all signs of life. It didn't matter if they were 7th-level Divine Lords, 8th-level Divine Lords, 9th-level Divine Lords, or even quasi-emperors. Instant kill. Go quickly. Retreat quickly. The people from Black Blood Hall were finally afraid. They roared in horror and flew into the distance. Those who were snatching Blood Jade didn't dare to stay either. They wished they could grow a few more legs and quickly flew into the starry sky. The people from Black Blood Hall on Blood Jade Planet all ran away in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had killed a quasi-emperor instantly. It was useless to rely on numbers. Unless a divine emperor took action, they would die if they didn't run. The people from Fengdu Sword Sect were stunned and even forgot to chase. It took them a while to react. Brother, thank you for your help. Han Xiling flew over and cupped her fists to thank him. You're welcome. My ancestor was once on good terms with Fengdu Sword Sect. He was traveling here and happened to encounter such a thing. How could he just stand by and watch? Lu Ming smiled. Your ancestor was on good terms with Fengdu Sword Sect? Han Xiling and the other people from Fengdu Sword Sect's eyes lit up. They didn't have much doubt. After all, Lu Ming was a monster who exceeded common sense. There was no need for him to lie to them. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, I'm Han Xiling, how should I address you? Mu Yun. Lu Ming said. So it's Brother Mu. Thank you for your help this time. The Plentiful City Sword Sect will remember your kindness. Brother Mu, please come to the Plentiful City Sword Sect and let them express their gratitude. Han Xiling said. Hearing Han Xiling's words, the eyes of the Plentiful City Sword Sect's people lit up. They knew what Han Xiling was thinking. The Resource Alliance was to redistribute the resource planets. To occupy good resources, it was completely dependent on strength. Therefore, the 18 forces would send some people to compete. Those who participated in the competition were all from the younger generation. The competition between the younger generation could be the geniuses nurtured by the sect, or they could ask for external help. After all, to be able to ask for external help was a reflection of one's connections. Connections were also a kind of strength. Lu Ming's combat power was really heaven-defying. Such a strong combat power was definitely a strong external help. Obviously, Han Xiling wanted to invite Lu Ming to the Feng City Sword Sect and then find an opportunity to ask Lu Ming to be the external aid of the Feng City Sword Sect and help them. Alright. Lu Ming nodded. He was happy, but his expression did not change. He was not happy about the Plentiful City Sword Sect. He was happy that his plan was halfway to success. His motive was very simple. He wanted to display his powerful abilities so that the Feng City Sword Sect would take a liking to his abilities and invite him to help the Feng City Sword Sect in the battle for resources. In that case, Lu Ming would be able to raise some conditions. Seeing Lu Ming nod, Han Xiling and the Plentiful City Sword Sect's people were overjoyed. Next, they came to the resource planet. There was a large hall here, which was the residence of the Guardian. The Plentiful City Sword Sect held a banquet to thank Lu Ming for his help. During the banquet, there was naturally a tide of flattery, turning Lu Ming into a rare monstrous genius. To be honest, a large part of it was their heartfelt words. A fifth-level divine lord could insta-kill a quasi-emperor. Such a monstrous genius, let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a rare monstrous genius. After 3 rounds of wine, they left one after another. The next day, Lu Ming and Han Xiling set off for the headquarters of the Fengdu sword sect. The others couldn't leave with them. They had to guard this place. The headquarters of Fengdu sword sect was called Fengdu Star. It was huge and prosperous. Even in the starry sky, one could see mountain peaks that towered into the clouds like divine swords. It was as if countless divine swords were stabbed into the ground. On Fengdu Star, there were such mountains everywhere. They flew towards the most majestic mountain peak. From afar, they could see dazzling sword lights dancing in the air. Those were the experts of the Fengdu Sword School. The Feng City Sword Sect, amongst the universe-level powers, was considered not bad. There were not just 1 or 2 godly emperors, there were at least hundreds of them. Although it couldn't be compared to the powerful races on the primitive 10,000 races list, it was considered below average among the universe-level powers. Compared to the Taishu dynasty, a pseudo-universe-level power, it was unknown how many times worse it was. With Han Xiling leading the way, they were unimpeded and came to the highest sword-shaped mountain peak. On the peak of the sword-shaped mountain peak, a magnificent palace was built. This was the core of the Fengdu sword sect. They landed on the square outside. "Brother Liu, wait for me here first. I'll go in and report the situation on Blood Jade Planet," Han Xiling said. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded. Han Xiling flew into the main hall and went to report. Lu Ming wandered around the edge of the square. This mountain peak towered into the clouds as if it was connected to the sky. One could look up at the starry sky. Looking down, one could see the endless mountains and rivers. It was magnificent. Such a tall mountain peak, ordinary people naturally couldn't come up. If they couldn't breathe, they would suffocate to death. Of course, for cultivators, there was no problem at all. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of figures flew out of the main hall. Han Xiling was among them. Most of the others were middle-aged men and old men. Only a few young people were among them. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They were full of curiosity and disbelief. Han Xiling had already explained the situation on Blood Jade Planet in detail. It was Lu Ming who saved them. Lu Ming defeated the people of the Black Blood Hall with his own strength. Moreover, his combat strength was so terrifying that he could easily kill a quasi-emperor. Was it possible for a 5th-level divine lord to easily kill a quasi-emperor? "Brother Mu, this is our sect leader Wang." Han Xiling pointed to a kind old man and introduced. "Junior Mu Yin greets sect leader Wang." Lu Ming clasped his fists. "Little brother, you're too polite. This time, it's all thanks to your help that the losses on Blood Jade Planet were prevented. I thank you on behalf of Fengdu Planet," sect leader Wang said with a smile. "You're too polite. My ancestor and Fengdu Sword Sect are old friends. Since I've met you, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing," Lu Ming said. "You're acting so well." At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked over. It was one of the young men who had spoken. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His face was cold and he was wearing a purple swordsman robe. He exuded a sharp aura. "Wang Xianxia, what do you mean by that?" Han Xiling glared at him and said coldly. "You know better than me what I mean. A 5th-level divine lord can kill a quasi-emperor? And it's so easy. Do you think we're fools? Do you think the sect leader and the elders are fools?" Wang Xianxia sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "What I said is true. Not only was I present that day, many of my fellow sect members were present on Blood Jade Planet. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to confront you," Han Xiling said, cursing Wang Xianxia 1,000 times in her heart. She was well aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. Such a prodigy was usually arrogant. She still wanted to recruit Lu Ming as the external aid of the Fengdu Sword Sect and help them participate in the Resource Alliance. With Lu Ming joining, the Fengdu Sword Sect's strength would skyrocket. But Wang Xianxia actually said such a thing. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would leave in a rage. "Han Xiling, are you having an affair with this kid?" You want to praise this kid, but you're praising him too much. A 5th-level divine lord can kill a quasi-emperor. Haha. Wang Zhangke sneered, his sarcasm growing. When he looked at Lu Ming, the depths of his eyes were full of resentment. He was also one of the few prodigies of the Fengdu sword sect. Moreover, he liked Han Xiling and had pursued her crazily, but Han Xiling did not care about him at all. This caused his anger to soar to the skies. And now, Han Xiling actually praised Lu Ming so much. He thought that Lu Ming and Han Xiling definitely had an affair. He resented Lu Ming even more. How can this kid compare to me? Wang Zhangke roared in his heart. He wished he could trample Lu Ming under his feet and let Han Xiling see who was the real genius. End of chapter 37-38. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.